he's a good person. Like you can tell, like he's just like he's fresh, like very fresh, like very energetic, but he knows, and like his response was like, no, please, like go, all you need is antibiotics.
Of course, some of the shamans know about new medicine. They also use old medicine, occulted.
No, but
medicine.
he was humble. He was humble. He was saying like, please, just take antibiotics. Like, you don't need us to like squirt breast milk into your eye.
Yeah, but that shaman, he's weak. That's all it is. His understanding isn't as vast as
he did plenty of other things after this.
Well, elaborate. What else did he do? I'm very, very curious, by the way. And do you have a link to the documentary? I fucking love to watch it, to be honest.
No, I'm not going to elaborate, and I'm not going to share your link.
Aw, boo. I'm just kidding. Go ahead. It's okay. It's all right. Don't share it. Don't share it. That's fine. But I will say this. There is a very, very well-known ancient practice in many cultures, whether it be Asian, whether it be South American, even North American, in the Native American, the tribes on reservations. You know how many people, like Americans, quote unquote. Do you know how many Americans go to reservations for sicknesses and illnesses because the tribes of Native Americans, they have a shaman, or whatever they call them in today's world, and they will cure them naturally, because a lot of people are trying to yeah, it's very true.
No,
but
even more miraculously than you can possibly imagine.
I agree.
Like I mean, I've heard stories of somebody coming to a shaman in India, right? And they didn't even know they were sick, right? The shaman felt his pulse in his wrist, told him, "You're going to be contracted with smallpox." I think it was at the time. It was in the 80s. You're going to come down with smallpox and come back in a fortnight, and I'll give you something, and you'll be cured. And the guy was like, "This is total ridiculous bullshit." Like there's no way I'm going to be contracted.
He was a naysayer. He was probably a baller. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Then he got smallpox. He came, and this is like a spiritual leader, right? He's not just like some random person. Like he is like the person that other spiritual leaders go to ask questions for, right? And this person like just met some random guy, in a place in India, who felt his pulse and told him these things. And he was a good enough leader to actually, or spiritual enough, or whatever you want to call it, like just a good person to actually listen to the universe around him, right? And to also question it, right? Because this person told him this, and he's totally neutral, right? But he passed it off. He got smallpox, right? And he came back, and the guy gave him something to drink, and he's the one telling the story. Like he's telling this after the fact, like, and he's telling it to a scientist, like from America, right? How do you explain this?
Oh God, are you saying about the witch doctor that likes normal medicine?
Well, Don, maybe you're a naysayer of the ancient secrets, and that's okay if you are.
No. Normal medicine is exactly what I said in the first place. Like the shaman from the Amazon said, take antibiotics, right? Obviously, but there are other circumstances. There are other circumstances which are beyond, right, the circumstances, and you can't really explain how that takes place, how it was understood from feeling somebody's pulse for just 2 seconds, and how it was treated. And nonetheless, even that story, there are more extreme stories, way more extreme. People laying their hands on another person and healing them. And your paradigm has nothing to do with any of that.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah, it's funny because there's a lot of things that science cannot explain, yet in the spiritual realm, it's very, very well understood and explainable. So when you have a naysayer, it's like, oh my gosh, that's total bullshit. But then there's there's accounts and witnesses to these accounts that it is an actual, reality. I don't know how naysayers stay naysayers. I don't know. I don't get it. It's weird. But going back to what Lion was saying in regards to the ancient practices, like that's a reality, dude. Like maybe not in America today because we have doctors and we have Kaiser Permanente and all these other Blue Shield insurance and you go
What
to
exactly are you talking about? Just wondering.
I'm talking about how in today's world we have modern medicine, but at the same time, if you even by the way, my girlfriend's a nurse, right? And she was telling me every medicine, quote unquote, like pill, they all have the ingredients of the same things that the ancients knew. So, like, if there's a root that can cure it, guess what's in Tylenol? That root. Like, there is that actual ingredient in Tylenol, and these pharmaceutical companies they know it, but they capitalize on it. It's a
I see
capitalistic
what you're
society.
saying.
Go ahead.
But they make synthetic drugs, so they make chemical analogs of the natural
Correct.
chemicals, right?
Absolutely.
And then they patent it, and they make a profit, eternal profit.
Absolutely.
There's
Absolutely.
no apparently there seems to not be a lot of motivation to actually bring forth natural medicines
Of
to
course.
market. They
Because
had to
because
make a synthetic analog and then
because
pass
they
it
can
through
make
the
money off
FDA.
it. Yeah. Because then you can't duplicate it because then they have a patent on it. But in the ancient world and the ancient teachings and knowledge, like the same things that are in these synthetic drugs are equivalent to the actual natural chemical compounds or whatever, however you want to
You think
say it.
it's all the chemical compounds?
That's exactly what it is.
That's all?
Well, it's probably more. There's probably more to it. Maybe the spirit goes in hand in hand with that. But I'm just saying there's a fundamental root, pun intended, that you could imply into medicine because
It reduces inflammation, like
right,
in
right, right,
Tylenol.
right,
But
right,
what else? Like what else other than reducing inflammation? Because there are plenty of plants that do that.
right, right. And so guess what? It's funny because it seems that for any sickness there's a plant for it, like literally. If you had the ancient knowledge, you would know what plant serves what purpose. And God put every plant on this earth
That's
for a
right.
purpose.
That's right. That's right. And if you had that knowledge, right? If you could see people and their problems clearly, then you may the plant that you give them may have a different effect even.
So
Like Tylenol, like giving them a placebo, like giving them a pill and saying,
like a sugar pill. Yeah, yeah.
I'm not even buying into the placebo thing, but giving them something, right, that is needed for them, whether it be a plant, whether it is anything at any given time. Like if you're a doctor, you're talking generic here. You're talking like, oh, everyone needs this at this time. Everyone needs it at this time. That's not
Right.
always the case.
real quick,
And the subtlety of it, the beauty of it is that the magic of it is that it's not that clinical.
Jubilees 10 talks about medicine, right? It says here, and one of us he commanded that we should teach Noach all their medicines, for he knew that they would not walk in uprightness nor strive in righteousness. And we did according to all his words. All the malignant evil ones we bound in the place of condemnation. And we explained to Noah all the medicines of their diseases, together with their seductions, how he might heal them with herbs of the earth. And Noah wrote down all things in a letter. It says Sefer here, which means like scripture.
You mean Inuwashba or whatever his name is.
Amen, bro.
No. And Noah wrote down all things in a Sefer, as we instructed him concerning every kind of medicine. Thus the evil spirits were precluded from hurting the sons of Noah.
Amen.
And he gave all that he had written to Shem, his eldest son, for he loved him exceedingly above all his sons.
Okay, but before you knew about Noah, do you know the full story, right, of Inuwashgar?
It's a similar account that mirrors Noah's account, but it's not
different. Is it not?
Well, I would say that the Sumerian account is different.
What, it came before?
No, it didn't.
Why not?
Yeah, well, it came before, as in it was written before Bereshit and Yovelim, but
it was written before you had paper. It was written on clay.
Yeah, I understand. But my understanding, Noah pre-existed the Sumerians, right?
Right.
That's
and
correct.
He himself was a descendant of
the story of him, right? Whoever he was, whatever name they called him, was written differently before you got it, and and the story that you're telling right now about it is not the first story that was told.
No. I understand what you're saying. Hold on. You're right. You're absolutely right. There's differing accounts of the flood narrative. Many cultures have a flood narrative. They're all different, right? There's similarities, right? But in my opinion, the most credible, accurate account comes from the Hebrews. Now I could be biased, right? But in my understanding, in my research, right?
I'm not.
But in my
I'm
research,
not trying to pin you on biases. I'm just talking about the differences in the story. Okay. And
in my research, Abraham was. Noah was a righteous man. The Sumerians, on the other hand, were not righteous people. So why would you use their testimony as as credible?
So look.
History.
I'm not saying that I am, but take this for one example. In the first story that was ever told of the flood, okay, and how they found land, and how the ark, discovered that there was land.
Yeah, with the dove. Yeah.
No, that's the second story.
Oh.
The first story was they sent off a sparrow, and it returned. Then they sent off a dove, and it returned. Then they sent off a raven, and it never returned.
Oh, you're right. Absolutely. I stand corrected. You're right. It was a raven. You're right.
And
no, he said a sparrow.
Because it never returned.
In the translation, it's the same thing, actually. But go ahead.
No, he just said three birds. You said sparrow, dove, and raven.
Yeah,
that's a different account altogether.
That's an issue, Meta. It's a story, and we have to deal with reality, and then we have to figure out how we can put the story into reality.
Absolutely. So let me talk about reality here, okay? There was one story that was written, which is in clay tablets, that talked about a bird never returning, okay? And that is how they found that it landed on land, because it didn't return. The other story, way in the future, you hear that a dove came back with a branch in its hand, and that's how they knew that there was life, or a tree. It brought a branch back to them. Okay, that is a fake story. That is a secondary story. Okay, from the truth. Whatever the truth is, both of these stories may be false, but the second one, compared to the first, is not true. Okay, now look, you also have Leonardo da Vinci, okay, a painter, a high upper class, citizen, okay. His paintings, a lot of his paintings were encrypted. You know about the Da Vinci Code, what they put out and whatnot. But if you actually go and look at his paintings itself, there is a painting of a sparrow and a dove And the dove is floating down in the middle of the screen, right, or the middle of the canvas, with like golden things around it, with a olive branch that's in its beak.
All right, the dove,
and, right. And the sparrow's on its left in a little tree, and on the right, nobody even points this out, but on the right, if you go Google this, you can.
No, you're right. You're right.
There is a blacked out raven.
Yeah, that never returned, by the way. But yeah,
no, it has been painted over. It's not even. It's just the shape, the perfect shape of a raven. It's not. Has no detail, no coloring. The sparrow is perfectly colored. The dove is perfectly covered, and the raven is there to complement it on its side. And it is a complement to the previous story before the biblical story. And there's something being said here, right? Throughout like the obfuscated knowledge of history and everything. It's not so simple, okay? It's not just like the dove came back with an olive branch.
No, it took 3 times, yeah. But so I mean, do you want me to read you like the actual scripture, or I don't know?
No, Apocryphon, I didn't ask you anything. I'm not asking you anything.
Just to validate what you're saying right now, because it says at the end of 40 days, Noah opened the window of the ark that he had made and sent forth a raven. It went to and fro until the waters were dried up from the earth. The 40 days here is after the tops of the mountains were visible, over 7 months after the flood began. A raven was released and apparently never returned. No reason is provided regarding why the raven was selected rather than another bird. However, a raven can eat carrion and would feed off dead animals in the water. A dove, on the other hand, would return to its point of origin if no land was found. So in Genesis 8 through 9, then he sent forth the dove from him to see if the waters had subsided from the face of the ground. But the dove found no place to set her foot, and she returned to him, to the ark, for the waters were still in the face of the whole earth. So he put out his hand and took her and brought her into the ark with him. Right. The dove returned with no indication that the place had been found to light. A week later, Genesis 8:10 through 11, Noah sent the dove again. He waited another 7 days, and again he sent forth the dove out of the ark. And the dove came back to him in the evening, and behold, in her mouth was a fleshly plucked olive leaf. So it was a raven, and then a dove, and then a dove.
Right, but before all that was written, 2,000 years before that, there was a story that was written before all of that. And you don't think that was written in accordance to that story or in relationship to it?
No, yeah, I hear what you're saying.
No, but you keep saying like, oh, the dove appeared with the olive branch. No, that was a story written based on tablets in clay,
right?
That told a different story about the raven that you're saying right now. The story had been changed.
All right. So I concede that you're right. You have a 2,000-year older testimony of the flood account, right? From the Sumerians. I agree with you. We all know that Bereshit and Jubilees were written at Mount Sinai thousands of years later after the Exodus. I understand that. I concede that. But just because it was written later does not mean it's less accurate or that it stole or took or embellished the flood account. It was retold at Mount Sinai, right? From the same people.
Okay. All right.
Right? That prophesied
you're saying it's retold.
Well, hold on.
God's voice.
Yes, it was retold, right? But before that, right, we already had the testament of the 12 patriarchs. And when you go all the way back before the flood, the one who prophesied of the flood coming, right? If you believe all that, they knew the exact date. A week after Methuselah had died was when the flood was going to begin. And Methuselah died. A week later, it started raining. Enoch prophesied the flood. Enoch prophesied the flood way ahead of time, bro.
That's where the apocryphas come into play, because there's other accounts, and it's not, maybe along the lines of the Torah, but
and religious dumbfuckery.
for whatever reason, they were left out. For whatever reason, they were left out.
May who eliminate this? Eliminate me.
No one's going to eliminate you. Just don't be a dumb cunt. Simple. It's not science and rockets.
I don't know how I don't know how we veered off to that point when we were talking about medicine from the ancients, but there's still a lot of truth to that.
Yeah,
we were just talking about religious shit, and hey, I absolutely agree. There was a creator.
You sound like a really drunk version of Rufy.
No, I absolutely agree there was a creator, because if there wasn't anyone to snap their fingers into humanity, then what was there? It's not like someone just invented something and started knitting needles.
Spaceships, man. Spaceships.
Yeah, well, that's why I agree with the Big Bang and the creator.
No, that's a contradiction.
Apocrypha. I know you read a lot of Apocrypha, but have you read the book of Enki?
Of Enki?
It's the Sumerian account.
Yeah, no. I know that's an Egyptian. Enki are Egyptians.
No, it's Sumerian.
Well, you're right. Yeah,
but there's some crossover.
The bloodline of the Egyptians are the Enki. So you're right. They call them Sumerians, but they're from the bloodline, or they gave the bloodline to the Egyptians. But yeah, go ahead.
There's 14 tablets, dude. Unfortunately, the book that I have right now is from Zechariah Sitchin. But Zechariah Sitchin, he did a lot of good work. He translated a lot of the Sumerian accounts. He might have added certain embellishments here and there. He was caught like adding things that weren't there. Right? But for the most part, though, he did do a good job translating a lot of these Sumerian tablets.
It's good that we have the stories retold.
And you've
by
changed
the Bible,
your life in order
so
to
that we can translate them.
Those.
Absolutely.
You didn't retell the story, you'd forget it, wouldn't you?
You know what's interesting is that when it comes to like religious texts, no matter what your denomination is that even in those things, you just got to believe in them. Because we weren't there, obviously. It's a more of a spiritual journey where you're going to just believe them like blind faith, as they call it.
Well, you weren't there with anything, and historically, were you?
Exactly. I wasn't around when the Civil War happened. Yeah, exactly.
So what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm saying that it's interesting that there's so many different stories.
No, it's the same story. It's the same thing. It is a human being, right?
No.
Looking for security. Right?
No.
It's not all the same story. I know what you're trying to say.
To this mystery, right? Which is the future. After a flood, not knowing what the hell they're going to do, only knowing that
you only know there was a flood that flooded half the world because of fucking YouTube videos that you watched because of your paranoia. Carry on.
No. They can describe exactly what happened and carry on that knowledge, right?
So
but they were
geologists.
They were savages. They had no technology after the flood. And
no, after the flood, you would expect to hear from geologists, but carry on.
Okay, so let's talk about geology. What makes you think that the strata that the geologists talk about, right?
I'm glad you said strata. Carry on.
No. You said there were geologists. There were no geologists, man.
He's not talking about that, bro.
Oh my God.
Yeah, there were no geologists back then. So carry on. But you said strata.
Grand Canyon, right?
No. Lion fed into your word of there being geologists, and he said strata.
No, bro, he's talking about
you saying that they're geologists.
Yeah, you guys are getting mixed up.
No, bro, you're getting mixed up, Santiago. I know what he's saying. He's talking about right now, right?
No, I'm talking about a human being in that time period.
That's what I'm talking about. You guys are getting mixed up. So sort your shit out.
No, you shut your shit out.
Don't worry about it, Jazza. Don't worry about it.
Geology and strata. Strata has to do with geology. Sort your shit out.
No, you can sort your shit out with whoever you want to, but really, people.
Obviously not with you, because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like half the other flat earthers should.
People lived through a flood. Okay, their whole civilization was destroyed.
Obviously.
And what do they do afterwards?
Obviously, a massive amount of people lived through a flood. A shit ton of people.
No, that's false.
Hold on. Jazza doesn't believe in any of the biblical accounts, any of the literature. He doesn't believe none of that. He's more of a materialist. That's what he's saying. So he's looking at the strata. That's all we have to believe in a world flood. That's what you just said, right?
No. Hang on. Let's go back to the floods.
Stories.
That's not what I'm saying.
Jazza and Lion, please explain each other. Go ahead, fight it out.
I don't know who the fuck I'm fighting with.
Jazza, you interrupted a story about stories being conflated all as one idea.
Oh, sorry about that. I didn't have any fucking idea.
With the idea that a current geologist has to prove a flood, and then you admitted that people probably did witness a flood because they lived through it.
Oh fuck! I didn't mean to do that.
You're exposed, bro.
Oh shit!
But you brought up geology, so I just wanted to expand on that a little bit.
I'm just gonna pay my dollar bills to you, motherfuckers.
On it. Go ahead.
What do you think? So, how old do you think that the world is, and do you believe in a world flood? And is the strata evidence of a world flood? Yes or no? That's all.
I'm not a paranoid motherfucker, so I have no reason to disbelieve that our geologists are discorrect in what they say, that the Earth is 4.5 billion years, 4.8 billion years old. I have no reason to disbelieve that.
Okay, so you believe in the contemporary model that the so-called geological strata, which is really like the division of...
You can say contemporary model. I'd like to say that I just believe in reality.
But hold on. So the different layers of dirt, right, represents different time periods in history. You believe that? Like you believe each time period that's recorded in the geological strata could be potentially millions of years, just each layer?
Yeah, and I have no reason, because I'm not paranoid, to disbelieve that.
So you're lost.
Well, I want you to question your beliefs, right? So you believe that for whatever reason, the Earth laid down limestone for 1 million years and then decided to just switch it up and lay down sandstone for another 1 million years? Or actually more than, we're talking about millions of years. Just laid down one continuous mineral and then switched over abruptly for no reason.
Okay, well, here's where it's getting funny, Big Leon, because now what you're saying is, I'm saying I have no reason to be paranoid that this is not how it naturally happened, and now you're saying that a big sand god laid down a mat of fucking sandstone.
No, that's not what I'm saying, bro. What I'm saying is that if you're gonna believe what they're saying, then you have to believe that for 1 million years, the Earth laid down limestone.
Here's the concerning thing is, why are you trying to convert me to see what you see? That's the weird thing.
I'm trying to have a dialogue with you. I'm not trying to convert you. I want you to think critically, right? About
we're not even talking about
that is exactly what you just said.
Do you know what liquefaction is? Do you know what liquefaction is?
That is exactly what both of you just said. I'm trying to get you to think about is I'm trying to convert you. No. you can do that all you want, but unfortunately, I understand reality, which is the heliocentrical model, and it's going to take a fucking lot to think that the fucking stars aren't going around us and the sun's not going around us and we're not spinning and the Earth's not a sphere.
It was more about a biblical flood idea in the past, which can work on a globe as well.
Oh, sorry, I was in a...
No, I understand your point.
Sorry, mate.
In my understanding, the strata is actually incredible because it shows that something happened in the past. In my opinion, the strata isn't showing evidence of millions of years of separation between each layer. What we see is one catastrophic event
Keep going.
that basically deposited these layers and sorted out these layers by their weights and densities. Just like you would see, like they have these things where you shake them up, they have different colored sand, and you shake them up, and then it layers itself by its weight and density.
And with they putting the in cases like the crystalline and the dreams and hopes of people in the Ukraine.
Wow.
People in nations or dreams just in general. Why do you have to be such a dumb cunt?
You know that some of the most sharpest tool that we have to cut anything is water? Do you know how damaging water can be when it's pressurized?
It is under pressure. So why under no pressure do you not get that space exists?
Dude, I'm trying to stick to one topic, dude. You're talking about Ukraine, you're talking about space, let's just stick to
I just called you bluff.
Instead of gravity, that triggered Jazza to come on strong again.
I just called you bluff there, big dog.
You were a bit fucking past it, Jazza. You were a bit pissed tonight.
No, I just called all your bluff. It's that space is where atmospheric pressure on the ground is fucking nothing, and that's where space is.
Yeah.
He's a bit drunk. I've muted him for the moment. Lion, do you want to go back to talking with Dawn about what you were talking about in Santiago?
He's lost.
I can't tell you.
Who's the Australian dude?
I thought he was being, whatever.
He does try, and he just can't stick to it.
Well, let me hash this out real quick since we're on topic. So liquefaction. I look up liquefaction on Google. It says liquefaction takes place when loosely packed waterlogged sediments at or near the ground surface lose their strength in response to strong ground shaking. Liquefaction occurring beneath buildings and other structures can cause major damage during earthquakes. But that's just a shallow definition of what liquefaction is. But liquefaction literally is the sorting out of dirt and rock by water.
So if I'm to believe Graham Hancock and his friends and other researchers, Michael Tsarion, biblical researchers, Jordan Maxwell, these guys, if I'm to believe them, we're all talking about a similar flood or the same flood in the past.
Well, I think that Graham Hancock is controlled opposition.
Oh, sure, yeah. But a lot of people talk about flood evidence, even if they're not Christian, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So we're agreeing there was a flood in the past.
Yeah. It wasn't just a localized flood, it was a worldwide flood.
I'm agreeing, possibly huge.
Yeah. Catastrophic. Never before has there been a flood like this.
I can imagine if two of the plates, if something in the solar system changed and two of the plates moved on a globe Earth, that would create huge tsunami floods, would move the water around the whole planet.
So Genesis 7:20 talks about that the waters prevailed above the tallest mountains, which we know are at the Himalayas, covering them 15 cubits deep. So above the tallest mountain, Mount Everest, there was 15 cubits of water.
And what do people climb to find on mountains? Shells. Sea creatures, shells.
So yeah, so basically my idea on the strata is that strata was laid down by water, liquefaction. And it's literally just a separation of dirt and minerals by weights and densities. And it actually, like when you measure the weight and densities of each geological strata, that's what you have. You have a literal separation of sediments that was packed down by water.
There's some mainstream science claiming there is marine life stuck in the limestone on Everest.
Yeah, for sure. There's shells up there for sure.
Sure thing, Fräulein.
But they explain that away through plate tectonics. They think that over millions and billions of years, at what used to be sea level, or at the bottom of the ocean, slowly, drifted little by little every year till it reached the peak. Yeah,
could explain it for me. I'm hoping to both.
Sea spreading, plate tectonics. But the thing with that model is that, like, you'll find petrified trees and fossils, animal fossils, plant fossils that are stuck through like 20 feet of geological strata, undisturbed for millions of years. So either this strata over millions and millions of years, little by little, built up around these fossils, right, around these petrified trees, or this, what we call strata, packed in all at the same time with these animals together, were all packed after a cataclysmic event that led to the liquefaction of all the creatures and the sediment all at the same time, and just packed it all nicely together by their weights and densities.
And if you're willing to have a 13,000-year timeline, fit in the Sumerian and Genesis and the Bible accounts of the flood in that time, most people seeing the flood and telling the story.
Yeah, that's you already know me, bro. It's between 6,000 and 13,000 years. The age of the earth.
That gives time for quite a few civilizations to have had quite a few events. Just thinking about Jazz's poor mind. He jumped all over the place. This isn't real. I'm not paranoid. Dreams.
Yesterday, those were the topics from yesterday. Ukraine.
His mind's just going bing bong, little ping pong game.
So the Grand Canyon, and there's a mini canyon somewhere too. I forget where it's at, but like either the Colorado River carved the Grand Canyon out over millions of years, or the Grand Canyon could have actually been carved out fairly quickly within days or weeks by a cataclysmic event, like something hitting the North Atlantic ice shelf, like a comet, or just a massive amount of water, high pressurized water, just carving the landscape.
Recently saw videos where surfers cut a small hole between heavy river and the coast, the sea, and it pushes through the sand over a few hours. A huge river.
Standing wave. Yeah, it makes a standing wave.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do it in Wyoming. They've been doing it for years. The bodyboarders and that. It's a bit like the Severn Paw. Have you heard of that, Dawn? On the Severn River.
Yeah.
It's just like the longest freestanding wave. Yeah. Cool.
And you can imagine that at continent size. Continent size with a few weeks instead of a few hours. You can just cut through.
Mm-hmm.
The Ark of the Covenant.
Dude sounds like he's in an Indiana Jones time loop.
I'm fucking watching the movie right now.
Yeah, I should watch it too.
We found it.
So
Lion, what's that liquefaction word? What does that mean exactly?
Let me look it up again to give you a proper definition, but liquefaction by United States Geological Survey.gov says liquefaction takes place when loosely packed waterlogged sediments at or near the ground surface lose their strength in response to strong ground shaking. Liquefaction occurring beneath buildings and other structures can cause major damage during earthquakes. And then Wikipedia says liquefaction in material science. Liquefaction is a process that generates a liquid from a solid or a gas, or that generates a non-liquid phase which behaves in accordance with fluid dynamics.
It's almost like quicksand,
naturally and artificially. But it's basically when you shake the sediments loose, right?
Yeah,
Whether it's by water or tectonic shifting, whatever. But what happens is when you shake up all these sediments, that's what liquefaction is. But you need water as a medium to really properly demonstrate liquefaction take place. And
for it to be pushed down and compacted how it does, and yeah, I think I get it.
But it's interesting because yeah, like when you look at the strata, bro, like it's literally a perfectly divided layer. Like it's all perfectly divided by their weights and densities. So, sedimentary rock. What is the definition of sedimentary rock? Because that's what we're seeing when we look at the geological strata. We're looking at sedimentary rock. Well, what does sedimentary rock actually mean? It says here on Wiki, just a quick Google search. Sedimentary rocks are types of rocks that are formed by the accumulation or the deposition of mineral or organic particles of Earth's surface, followed by cementation. Sedimentation is the collective name for the process that causes these particles to settle in place. They're literally describing liquefaction. Like even in the inherent definition for sedimentary rock implies a liquefaction event, which I believe was the Great Flood that deposited these minerals by their weights and densities, by their molecular densities, literally collected and packed these things. When think about all this water that was once above us, 15 cubits above the tallest mountain, packing down, like this happened over a whole year. So over a year, when all the what do you call it? The muddied waters, right? Like when you shake up the sand at the lake, when you're at the lake and you just walking in the water, you shake up all that sand. All this sand eventually came down and deposited itself according to its weights and densities, and over a year's period was packed by the weight, this immense weight, packed it all nice and neat. And what we have now over 6,000 years or 4,000 years is what we see as the geological strata, because the face of the earth was reshaped by this cataclysm. It completely decimated. There were giant trees 2 miles in diameter. These big tree of lives, right, per se, and these things were ripped to shreds by this water. This water completely decimated the landscape, and all the trees on it were completely teared from their root mass.
Indiana Jones is shit, man. Santiago, are you still here? Bollocks.
I killed the chat.
It'd be interesting to know your opinion. what the earth looked like before the flood? Were there mountains? Were there rivers? Where does fresh water come from anyway? And why are the oceans all full of salt? And maybe those mountains in the Bible story, were they actually giant trees and then they got knocked over? Were there mountains originally or not? And do they have strata? And was there strata in those mountains before the flood, if there were mountains?
I would believe that there could have still been strata before. I mean, it's possible. If you look at the creation account, the whole earth came from the waters. It came up from the waters, and the waters above and the waters below were separated. And we're kind of contained in this little ecotarium. But yeah, so like the scriptures are clear that before the flood, the earth only had 15% water. So like most of the earth was land, where now it's vice versa. Now most of the earth is water, or covered in water at least, and little exposed land compared to before. But the salt water comes from the inner earth because there's solutions like underwater. What do they call them scientifically? I forget the exact definition, but there's like these. They've recently discovered like a massive amount of water in the earth, more than on the surface, and it's salt. It's salty. And it's also interesting because like the biblical account, the fountains of the deep broke open, and the windows of heaven opened up, and so there was water filling the earth from the sky and from the inner earth. And when you look at the inner earth, where could these waters have come from? What we have is these geothermal vents that are connected to these, the oceanic trenches that follow all the way around the earth. It's like a baseball seam. You have like this underwater fracture that goes all the way around the earth, where there's still geothermal vents shooting up minerals and life force into the earth, but that at one point these oceanic trenches just completely busted open all around the world, and there were these geysers like Old Faithful at Yellowstone National Park, except orders of magnitude stronger and bigger and taller. And I mean, theoretically, these geysers could have reached 50,000 80,000 feet up, depending on how strong the pressure was and how much water we actually are talking about here. And the saltwater solution that shot up into the Earth's atmosphere, where it's like the further up you go, the colder it is. In certain regions on the Earth, the water came down as ice that instantly froze everything in its place. Like there's fossils, not fossils, but there's like woolly mammoths and all kinds of creatures that they're finding in the permafrost that are frozen in place. Like they were instantly frozen in place, flash frozen, and they don't know how the heck that happened, but I have an idea, and it's because of these geysers, this water that shot down from the heavens that came down as ice, saltwater ice, and completely just froze everything in sight, because these things are frozen in place standing up with broken legs. Like their legs are broken in place. So something happened where something accumulated on their backs at such a rate that broke their legs and froze them standing up. And they still had deciduous plant matter in their mouth. Like they were still chewing on deciduous like things that you would only see in temperate regions. And in their stomachs, there was food that was undigested. So whatever happened froze these creatures so fast that they would have had to have been frozen within a half hour, if not faster, because this food that was found in their stomachs was completely undigested. And even if it was in their stomachs for longer than a half hour, it should have been digested. So these things were frozen fairly quickly, to the point where even the stomach acids didn't break down the material in their stomachs. There's so much more science that goes into it. I'm not even qualified to speak on this. I'm just pulling it out of my brain because it's things that I read years ago. So I had to refresh my memory. But they found in Russia and Siberia, they're finding woolly mammoths in the tundra, frozen in place, and in Alaska, and all over the world, in China. Joe Rogan had a guest on recently, talked about the Boneyard episode. It's insane. On his property, he's found 10,000 woolly mammoth tusks. And we're talking about within a 2-acre property. And it's I don't understand how it's not like all over the news. But this guy on his property, he has so much ivory. He's got an ivory market right now. His daughter has an Instagram account where she makes ivory jewelry. And it's completely legal because this stuff's from the Ice Age. It's not like they're killing elephants in Africa and selling ivory. No, the ivory that they have is from the Ice Age, allegedly. But there seems to have been like these something happened where there was a whirlpool that collected a bunch of bodies into one little area and concentrated it into one 2-acre area. Now there's more bodies all over the place, but for whatever reason, this 2-acre area, it just filled with animal remains from the Ice Age and before that. He hasn't even properly categorized his collection. He has so many bones. It's just piles and piles and piles of bones and skulls, saber-toothed tigers, like all kinds of stuff. He's on his 3rd warehouse that he's constructing to collect these bones, and he's gonna have it categorized. He's had professionals come and evaluate his collection, and the people are astonished. They're amazed. And the government can't take it away from him.
Okay, bro, this is the story now, right? It seems that I'm the only one that is going to speak up, so it's going to have to be me again. Okay, you have the woolly mammoth story. That's true. We found that. We found what you said in their mouth. They were frozen, quick. We have evidence of that. We found fully formed mammoths. Fact. Now, the Bible story of a boat being able to carry all the animals is just sheer and utter nonsense. Okay? It's impossible that this happened. For one, there was a flood for 40 days and 40 nights. Where were all the insects? How did all the insects in the ground survive? I'll give you a pass that he carried a few animals, right? How did he collect all the insects in the world? Where did he put them? How is that possible?
Well, I wasn't even really trying to get into the biblical matters, but if you want to go there, I mean, I can entertain this. But so the thing with the scriptures is, right, they don't talk about Noah putting whales and amphibians and aquatic life forms and insects on the ark. There's no scripture that says he did that.
That's exactly my point.
Why would he have to bring insects when we know insects can survive in the water? Most insects can survive completely submerged for weeks. I don't know about most insects, but a lot of insects can survive. And if they couldn't survive in the water, they could have avoided the rain. The insects are basically like indestructible. People have said that even a cockroach could survive. It'd be like the last thing on Earth if there was a nuclear exchange. That cockroaches would be like the only things that would survive. But besides that, right? Like Noah did not bring aquatic creatures onto the ark. He didn't need to.
I didn't say aquatic. Do you know how many insects there are? Do you know how many spider species there are? Do you know how many ant species there are? Like, bro, this is worse than believing in cosmology, right? It's almost as worse as that. Like, it's sheer nonsense, bro. Complete and utter nonsense to believe a man and a boat did this. I mean, I just can't listen to that, bro. It's ridiculous.
I wasn't even talking about that, though.
Sure you were. Weren't you talking about the flood?
Yeah, I was talking about a worldwide cataclysm that seems to be corroborated by the scriptures, but it doesn't have to be biblical. We could just talk about something happened in history that flooded the whole world.
Yeah, no, never happened. It's impossible. That couldn't have happened. A complete flood of the world is impossible. Impossible, because all the creatures would have died. So
how
a
do you have
complete
seashells
flood of the world did not happen, bro. 100% did not happen. There was floods in places around the world, yeah. But a worldwide flood, that's impossible. Can't happen. We're not aquatic creatures. Nothing would have been left. There would have been no humans here had there been a worldwide flood. Impossible.
Unless you put them in a boat, but whatever.
Yeah, you put them in a boat. Yeah, sure. I mean, you can believe that fanciful story. Yeah.
Well, if you measure the diameter of the ark, right? The blueprint was given to us in the scriptures. If you do the math, Noah's ark could have fit 750 connexes or rail cars, right? 750 box cars.
Bro, it's bullshit, bro. Did he get Asians? Did he find Asians? Did he find were there any Aboriginals on his boats from Australia? Were there any Eskimos on his boats? How about Chinese? How about Japanese? It's all bullshit, bro. How can you repeat it, bro?
Oh, so you don't know about the story of Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Okay, so the three sons actually represent all the different races, bro. And they all win their own way, bro.Maybe you don't know that. That's okay though. That's all right. Don't worry.
Three sons?
Yeah, you're right.
Sons became Chinese, Aboriginals.
Yeah.
Did he have any Australian Aboriginals on board the boat?
Hey, the
Stop the bull crap, guys. Enough, man.
The Aboriginals are African, bro. What are you talking about?
Oh, please. Give it up, man.
Are they not? Are the Aboriginals African? Yes or no? Yes or no?
The Aboriginals from Australia are African?
From Australia,
what have you been smoking,
dude.
Bro?
Australia was fucking founded by fucking them taking prisoners to that fucking island, dude. Come on, bro. Like they were fucking Europeans. What the fuck are you talking about? And if Europeans,
bro. You're making a joke out of yourself. You think they brought the Aboriginals in Australia?
Dude, the Aboriginals. What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, it seems you need to check up on your history, bro. Sorry.
The Aboriginals are what? Are fucking a Bushman, right? They're fucking just like a bunch of fucking. They're like Native Americans, right? But for
they were there 40,000 years before the Australians got there.
40,000 years. So how do you know they're 40,000 years? Who told you 40,000 years? Who told you? Who told you that they even existed 40,000? Were you there for 40,000 years? Who counted it? Who started taking date? Who was the first man? Who was the first Aboriginal to represent 40,000 years ago? You sound like a baller right now, telling me that stars are 1.3 trillion miles away right now, bro. That's how you sound to me right now.
I love you religious guys when I put your foot to the fire, man.
No. My foot is in the fire, and I'm telling you right now, you sound like a baller.
Bro. Check out.
You sound like a baller.
From Australia.
40,000 years ago, bro. Yeah. Hey, SE. Don't ever talk to a baller about their time frame of the universe expanding, bro. Don't ever do that. Because what you're doing right now is exactly what they do. You are trying to put a time frame of 40,000 years with no evidence. You sound like a baller right now, bro.
Embarrassing yourself and
you sound like a baller. You embarrass yourself. You embarrass yourself with your 40,000 years account, bro. Yeah, you sound like a baller, bro.
Hear me out for a second.
Stop embarrassing yourself and check out the Aboriginals.
No need to get feisty. Just relax.
Yeah. Aboriginal 40,000 years, bro.
Matter. It's okay, SE. I'm a flat earther, bro. You don't have to worry about that. But in this matter,
you guys are interrupting me. Be quiet. I was talking. Right?
All right, go ahead.
And what's his name got triggered. You guys do that all the time. Whenever you talk religion, your sense goes out your brain. Now, I repeat, the Aboriginals of Australia were there before the Australians got there. Do you guys understand this?
Oh, are you asking us to speak now? Because you just told us to shut up. So
No,
do you
I
want
didn't
to
tell
speak
you to
now?
shut up. I told you, don't interrupt me while I talk.
Okay.
That's what I said.
So ask me the question again, and then I answer. Go ahead.
Okay. Did you know the Aboriginals of Australia were there before the Australians got there?
Yes.
So you know this now, but before you were ridiculing me for me telling you this.
No. Do you know that Native Americans were here before Columbus?
Yeah, no shit.
Okay, but I'm not trying to tell you that Native Americans were here for 40,000 years, am I? Because 40,000 years is bullshit number, bro. Like,
Look, that's the story, bro. I'm not telling you that's true or not. That's the story. Ask around. That's the story.
That's like a baller, bro.
My question was,
A baller has a story too. A baller will tell you that the Earth was created 14 billion years ago, bro. It's just a number, but that's a story. So, do you believe it? No, you don't, right?
Okay, calm down. It doesn't matter how long they were there, right? Now, you got triggered with 40,000 years. It doesn't matter. It could have been 5,000 years. They were there before the Australians, is my point. You agree with that?
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Okay, now, this man that you believe built a boat to save the world from the flood, were there any Aboriginal Australians aboard that boat? Yes or no?
They weren't Australians because they were in the land of the Middle East. So no, they weren't Australians. Nor wait, let me finish. Nor were there any South Americans because the three people that would have it's a story. I'll give you that. It's a story. But there was no South Americans, there was no North Americans, there was no Canadians, there was no Russians. This over the period of time when the three suns set out, right? One went to the south, one went to the west, one went to the east. How they got to Australia from Asia, I do not know. How they got from North America to South America, they kind of say that they probably crossed over Asia, whatever, blah blah blah. But definitely there was representing of a Caucasoid, a Negroid, and a Mongoloid, the three original races, which were the three original sons.
Where does it say that in the Bible? Where?
It doesn't say that.
Show me in the Bible where it says there were three races. Show me.
It doesn't say that. But
So you're making shit up.
No. They I don't know the
it's called the Table of Nations, bro. It talks about Ham, obviously the progenitor of Africans. You got Put, right? Mitzrayim, Cush, and Canaan. He obviously those people groups are all black, right? So deductive reasoning would tell you that Ham was black. And then you got Japheth, which is the progenitor of like the Europeans, the Russians, Armenians, Iranians. These people were white. And then you have Shem, which were Oriental, the olive tone people. And then you have a mixing of all three and you get greater diversities. You get Japanese and Mongolians. Mongolians are really a mixture of Japheth and Shem. And then you got Indians. Indians are a mixture of Ham, Shem, and Japheth.
Are you listening? When you talk, do you listen to yourself, bro?
No, you don't. No, because you just don't believe it.
The words that come out of your mouth, do they process in your brain?
Yeah, listen, no, you don't understand genetics. In one generation, you can go from being white to being black to being brown, right? Noah was an albino.
No,
you don't understand, bro. Noah carried the black gene in him. He carried the black gene in him.
No, wrong. What you said before is wrong. I never seen a generation of a man of white turning into black. You're absolutely wrong, sir.
Dude, you've never. Oh my God, you've never seen you never had a white friend that had black in him. You've never seen that in your life. You've never seen a black friend with the white parent. Are you kidding me, bro?
I'm 100% Puerto Rican, dude, and I came out
when
white.
You talk to me, don't think you're talking to some fucking dummy, right?
No,
you just said 3 seconds ago that a generation of white became black. I don't know who you think you're talking to, bro.
No, that's not
I live in a melting pot, bro. I come from Massachusetts, the East Coast. Go to Brooklyn, bro. You have all kinds of Puerto Ricans. I've seen ginger Puerto Ricans, bro, speaking Spanish with red hair.
I don't care
and their
if
parents are
Puerto
brown.
Ricans with green eyes,
their
bro.
parents are brown, and they were born with freckles, dude. You don't know what you're talking about.
Doesn't matter in this conversation.
It does matter because you're saying it's impossible, and I'm telling you, no, it's not impossible. I see it all the time. I have family members that are literally within the same siblings. You got one sibling that's brown and another sibling that's white, and they have the same parents. So what are you talking about?
Which of the three of the boat became Asians? Tell me, which of the three?
He told you.
Of the boat became Asians.
The Shem. He told you.
You guys are delusional, man. Like, seriously, you are really delusional, man. You think a race turned into another race?
No,
like, not another race. It's the human race. It's just the genetic diversity, bro. You're getting it. So you don't even know the difference.
Yeah, exactly.
You think a man brought 3 races on a boat, the world flooded, and that boat populated the whole world? Like, you're worse than a baller, bro.
It's
I'm
right.
serious. You guys are worse than ballers.
But hear me out, right? If Noah's Ark existed, right, and it was the size that it says in the scriptures, conservatively, you could have had 75,000 animals on that ark comfortably, and it would only fill 42% of the boat's capacity. 75,000 animals.
You have to explain Eskimos. You have to explain Australian Aborigines.
Okay. Let me explain
blacks.
Okay, let me explain.
Explain Chinese.
Let me explain it.
Okay, and you're going to interrupt me every time I talk. I know how this works.
You said you have to explain, so let me explain. Eskimos.
But usually you have to let a person finish his sentence, and then you continue talking.
Okay, well, you kind of said 3 sentences there, but I knew you're going with it. But so let me address your first one. Let me address the Eskimos. All right, Eskimos are native. They have an Asian background. Eskimos. Okay, so the Asians, right, from Asia, from the Orients, if you will, they did cross over into the land, over from, I guess it would be the furthest northern east of Asia, over into throughout Alaska, and then came down North America, which you have the Native Americans, which then went further down to South America, which were also all pretty much Asian mixed with, as he was telling you, how all these genetics, they all mixed together and they populated and they spread apart. They didn't just go in one day to North America. They didn't go in one day to down to Africa. Like, this is over thousands of years that this all happened, bro.
Didn't they all die in the flood? Didn't all those people die in the flood? You're telling me after the flood stories now, right? We're talking about how did they populate from 3 people?
8 people survived.
3 people
eight
on a
people
boat.
survived. So you had Noah, his wife, his 3 sons, and their wives, right? But hear me out. If you understand,
and they
you have to study
7 billion people.
You have to study genetics and population density and population growth, right? If you study population growth, you will realize that you can get 6 billion people a lot quicker than you ever imagined. You can get 6 billion people in just 1,000 years, right? From one couple, just one couple with an exponential growth of 2%, a fixed exponential growth of 2%. You have with a doubling around every 40 years, you end up with 6 billion people in just 1,000 years, 1,100 years. Right? 6 billion people, bro. That's what they say that the Earth's population is today. Never mind, obviously we have famine and floods and all kind of catastrophes and war and disease and plague and all this stuff. But with that aside, you can get 6 billion people in just 1,000 years, bro. Just from one couple.
You're delusional, bro. How about the deformities of brother and sister having sex, mother and, like you don't think logical at all when it comes to religion. You
don't think there was deformed people back then?
Completely.
You don't think there was deformed people back then? But at this on the other side of that coin, you can fuck your sister and not have a fucking deformed child. Like, literally, you can actually do that. Because
first of all, they weren't
go to
doing
Alabama, Go to Alabama, and a bunch of motherfuckers are having kids with one another in their own family and not having retarded kids. Now, are some of them? Yeah, you're right. Some do come out fucking all fucked up because the bloodline's too close. But if you have let's say 3, 4, 5, 6 generations down the road, it's fucking different, bro.
Bro, you gotta wake up, man. You guys gotta wake up. You Christians in America, you gotta wake up, man.
Right.
You've been conned by a bunch of Jews, man.
Okay. Hey,
are you gonna let me say a sentence, bro, or am I gonna stop talking with you? If you interrupt me again, the conversation's over between me and you.
All right, go ahead then. I'll let you finish.
I'm gonna say a sentence, and you're not gonna interrupt me, bro.
That's fine. That's fair. Go ahead.
Okay. I say, you Christians in the States have been brainwashed by a bunch of Jews. They sold you a story, and you're fighting for them in the Middle East and all these places. You're getting killed by a bunch of Jews, people that showed you a story. You've bought a story. You've been Stockholmed. Period. I say no more.
Okay. How did the Earth populate? Please explain. Go ahead.
I have absolutely no idea.
Okay. So we have a story that kind of gives us an idea. But that's okay if you want to hand wave it and not relieve it. That's fine. That's fair. But we're telling you that it is possible. It is possible.
No, it's not possible. I'm telling you, it's not possible. Physically, not possible for a man to have a boat.
So then how are we here?
Don't interrupt me, bro. Don't interrupt me.
All right, go ahead.
It's not possible for a man to make a boat, put all the creatures and men inside, and repopulate the world. No, this is not possible.
Okay, so then how did creation start then?
I have no idea. I don't make up bullshit story like you guys.
Even if you don't believe in abiogenesis, you have to admit that if there is a creator, he would have created everything according to its order, according to its kind. And if you believe in irreducible complexity, then everything was created perfectly off the bat because every single one of its parts is indispensable.
Absolutely.
So you can't reverse
and the creator did not pick up one race called the Jews and make them almighty. They have conned you into believing this, bro.
No, you're the only one talking about Jews.
That. You gotta accept that. You're fighting for the wrong cause.
You're the only one talking about Jews, bro. You're the only one talking about Jews.
First of all, Noah was not a Jew. Abraham was not a Jew. Adam was not a Jew.
Exactly.
So what are you talking about?
They were all pushing the Jewish story, not your story, not your God. Understand that. You've been conned.
Judah is one of 12 tribes, dude. Judah was one of 12 tribes.
Of the 12 tribes. Those were all Jews.
No, they weren't.
No, they weren't.
Judah is one son of Jacob, one tribe that ended up, because the northern house became exiled, Judah was the only one left. And some of Benjamin.
What?
Just a story. You've been sold. You have nothing to do with the Jewish race. Nothing. And they hate you. They think you're below them.
Technically, I have Jewish in me, so I would argue that you're wrong. I do have Jewish in me, bro.
You're talking about rabbinical, zealous Jews, right?
Make you a Judaism. World. If you're not white, they're gonna make you a cleaner, maybe at the best you can hope for. You keep fighting for them, bro. I'm gonna tell you the cold hard truth, and if you don't like it, that's just too bad for you, man.
You mean you're telling us your cold hard belief, and that's fair. That's fine. You believe what you believe, and that's fair.
It's the truth, bro.
It's the truth that you.
I know Jewish people. They think you are just there to work for them.
No, Noah wasn't a Jew. Let me repeat that. Noah wasn't a Jew.
I don't give a damn what he was. You're fighting for the Jews right now, and you don't realize it, bro.
No,
it's a beautiful con. They have conned you.
I exposed the Jewish Mishnah and the Jewish Talmud and the Babylonian Talmud. But hold on, real quick. They weren't marrying, like, they weren't having father and daughter relationships, mother and son, or brothers and sisters. That wasn't going on. At least in Shem's lineage, that wasn't going on.
So how did they procreate the world? How did 3 people, 4 people, how did they procreate the world?
Cousins, nieces, and nephews.
And they're not related?
No, they were related, but it wasn't brothers and sisters.
So it's a sin. So the world started off with a sin, according to your Bible.
No, because they allowed cousins to marry and
it was okay then. Gotcha. Right.
nieces and
Gotcha.
nephews.
What a bunch of crap, man. Sorry,
it
man.
sounds crazy.
Somebody's got to tell you guys like the way it is, man, or you're never gonna wake up.
Just hear me out, dude. Because the thing is, over time, the genetics, they saturated to the extent where we've been intermingling for so long, and we have corrupted genetics because of sin, that we can no longer be married. Even our cousins, you're gonna get problems now. Where before that wasn't a case. There would be no genetic deformities from marrying your cousin. But now you will have genetic deformities because of the saturation of the DNA. It's like when you get a puppy mill and you just keep breeding the same kind of family over and over and over again. Eventually, those puppies, you're gonna end up having retarded puppies because of genetic saturation.
All you have is a belief. Don't try to convince people it's true. You're gonna sound really, really dumb. It's all a belief. You have zero proof of it.
Yeah. Okay. So let me understand this. We have zero proof that the Earth populated, but obviously the Earth populated. So what would be your proof then? What would be your? I know you say I don't know, but what would be your guess? Your best guesstimate. How do you think we populated if it wasn't from original one man, one woman, and they just fucking gave birth to everybody? What would be your explanation then? Go ahead.
I'll tell you. I think we were created by a person that doesn't give two shits about us. He has whoever this thing is. He has us like we have fish in a bowl. Fish bowl, couldn't give a damn if you lived or died or what your son did or your daughter or your grandmother did. Couldn't give a shit. Just like you, when your fish, a couple of fish die, you take the rest of them out, you clean the water, you put new fish in. That's it. No more, no less. There's nothing else. There's no other proof to show any different.
So how does the fish populate? How do fish populate then?
You go to the store, you get new ones.
No. In the beginning, how did fish populate?
What do you mean, how do they populate? The same way they do now. They give birth. The creator made his creatures give birth.
Okay, so the creator made a female and a male fish, and they populated, correct?
Well, he could have made dozens of them. I don't know.
Okay.
He could have made 100,000 females and 100,000. Who knows?
Okay. So you're saying that the creator might have made 100,000 people, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's fair. That's fine.
That's fair.
Now, in the story, along that story of creation, with 100,000 people made, okay, all of a sudden he flooded the world. Which, by the way, every culture has an account of a great flood. Every culture has that account. The Chinese, the fucking Russians, the Middle Easterns, the Africans, the Native Americans, all of them have an account of a great flood. Somehow, some way, they all are on the same page.
What's the story? What's the various other nations' story of how the world got repopulated? Do they believe in a man in a boat? What do they say happened?
That's a good question. Let's ask a Chinese person who also has a story of a flood. Let's ask them. Yo, if there was a flood, then how did the world populate after the flood? That's a good question. I'm not disagreeing with you on that, SE, because that's a good question. How do we ask an African? Hey, in your history, right? You guys have a great flood, and he'd be like, all Africaned out, but he's fucking saying that there was a great flood. But then how, if there was a great flood and so many perished, then how did the world repopulate? And that's where we're at right now. How did the world repopulate after this historical, by the way, there's like archaeological fucking evidence of a great flood. And so if you have every culture having a story of a great flood, and then you have archaeologists finding seashells on the fucking highest mountaintops, and they're like, how did these get up here? Then obviously the story makes sense in that story. But then we're at the point where, okay, let's give it to them. Let's say there was a great flood. Now, how did they repopulate the earth after there was a great flood? Then we turn to the scriptures. Now that's maybe where you go left and we go right. No. I'm hear me out. That this is where you go left and we go right, and that's okay. But it's the question still remains: how did they repopulate after the Great Flood?
First of all, bro, you haven't proved that there was a worldwide flood.
I don't have to prove anything.
What we have here. Let me finish, bro.
Go ahead.
Don't get excited. We have all day.
You're right. I'm sorry. Go ahead. It's early. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm on my 27th beer. You're right. Let me slow down. My bad. Go ahead.
No worries. This is a topic that always triggers people, and I understand that, right?
You're right. Yeah. Hey, honestly, hold on. Before we go further, my apologies, SE. I fucking love you, and I'm sorry. I respect you. We have really good fucking conversations. We fucking smash on these ballers together. So my apologies, bro, that we got into a little topic here that you're right, bro. I got heated, but respect, bro. My bad. I apologize. Do you accept my apology?
Yeah, of course, bro. And I apologize too. I respect my Christian brothers, but you have to understand my feelings on the matter, right?
You're right.
The way I see it is I'm helping you guys out. I see it as you're my brothers, and I just gotta say this. I just can't keep this in me, right? I don't know what it is, man. I mean, I have to say the truth or what I think is the truth.
All right, that's fair.
That's the way I am.
That's fair. Go ahead. I accept your apology as well. Go ahead.
All right. So this is the thing, bro. We haven't proved that there was a worldwide flood, right? Now, what I think is possible is where Europe is, right? That's where most of the population was. Now, there is proof that there was a flood, right? So what I think in that area, there was a big cataclysm and there was a big flood in that area. And I think that's where all the stories, because that's where most of the world population was. But that's just a theory of mine, right? Okay. But now, when you think of it sensibly, right? They cannot have been a worldwide flood, bro. All the population cannot have died if you think of it logically, and then rebirthed by a boat with a few people and a few animals. That cannot happen physically, bro. It's impossible.
All right.
Can I take over real quick, Apocrypha?
Go ahead, Lion. Go ahead. I'll fall back. Go ahead.
That's fine. So the thing is, this story seems unbelievable. It's impossible, right? But let's just entertain it, right? If there was a worldwide flood and the world was decimated and all humans on it died off and it was just one family of 8 that survived in an ark and they landed in the Middle East, that's where the story says that Noah landed. And then you have even contemporary geologists will agree that there seems to be some correlation here with the the Fertile Crescent or the cradle of civilization. I posted some images showing you where the cradle of civilization is and where the most ancient civilizations that we know of on record are from. You have Babylon, ancient Sumer, Uruk, and Ur. These are some of the oldest civilizations on record. And they just happen to all be near where Noah and his family descended off the ark, right? It's just a coincidence, right? And then from this area, the human beings started populating the earth and spreading outwards to all the continents. The scriptures tell us that the continents were uninhabited. They actually, Noah divided the land masses to he gave certain land masses to his sons, and it was equally divided by borders, right? By borders, and they weren't allowed to take each other's land. But we know that almost instantly Canaan started taking Shem's land, and Japheth wanted some of Shem's land also. But regardless, what I'm trying to say is that there is evidence that this actually happened. And you don't have to believe this, but I believe that the North American continent and the South American continent were completely uninhabited till 2,800 years ago. So around 2,700 to 2,800 years ago, you had people groups that came into the Americas through the Bering Strait. But there was nobody here. This land was completely uninhabited by human beings. And I can show you that scripturally and archaeologically, show you the dispersion of man throughout the world, the origin of man throughout the world. It sounds far-fetched until you start looking into it.
Bro, I'm familiar with that part of the explanation. I'm familiar with the Bering Straits, how it was frozen, how they say the Chinese crossed over. I'm familiar with that story, bro. But that's not what we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm not talking
We're
about that
talking
either.
about generations after that, a long time after that.
Yeah, well, the Bering Strait hypothesis that goes back 12,000 years by nomadic men. No, I'm not talking about that, bro. I'm talking about 2,800 years ago, a lot shorter time span, and by a certain people groups the Assyrians, alongside the lost tribes, were the first ones to the Americas. I have I built a whole case by backing this up.
I hear you, bro, but you still have to explain the repopulation. And I say that's where your biblical story falls apart. It cannot be, bro. One boat cannot repopulate the world, bro. Think logically. I think this is what I think. When you guys go to scripture, right? You toss logic out the window, bro. And I don't mean that in a mean way, bro. I don't mean that in a mean way. It's just you guys lose your logic when it comes to scripture, bro. I mean, somebody has to tell you guys this, man. Because otherwise, you're logical fucking people. But when it comes to scripture, you lose all your logic.
Well, okay, I'll explain that, right? But before I do that, I just entertain the idea that there were no people here, bro. 2,800 years ago, there was no humans in the Americas. Why weren't there any humans in the Americas? If what you're saying is true, and that there was hundreds of thousands of people, that there was no such thing as a worldwide flood, that the flood was localized, then what happened to all the people in the Americas? Why is it that when the lost tribes with the Assyrians crossed over the Bering Strait, not 12,000 years ago, but 2,800 years ago, 2,700 years ago, into the Americas, why was it empty and uninhabited?
I don't believe that story. If that story is in the scripture, I call bull on it right off the bat. If it's in the Bible, I don't believe it.
All right.
That's how much I disbelieve in this story. If it's written in the Bible, it's most probably not true.
All right, that's fine. But the reason so the scriptures I hold as foundational truth, and some things in our life are counterintuitive. They don't make logical sense, right? To us, to our brains, to our senses, they don't make logic. That's why sometimes I say that logic can break down if you're using your cognitive abilities, and when you compare it to the scriptures, I always hold the scriptures above even my own understanding. Because our understanding as mortal men is flawed, and the scriptures are inherently truthful in my eyes. So the scriptures are the foundation that I stand on when I try to make sense of the world. And if it doesn't vibe with the scriptures, then I put it aside, regardless of how counterintuitive it might sound.
Bro, I understand that and I respect that. Like I told you, I have people like that around in my life. My mom is like that. There is nothing I can tell her. And I mean nothing. I could bring her in front of God, right? And show her that it's not true. She will not believe it, right? I understand that it's a belief. They fast. They believe. Like there's no way. It's like you guys know math, right? Flat Earth math, Charles, right? You hear him talk. There's nothing you can tell this person that's gonna make him change his mind. The same way with my mother. And I know you guys are the same way, right? You bought into this religion. There's nothing that I can tell you that logic would penetrate. And this is what frustrates me, man. You're bright, you're smart, young people, you got your whole life ahead of you, but yet you bought into this con. And it fucking gets me mad. Like if I didn't care about you guys, I'd say, who cares? Leave them be idiots, right? But it pisses me off that smart people like you bought into this fucking story.
That's exactly how I feel about you and your flat Earth.
Yeah, same way. Yeah.
You threw logic out the window and you fallen for the con.
Come on now.
Yeah, exactly like that, Don. Yeah.
Very frustrating and embarrassing.
Don, get out of here, Don.
No,
okay,
some of you guys actually explain your flat Earth logically. SE throws it totally out the window.
Okay, so just real quick. Wow, SE, he's shots fired, SE. But SE. Let me share with you why I believe in a spiritual, religious, whatever you want to call it, realm, because I personally have experienced these. Hold up, I'm trying to open this beer up. My bad. I personally, I'm on my 28th. You know what I mean? We just keep the party going, SE. Come on, let's just keep it going, man. So listen, I personally have experienced these supernatural miracle. I've said it before. I don't know if you heard me before. My dad has this crazy spiritual gift. I know that my daughter has a weird, crazy gift. My son does. I myself do. My sister does. The things that science can't explain, SC. So I have a bias when it comes in regards to this creator, if you will, this spiritual realm, if you will. So with and so I have that part of it. Now, what do I believe it comes from? That comes from the scriptures. Now, you're telling me I've fucking hook, line, and sinker. I fell for it. Okay, it is what it is, but there's still the unknown and unexplainable that I have personally experienced myself. So I get what you're saying. And honestly, this is what I even told fucking Gem Panda's dumb fucking server. I said, we're dealing with the core beliefs of people. So when you have a core belief of something, it's really hard to shake. And it gets very emotional.
Exactly. That's my whole point. Yeah.
And I agree with you. So you're never going to tell me, SE, that God is not real, that the creator is not real.
No one can tell me that. I never said that.
No, I know. I'm just saying that like figuratively, okay? The same way when you tell a baller, bro, it's not a ball. And they're like, screw you, get out of here. I will never believe that because they have that's their core belief. Now, how did we get here? What's the stories? How did everything happen? Like, yes, that's up for debate because guess what, Essie? I wasn't around when Noah built that ark, if he did, but he did, because that's my belief. So like it's one of those things where it's like what's the three things that you don't, or at least the two things you don't talk about with people at a party? You don't talk religion, you don't talk politics, because that's you're hitting the heart of people. So
yeah, but we're not at a party, we're in a truther server.
Right.
So when I hear bullshit, right, I can't help myself, bro. I mean, I'm sorry, but
all right,
I'm gonna call it out.
I got my own compromise. Sumerians that turned into Hebrews had a family line. They had a boat. They repopulated a certain area, and that is actual family bloodlines. And so did other groups, maybe around the earth. Other races also had boats, had to survive some cosmic events, and then repopulated. But we don't have every single family tree. Some of them have been hidden.
Yeah,
I don't know about that, Don, about books, but I know one thing for sure, 100%. There was not a worldwide flood. And if there was, everybody would be dead. There wouldn't be no 7 billion people on the earth. That I know for sure.
No, a worldwide flood, as in most of the earth, let's say 75%, 3/4 of the earth, and it was over weeks. So it flooded different parts of the land, one by one, rushing around. The water was splashing about in the puddle, the flat earth puddle.
No, but in their story, the whole earth got flooded, Don. Everything.
Yeah, they don't mean
earth. There was no mountain high enough. There was no peak tall enough. The whole world flooded.
They're telling you there was enough time to get on a boat that was made. So it's not like
only one boat.
Flood,
only one boat.
They're not saying everyone drowned, but they didn't drown. They're saying it was a cosmic event and people managed to survive on a boat.
No, they're saying God, an almighty being, flooded the entire world. Everything for 40 days and 40 nights. The entire world, not part of the world, not some of the world, all of the world. 40 days and 40 nights.
You think it was just completely flooded in the water, no mountain peaks, nothing, no islands left?
No, it never happened.
That's what I believe.
That never happened.
Everything was flooded, dude. The highest mountain peak was flooded up to 15 cubits above the tallest mountain peak.
And you're saying only one person managed to have the idea to get his people on a boat?
No, he was the only one that was given foreknowledge of the event that was about to come upon the world, and he tried warning people. If you read the biblical account, he tried warning people for 120 years, repent, and nobody wanted to listen. They thought he was a loony bin. They thought he was a nutcase.
I'm gonna have to agree. Let's say that is a very far out climb.
Yeah, it's all right.
I'm still willing to work on a compromise.
There's no compromise, bro. It's a con put about by a brilliant race. I really admire the Jews. Like for me, they're the smartest people on earth. They've managed to con the most powerful country in the world to do their bidding. It's unbelievable, man.
Noahide laws.
It's unbelievable.
Because he was the only one. Now we've got to follow his way. The Noahide laws. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Let's say this, Essie. Let's skip past the flood, and then there's generations of kings and rulers. Will you at least account for that historical evidence that there were these particular rulers and leaders?
How did they repopulate if they were all dead?
No, we already told you there was 8 people, but you don't want to believe that. But okay, let's say fast forward past. Okay, let's say. Okay.
So you want me to give you one miracle, like the Big Bang? Give you a miracle, like the Ballers? That's what you're asking for.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. No. I am asking for that. But just walk down the path with me, okay? Do you at least agree with the genealogy and the recorded events of the people that existed after the flood?
The flood being when? There was no biblical flood, bro. Understand that. I don't believe in a biblical flood.
Okay.
And hold on. And the only flood that we have proof of was 12,000 years ago. That is not in the lineage of the Bible at all, bro. Not even close to it.
How do we know it's 12,000 years ago?
Well, if we're to believe in what the scientists say, and that's up in the air, right?
There
is 12,000 years they give us.
Okay. So every culture, as I said earlier, if you go to the heart of Asia, you go to the heart of Africa, you go to the heart of South America, even the Native Americans, even the Americas, they have a story that was passed down to them somehow, some way. They all knew that there was a great flood. Actually, there's another word for that. I forgot what language it's in, but they all knew it to be that particular, like, there's this, I forgot the name of it. Man, I wish I remembered it. But the Great Flood, every culture has this account, not because they experienced it, but because that story was passed down for generations.
Okay, so they should all have the Noah story as well, right? All these cultures, they should all have the Noah story, correct?
Yes.
I bet you not one of them has it.
It's interpreted according to their cultures, but it's all still representing
it's
a great
Jewish
flood.
Story. Put it through your thick skull.
No.
It's a Jewish story.
Okay. The Chinese believe in a great flood. Has nothing to do with the Jewish story. But because generation after generation after generation, they have been told and they believe that there once upon a time was a great flood. Matter of fact, there's like ancient drawings or paintings of them recounting that event. And that's historical evidence, bro. Like, that's literally something that you can literally look up and see that these cultures, all different cultures, had a great flood, quote unquote, story. Now,
okay, I've heard that. Apocryphon, bro. I heard that. Now, we have to go and search, because I know you don't know because I asked you, right? Wouldn't you think it reasonable, right, and logical if they had the same flood story, right? Don't you think that they would have the same recovery story from the flood?
Not necessarily.
They would have to show how man repopulated and how the animals repopulated, right? Where is that story in these cultures that you claim all have a flood story?
That's a good question. That's a really good question, because for the most part, even though it's understood that so many cultures had the great story, they don't all talk about, well, then how did everything repopulate? I agree with you on that. They don't all do that, but one does. One does account for that story, and that's that's the Hebrews. The Hebrews accounted that story.
Right. So we're supposed to believe
Sumerians
now.
have got their own version of recovery as well. It's not Noah
in Egypt.
In the Sumerian text, is it?
So we're supposed to believe now, Apocryphon, logic, right? We're supposed to believe that a flood was done by the Creator, and this Creator chose one man who happened to be from that part of the world, just one man and his family. And this Creator let everybody else die and all the animals die except one man.
8 people.
8 people. Really? You actually believe this, bro?
Yeah, I do. It sounds crazy.
I know. I do too. It may sound crazy, SC. Let me sound like a baller right now. I do believe.
Crazy to tell me I'm a Jew and I come from Europe.
You're Jewish, Don. Live with it, bro. You're Jewish.
I have Jewish in me. That's a fact. But here's the thing, though. So what I'm saying is, the people that wrote the story weren't Jewish, bro. Like that's what I don't get why you keep like attributing Jews.
What SC is
If they are Jews, they are. And first of all, let me make something clear. I admire the Jewish people. I really admire them. Till today, I have nothing against. I have friends that are Jewish. I have business associates that are Jewish. And I love doing business with Jewish people. I have nothing against Jewish people, zero. I'm just stating the fact that they conned the whole world. They conned the Western world. And they did it spectacularly. I tip my hat to them.
All right. So with that being said, they pushed the story from themselves, even though every culture also had that same story, but maybe they didn't push on anybody. But there's still a story that can actually be, from all accounts of those generations passing on this story, they all represent a great flood. Now, if there's a great flood in all cultures, there's a great flood. Well, then what would explain? Well, then who survived? I don't know. I give you that. I wasn't
Nobody
there.
survived, bro. Nobody except 8 people. How can you survive 40 days of deluge? How? You can swim for 40 days?
No.
What are
They
you going
build
to
a
eat?
boat.
What are you
They
going
build
to
a boat.
drink?
No, they build a boat. They build a boat.
One person, one family build a boat. Yeah, 8 people survived.
Right. Again, just a story. And I give you that. It's just a story. But there's so much more context beyond that one story.
It can't happen, bro.
Would you like to hear another reading of it?
Even going back further to in the beginning. Even now we could you want to argue about the flood. Well, why not argue about in the beginning? Let's talk about Genesis.
I'll give you another reading of it. Noah is just the Jews' version of Enlil. Enlil fell out with Enki and took some of the hybrids, us humans, to start his own family line. And that was just one bit. There's loads of other people that carried on being developed under Enki.
All right. Again, just a story.
Enki, I was going to carry on. Sorry.
Right.
And the ship with 2x2 is about the DNA of each creature, not literal creatures.
Dude, here's the thing, dude. There's a story to be read. And a matter of fact, the Great Flood doesn't come until later. Let's rewind that tape and go in the beginning. Do you believe that there was Adam and Eve?
I believe
it's a story. Do you believe in Santa Claus? Same thing.
So Adam and Eve is a story.
Absolutely.
Okay. But doesn't there have to be a story to populate the earth one way or another?
Sure, I'll give you a story. There's an omnipotent being that you guys call God. and he made everything that we see here. We are his pets, and every once in a while, when the pet place, the bin gets dirty, he washes it out. To us, it looks like a flood, right? Cleans the place and repopulates his pets. How about that story?
Okay.
Who's better story? Your story or my story? Which is a better story?
That's basically what the scriptures say happened, though.
Yeah, that's kind of
that's what he did. He cleansed the earth of all unrighteousness. He literally bathed it.
I think that's accurate. Yeah,
that's very accurate.
What if?
So why are you criticizing him so much when you pretty
the
much,
repopulation, guys? Even if that's true, how did the repopulation happen?
Well, that.
Now, if you tell me God went to the pet store and brought new creatures there, new people, I'd say, yeah, okay, yeah.
Okay.
He brought new goldfish. But what you guys are saying, he brought 8 goldfish, and the 8 goldfish became 8 billion goldfish. That's
over
what you're
time,
saying.
yeah.
But do you think it's possible for one couple, if they populate, right, every 40 years, and then their descendants populate every 40 years, just doubling, you can literally get 6 billion people in just 1,000 years, bro? That's real, mathematically provable.
You know what that reminds me of? SE. Have you ever heard this? It was online for a while. They were asking people, would you rather take $1,000 right now, or $1 a day and it doubles for a year? And most people will just take $1,000. But that's because most people don't realize that if every day $1 doubled, by the time you hit 1 year, it's in the millions of dollars, bro. Because
you have to be dumb not to figure that one out right away. Like, how dumb do you have to be to take $1,000?
I think that's the point.
No, that's the whole point, bro. Like the people populated because over time, 2 people can make billions of people every fucking day of it passing by, or in this case, years go by.
Every 40 years.
Yeah.
Your story has no logic. Your story doesn't make sense. It's not physically possible for what you're saying to happen, bro. Put it through your head. You cannot collect all the creatures on the earth and put them in a boat and have 8 people repopulate all the different things on earth. Chinese, Aboriginal. Get it through your head, bro. It's impossible what you're saying.
No, it's easy with samples, like genetic sample. It could be like seed bank sort of thing, you know.
I heard that one before. That one is believable. Yeah, gene, like a gene. And still, you'd have to have every ant, every spider, every creepy crawly thing. That's impossible. We don't even know. We don't even know how much stuff is. Why do you guys always interrupt me, man? Why? Why?
Well, I shouldn't have.
Do I not give you time to talk? Do I not stop after I talk?
The thing is, they already do this in Norway.
Do what?
They have what you describe, a little bit of everything, of every species in Arctic. I think they do this in other
seed
places
bank.
too. Yeah, they have a little bit.
How big is that place?
Huge.
How big?
It's massive. Yeah.
You think it's bigger than the boat? Think it's bigger than that boat?
No, the boat might have been to something like that. That might have been the boat.
The boat would actually, by the measurements in the Bible, the boat is actually bigger than the fucking bank itself, bro. The seed bank itself.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Yeah, actually, yeah.
Okay, now let me ask you: will that seed bank, will it need human intervention in case something goes wrong, or will those things grow on their own in there? Would there be some sort of need of a human intervention to restart that?
Technically, it could be automated, but it probably is built for a human.
It's obviously symbolic, isn't it?
Yeah.
Two giraffes can't do it. Essie's right. You can't make a world of giraffes with 2 giraffes, unless you're like an expert alchemist farmer.
Yeah. Well, there were expert alchemists back
then.
Yeah.
I think the story of Noah is about a team of biologists, Anunnaki biologists.
If this story was brought in court, it would be thrown out, bro. You have nothing. Just beliefs. That's all you have.
But you had to understand that if the ark was legit, you could fit 75,000 animals on that ark, right? And only 42% would be used, right? So you'd still have more than half of the boat's capacity to store food and other things. And 75,000 pairs of animals, that's a lot.
Bro, there's one species of insect, I forgot, that has 5,000 different variations. How in hell did they bro, you're talking about an undoable task, bro. Not even Hercules could have done this, bro. It's impossible what you're saying.
How big is an insect, and how much room would how much room would 1 million different insects take in a fucking boat that can house 75,000 animals, bro?
Bro, we don't even know all the types of animals and insects there are. Don't you understand the complexity of this?
It can all be databased.
You don't need insects, dude.
It can be done with a team, an effort, a team of people. We do it today. It's been done before. There's nothing new under the sun. We still do this today.
Oh, really? You think you can repopulate the whole world with 8 people and a few species of animals?
Yes, it's definitely possible.
I believe it's it's not impossible. It's whether or not it happened is the question.
But hold on, insects and amphibians you don't need to put on the ark in aquatic life forms. Insects and amphibians, they can survive on their own. They don't need human intervention in the deluge. There was floating materials in the water. There was wood floating all over the place, carcasses. Insects and amphibians, they don't need help. Whales didn't need help.
Wasps, birds, ravens.
Yeah, birds. Birds
man.
he put on the ark.
It's all just DNA.
He put birds in.
There's an advanced gene bank sort of thing. Makes sense to me.
I mean, yeah, you can go down that route, but that's not what the scriptures say, so that's why I don't go down that route. He's literally put animals, but they weren't fully grown animals; they were juvenile animals.
See, that makes
and the scriptures state that he didn't have to go searching for these animals all around the world. Yah put it through the Holy Spirit. He put it in the animals to go to Noah. The animals already knew.
God, listen to this.
Hold on, you don't have to hold on. Don't interrupt me. Just real quick. You don't have to believe this. But the animals had the intuition of the imminent flood. While humans were partying it up and didn't want to take Noah's warning seriously, the animals started piling up, showing up around the ark, millions of them. And not all animals made the cut either. A lot of animals were left behind. Only the ideal pairs of animals were allowed onto the ark, and they were juvenile animals. And the lions and certain animals had to bow at the entrance of the ark for them to even get in. And if they didn't bow, they weren't allowed in the ark, because these animals had to be subservient to Noah.
Oh, I got it. Maybe the cellular.
What do you say to that?
The cellular signal might have sent a signal out. And they could have got scanned in their DNA. Wow. I'm not even joking, dude. They could have been
maybe there's a Wi-Fi tower.
Wi-Fi signal could have sent them there, and they got scanned. I'm not even joking.
You know what I suggest, guys? After you calm down, play this tape back and listen to yourselves and say, "Did I say that?" Like, really, you guys are saying the craziest stuff, bro. Animals lining up, bowing, going up. Like, come on, man. Where's your logic? Like,
no, you are right, bro. It does sound crazy. You're right. It does sound crazy, bro.
What if the animals got DNA tested right there on the spot? Serious?
Yeah, that's a possibility, bro. They had genetic seed bank.
Yeah, I mean, what if they got a signal through the air that's told them to show up there, congregate, and then they got DNA sampled and what discarded,
Animals know, bro. Before an earthquake, before a hurricane, before a thunderstorm, they know, bro. They can sense it, and they knew that the flood was coming, and they were, by the Holy Spirit, the animals were led to Noah's ark, and Noah had to just choose which ones were.
The ark could be an archive. It could be like a genetic archive. Or maybe all that happened wirelessly.
Who knows? I wasn't there.
House, right? Maybe
maybe none of it was physical. Maybe all of it was wireless.
Then, right? There's all shit all over the place, and we decide, okay, we're gonna remove the rabbits. We're gonna clean this place up, and then we're gonna put them back in. Maybe something like that happened. Who knows? But definitely not the way they say it in the Bible. That is 100% impossible. No freaking way in hell.
what if we misunderstand? What if we're making assumptions about the way the Bible explains it, and then we got to figure out, what specifically happened? Probably had advanced technology that confuses us because we're basic. We don't have the advanced technology that they used to have, or at least not widely available to us. So we don't understand it. What it's, it might be simple to somebody from, let's call it the future or the past. Same different. Somebody that lived it far more advanced technology is simple to them. Like, oh, of course, an arc. Duh.
Maybe some disease broke out in the creator's livestock, right? And he had to call. He had to call the place, and he had to clean it up. He just put a hose to it.
Yeah, it makes sense. Like a blight, like a blight got on the crop.
The creator cleaned up the pen, and the creatures thought it was flooding. I mean,
Yeah, that makes sense. It makes a lot of sense too. Yeah, he probably did go down to the pet store. I'm not even joking. It's highly plausible. I mean, imagine this. Okay, the creator lives in a very advanced society, and he walked over to the pet store, and here we are.
Yeah, a couple of humans, a couple of horses. Just like we go and we get the lionfish, we get this fish, the striped fish. Same thing.
Yeah, that makes a lot of
Why
sense.
do you think we're so special? Like we're chosen or something? We're not chosen. There's no sign of any God interfering and helping us out. As a matter of fact, the opposite is true. God doesn't appear to give a rat's bottom about any of us.
Yeah, it seems that way.
I mean, you can believe in what you want to believe, but you got to look out into reality and say, well, this is the story, just like NASA, right? They give us the Big Bang story, they give us this and that, but yet we see this. Now, why can't you Bible people do that? You hear a story and then you see reality. Why is it different?
I already told you my bias.
I think you both could be right, because also you could also be in a computer, and the computer. Okay, now it could be like not a computer. That it might be analog, whatever. But sure, like you're in a fishbowl, whatever. You both could be right.
They tell you a man walked on water. You never seen man walk on water. They tell you a man splitted the sea. You never see that happen. They tell you a man rose from the dead. You never seen that happen.
You could do
Why
all
can't
that
you
if you're
believe
in
it?
You could do all that if you're in a computer, though.
Well, I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
Look, this is the bottom line, right? From the beginning of time, people in power have realized that men believe in supernatural stuff. It's natural for a human being to say, man, where did I come from? What will I do when I die, right? And certain people saw that, right? And they take advantage of people, right? They come up with a religion. Yeah, we know what happened. It's this, and that. Adam and Eve, God, whatever. Now they have the power over you. Now, when you need to figure something out, you're going to go to the scripture. You're going to go to the Bible. You're going to go to them for the answer. And that's how they control you.
Well,
period. I mean,
even if that's all true, we don't know whether or not they made it up, because we weren't there and it was written by others in the past. So we have to figure out whether or not they made it up.
Oh, that we know for sure. You know why we know for sure? You know why we know for sure? Because you never seen or heard God. Have you? Have you ever seen or heard God?
I don't think so. I'm not clearly in English, like not in clear obviousness, like hello.
Seen God.
But I've
right.
often
So
wondered
it's a story then. Yeah.
Messages.
I've seen God in a dream before.
I mean, I've not clear. It's not been obvious. Now, the answer to your question would be no. But all sort of trippy stuff happens to me, but that doesn't count.
Okay, let me put it to different. If you were God and this was your creation, right? And you wanted to talk to the people, wouldn't you broadcast your message to everyone?
Well, that's what I would do, but perhaps he doesn't think like I do.
Yeah, the God is less intelligent than you. The God that created everything couldn't figure that one out. He said, you know what? I'm going to pick this guy here. Oh, let's see. Oh, Israel. Oh, that looks like a good spot. Hey, that guy there. I'm going to pick that ant to tell the story to. Come on, man.
Different doesn't mean less. Just because he does things differently than I would do things doesn't make him any less intelligent. Perhaps I just don't understand.
Bro, you're a general. Bro, you're a general. You want to get the message out to the troops. Do you broadcast it?
Yeah.
Live?
Yeah, logically, of course.
Or tell one guy.
Yeah, you got a good point. You have a very good point. Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. There's zero logic in the Bible. Zero. There's nothing logical in the Bible.
Well,
Not one thing.
Oh, that's an exaggeration. There is some logical stuff, observations and stuff.
Like what? Like what?
I mean, they wisdom, like cause and effect, karma, and stuff. They explain logical observations and stuff. Like if you do this, that'll happen. You don't do that because that bad thing will happen.
There's good moral stories. I'll give you that. There's like morality and okay, yeah.
So you exaggerated, but anyway, yeah.
Yeah, I overspoke there. Okay, yeah.
Why is it that the Creator chose individuals to send as a conduit, as a choke or bottleneck for His message? I don't know. That is mysterious. It's a good question.
Yeah, and if this being is so potent, right? Why do not all the believers believe in Him? We're in the minority. There's the Muslims, there's the Chinese. I mean, there's not one shred of logical explanation of why this religion is better than any other.
I have the answer, SE. Answer a few of your questions. Does he directly intervene? Yes. Have people heard him? Yes. Give you an example. Okay, I'm walking in the yard, right? And I'm walking by some pine trees. And probably 60 feet up in the pine tree, a limb breaks off. And it falls. I didn't hear it. I heard somebody say, step to the right now. I stepped to the right. A huge limb sticks straight in the ground like an arrow, right where I was. Right? So that's just one example. Many times my life has been saved. Now, as far as, broadcasting his message to everyone, if you were someone who desired a relationship that was sincere, would you speak to someone who is railing against you while asking you a question? Would you answer them? We have a lot of people that come in here a lot of times and, they're just insulting and provoking and mocking. They're not going to get an answer unless they sincerely seek the answer. Someone who asks you something just to see what you say and then take your words and twist it, that happens every day in every society. Yeah.
Does everybody deserve an answer? Because it's also possible that God does what He pleases, and so God simply may not wish to reveal Himself, make Himself known to others. Like, for example, people He doesn't like. Seriously. Maybe God is arbitrary. So what? He's got. I just saying. Hey, say Montreux says, why doesn't He broadcast to all the troops? Well, maybe He doesn't like all His troops. Hey, just wonder.
What reason, and what reason would He have not to like them, right? Well, could they be someone else's children? Could they be, as the Father, as the text says, there are children of the Father, the Heavenly Father, and there are children of the devil, right? And so it doesn't have to necessarily mean that the devil has offspring. It could just mean those are his people who are have loyalty towards him, right? So of course, does the Creator have enemies on the earth? Are they men? Yes, of course. So does he have situations where men are suffering for their entire life, and then at the end of their life they do something miraculous or something happens and it's for the glory of the Creator, right? We have many instances of that in the text also. But I don't know, SC, did you see the language, the Chinese language, the word for naked and the word for boat or ship?
No, what is it?
I put it in the text chat. There's 2 short videos. They're shorts. And, you know, in the Chinese language, the word for naked is a man eating fruit. The word for ship is 8 people in a vessel. So it's in the language, SE. It's in the language and many languages in this world. So it's the message is here, man. The message has been here.
Okay, brother. And I truly see you as a good person, right? Even though I think you're like you've been fooled, right? I truly think you're a good person at heart. Okay.
Well,
so I'll ask you this, right? For your own journey, can you just go and have a look? Because this just came to me today. I should have thought of it before. But all these cultures that have a deluge story, right? I want you to search for yourself, for your own, because I know what the answer is going to be already. I want you to, and that's presumptuous of me, I know. I want you to check and see what explanation of a repopulation they have after the deluge. I'm really curious. I might even do it myself.
Yeah, that would be fine. Yeah, we could do that.
We got Egyptian, we got Sumerian, we got Chinese, we got ancient Greeks, Romans, all these cultures, right? I'm really curious what their repopulation story is.
Well, you know, it always it always interests me with the different people groups and the things they say. I don't know if you've heard me say this before, but not a lot of people talk about the Tower of Babel, right? There's no movies that people used to watch. Like everyone used to grow up and watch the 10 Commandments, right? Charlton Heston, the 10 Commandments, that would always come on, but you'd never see a movie, you know, the Tower of Babel, and all these nations and all these people groups that would speak different languages. And of course, if everyone got split up, where did the languages get split? If we all came from one people, right? The languages obviously split at one point. So it would make sense to me, SE, that once that happened, what you had was people who had animosity towards other people groups. That would naturally occur. People would blame other people for the things that just happened. You know, oh, we were trying to build our big city and it was these people's fault. And this is where you get a lot of animosity from different ethnic groups, right? And people don't understand that. Yeah, people don't understand that, but that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, but listen, let me interrupt you for a second, right, before you go on. That's a good point, but guess who made those people that way? Because those people spoke one language before. Guess who made those people that way?
Now, guess what those people were doing?
We all know, right? We all know, right? God made them that way, right? Yeah.
Well, if he created them, he can do anything he wants to because they're just, you know, they're just clay vessels in his hand, and the spirit that he has animates them. So whatever he wants to do with them, he can. And I can't question him on it. But I would say this. What were those people doing that he did such a thing? What they were doing
building a tower
they were warring against him. Yeah, they were warring against him, right? So enemies.
Not warring. No. They were trying to reach him. They were trying to communicate with him, whatever.
No.
Tower to reach God, right?
No, not to communicate with him, SE. Not to communicate with him. So read all of those different groups of people and see what kind of story they had, SE. It wasn't to reach
me. I'm not interested. What was the objective when they were building the tower?
The objective has been the same: is to war with him, to replace him, to sit on his throne. Those are the things they wanted, man. They didn't want God over them. They wanted to be their own God. So it's there's so many aspects of this that people don't look at. That's why I'm saying, if you're sincere, why have I had a relationship with the Father where He saved my life more times than I can count, right? Why have I had something that I can't see intervene in my life and save my life so many times? Am I some special boy or something? Why have I seen it happen to other people? Why have other people seen it happen that have been beside me and not be believers, right?
Well, maybe you're worthy. Maybe I'm not worthy because I haven't had any of. Maybe I'm not worthy of this God. Maybe He doesn't deem me good enough.
if you blame him all the time, I wouldn't blame him for, not speaking to you. It's kind of like the old saying, a man goes to a barber, right? And the barber is sitting there and they're talking, and the man's speaking about God, and the barber says, I don't believe in God. And the man getting his haircut says, well, I don't believe in barbers. And the barber said, well, I'm right here. I'm right here cutting your hair. Why don't you believe in me? He said, look outside. Look at all those people with long, messy hair. If there were barbers, if barbers existed, everyone's hair would be cut and clean, right? And the barber looked at him and said, well, they don't come to me. They don't come to me. So the ones who do act like, oh, I went to him, I go to him all the time, are the same guys saying, you don't really believe in a God, do you? They speaking out of both sides of their mouth, man. You can't say you're sincerely asking for the Father to reveal himself to you and in the same breath rail against him. I wouldn't come to your house either, because I don't know what your intent is truly. The Father would know. But some people just need to be humbled, and some people it takes years and years and years, man. It could take the entire life.
Man. Let's use your barber.
I'd like to comment on that. Can I say something? I
sure,
want to
bro.
say I lean towards what North just illustrated as most probable and logical, but you know what? I got no way of proving or disproving what he said. That's all I've got to say.
Okay, fair enough. Here, let me give you an example how what you just said is like I can disprove it, right? You're saying people, the worthy ones, pray and God listens and talk to them, and the unworthy ones. Fair enough. I'll give you that. There's a war going on in Ukraine right now. The Ukrainians are Christian. Now, let me ask you, how many of those Ukrainians you think they prayed to God and asked them for this war not to have begun and for the war not, for the war to stop and for the country not to be destroyed? How many of them do you think God heard?
God has already prophesied about what's going to happen in those countries, as he.
So your God you believe in, let 200,000 Ukrainians die up till now, young men. This God.
See, so what I'm answering you, God has already prophesied what has to happen on this earth. Those
so
who
God condemned 200,000 Ukrainian young men?
See, can I finish?
Yeah, sure.
So, thank you.
I guess so.
So, being that he prophesied the things that have to happen, you choose whose side you're on, SC. And to call Ukrainians Christian, SC. What is a Christian? And have you went to every individual to verify they are a Christian, going by the standard that the book or the text says, right?
Yep.
Could we call them Christian? And SC, I don't know if you've ever spoken to many soldiers, but there has been direct intervention in their lives in battle. So that's happened many times, and many a man has been converted in battle. So there's many things to bring up with the situation you just spoke of, but see, you have to know about what he's prophesied and why he's prophesied those things to happen. It's just like you said in earlier. You have these people asking God, but they're his enemy. His enemies are going to die, and there's nothing wrong with that. He created the people, SC. They come from the dust of the earth, right? If they're dirt and his spirit animates that dirt, if he wants to put that dirt back in the kiln, he can do whatever he wants, SE. He's the creator.
I got the impression he's very arbitrary. That he does what he wants, right? The creator. That's my impression.
He does what's right. It's not what he wants. He does what's right.
Can I respond to you what you said there?
Yeah.
First of all, yes, we can know that the Ukrainians are Christians, and as a matter of fact, their Christianity goes way before yours, right? They're Orthodox, and absolutely they are Christians. Absolutely, no doubt about it. So, are you trying to tell me that God Didn't hear the cries and the praise of those Christians. Not one of them, not all of them are not deemed worthy to hear the word.
Be specific. What are their doctrines? What are their doctrines?
They are Russian Orthodox, the same thing as Greek Orthodox. It is an ancient religion started by King Constantine of the Byzantine Empire. Would you like more details?
Yeah, King Constantine. You could talk about Constantine. Constantine is not a Christian. So this is what I'll ask you.
What?
This is what I'm going
to. Dude, Constantine brought Christianity to you. If it wasn't for that man, you wouldn't be a Christian right now. You know that, right?
Okay, SE. I'm going to ask you very simply. Does Constantine have the same doctrines that I have according to the book? Or does he have different doctrines? And do the Orthodox Christians that you say are in Ukraine, what are their basic doctrines? And if you can't name them, you can't define a Christian, SE. You can't. If someone calls themselves a Christian, I can call myself an atheist. I can come on here with another account and I can say, hello everyone, my name is South and I'm an atheist, right? And you would say, this guy's an atheist, listen to him. Or I'm an agnostic, or he's an agnostic. That's what he said he was, so apparently that's what he is. You can be whatever you want to be at any time you want to be it. But you got to choose, right? And you have to be knowledgeable about when someone says they are something, you have to verify it. If I hand you a $100 bill, you better verify it's a $100 bill and not a counterfeit, right? But we don't do that with Christians, right? A lot of people don't do that.
Ukrainians are Christians.
If someone says they're Christian, SE, that doesn't mean they go by the book. Okay? It doesn't mean they believe in the same God or the same Messiah. It doesn't mean that. And that's what the book explicitly says, right? Now, if the book says that, that's where you need to go, right? So you can
they
show
believe the same things you believe. They believe in Christmas, Easter, the death of Christ, the resurrection of Christ.
I don't believe in Easter. I don't believe in Christmas.
Me neither.
SE, you're proving my point. None of those things.
You call yourself
SE,
you don't believe
are there counterfeit
Jesus Christ
or not? SE, are there counterfeit Christians or not?
Question, please. Don't believe in the resurrection of Jesus Christ, and you call yourself a Christian?
No, bro. Easter has nothing to do with the resurrection of Jesus Christ.
There's no Easter in the scripture when it comes to the resurrection. There's no bunny rabbits having eggs, SE.
Ishtar.
That's fertility. It's Ishtar, right? So, yes, fertility worship. So, when you see the bunny and the eggs, we know that's not natural. Bunnies have bunnies. They don't have eggs.
Let's say like being born again.
So,
I got a question for y'all.
No, just really quick. I want SC to answer this one question. SC, do counterfeit Christians exist? And what I mean by that is, are there people who say they go by the book and they do not go by the book? Does that exist, SC? Yes or no?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so when people call themselves Christians, how do you verify they are a Christian? How would one do that?
Well, as far as I know, the Russians were Christians.
No, how do you verify?
Are you the arbiter of what a Christian is? You go ahead. You tell me, sir. What's a Christian?
Is the text. They all have the same book, right? If we all have the same book and we all believe in the same book, SC, as you've stated, then you have to go by the book because it's the standard, just like a tape measure in your hand. If we all have the same tape measure, that's the standard measurement we're using, right? So, if we're going to build a house together and all these things that we're going to do. So, SC, again, you keep saying they are Christians. They're the same as you. They believe the same as you. But none of those things are true. And that's been proved multiple times in the last 45 seconds. So how do you verify someone is what they say they are when they say they are a Christian? How do you verify that? Is it just by their words? Or is it by...
I guess I guess you profess you're a Christian. You go to church and you're a Christian. I don't. You tell me. You seem to be the expert. You tell
Okay,
me.
SE,
You get
I'll tell you.
baptized.
I
Maybe
must
you
be.
get
I must be
baptized,
the expert. Okay,
bro. You're not
so
letting me talk.
to verify it,
It's
SE, to
really
verify their claims, right?
you're aggravating me.
If someone says, if I have
You are
55 different,
aggravating me. Do you not hear my words? You are not letting me speak. You are preaching to me, bro, and that really pisses me off, bro.
I'm not preaching, SE. I'm telling you, how do you verify someone is a Christian when you say all Christians believe the same thing? Everyone on this server knows that's not true, SE. You know it's not true. You know
Well, I
that
was
when Paul comes
starting
in and
to
speaks
answer
about,
you.
listen, SE, you are not unaware of this. You know there are people that believe in a Trinity, other people don't. You know there are Christians that believe in a resurrection, and there are Christians that don't. You know there are Christians who celebrate Easter. You know there are Christians who don't. Just because they say they're Christians doesn't mean they're going by the book, and that's what makes a Christian, right? If and I'm using this word Christian arbitrarily. So this word Christian, to verify someone goes by something, you have to go to the something being the book to verify that they're going by it, right? If your doctor is going to perform a procedure on you, right, and he says he's a doctor, right, and you're looking in the book and the book says this is how the procedure goes, and the doctor's doing something completely opposite, right?
People interpret the book by themselves.
So again, if the people interpret the book for themselves, then there are always going to be differences, right? And none of them can be the same, worshiping the same, believing in the same, right?
Well, it's very similar.
You just went against SE. You just went against SE when you said none of them believe the same thing, because they interpret it differently, right?
I'm saying they all believe similar things, but they have different interpretations, which means you can't judge who's real or not by if they're following the book. You can't interview everyone on every aspect of the whole book.
The book says you can.
Hold on, Don. Not everything can be broken down because of interpretation, and then it be considered subjective because of interpretation. Yes, there are some things in the scriptures. Well, no, but hold on. There are some things in the scriptures that are ambiguous. I'll give you that. But the scriptures overall are not ambiguous. When Yah tells you not to do something, don't do that, right? Yeah, I'll give you that. There's certain verses that can be ambiguous and interpretations differ. But dude, you can't use that as a blanket statement and say, well, the whole religion overall is based on pure interpretation, because that's not true, bro. There's certain things that are very, very precise.
The point that you can tell a real Christian by if they stick to the book or not. No one's got enough time to know if anyone's sticking to the book or not.
Yeah, listen. You don't have to go study all the thousands of sects of Christianity. SE, pay attention. You don't have to study the thousands of different sects of Christianity who interpret it differently. One book. What you have to do is go to the one book and read that, right? And then when you see these people, it'll be instant. You'll know instantly they're not going by the book. It's kind of like someone who's, catching counterfeiters. This woman said to a counterfeiter one time, "You must study a lot of counterfeit money." And he says, "I never study the counterfeit. I never study the counterfeit. I only study the true note. And I study every detail of the true note so that when a counterfeit note is presented in front of my face, instantaneously it happens. I recognize it's not a true note."
But we're still
okay, now maybe it's my turn to talk.
That's how it works.
What do you think? Can I talk now? Okay. Now, this book of yours, right? Where did this book come from? Very simple question. Don't start preaching to me. Where did the book that you refer to come from?
SE, I don't know where the animosity. I'm not preaching at you. I haven't used any verses out of the scripture, right? I haven't opened the book. I've only said book Christians because you asked about Christians, right? And how you could verify it. And I told you how you could verify.
Sentence by the SE, listen up.
And again, you're speaking as I'm speaking. And then as I'm speaking, you're going to say, stop interrupting me. I don't know if you've caught yourself doing that, but go back and listen, Essie. You've done it to me multiple times this morning, and I haven't even been here that long. Okay? So,
yeah, okay, fine. Go on. My apologies.
Okay. So you can talk about the book, you can talk about Constantine, you can talk about all the men, you can talk about King James, you can talk about Luther, you can talk about, the Lutheran Church, you can talk about Roman Catholicism, you can talk about all these things. You can go all the way back, right? But when you speak about this one book that you have all these thousands of different interpretations of, right? Who is the one that has preserved the word? Who is that? Is it possible? Is the Creator capable of preserving His word? Is He capable?
First of all, we haven't even established the question that I asked you. What book are you referring to, and where does this book come from? Is that too difficult of a question for you, or am I being antagonistic? What's going on here?
I'll be very simplistic. It comes from the Creator, SE, and He's preserved it.
You see, now, after that, there's no conversation to be had with you. You are a religious zealot, right? That believes a book came from a creator. So I cannot have a rational conversation with you after what you just said.
Well, I can't have a rational conversation with someone who tells me that I believe in Easter and Christmas, and me and the Ukrainians believe in the same thing, as if you know every individual Ukrainian is a Christian, right? As if you know that. Someone who says, how do I verify they're a Christian? And I tell them, you go to the standard they say they go by. Oh no, they say they're a Christian. SE. How can we have a conversation?
Let me get where your book came from, bro. Where did your book come from?
Well, the thing is that once we go into this realm, hold on real quick. Once we get into this realm, you got to understand that the idea of angels, the idea of life after death, the resurrection, none of this stuff is rational, bro. And this answer requires that we go into that realm where things are not rational anymore.
Can I try and push to the next level? I see the scriptures that come from God, the Creator. In between that, there is a priest, sometimes a rabbi, in this case, a rabbi, somewhere in a temple, in a cave, underground, probably not in the forest, because it's not that type of religion. But they say they spoke to an angel who told them the words of God. That's the claim.
I know the claim, bro. And it's ridiculous.
Let's talk about that.
Utterly ridiculous. That's
Rabbi
all I can
doesn't
say.
show up in the Hebrew. It only shows up in the Greek, from what I understand. But the thing is, if you understand that there exists,
how did it come from creator to man? If you don't think it's the angel in between, how did it jump from creator to man?
A smart Jewish man, thousands of years ago, saw his people in captivity, and he said, "Man, they got all kinds of gods. They believe in the pharaohs and that. My people are condemned, doomed forever. Let's see, maybe I can come up with a story with one great God that is chosen for my people, and make a God for my people, and use that to, make my people have courage and fight back." And that's exactly what they did. And guess what? They found out not only can it enlighten people and make them one and fight for a cause, but it can control them. And they've gone through it throughout the ages, and now they control the most powerful country in the world. They send their sons and daughters to fight for them, and these people blindly believe in it. It's the biggest ever done by humanity.
And none of them go by the book that are doing. Those leaders do not go by the book.
What does your book say in Hebrew about how they got the words from God? How the man's hand is writing down God's words? What does it say about that?
How did I put my explanation? Did that open a few eyes, or no? I'm stupid. Can't possibly be that, right? God actually chose those people to communicate to. That's more logical to you, right? Than what I said.
Have you heard the story of Abraham? Have you heard the story of Abraham, Messi? Do you know? Do you actually know all the? Do you actually know how people got it?
Have you heard the story about Zeus? Have you heard the story about Zeus, bro?
Yes, SE, yes. It was ingrained in my head in middle school. Yes, SE. We didn't study scripture. We studied Greek mythology all throughout, right? So, yes, I've heard of that.
So why did you fall for the Jesus story and not the Zeus story?
It was the public education by the leaders that I had to hear that, SE. I had to hear about the Greek gods. I couldn't hear about Christianity. I couldn't hear about the book, right, that everybody goes by, that lives around me, that said they went by, right? I had to learn about Greek mythology, right? I had to learn all of their gods. Yeah, so I did. Now,
if you were born in Saudi Arabia, what God do you think you would believe right now?
SE, it doesn't matter where a man's born. The majority, yes, SE, you're right. The majority fall for the lie. The majority do not come to the barber, SE. They go to the man on the street. They go to their mother.
No, you want them to go to your barber. That's the problem,
SE,
bro.
am I speaking, SE? Am I trying to answer your questions and doing it intelligently and you cutting me off every time, SE? You have a lot of animosity, man. I love speaking to you, bro, but you got to stop, man. You don't know all the details.
My bad. Go on. Yeah. That was on me. Go on.
Yeah, you're not taking into consideration all the details of what was said to happen. You're given an overall view of different religions, and you're saying all of them are stupid. How can this be that God is going to love us when he's letting all these things happen and not intervening? You're drawing generalized conclusions from things that have so much detail, SE, and you haven't exhausted not one of those religions, SE. Not one have you exhausted all the details about it, right? So
no, it's the people not intervening. That's
not
why
being
it's
genuine.
prevailing.
Are you done, bro?
Not really, man. It's okay.
Then go on. Finish. I don't want to be accused of cutting you off. I mean,
I just want you to concede, SE, that I'm going to tell you, it's going to be real short. I'm not long-winded, man. I want you to concede to this fact that if all of these different groups who have the same book and they're standing in front of your face and they're all holding the book and they say, we go by this book, but that guy standing beside me, he's wrong. He doesn't go by the book he's holding in his hand. And they do that down the line 4,000 times. And you look at them and you say, well, I'm going to say all of you are stupid because just give me a generalized view of what you believe. Instead of you going and looking at the book and then looking at them. You could look at the book yourself. You could study the book. You could ask the creator to share with you what's in the book. And you could obviously see that all of them are counterfeit, SE. And the reason is, SE, because you know there are men who want to rule over men. And if they can take a book or they can take anything that's going to put people underneath them and they can use that for their benefit to fleece the people, they're going to do it. We know those men exist. So you, as an individual who loves yourself and truly loves to know truth, you should study the book. And then you could look at these people and say, well, these people are not Christian who say they're Christian. Just concede on that, man. That's just a fact. It's subjective, bro.
Okay, first of all, you want me to concede that your idea of what a Christian is correct because of don't interrupt me, because of your version of the book. That's why before I asked you, where does the book come from? I was going to then proceed to explain to you that this book is not what you think. It's a collection of things written by different people, chosen by a council, and other books were left out. So I wanted to go down that route with you. But I don't think you're capable of doing that, bro, without freaking out.
Just a minute. Just a minute. Yes, we could talk about the other books. But this is the point, SC. It's not what I believe. I'm not saying, SC, this is what I believe, and if they don't believe this, they're not true, right? That's not what I'm saying, SC. You're straw manning me. So what I said was, You, SE, take the book. You open the book. SE studies the book, not North. North's not telling SE what the book says. SE opens the book. He reads the book. He can meditate on the book. He can retain the knowledge so that when he looks at someone who claims to be a Christian going by that same book, he can say, well, why aren't you doing this? Well, why are you doing this when it's contrary to what the book says? Why are your doctrines contrary to the doctrines? Why do your doctrines that you say are your cardinal doctrines don't even match up with one of the doctrines that's in the book? That the book explicitly says they are doctrines. And these are the first doctrines. Why is that? So it's you, SC, not me. It's not me, SC. It's not what I believe.
Okay,
it's
let me respond. Let me respond,
says.
bro. You're doing it again, right? You're saying the book. You're saying the book as if your book, the one that's a collection of what the council decided, you're saying that your book is the right book, and all the other books are not the right book. They should be compared to your book. That is the highest form of arrogance I've ever heard, sir.
I told you to read. Listen, SE, you haven't exhausted one of the religions, one of their books. Which religion have you completely exhausted and can retain the knowledge to where you could come in and argue that someone either is going by it or not? Could you name one, SC?
Why should I read a book
Hinduism, SC?
that I think is
Christianity,
complete? Tell me when I can speak. Tell me when I can speak.
When I'm finished. Is it Christian? Is it the Bible that you've exhausted and you've retained the knowledge to speak on the matter? Is it the Quran that you have exhausted and retained the knowledge so that you could speak on the matter? Is it the Hindu religion? What is it? What book is it, SE, that you have exhausted that you could speak on the matter and say someone either is or isn't going by that book? Which one? Just name one. Now you're asking me about all of them.
You have to find
I'm telling you at the beginning, I'm not reading all of them. Listen, SE, I'm telling you in the beginning, I'm not reading all of them, right? I have resonated with one. I have had intervention in my life, right? And so I'm already good, man. I'm cool. I'm aware of others, and I can speak on them because I was taught them in public school, right? So I can speak on some of those other things, and some of the apocryphas I can speak on, you know.
You know, you've been going on and on a minute.
If I've already studied them,
patient, bro. You're gonna tell me I'm interrupting you again.
No, I'm not. Go ahead, man.
Okay, these books that you refer to, right? They're absolutely of no meaning to me. Okay, let me explain to you why. I picked up one book called the Bible. I turned the first page, and what did I start reading? The biggest bullshit I've ever heard in my life. I didn't even pass the first page because it was all bullshit. You know how it started? This guy begat that one, and this one begat this one, and that one begat that one. Once I read that, I said, this starts with garbage. This is full of garbage. So I stopped reading it. So that's my experience with your Bible.
So you stopped at the family tree. So if your family had a book, listen, SE, I'm speaking. So if your family had a book, right, and it's called the Family Tree Book, and it talks about all of your lineage, all the way back, thousands of years, and this man beget this man, this man beget this man, you would stop there, right? You would just stop right there. You wouldn't even dare to go to the back of the book. You wouldn't open up the middle of the book. Are you being honest, SE?
Let me respond. Your book starts off with a sin. So it kills itself right at the beginning. This bullshit book of yours starts off with a thing that's not possible, and it's a sin according to your own fucking religion, bro.
SE, when you say my book is bullshit, right? When you attack it like that, and when you attack me, who has said to you, I've had direct intervention in my life. And SE, if you ever want to meet up, we can meet up, and perhaps you can be swayed, but perhaps something will happen. But this is my point, man. When you come with all the animosity, who do you think's gonna? Do you think the one who wrote the book that you're railing against is going to speak to you? If you're gonna go to your father's house and cuss him out and tell him to give you the answer, and you're railing against him, beating on the door, he's probably not going to give you the answer, SE. You have to want it for the right reasons. You have to understand why he does the things he does before you ask him in such a way.
Perfect. Now let me counter that. When you told me that, bro, don't talk for half an hour, bro. I won't talk with you anymore. I can't handle your style of conversation, bro. You can't just keep going on and on and on. Just make a point and let me respond, bro. Can you do that?
Yeah, if you can do the same, make one point and I'll respond. I'll make a point, you respond. 1 point, SE. Just one. Go ahead.
Right. So now your thing of God listening and somebody not hearing him, right? I countered that with there's a war in Ukraine going on right now. 200,000 Christian young men died. Did God not hear one of their prayers?
That's your 1 point. That's your 1 point.
Why did he not intervene?
Okay, that's your 1 point. And I answered that question.
Terrible logic.
And I told you that was, I'm sorry, what the other man say? I can address you both.
Because people die in war, God doesn't exist. That's not that great. That's kind of weak.
Yeah, it's not a great point, and this is what I addressed it earlier, and I said people are in battle in SE in battle in war situations.
I said, why did he not intervene? Listen to my words carefully.
I did, and I addressed it earlier. SE, your whole point was he never intervenes, and you said that in the beginning, and I told you I am an example myself of him intervening.
Not you, a war. Don't start preaching about a thing you had, bro. I don't care what happened with you. I made a specific point about the Ukrainian war and the Christian soldiers praying to God. Address that.
Okay. How did you verify they are Christian? And do men in battle in Ukraine, are men in Ukraine that are in the war right now, has God intervened in their life, SE? Have you asked them? Are you making generalized conclusions, SE? Are you railing and screaming at me as you're calling my book bullshit, right? Why are you being so angry with these questions, SE? I'm answering you.
I'm not being angry. You're not letting me talk. You're attacking me, and I'm asking you a simple question. Why did your God not hear these people? And telling me, prove to me that these people are Christians. We're talking about a Christian nation called Ukraine. Look it up, bro.
That's your claim, SE. They're Christian. Christian in what aspect, SE? By your standards? By
Forget
SE
about it, bro.
standards,
You don't have an argument. You're just floundering like a fish in the water. You have nothing, bro. Absolutely nothing except a belief. Now, if you want to believe in your God, you go ahead. Don't try to make me believe in him, and don't try to justify this God of yours. Because when I'm around, it's not gonna happen, bro.
Hey, SE, hey, man. You can rail against it all you want, bro. You call me a Moses fish, right? You call me a flounder. I'm floundering around. You know that's called a Moses.
Yeah, you're floundering.
You know that's called a Moses fish, right? You know why they call it
what you call it, bro.
You know why they call it a Moses fish?
You are floundering, and you're trying to make excuses for a religion that is inexcusable. You cannot prove anything that you say.
Yes, see, you're making excuses for Ukrainians being Christian. You're the one doing the things you're saying I'm doing, bro. I'm asking you, SC. I'm not preaching. For you to lie.
I'm telling you, Ukrainians are Christians.
SC,
now, if you can't understand that, that's your problem, bro.
SC, I allowed you to yell and cuss and all these things at me. Allow me to, at least do half of what you did. You are the one saying that you're the one who are saying these people are Christians. I'm not preaching, bro. You're preaching. I'm not saying these
somebody
people are
please tell
Christians.
this man that
I'm
Ukrainians
saying
are Christians, please,
you
for the
can't
love
allow
of
me
God?
to. You
Can
can't allow me
somebody
to.
here
You can't
tell
allow
this
me to
man that
respond to that.
Ukrainians are Christians, please? Because you won't believe me.
But
No,
bro,
you know, it's all up to
hold on,
you,
Noy, hold on.
SE. It's all up to you, man. It's what you believe. If you believe they're Christians, SE, they must be Christians, right? And I must believe it because you believe it, right?
Oh,
There's
do you hear
there's no
yourself what you're saying
verifying.
right now? Do you understand what you're doing?
There's no verifying it, right?
There's a nation of 20 million people that are Christians, bro, and you're denying this. It's like, it's truly unbelievable, bro.
How many are here in this country, SE, in the United States? How many Christians are there, SE?
Are you denying that Ukrainians are Christians?
I'm denying the majority of Ukrainians are Christians. I'm denying that any country, the majority is Christians or going
When
by
did I
the book.
say the majority? I said it's a Christian country. The
Yeah, the whole
Ukrainian
country.
country is Christian.
Does that mean that the men who are in war dying, the soldiers that you spoke of, does that mean they're all Christian, SE?
No, they're probably all Muslim, Buddhists,
Oh,
and
okay.
Resurrections, whatever you want to call them.
Well, there you go. Okay, so they're not all Christian soldiers, right? So the Christian soldiers are dying, SE, or what? What was your
Bro,
point about the soldiers that are
it's
dying?
coming to a point of ridicule right now, bro. You have nothing, right? You cannot defend your religion. All you can tell me it's a belief, and you're sounding really, really not smart right now, bro. Honestly, like I like you, you're a good guy, but you have nothing, bro. Just tell me you believe in a story, you believe in a mythical god. The conversation ends here. Don't try to make me look dumb or stupid for questioning it, bro, because you will lose every single time.
Okay, SE. So I'm just going to say this, okay? When you originally started out, your claim was that there is no God because God doesn't directly intervene in anyone's life.
Incorrect. Big mistake.
Okay, tell me what you
I said the God in the Bible that you believe doesn't exist. I said there's a creator. I said he doesn't give a damn about you. If I was to guess, he looks at us like pets. He has us like goldfish, like an ant farm. That's what I said.
Okay, so you said that when you said you, that means me? That means everyone here, right? Okay. Are there
No, I'm
any
talking to you.
individuals?
I'm
Let's
talking to
ask.
you right now. The
Okay, so
religious zealot,
okay,
you.
okay. Can I respond?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So if you're saying me, I'm giving you an example of where he directly intervened in my life, and I could give you many. And as to the others in the room, I'm sure there are others who could say he directly intervened in their life. And if you look back in your life, SC, you could probably give him credit for intervening in your life if you've seen it, right? But perhaps you didn't see it. Perhaps you weren't aware of it. Perhaps you weren't aware of the person that was stopped behind you that was about to kill you. Perhaps you weren't aware of those things, right? But they happened. Now, this is the thing, SC. When you make a claim that he hasn't intervened in my life and you don't know me, you haven't sat down to eat dinner with me,
I
any
didn't
of
make
these
that
things,
claim.
you're
I
drawing
did not make
generalized.
that claim.
You said you just said you, meaning me.
I said
Right?
in the Ukraine, that, bro, we're going to stop the conversation because this is just not working out, bro. Either you understand what I say or you don't. It's very simple. I didn't say you. I said the soldiers in Ukraine, 200,000 of them died. I said the country is Christian. And I asked you, don't you think one of those soldiers might have prayed to God for the war to stop? And if so, why did your God not intervene and let 200,000 people die? That is the question.
So you think God should stop death for one man because one man prays for it and it's going to hurt? Is that what you think?
No. What I'm trying to show you is the God that you pray to doesn't give a damn about you or any other
What's the
person here
problem?
on earth.
What's the problem with the man?
Die like dogs in ditches.
What's the problem with the man who dies that God let die, who prayed to God? What's the problem with that when God has already told everyone what death is about and what sin is about and why death is here? What's the problem with that? And if the man was following God, right, praying to God, and he was following him, why was he enlisted, or why was he fighting? Why did he have a gun in his hand, killing other people? Because another man told him to. Why was he doing that?
You answer. Why are you asking me that question?
Because it's pertinent, SC. Because it's very pertinent. So the man
You're
that you
asking
say,
me why that man has a gun in his hand
praying,
and fighting the other man. That's what you asked me?
if the man is praying to God, right? And it's my God, right? The Christian God. You say the Christian God. And he's in the Ukraine and he's fighting against the Russians. And he dies, right? Why do you have a problem with him dying? Why are you blaming God for that man dying? Why not the man who shot him?
God, that man prayed to the all-powerful being that you think cares about you, and he prayed to God to stop the war and to stop his fellow Ukrainians from dying. But it appears that God doesn't give a shit because
what if the Russian that
200,000
shot him was
Ukrainians
praying to
died
the
so
same
far.
God?
That's a fact, bro. That's a fact.
What if the Russian that shot him was praying to the same God as he?
Good point. That even doubles my example. Exactly.
It doubles my example also, SE. So I guess we're both winners today.
How does it double your example? If the Russian was praying
Because
for the
they're
world to
not
stop,
going by the book, bro.
hold on, it's my
They're
turn
not
now.
going by the book. That's why. They're
So
not,
both of them are not going by your book.
No,
Both
obviously
the
they're not
Russians
going.
and the Ukrainians are not going by your correct version of the Bible. Holy crap, man.
I could
Keep
scream just
digging,
like you,
bro.
but I'm not going to,
If
man.
I was
So
you, I would
listen.
stop this conversation now.
So, so SE, if they're both praying to the same God, maybe both of them are wrong in what they're doing and things they're asking, or maybe one of them is right and one of them is wrong. But you're not taking into consideration all the variables, SE, and that's what's so disheartening.
Like what?
Man.
What are the variables? Your God is allowing men to die that are praying for him to stop the war. What variables did I miss?
The variables are this, man. So if I go by the book by the same God that you say these men who died, they go by, right? And there is death in the book for the glory of God. There's death, right? And
death for the glory of God? Did you just hear what you just said?
Yeah, I mean, didn't Messiah die? He came to die, right? That's for the glory of Yah, right?
Bro, like if you think you're doing benefit to religion right now, I assure you, you're making people go away from Christianity by the way you're talking.
SE, if I'm making them go away from the standard, that's fine. There are those who are going to turn away, and there are those who are going to go to the book. I mean, that's just it, man. It's cool, SE.
Can I address one of your bits of logic? Said that the Ukrainian Christians, if their prayers didn't work and they accidentally died in war, they can't have been a real Christian. So do you think all Christians, all prayers work for all real Christians? Wouldn't that make superheroes?
That's the whole point, that there's too many variables to calculate the determination of Yah's will, right? And we're being short-sighted in here. It's like, why is there still suffering? Why is there death? Why do babies die? Like, it's all part of the same umbrella, right? Under the same umbrella. Like, why do we still have wars? And why are there Christians on both sides that are dying if God exists? This is a very elaborate question. You have to unpack it. It takes time and philosophical understanding.
Fall of man, the answer. I don't think actually he's heard the answer before.
It's long term. His process of restoring humanity is underway right now. It's not going to happen overnight, but his judgment is not slack.
So, North, I feel where you're coming from, but some of the logic I don't agree with.
You cannot make a logical argument for this God of yours. You cannot. It's impossible. You cannot make a logical argument for the God you believe in the Bible.
Look, I could only, let's see, as we're speaking over the airways here, you may be correct that you're not going to be able to retain everything I say, and it seems long-winded. All of those things may be true, and we may never come to a conclusion. One thing I could tell you though, if we ever met in person, I'm quite sure there would be an experience. I'm quite sure that something would happen, and you would choose, man. So I'm just saying that people in this room have had experiences in the spiritual realm, and those things can happen. And I would say.
How do you think it would be different?
I'm not gonna go over that, Issy, because you're gonna argue with me about that. I would rather have the experience. I would rather sincerely have the experience of meeting you, sitting down and having dinner with you, and taking you to several places, right? I would rather have that experience than to argue with you. Because listen, if you're gonna come in and make a claim that this group is this, right? And you're going to say one of those men, that you're sure that one of those men in that war, that they were going by the same book I go by, praying to the same God I pray to. You're sure of it, right? But you don't know one of those men, SC.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You don't know one of them.
I'm sure.
And that's the problem.
You're not the only true Christian. There's loads of you.
I didn't say I'm the only true Christian.
To the same God. This exists.
I never said I was the only true Christian.
No, but you're trying to say every other Christian's up for debate, and that's not logical, is it?
Say that again.
You're trying to say any other Christian needs to be investigated, or they
can't be
used as an example. You're saying
I'm to be investigated. Every man who claims that he is something, you should verify he has those credentials. You should verify. Right?
These people we call Christians, we're still going to call them Christians, and they're still going to be used as examples of Christians. You'll never be able to change that.
Say that again.
The people we call Christians, we're still going to carry on calling them Christians, and they will be used as examples of Christians.
Why?
You won't be able to change that.
Why? Why are you doing that when it's dishonest?
Christianity is a generalized term.
Yeah, it's a generalized term. Why is it one of the religions that's recognized worldwide that is used as a generalized term? Why is that?
Because the Jews are smarter than most other people.
So it's the Jews' fault that the Christians are blamed. Yep. So the Christians are not at fault. So all the sects of the Christians are not at fault. So are you protecting the Christians, or
Christians other than you pray in the same way you do to the same God?
No, they don't.
The same thing.
No, they don't. Some pray to the Son, some pray to the Father.
I said some others. You're ready to throw every other Christian in the bin. It's terrible logic.
No, what I'm saying is you verify it, man. I'm saying you hold people to the standard.
We're not going to verify it, or we're still going to use them as examples.
You hold people to the standard they say they go by. If you do not do that, nothing you say is going to be true.
That's not going to.
You cannot separate your belief from your actions. Once you separate your belief from your actions, it's clear you didn't believe it. You understand that, right?
I pray to your God.
You understand. Do you understand? You don't understand because you're speaking immediately.
Prove SE's point.
Prove SE's point.
I know your God well enough to go and pray to it tonight for a certain thing that I know he won't be able to provide. And then I can check back a week later and say, no, it didn't come.
Okay. So do you think you can ask him for anything and he should give it to you?
No,
do you think that's how it works? Do you do that with your father?
You need to explain why he's not answering all the prayers. That was SE's question.
A lot of people sound like spoiled brats, man. It's kind of like when you were children, did you get everything you asked for? Did your father always answer you? You got everything you asked for?
Why do
even as you're walking up to him, slapping him in the face, you got everything you asked for, right?
If your dad is killing loads of people, why do you still worship him?
If my dad is killing other people, the only reason my father, the only reason my father would kill any other people would be to protect his own family.
God, I mean God, the Father. spiritual father.
So you can't prove SE's point, but you want to talk about why does God kill other people?
That was his question. You've avoided
is God
like
killing other people? Is God killing other people in Ukraine? Is that what he's doing? Is that what your claim is?
Your claim is that he's omnipotent, omnipowerful. SE's asking
No.
why he hasn't saved
any of my claims,
some of the Ukrainians, why he didn't save them.
You haven't heard any of my claims, but I want to know who's killing the people.
Hey, yo, don't most parents say,
you blame
I
God.
brought you into this world, I can take you out of it?
I blame God for everything, yes.
You're blaming me as we speak. You're blaming a man as we speak. But the other men you're protecting who are killing each other, and you're saying it's God's fault. It's God's fault that the man pulls the trigger and kills the other man.
You're not understanding the
It's
logic.
North's fault that he's disagreeing with SE.
Why are you not sticking to the position that you put God in?
But we already talked about this, bro. You guys are being short-sighted. You're wondering why people die, basically. That's what the fundamental question is. Why do people die?
He said God killed him.
And how come God doesn't intervene in death?
You answer it for him.
Well, I'm just saying, like, you're asking why do people die? It all boils down to why do people die? Yes. This is a very complex question. There's not one verse. It's not a quick answer. It's dynamic and
you said God killed them. No. You're not getting away. You said God killed the people. You didn't say they died. He said God killed them. And then he tried to base it off. Then he tried to base it off of what I believe when he does not know what I believe. Right? He doesn't know the details about what I believe.
Dad allowed people to die. Put it that way.
Right? He's not going to listen. You don't know what I believe.
What about Israel and Palestine? Talking about killing.
Rephrasing it.
I can speak to one person at a time, or I can speak to three at a time, but if they have to speak at one time each, right? One at a time.
I'm trying to answer this real quick, but the best that I can.
God killed people. You lying. I'll stop talking. Right. But I want you to hold him to what he said. God killed people. What people? Where in Ukraine did God kill them?
So answer that first, Don.
God killed everyone with that stupid flood you believe in.
I didn't understand anything you said.
Yeah, Ukraine and Russia is more of a political issue. What about Israel and Palestine? That's a religious
good one. That's a good one. Which God is right there? The Muslim God or the Jewish God?
These things are very complex, bro, because you say Jewish God, these people like when North came, right? You're talking about the Jewish. Hold on. You're talking about the Jewish people, right? Israel. Are those God's people?
They think they are.
Yes, those are God's chosen people. Yes.
But how do you know that?
Because they tell you that in their book and you believe it.
No, bro. Yeah. This is what you don't understand. Bro. No, because in order to be God's people, right, you have to, one, keep his commandments, and two, you have to believe in his son. And if you don't, guess what? You're considered a Gentile. So the irony is that these Jews that profess Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh as their creator, they're not even his people because they deny his son. And the only way to the Father is through the Son. You have to be grafted in because Judah was exiled. Israel was given a bill of divorce. But you guys don't understand the scriptures. And the Jews run circles around people that don't know the scriptures. They use their Talmud. They use the Mishnah. That's not scripture.
And where does Palestine? Where does this word come from? Romans, right?
I'm really just confused.
SE. Where does that word Palestine come from? What does it actually mean, SE? Ask the man who brought it up. Where does the word Palestine come from? What does that mean?
Palestine? I don't know. It's a people. It's from what I remember, I think it's a Greek colony that emigrated there. That's the story.
This should be very interesting to you, SE. It's a Roman.
What you're gonna say now from the Bible? I'm not gonna believe it, bro. If you're telling me it's a tribe,
you're cutting me off, SE. You're cutting me off. It came from the Romans. The Romans.
I don't care where it came from.
Listen, SE. It should be very pertinent. It's not about the Bible, SE. I'm not speaking anything about the Bible. I didn't say it came from the Bible, SE. This is your problem, bro. You got such an animosity towards the book.
No, let's stay on.
Shut up, man.
Let's try to calm down. No, let's try to calm down. Try to calm down.
You
try to calm
calm
down and
down.
quit and go
You the
point by
one brought
point.
up Palestine,
I am being
so I'm
calm.
asking
I
you.
am.
I'll
I
ask
am.
you,
But
where did it come
okay?
from?
So you're not going to let me
Yeah,
talk, right?
North.
I'm
You're
just
kind of not
asking
letting
for
anyone
y'all to
speak.
go point by point. Yeah, go point by point and let each other speak. Fuck you, man.
Hey, yo, check it out. Felicia,
mine.
yo, check it out. Check it out. Philistia, the word, this is what I got online. The word Palestine derives from Philistia, the name given by Greek writers to the land of the Philistines, who in the 12th century BCE occupied a small pocket of land on the southern coast between modern Tel Aviv, Yaffo, and Gaza. So it just comes from what the Greek writers, they gave the people of that area that name. So Philistia, But yeah,
There you go.
I think you guys are also too. Either side of this is like.
When the Romans
I would like to.
I may be breaking up.
When the Romans plowed it under, they called it the land of the Philistines, or the Palestine, or Philistia. And this is where the word comes from. And it should be pertinent to the conversation, since the conversation was about Palestine and Israel. But obviously, it's not pertinent in some guys' eyes. So
no, the question was who is right.
Step away, guys. It's been fun. It's been fun, bro. I got to step away. I'll come back. I'm not running. I have things to do. So if you guys want to speak about it later, just let me know.
Have a good day, brother. Have a good day. Nothing personal. I wish you the best.
Hey, yo, also though, to your point, like let's say like SE, it's like you're bringing up whose God is better between these two people. And I think like we could all agree that, being thinks they're the chosen people. Like it's really self-righteous, obnoxious, and ungodly to title yourself.
Well, the question, but the question was
people
God. I'm sorry.
Anyway,
let Isa finish, guys, and you go next. Left lane.
No, left
go
lane's
ahead,
on
Isa.
point. He gets my gist.
Yeah,
I just think like yeah, go on.
No, but see what happened here. We were talking about how did God kill people, and see the Israel and Palestine are fighting in the name of God, and somehow the question come out, what is Palestine? I mean, it got sidetracked. Can't we focus on the original question of God killing people and killing people in the name of your God, and is that a good thing to do?
Yeah, and who's right? Is it the Palestinians who are praying to God, or I'm sure the Israelis are praying to God? So what's going on here? Why isn't God intervening here?
Yo, you know what though? Hey, yo, check this. Like, unfortunately, it's weird. I remember there was a Muslim scholar I knew years ago, right? And I was like, I was curious about the Palestinian issue and like political and shit like that. And the guy goes, and this is the real religious people. Like the guy looks at me and he goes, you know what? He goes, have you memorized the Quran yet? And I was like, no. And he's like, well, then don't worry about politics until you're fucking done studying your religion. You know what I mean? Like, and that'll never end. So like, anyone who's political is like all. It's interesting. Like it's political terrorism that has destroyed so many people, not religions. Do you know what I mean? Like not God versus God. Like I think
No, the
such
people
a
that use it. Exactly, Isa. Perfectly said. Yes.
Well, right, but I think North is also arguing that point in his own way, and you know what I mean. So to his defense, it's like he's saying that he's trying to be real literal with it, with the idea that like the covenant and this is that. Like only God knows who God's people are. You know what I mean? Like and if you're a man trying to say that you're going to decipher who's God's people and who's not, you need to go check your fucking religion. You know what I mean? Like that's what I think. Like, and no one's really honest in doing that. You know what I mean? Like no one's. I mean, like, and it's weird though because like you take like this time and age in the United States, man, we've got like Sodom and Gomorrah going on, and like we need fucking some form of righteous, justice to come forth and destroy any of this crap, But at the same time, it becomes political, and therefore it just becomes not religious in a way. Like politics and religion are different. That's why we have that's why the Western world is lasting as long, is because it tries to divide and separate, create a secular way of religion and politics. And that makes sense. That's logical, I think.
I like what he said, and I just want to add that a lot of things have been said, like the Jews are God's chosen people, and that Christians, like Constantine and Christians in Ukraine, are actually Christians because they say they're Christians, and Jews are actually Jews because they say they're Jews, right? This is what we had to understand, that the scriptures state that being a believer in the Creator and being part of the Creator's family, which is considered Israel, has nothing to do with linealogy, has nothing to do with blood or anything like that. It has to do with your obedience to the word. And anybody, even in Egyptian times, even before the Exodus, there were a multitude of people, a mixed multitude of people that were considered Israel. It had nothing to do with blood. It had to do with people's obedience and faithfulness to the Creator, that they made a covenant and abide to that covenant without transgressing that covenant. Well, we know scripturally, scripturally we know that Israel was exiled by the Assyrians, aka the Persian Sumerian people. They were literally taken captive, right, because of their disobedience, and they no longer were considered Israel. And same thing with Judah. Judah was in 70 AD. The temple was destroyed because of their rebellion and disobedience. They no longer are God's people.
Well, can I ask you a question then? See, this is a dilemma, right? Do you eat pork?
No.
Okay. So let's say there were 1,000 people starving, right? And you had the opportunity to feed them with pork, right? Would you feed them with pork because it would save their life? Or would you refuse them food because it was pork and it was ungodly?
But are we talking about, bro? We're talking about dietary guidelines.
Well, no, we're talking about people living and dying. Is what we're talking about. And do you see how?
Of course, because
you can focus on dietary guidelines, or you could focus on the fact that you could feed 1,000 people. Now, I'm just going to ask you a question. Which one would you do?
Well, you got to hear me out, because you have to understand that there are weightier matters to the Torah, right?
Well, no, I'm saying imagine you're talking. Hold on. Imagine you're talking to the 1,000 people that you're not going to feed right now because it's pork.
Yeah. Answer that, bro.
You don't even let me finish though to answer your question, right? So you're talking about a very specific hypothetical situation.
Right,
I'm trying to tell you, the scriptures are clear. You are not to murder. You're not to kill, right? It's part of the 10 Commandments. But if a burglar breaks into your house at night when you're sleeping, guess what? You're allowed to take his life, right? So to answer your question, if people are starving to death and all you have is swine, yes, you can feed them swine. But on a regular basis, no, you can't eat swine. Swine is forbidden.
Conditionally.
Right, but then it's then becomes. I mean, I happen to agree with that sentiment. You know what I mean? Yes, you're right. I just think it's some people would refuse. You know what I mean? Almost, and that's where we draw. This is where it gets crazy. Hopefully, they wouldn't. But because some people, a religious scholar might come in and say, you know what? It's better that you pluck your eye out than do something against the code, right? It would be better for you to pluck your eye out, and now so by saying that you would feed people with the pork, or let's say refusing people with the pork, are you not also gonna give them immediate access to heaven?
Wait,
are you refusing them eternal life because you're going to feed them pork? You know what I mean?
No,
this is where the weird dilemma
because
comes in.
It's very simple, bro. Yah judges the hearts of man and your intentions, right? That's what he judges.
Is it better for them to die and not eat pork for their soul than to eat pork, live another day, eat pork?
not necessarily.
It's not the fact that question, Isa.
It's not the fact that the pork somehow keeps you from going to heaven. It has to do with the heart. If you willingly, knowing that you're not supposed to eat pork, disobey God, knowing in the scriptures that we're not supposed to eat pork, if you just continuously disobey and are headstrong, right, to go against God, then that's going to keep you from entering into the kingdom. But at the end of the day, it's just a dietary guideline for your own good. And Messiah himself said, it's not what goes into your mouth that defiles you. It's what comes out of the mouth, because what comes out of the mouth comes from the heart. So if what you're talking, if what you're saying is blasphemies and you're cussing and you're lying and you're just speaking perversions, that's worse than eating pork.
Right. So you do realize that the passage that you just quoted, where Messiah said it's not what goes into a man that defiles him, but what comes out. You do realize that that's Mark chapter 7, and after Jesus says what he says, Mark makes this interesting notation, and he said, after saying this, Jesus declared all foods clean.
Yeah, that was added by the Roman Catholic Church or the Protestant.
I would love for you to prove that point. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so when it comes to scriptures, you have the Aramaic Peshitta, the New Testament Aramaic. You got the Greek New Testament manuscripts, and there's also two different Hebrew manuscripts. One that was recently revealed to the public by Sephardic Jews that lived in Spain. Now, all these manuscripts, even the Greek, the Textus Receptus, which is what the New Testament is based off of, do not have what you're talking about there.
Okay,
in the King James, hold on. In the King James, when that was put in there, it had parentheses. They took the parentheses out.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Again, though, right now, all you're doing is giving us words that are coming from you. So you're the source, right? We're not looking up these sources that you're giving us right now. So
do you want me to like screen share? Like what do you want from me?
I would like for you to show that you have evidence that, and you've got to know the dates of these manuscripts that you're referring to. Everything like, so it's not only just the Byzantine the manuscript, right? There are other manuscripts that are earlier than the King James Version now. You do know that, right? So the King James Version...
I know very well, bro. I think I know more about this than you.
Awesome. That's great. I'm glad you know more about it than me, because now you're going to be able to prove your claim, right?
Yeah. So if you look, even most scriptures do have that in parentheses, even today. Now, there are some that disingenuously took out the parentheses to make it look like that's actually part of the manuscript when it's not.
All right. Okay, great. Can you show us a before and after where there's no parentheses and then there is parentheses? I'd like to see the before and after text on that one.
I'm looking at it right now on my monitor, dude. It takes 2 seconds. If you just did your due diligence, it literally takes 2 seconds out of your day to see what I'm saying is true.
Okay, hold on. I'm driving right now. So we're having a conversation. So
robot Travis.
Go ahead and just take a
All right, I got you, bro. I got you.
Shot of what you're looking at and DM it to me.
All right, I'll post it.
But you have to realize that we have certain what's going on? Right. So it's not just a matter of
Darn it.
Hey, Travis, you're roboting, bro.
I'm just saying it's not just a matter of finding one. Okay.
So, bro, listen. I understand your reluctancy, right? And that's a healthy skepticism, bro. And I'm glad that you're challenging me on this. But to me, it's almost insulting when it literally takes 2 seconds out of your day to look this up, bro. And if you don't have that, bro, you know what I mean?
Travis, tell them what you studied and how far you went in this.
Yeah, I was going to say, And Travis has got a master's degree in theology or something like that.
Yeah, that's fine. And I've debated with priests that were in the field for 40 years, and they're oblivious to certain things.
Hold on, he's roboting and we're talking over. Let's just go silent for a minute, everybody.
Might have to put him in the hot.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Or just mute him for a bit and tell him he's roboting.
Travis, you're roboting badly, bro.
I just
They probably can't hear us either.
Travis, you there?
I was gonna say, as somebody who robots quite a bit, that guy's lost. You just gotta mute him and wait till he comes back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't wait. I won't hear anything. It sucks. I hate coming back and you're muted and you're like, what did I do?
It's a shame because Travis has a master's in this, in theology.
Yeah, but the thing is, people they go to school and they forget. Like, I could tell just by talking to him that he really doesn't have a good grasp.
No, yo, bro, what he's asking for you to do is just say, well, it says here in so and so, like, instead of just giving him the citing documents,
dude,
like,
I posted it.
Just reference them. And
dude, it's
say,
there.
Hey,
it's all there.
Guy, well, right, I get it. It's there, but I'm saying because he's driving, he's just asking you. Like, if I were to open up a subject about law or something like that, I would reference all of the things that I'm talking about, and whether you wanted to go look them up would be your choice. But, like, the point is just reference what specifically document wise you're talking about.
I got you. So because, I got okay. So let me so hold on.
Finish it off with this. I'll just finish it off. It's just that Travis is probably, because he's an inquisitive, intelligent person, aware of what you're going to cite, and he's also going to have a counter to it. But he wants you to cite the specific so he knows what to counter from your position.
I already covered all the bases though.
No one's attacking you though, bro. You sound like
no, I understand. So I posted. Well, hold on. Let me just say, because I posted the Greek Septuagint. I mean, not the Greek Septuagint. The Greek Textus Receptus, which is what Bible Hub uses as their foundational text. When you look at the interlinear, it does not have what you see in most translations that are in parentheses. Now, even today, you'll see that most translations are not disingenuous when it comes to the translations, and they have left that part in brackets because they understood that this was not in the actual manuscripts. None of the manuscripts show this. None. So you have, like I mentioned, you have the Aramaic Peshitta, you have the Greek Textus Receptus, and you have 2 Hebrew manuscripts of Mark, right, that do not have this in there. So unless there's some manuscript that I'm unaware of that he's going to bring forth and show me otherwise, this case is closed. Like, this is stupid.
Am I back yet?
Yeah, bro.
Yes.
All right. I'm still going to be in this area right here is really shitty for Discord while I'm driving. But again, the fact that you're appealing to the Textus Receptus, right, shows that you're operating. Hello?
Yeah, we lost about 3 words of that.
No, we got it all.
Okay.
Keep going.
Okay, so if you're going to appeal to the King James Version as an English translation, just realize that there are earlier manuscripts than the Textus Receptus that current translations use. So the Textus Receptus only goes back, let's say, to the 1600s when the King James was written, okay? So now we have earlier manuscripts that go back way before that, and we use those for other translations. So you can't just show us the Textus Receptus and say, look, it wasn't in here. Because if we can go back to something earlier and it is in there, then you've got a problem.
Bro, so which manuscript are you referring to that I'm oblivious about? Please.
I don't have that information memorized. I'd have to look it up. So I just sent you a text in Discord, so we have a little bit of a contact there. I'll try to follow up with you when I can.
So the Textus Receptus is based off the most ancient manuscripts that we have of the New Testament that go back to the 4th, 5th century. right? Now, the earliest that we have that are very fragmented, that are in Greek, are from like the 3rd century, but they're extremely fragmented. But you go back to the 4th, 5th, 6th century, that's what the Greek New Testament is based off of, which do not have that bracket that you're talking about. And then
Okay,
besides
hold on,
that,
just real quick.
you have the Peshitta, which is the Aramaic translation, which scholars will say, well, that's the 4th century translation. I beg to differ. I think the Peshitta can go all the way back to even the 2nd century AD, and that does not have those brackets. And the Hebrew manuscripts that go back to the 8th century do not have those brackets.
Okay,
so what manuscript do you have that Hold on, I'm almost done. So what manuscript do you have that goes against the Hebrew manuscripts, the Aramaic manuscripts, and the Greek manuscripts? Please show us.
Okay, did you listen to what I said about a minute ago? Because it's like you just ignored me.
Yeah, you mentioned the King James Bible, that there's manuscripts that came before the King James Bible, which I'm very aware of, bro. I study this passionately.
Okay, great. What did I say to you about providing you with a reference to the manuscript I'm talking about? What did I say?
You fill me in, bro.
I said for the cheap seats, which would include you, because I don't want you to ask me again, I'm going to have to get back to you because I'm driving and I don't have this shit memorized.
You can't give me anything, though, so I can look it up while you drive. Like, you can't give me nothing at all, like a word. You don't remember one word? I can just do a quick Google search and find it.
Look up the Nestle Aland. Nestle dash, I think it's ALAND or ALLAND or something like that.
I found it. All right. Yeah. So
you don't have to listen. You don't. Hold on, man. Because I was actually going to say something else that you detracted from right now. But listen, you look this up on your own. You don't need to like waste everybody else's time who doesn't want to listen to this right now. But my point was, my other point was this. Okay, 2 things actually. I have 2 points. One is, what translation is the Textus Receptus?
It's a Greek translation.
No, it's not. It's Latin. Okay, so it's Latin. So the second thing is, you said
no, you're wrong, dude. The Latin Vulgate is Latin. The Textus Receptus is Greek. Even the word Textus Receptus is Greek.
No. You're right. I'm sorry. My bad. I was thinking about the.
No, it's all good, bro. It's all good, bro.
No, I was thinking about the Vulgate. But the other thing that I was going to bring up is that you mentioned that there aren't any brackets in like the Aramaic, but that begs the question that they would have like used brackets, because the Greek New Testament doesn't have parentheses or punctuation. It doesn't have anything like that. So parentheses are a modern introduction to Bible translation.
Agreed. Yeah, that's not what I meant, though. What I meant is that verse that you see in brackets is not included in any of these other independent manuscripts.
Okay.
That weren't sourced from each other. Like, it's not like the Aramaic Peshitta was translated from the Greek. It's an independent source. It's an independent source completely. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get that, and I appreciate it. That's why we use many manuscripts to compare others, so that we can see, this one doesn't have this verse. Why is that? And so then what I'm saying is, and I don't have this memorized, an early Greek fragment or section of Mark chapter 7, and it's like the earliest we have, and it does have the verse in it, then that should clue you in that it's possibly authentic.
So, not to get into the nitty-gritty, but for those that are listening, this is how we discern truth. Because you compare all the manuscripts that we have today and see which ones resonate. And they all resonate. They all have basically 95% accuracy. There's certain textual criticism where they differ a little bit. But for the most part, the word of the Creator has been preserved. Even when you compare all these different manuscripts to each other. And then the Old Testament, same thing. You got the Sumerian Pentateuch, or the Sumerian Pentateuch, right? And you can compare that with the Greek Septuagint and the Hebrew Masoretic and the Dead Sea Scrolls. And then you see where are the differences, which ones align. And for the most part, 95% of the scriptures are verbatim. They line up. Now there are certain differences, but are minute textual criticisms. And that's how we know, as you know, if you're trying to seek for truth. And people talk about, oh well, there's been so many translations, and it's like the telephone game. The more the story's told, by the time you get to today, it's completely changed. But that's not what we see with these manuscripts.
Yo, Lion.
Sure.
Sorry, I hope there wasn't like, is there a hard discussion on the table right now?
Nah, we can switch it up, bro. I'm good.
No,
I don't want to talk about it.
So here's the thing. Here's what just happened. I've been looking for something in scripture for the last little while, and I'm like, I'm gonna go into the chat, see who's around, and I'm like, if Lion's around, it would be ideal. I click in, and you're on the mic talking. Awesome.
So what's your question?
Where in scripture does it state God gave the command to the angels to cut down the trees before the flood took place?
It's Enoch 60. I'll pull it up right now, bro. Give me 1 second. But it's not. It doesn't say that verbatim. It insinuates.
Yeah, and that's cool. Yeah. I've got like the old. I came across an old PDF copy of the Book of Enoch, and I'd like to just clip it out.
Are we gonna get into some other stuff, or are we gonna stay on Bible cosmology?
We can switch it up, bro. I'm also
it's just a question.
No angel trying source on flat Earth.
Can I just say one thing to Lion? Lion, bro, you sounded a little bit kind of anxious then when you talking to Travis. No need to get wound up, man. Stay calm. Everyone's cool here. You're not North. We like you. You're good, yeah, man.
I appreciate that, and I'm sorry. It's just that.
Yeah. No, you just sounded a bit like agitated.
I was frustrated because I didn't want to get into the dietary stuff. I wanted to stick to the original conversation, and then we ended up getting into this dietary stuff, which is stupid.
Well, I definitely had a nice visual of angels with huge chainsaws cutting down massive tall trees. That sounds.
Dude, you say some stuff, Don, I swear. Like, you put up a picture earlier, you just say God looks like this. Now you're talking about angels and chainsaws. Dude, your itty bitty brain is not supposed to be able to comprehend the magnificence of the works, right? These are why it's just stated in scripture, plain in black and white.
I'm allowed to understand, mate. I'm a Gnostic. I'm allowed to try and understand.
So I found the verse, right?
Thank you, man.
And you have two translations of the Book of Enoch that I have in front of me. I have the R.H. Charles and the Richard Lawrence translation. They differ a little bit, but there's also Jewish Mishnah, which I don't hold Jewish Mishnah to high regard at all, but I do glean some information from it if I can corroborate it with Enoch. And I'd have to find that for you, but the Jewish Mishnah expounds on this. But and they don't even consider Enoch inspired. They use the Book of Enoch. But it says here in Enoch 67 in the Richard Lawrence translation, it says, "In those days the word of Elohim came to me and said, Noah, behold, your lot has ascended up to me, a lot void of crime, a lot beloved and upright. Now the angels are making a wooden," but that's all it says, wooden. "But when they proceed to do this, I will put my hand upon it and guard it."
And
you're inferring from that. Wait, you're inferring from that they had to get the wood from somewhere, so they must have been giant trees. Is that what you're inferring?
No, hold on. Give me a second. So, chapter 67 of the Richard Lawrence translation.
Can you answer my question, please?
No, yeah, I will
answer my question.
Yeah, I will answer your question. Just let me read the second verse so we can get a better idea of what's going on here. It's almost the same. And in those days, the word of Elohim came onto me, and he said to me, Noah, thy lot has come up before me, a lot without blame, a lot of love and uprightness. And now the angels are making a wooden, and that's what it says, wooden. And when they have completed the task, I will place my hand upon it and preserve it. Right? So the thing is, we know that angels didn't build the ark. Noah built the ark. And then there's Jewish Mishnah, there's other texts that talk about this event here that I had to continue to look for that describe the angels at that time, the watchers and their offspring, the Nephilim, the giants, and we have the book of Giants that also expounds that even the Nephilim were aware that there was an imminent flood that was about to hit the earth and kill all the giants, and they were fearful of that. And in their spitefulness, they tried tearing down all the trees around Noah's perimeter, like literally like destroying all the trees. So Yah had to send angels to protect a specific tree of life, right? Like one of these giant trees that you see in the mythological artwork. So one of these giant trees, Yah put his hand upon it and protected it, and that the angels literally used that tree as for the building of the ark. They gave it to Noah. They gave the lumber to Noah for Noah to build the ark. But they helped in that process by preserving the tree. Now, you don't have to believe this. You don't have to believe that, but there's certain textual corroborations of that, and this is one of them in Enoch, because we know angels didn't build the ark. So it says wooden. It doesn't say what.
Yeah, big up the eggshells up in the building. And Dawn, what's up, man? Yeah, man, that's good. Fucking Dawn is like a hyper religious Catholic guy, and you wouldn't even know it. Like
well,
you
I'm
wouldn't
not Catholic.
even know it.
I mean, I accept Catholicism symbology as part of the matrix.
Stop it. You know, you're a confexologist, actually. What's that?
I said I like the pork story you came up with 1,000 starving people. And would you? Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, what got me is like, is the problem here becomes
there went Asa.
Asa, you're breaking up, buddy. Hot mic.
You roboted there, Asa. Try again.
Mind out there is like,
hey, Asa, you gotta get to a better area. You're all broken up, dude. I'm just gonna put them in the hot mic room.
Like,
yeah.
Well, then who are you? Like, because if they were
just real quick,
to die.
You broke
hey,
up a
can
bit.
you guys hear me?
Yes, just
yeah, we can hear you.
Check 1, 2.
Yeah, you're good. You're breaking up,
like,
but Travis is getting in.
Yeah, this is just a technical comment. So, whenever breaking up happens, like, and I hear you guys say, "Oh, Travis, you're breaking up," I will put myself on mute right away, and it will still transmit what I'm saying over and over. And you guys keep telling me, "Travis, we can't hear you," but I have stopped talking, so it's like this delayed reaction. So that's even happening when Issa. Like, I'm sure Issa stopped talking as soon as he heard you guys say, Issa, we can't hear you. But Discord made it sound like he's just talking right through you. It's really weird.
I think it's a bottlenecking of information being modulated rather than a disconnection of the signal.
How big is this boat, Ryan?
Check 1, 2.
120,000 square feet.
It could fit 750 connexes.
Dude, he asked for the number, and I just gave it to him. It's 120,000 square feet.
meters from one end to the other. I need simple trial.
We have cubits, bro.
You can convert it yourself. 515 feet, 3 levels.
515 feet along.
3 levels divided up by a gangway. I can hit you up with the floor plans if you need it.
No, it's okay. I can picture it. 200 meters long.
Who processed all that wood into lumber?
Bro, you can ask the creator
The
that,
angels.
or Noah, if he'll give you the time after he hears the bullshit that you speak about him. You may be able to ask him that one day if they'll give you the time.
But I literally just went over that. It was the angels.
How they processed the wood?
Yeah, Howard, Noah was told that it would be about 120 years before the floods came, so we had plenty of time to treat the wood.
There you go.
If only they knew how to build it with steel. That'd have been safer, maybe.
Or fiberglass.
Well, I mean, funny is a legitimate question. I wasn't being derogatory. I wonder how they processed all the lumber to build the ark.
Yeah, the Bible doesn't tell you that little detail.
Yeah.
What I just read in Enoch.
Like, sometimes it does, right? So here's what's interesting, which is why we should maybe take a step back and reconsider reading the Bible literally. But the same word is used for what Moses' mother put him in when she put him in the Nile to keep him safe. She put him in an ark that was covered with pitch. Okay, so it was sealed so that it wouldn't leak, which is the same thing. Which is the same thing that the ark is described as. It's first of all, it's called an ark, which is a weird word anyway. We don't call our ships arks, so whatever. My point is that the massive 3-level boat had the same word that was used and translated as a basket, right? Just interesting, isn't it?
Very. Let me ask you, Travis, you're familiar with the story of the Sumerian story with a similar, is that the one you're referring to with the Jesus story? Similar that the one of the kings or queens put a baby and then let it drift in the river. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, that's what happened to Moses.
Exactly. Yeah. Moses, I keep saying, I always screw that up. Yeah, Moses. I don't know why I do that. Exactly.
It's in the Egyptian story as well. Baby in the basket in the river.
Yeah, because Moses was raised by Egyptians.
Yeah, so there's similar stories and a lot of. Travis, I'm glad you're back. There's flood stories in all civilizations, right? We were talking about it before. Are you aware of any of them talking about repopulation of the earth, the animals, and the people after the flood? Are you aware of any besides the biblical ones?
No, not really, because I just didn't get into those external stories.
Okay. Isn't it funny though?
Like, what do you mean? Like, what are you trying to flesh out and say?
Well, I'll tell you. Whenever we talk about the flood, right, and I question about is it just a biblical story and blah blah blah, everybody says, well, other cultures have flood stories too, and they're right. So I was thinking, well, okay, if they all have flood stories, they should have repopulation stories as well. But so far, I haven't heard any. I haven't found any. And I was wondering, since you're like you've studied this in college and stuff, maybe you had an idea.
Well, yeah. Sorry, just real quick. You got to understand that even in college and seminary, the information that they give you is filtered, right? I mean, that they can't have us read everything because we just wouldn't have the time. So a lot of this information would come up in external subsequent research that you might have. So nothing that I did have in my college and postgraduate research really dealt with these questions, but I'm perfectly capable of having the discussion. And my answer to you in terms of having multi-cultures that have flood stories, and they all have like different parts of the story that aren't the same, and some might be the same, and this one has something completely different. The way that I understand myth or allegory is that they don't have to have all the same details, and they can actually change whatever they want and use the story for the purpose that they're trying to communicate.
Well, yeah, of course they do that, definitely, yeah. But I find it curious. Like, for example, the Muslims, do they believe in the flood? I'm not so sure. There must be some Muslims here. Do you guys believe in the flood and the way the repopulation of the earth?
I'm pretty sure there's like non-Abrahamic civilizations that talk about the flood in their historical recordings. Like, I don't think it has to do with the Bible as much as it does just like a world event. But I can't speak directly on the Muslims.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that's interesting to consider in this discussion as well, and I'm just here to make this suggestion. You know, when Jesus is talking about the coming end of the world in Matthew, he refers back to Noah's flood. And he wants you to understand that the upcoming judgment that he's talking about is judgment from God against a certain group of people. And if you don't find safety, then you're going to be washed away in the flood. But there was no first century flood, quote unquote, like a physical, real flood. But Jesus just simply has no trouble using a literary reference point. So my point is, we might be able to even consider the very first mention of the flood in the Bible as a literary device. It's just telling a story about God's judgment on a certain group of people, and it's very similar. It's just a story that's given details, and then we think that the details are real and literal, and we have to take it literally.
Do the Tuareg have a flood myth?
Say that again. I didn't hear you.
Do the Tuareg from the Saharan desert have a flood myth?
It's the Epic of Gilgamesh retold by the Jews.
I think it's just rebranded.
But the Sahara is a lot closer to Egypt and Israel than a lot of places, and if they don't have a flood myth, that would seem odd.
Look, none of the stories make sense. Evolution or religion. It's just man's attempt to explain the unexplainable. We all have wonders. Where did we come from? What's going to happen after we die? That's in every culture, every man's heart, right?
Glad you admit that
just
religion
stories.
doesn't make sense, and we'll agree on that one. I'm going to disagree with you on evolution. It makes sense.
No, that doesn't
Have
make sense.
you guys heard of the? You guys heard of the third possibility?
No. What's
that? It's called emanationism.
Emanationism? No, I can't say that I have. Go on.
Google it.
Well, you're not going to Google us now. Come on, explain it.
I wish I had more insight, like on how to explain it.
I can express it. Emanationism basically understands that there's one singular source out from which everything that we see emanates. So, in a really basic way, take Van Gogh. You have a painting by Van Gogh, you study it, you know it inside and out. You see another painting that you don't know who is the painter, but it damn looks like Van Gogh to you. So there's an emanation of Van Gogh in all of his art. Like, you're going to be like, that's Van Gogh. I don't even have to study it. I know it because it just emanates Van Gogh. That's the idea. Like, we're all divine. We're all God. We're all expressions of the divine.
It's essentially the holographic paradigm where, to put it in the most simplistic way, all of the parts make up the whole.
Yeah.
And the whole contains the image of the parts. I might have got that backwards, but that's the gist of it.
Hey,
that's Hinduism.
Have you seen one of my recent videos? I actually did a video on that very thing, talking about fractals that way.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Everything is part of the biggest thing, and the biggest thing is everything. Has everything in it. Yeah.
Thinking
like
hearing you guys.
All of the parts contain the image of the whole, and the whole makes up the part, or something like that. It's basically. Yeah,
but that's
hardly the whole is made up of the parts. That doesn't say evolution isn't the thing, or religion isn't.
Well, yeah, it's the only third viable option between prima causa.
It's not
stating the obvious either. Yeah. That's just stating the obvious. The whole can't be like the parts can be greater than the whole. There's like Euclid stuff in there. I mean, that's just logical. It doesn't mean either. Yeah.
We've agreed twice today. See, I gotta go.
This is bad news, bro.
I know. If Ontario and Quebec can agree twice in a day before noon, fuck.
This is not good. Yeah, I agree.
No.
There's a paradigm shift going on.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about fleshing out this idea, like back to that pork question. Like, what would the religious people say to the idea that by feeding the people pork, you're denying them heaven because they would have died and followed?
That's ingenious, bro. Actually,
follow the code.
Yeah.
So then, what you've done by feeding them pork is actually denied them eternal life.
Denied them access to heaven.
You denied them eternal life, bro.
Yeah,
So where does that? I'm just curious where someone might take that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that's bullshit because the scriptures are clear. None of us are worthy of the kingdom. We all deserve death.
Right, but like imagine like these people die because they followed the code, which would make their sacrifice even more honorable for heaven. Do you know what I mean? Like, and like
in God's eyes, we're all filthy. And we need a savior.
Well, I don't.
It doesn't matter if you eat pork or not. If you don't eat pork, you're still considered filthy.
The idea that you're filthy off the gate, I don't see. Like, it's almost offensive in a way, but I understand what you mean.
It's hard to.
I understand what you mean, but I'm just trying to say, like, in this little parable of a riddle or whatever the fuck, would you be denying them heaven?
Your works are but filthy rags before the Creator. Like, as much as you try to be good and a goody
whenever I hear
two-shoes,
that kind of, like, I get what you mean, but whenever I hear that, I feel like the king is like admonishing his people, like, yes, and tell them they're filthy rags and they need to get
but
right.
bro, we all have skeletons in our closet. We all do abominations. We all no, like you got to be real with yourself. We all masturbated. We've all done abominations and debaucheries. Like, we're all dirty, bro. Humans are inherently just morally wicked.
No, we're not. That's all in your head.
You got a few people. You got a few people in the Bible that have actually been carried up to heaven.
Well, I mean, but the idea that like this is what offends me. This is what offends me about the two things. Then let's address this, because like let's say like the idea that you're right. Like we are like in a sense like we have banal needs, i.e., we have to go to the bathroom, etc. This is why like I've always kind of appreciated the Muslim perspective on the Christ, is because like are we saying that the Lord took part in our form and then had to defile himself by using the bathroom or something, like because it necessitates, you know what I mean? It's just an interesting little that side note, whatever the fuck. But like I think to say we're all filthy, I think to say we're in sin, maybe I could appreciate that.
Yeah, that's what it means.
Right. But I just say, to say filthy is almost so debasing to one's own self that it's just, it's like, you know, it's almost a debasement of what the creator gave you to work with in the first place. And that, I think, is a disrespect to the creator if you aren't grateful for the fact that you have these banal mechanisms so that you can appreciate the fruits of the mind.
Hey, Lion, I'm just curious, like, do you believe that the law or Torah is still in effect, like full force?
Yes.
Okay, so are you a parent?
Yes.
All right, so do you have a boy at all?
Yes.
So you're going to circumcise him because the law says to?
Yes.
Okay.
But the reason being is not because for anything regarding salvation. That's what people don't understand, that circumcision is an act of righteousness, and it will be credited to you as righteousness. It will be in your account as righteousness, right? But if my son isn't circumcised, does that mean he's going to hell? No. That's what the rabbinical Jews of Messiah's time are preaching, right? That if you're not circumcised, you're going to hell, and you can't be considered a believer if you're not circumcised. Paul vehemently spoke against that. So did Peter and the rest. And in today's age, if you fulfill that commandment, it just credits you as righteousness. You're keeping the commandments, which Yah adores that. You know, he loves when we do that. And there's also some spiritual implications before the Messiah came and died for our sins. But there was before that, there's something about the shedding of innocent blood. There's a spiritual component there that's beyond me. But when that baby's blood that's shed on the 8th day after he's born because of the circumcision, when that blood hits the ground and goes into the earth, there's something that's going on there on a mystical level that's beyond me that I don't understand. But just because I don't understand it does not mean that I'm going to do away with it. Because apparently when Moses' wife, Zipporah circumcised their son, you know, it preserved his life from the angel of death that was about to slay him, was about to take his life. So there's something there that they created a spiritual hedge of protection around their son just by circumcising him. And these are things that go. So in the spiritual realm, there are things that are going on that we just don't understand. That Yah tries to show us: do this, do that. Don't question why, just do it. So I just do it. You know what I'm saying?
To a certain extent, I understand what you're saying. The one thing that I think I would like to just have out there for people to take a different perspective on, and that is that I do believe that we can understand that the law was set up to be temporary. And so when we look at the New Testament, we see that something is happening in the New Testament where there is a transition from one age to another. When the age that came before passes away and a new age starts up. When the new age starts up, everything gets transformed, everything gets changed. The law passes away in terms of what it was for in the past, and it becomes something new, right? So there was always a built-in, I can never remember, what is it called when you build something up to break down?
This is just preaching the Christian religion, just
that's
what they think.
Dispensationalism, bro. That's not scriptural what you're saying at all. But
Actually, that's not true, because I'm basing. Okay, we can argue about interpretations, but that interpretation has to be based on the text. And I'm just trying to. You can think what you like. I'm here to be a naysayer. I'm even actually going farther than most Christians would go in what you think they might say about what I'm saying. But my point is that Jesus, Paul, and Peter and John, which were the three, primary sources in the New Testament for our information, they all talked about the law as something that was set up to pass away.
They all followed the law, though.
I didn't say, but that's a non sequitur. I agree with you. I agree. They were following the law because in the transition that happened when Jesus came along, that was the transition point. So you have a little bit of almost, I'll just say it this way, a little bit of flexibility, because, that was then, this is now. We'll give you a little bit of time to like make the transition, but at some point when the temple is destroyed, you got to let go of the entire law in the past. And that's what Paul and Peter and everybody else did. They let go of what was in the past and moved into the future.
Why would he say, I didn't come to abolish, but to fulfill the law, and not one jot or tittle will pass from the law until heaven and earth shall pass away?
Right. So my understanding of the figurative term heaven and earth is not literal. He's not talking about heaven and earth. He's talking about Israel, who the Bible uses heaven and earth to describe numerous times. And that was the judgment that was happening in the first century. What passed away in the first century? Hold on,
Tor, hold on.
Wait, let me just finish. Yeah, I'll be brief. In the book of in the book of Revelation, chapter 20 and 21, John says, I saw the first heaven and earth pass away, and I saw the new heaven and new earth come down like a bride adorned for her husband. This is all figurative terms for Israel's transformation from one epoch to another.
Okay, yeah, how I read it is heaven and earth will never pass away. So he's just reiterating, he's saying, like, it'll never pass away, just like heaven and earth will never pass away.
That is an unfortunate consequence for reading the Bible literally. But when you get to Matthew 24, Matthew 24 repeats the fact that the sun, the moon, and the stars are all going to come out of their quote unquote physical places and just come undone. And it's not literal. It's talking about Israel coming under judgment.
Yeah, so, the sun, moon, and stars, I don't refer to those as heaven or earth.
Hey, yo, that's an interesting... you made me think of something, Travis, how, like, it becomes undone in the sense of, like, the way that they've portrayed the stars to us, maybe. I mean, on a grander scale, maybe this is like, I know you look at it like a relative to the historical times of that time, but also like imagine like the idea of like, because I think the Bible is so multi-layered and divine in its own right, that like, there's almost like this time now, this day and age, where instead of being millions of light years away and everything, it's becoming undone. I just think that's interesting,
So Revelation 6:14 does talk about the skies will be rolled up like a scroll. Isaiah 34:4, and all the heavens shall melt, and the sky shall be rolled up like a scroll. So, like, yes, like there's gonna be an apocalyptic event where the veil is gonna be rolled back. Like this sky that we have, it's supposed to be like a veil that's over us right now.
Yeah,
but it will be rolled back.
What about like more of like a mental veil?
That too.
Like, because I see it like, not so literally, if you will. And I see it all more of in a parable kind of a sense. But, our like the Bible says, like, it's the transformation of the mind, right? So it's like the transformation of the mind about certain issues that, changes everything about them.
But so
before, it's pretty cool.
So what Travis said though, right, about he tries to say because the moon and the sun will deviate from the orbit, that somehow that the word also will deviate from its order, from its
Well, I think Travis.
But hold on, real quick. So the scripture actually specifically states that heaven and earth shall pass away, but my word shall never pass away. Right. So yes, the sun and the moon will eventually deviate from their order. We know it's prophetically that this is bound to happen. I don't think it's happened yet. I think the moon and the sun are still continuously, perpetually have been keeping their oath since the beginning. We've not seen that yet. And the stars are still there. Heaven's still there. But there will come a time where the heaven and the earth will be renewed. But guess what? His word will still stand, even in the millennial kingdom to come. And the king in the
quick, can you go back to that verse? Read that verse again where he says, heaven and earth shall pass away, but my word shall not pass away. Can you read that? Or do you have it pulled up?
No, I don't. I don't have
it. Okay, well then, all right, don't worry about it. So the context again, though, for Jesus's words are the first century when he's taking his message to the Jewish audience, right? The children of Israel, right? So he's applying the consequences of the law to the people with whom the law was made a contract. So the Egyptians weren't judged in the first century. The Australians weren't judged in the first century. The entire world was not judged in the first century because God was only in covenant with one nationality, and that is the children of Israel. Like no one else. Like Egyptians didn't have to circumcise their kids on the 8th day. They didn't break God's law if they did that. They weren't even in covenant with God. So the fact you're trying to apply a story that is limited in its own scope, like it limits its own audience, and you're trying to make it applicable to everybody. That's just crazy.
No, you have a grave misunderstanding, in my opinion, because yes, the Torah was only available to the Jews or the Israelites originally, but eventually, now that knowledge is increased, like the scriptures in Isaiah 29 talk about, in other places, in Enoch and elsewhere, that knowledge in the end times will increase, right? Where most of history, people were ignorant of the word because, for one, they couldn't read or write, right? Now you have no excuse, right? And Paul even states that if you only are given, right, or you're only held accountable for what you know, right? So these foreigners that were oblivious to the commandments, they weren't held accountable to the commandments because they didn't know about it. But we all have inherent commandments in our hearts that we're born with, right? It's like a moral compass. Because you talk about the moral law and then the law of Moshe. It's hard to
hold on.
All right, sure.
Yeah, you bring up a lot of points, and like something you said a couple minutes ago, I'm trying to remember what it was because you just keep bringing stuff up. But I want to try to address this. I want to try to address this point specifically because you brought it up. The end times, right? Right?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, so the end times in the Bible refers to what I'm talking about coming to a close. That was the end of days in the first century when Israel, and at the end of those days, the new day would come. So the end days or the end time was for Israel under Torah. You will not ever be able to get from the Bible anywhere that the end time refers to what you and I might think of as the end of the world, when everything just stops. That's not what the Bible means by the end time or the end of days.
I don't think that world's going to stop, the end times or whatever. But from what I've heard, you're taking the historian's perspective, right? Just like looking at it from a historical point of view. And that the book already took place. Everything's already happened in that book. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So I actually agree with him to an extent. Because in the Dead Sea Scrolls, like the Melchizedek document and other places, and even in Hebrews 1:2, Paul says, I believe Paul wrote Hebrews, in these last days, therefore, the time of his speaking, right, were the last days. When Paul wrote this, it was the beginning of the last days. And this was consistent with what we see in the Dead Sea Scroll with the Zadokites. They believed that the time of the Messiah was the beginning of the last days. But we've been in the last days for 2,000 years now. Because if you look at existence as a 7,000 year time span, we're well beyond the halfway mark. When Messiah came, we were well beyond the halfway mark, marking the last days. We're more than halfway through existence. If it's a 7,000 year time frame, this is why they understood it to be the last days. Not that it was the apocalyptic Armageddon last days, but it was the beginning of the counting down. We're over the hump. Like, you turn 50, you're over the hump. When Messiah came, they were over the hump.
Yeah, 7,000 from.
But that's not to say that everything that's recorded in Scripture has already come to pass, because clearly it hasn't.
Clearly incorrect. It's a matter of understanding that there's a difference between if you want to try to find a way of extrapolating the end times to being 3,000, 4,000 years, whatever, then you have to prove that case from the Bible. I don't think you can do it.
Yeah, you can. Easily, bro.
So that remains to be seen.
I really don't want to continue to talk about this too much because I know people here probably already bored and they want to move because I want to be respectful of the audience, and I know that they don't all want to hear about this.
Yeah, well, people are people. If they want to speak up and change the subject, they can do it all they want. You know, if you and I are still talking, then
Yeah.
nobody's speaking up.
I love this topic.
Hey, real quick, if the Earth was like 5,000, like say there was 5,000 years, then Jesus came, and then there was only going to be 3,000 years remaining. Couldn't those last 3,000 be considered the last days?
That's exactly what I'm saying, bro.
Right, but listen, you have to justify the concept of last days, right? You seem to, well, whatever. I don't know. If you're just steel manning his position, that's one thing. But let's just take it for granted. Like, so where do we get this concept of the last days from? We get it from the Bible. So we have to find out from the Bible what it means by the last day. If the Bible can be shown that at least in one place it's not talking about the end of the world, then that should put it into question as to whether or not any of it is about the end of the world.
Yeshua told some of his disciples they won't taste death before this all happens. They all died already, but he's talking about the second death, correct? Like the death of being thrown out of existence, right? So we haven't seen that happen. And in the Bible, it also calls for a millennial reign. So are you saying that also happened already? Or is that just figurative?
Hold on. What was the first point you made? Can you say it again?
Yeah, Yeshua told his disciples some of them won't even taste death until this is fulfilled, which I refer to that as a second death, because man is appointed to die once, and then either salvation or just, being, exited from the game, essentially.
What makes you think you are that which dies?
What's that?
Yeah, okay, so...
I said, what is that? I said, yeah, like, why do you think you are that which dies?
Well, no, obviously, I've watched my grandfather die, so I know that you die a first death. I'm not saying your energy goes away. I'm saying that would be the second death at judgment, is when your energy will be destroyed.
Gotcha.
Try to be as possible. Jesus says there are many standing here who will not taste death until they see the Son of Man come in his glory. Okay? That happened in the first century. Otherwise, there should be people still alive somewhere in the world that have been alive since Jesus said there are many here who won't taste death until they see the Son of Man come with his holy angels. I think he said something like that. Okay, so are you suggesting that there are people still alive today
under the earth?
Jesus was?
Yeah, under the earth and Sheol, correct.
So, yeah, that verse is a very bewildering verse, perplexing verse for many believers throughout time. I've read church commentary on Bible Hub, like every church father that ever had a commentary on that verse. I looked this up, and none of it was satisfactory to me. I was like, no, there's something off about this. This is not what, because they all had different ideas of what this verse meant. And then I pondered on it, I meditated on it, and then it came to me like a day later. And what was revealed to me is very profound. And I'm not saying this is dogma. I mean, I'm not saying that this is gospel. There could be dogma because I'm a human, right? And I'm prone to error. But hear me out on this, because this is insane. Because if you realize where Jesus was, where Yeshua was standing when he said this to his apostles, right? This is in the cave that's inside Mount Hermon in Israel today. That cave is known as Pan's Cave. You know, the little goat demon guy? If this guy existed, this was known for eons now, that this was his dwelling in this cave, and there was even an altar in that cave that was used for child sacrifice. They've made this cave into an attraction in Israel. It's a tourist attraction.
Okay,
But,
you've lost me. Wait, man. I don't understand how you're answering the question about this. So, like, first of all,
I need to unpack it, dude. It's a lot.
It's a lot of stuff that's confusing. So I'm not getting any clarity at this point.
Well, hear me out, because I need to.
Where do you get? Hold on. Where do you get the information that Jesus was in a cave?
Well, hear me out, right? Because if you read Matthew 16, and I'll start at real quick. Just hear me out. You're gonna like this. I start at verse 13. When Yeshua came into the coast of Caesarea Philippi, or Caesarea Philippi, this place, if you study where this place is, a city 3 or 4 miles east of Dan, near the eastern source of the Jordan, anciently called Paneas, and is now called Banyahu, from the adjacent grotto dedicated to Pan, from which one of the sources of the Jordan flowed.
Wait, dude. You're totally you just switched from like talking about what the Bible says, and now you're reading something completely.
Give me a second, dude. I have to unpack this location where it is today, bro. Just give me a second. Bear with me.
All I want from you, hold on, man. All I want from you is in Matthew 16. Where in Matthew 16 does it tell you that Jesus was in a cave?
Well, hear me out. If you go to Matthew 16, verse 13, there's a place called Caesarea Philippi. Now you have to research, where is this place on earth today, and what was it called in history, right? That's what I'm trying to give you, the insight behind where this location is, and you're not even letting me elaborate on it. So this location.
Okay, hold on. I'm pretty sure all I'm pointing out is that you said that Jesus was in a cave.
Well, hold on.
Hold on. I said, where does the Matthew 16 say that? And you go, well, it doesn't really say it. It just says Caesarea Philippi, and then you're completely just making shit up after that.
No, I'm not, dude. No, I'm not. Because if you let me continue, I'll show you where. But hear me out. So first, I got to show you where Caesarea Philippi is. And this place is literally a grotto. And if you know where this grotto is, it's Pan's cave is right there. And the Jordan flows through there. It stood where the mountains southwest of Hermon joined the plain above Lake Hule, an elevated plateau surrounded by ravines and watercourses, and its walls were thick and strong, and it was enlarged and embellished by Philip the Tetrarch of Trachonitis, and called Caesar in honor of Tiberius Caesar. And the name Philippi was added to distinguish it from Caesarea in the Mediterranean.
Okay, wait, just real quick. Okay, so just real quick. So Caesarea Philippi refers to what exactly?
The Tetrarch Trachonitis, and called Caesar in honor of.
Okay, is Caesarea Philippi a town or a city?
It's a place in Israel today. Yes, still today.
Okay, so it is a town.
Well, here, let me elaborate, dude. Please just hear me out before you interrupt me. Hear me out. No, hear me out. So it says here, right? Our Savior visited this place shortly before his transfiguration in Matthew 16, 13 through 28, Mark 8, 27 through 38, and Luke 9, 18 and 27. Okay, now let me continue, and I'll finish.
Wait, no, wait. He visited Caesarea Philippi, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a very large town?
Dude, listen. The mountain of transfiguration, right? You know what mountain that is?
Yeah, it's Mount.
What mountain is it?
Is it?
It's this place right here. It's the same place.
Caesarea Philippi?
Yep.
Okay. Is Caesarea Philippi a town or a city?
Dude, yes, but you're not. You have to understand that.
Hold on. Hold on. You said yes. So now we're talking about a very large city. Let's make it really large.
No, it's not a large city, dude. Just hear me out, dude. Just hear me. Let me finish my train of thought before you keep interrupting me and go side trails. Just hear me out, dude. All right? Hear me out respectfully, please. So Mount Hermon is the mountain of transfiguration. It's the same mountain that's recorded in Enoch where the angels came down, right, and made a pact. This was a Nephilim stronghold before the flood. This is the same mountain that Messiah, our Savior, transfigurated on before his apostles, right? This is the same mountain that his apostles walked in that cave when he says to Peter, "Get behind me, Satan." It's in the same area, bro. All this happened in that same area.
Okay, I don't have a problem with anything you're saying as long as you keep them in the general geographical area. I'm asking you, where does it say they were in a cave?
Dude, this is recorded in history, in the Bible, right? This place is still a tourist attraction today. They know that Messiah went there. Millions of people witness Messiah, and dude, it's irrelevant. Just hear me out on this matter real quick before we go on to describe the geographic location of all these events, right? Because then we're gonna go down. We're gonna talk about geography. I'm not talking about geography right now. I just want to talk about what this verse means.
This is totally far and away from my original point of bringing this up.
You want me to give you a 2-hour analysis of a geography that I can't do in a reasonable amount of time, bro? We're limited by our time, and you want me to just spit out all these things in a reasonable amount of time in 5 minutes? Dude, it's impossible. So just hear me out. Just respectfully, hear me out.
Copernicus, can y'all please calm down? I mean, one at a time. And
he don't let me finish.
Hold on, please stop interrupting in between his sentences, please.
All right, so hear me out, and I'm done, dude. Let me finish, and you can ask me whatever the hell you want. You can ask me, and we can talk about the geography. We have all day, but let me finish this out, right? Verse 18. And I say also unto you that you, Peter, and upon this rock I will build my called out assembly, and the gates of Sheol shall not prevail against it. And I will give unto you the keys of the kingdom of heaven, and whosoever you shall bind on earth shall be bound in heaven, and whatsoever you shall loose on earth shall be loosened in heaven. Now, I don't want to read all this, but I'm going to skip to a certain part.
God.
And then Peter took him and began to rebuke him, saying, "Be it far from you, Lord, this shall not be unto you." But he turned and said unto Peter, "Get behind me, Satan. You are an offense unto me, for you savor not the things that be of Elohim, but those that be of men." So I ask you, is it possible, right, for angels to possess human beings? And is it possible that Satan actually possessed Peter in this instance?
Oh my God. How does what you just now first of all, are you done? So you're asking me a question. You're not done.
No, I'm not. I'm not done yet. I'm unpacking. I'm trying to unpack this, and it's a lot. But I believe that this scene is occurring inside the grotto, Pan's grotto, inside the base of Mount Hermon. There's a cave there. It's called Pan's Cave. This is all going on. This scene right here is going on inside this mountain.
And I'm saying to you and asking everybody who's listening, to both of us right now, is he answering my question? Like, show me where in the Bible it says they were in a cave. So far, you're not doing it.
The best I could show you is Caesar Philippi and Pan's, which is located near Pan's grotto. In Pan,
they could be anywhere. They could be anywhere in Caesarea Philippi.
All right, that's fair. But you know that historically, this region, Pan's Cave, was known as the gates of hell, and even Messiah corroborated the idea, because even before Messiah came on earth, this place was already famous because of who used to live there, bro. Pan, right? So this place was already famous. This mountain was already famous. Messiah is doubling down to Peter and calling this place the gates to Sheol, right?
Yeah, don't say Sheol there, because it's not Sheol, it's Hades.
It says hell, right? Whatever.
Right. Yeah, but that's not right.
Okay, so let me unpack this, and I'm.
Oh my God.
Hades is Greek.
Because he's gonna continue to struggle with this and struggle with me and wrestle with me. Every single verse that I read, he's gonna wrestle with me, and I won't be able to get my point out. So please, just stop wrestling with me and just hear me out, right? Because you're being very defensive, and I'm just trying to get this out real quick. Whether you believe it or not, I believe that Messiah was standing in Pan's cave, Pan's grotto. You don't believe it? That's fine. Let's move on. And it says, I will give unto you the keys of the kingdom of heaven, right? But it goes on to say, at the end of this is the most bewildering verse. For verse 27, for the Son of Man shall come in the glory of his Father with his angels, and then he shall reward every man according to his works. Amen, I say unto you, there be some standing here which shall not taste of death till they see the Son of Adam coming in his kingdom. I will stand on this, that who he's referring to here are not the apostles. The apostles are oblivious to the entities that are standing in their vicinity, in this cave that's referenced as the gates of Sheol, even Messiah himself. But even before Messiah, it was already known as the gates of Sheol by the peoples, the locals there. And he's saying hold on, and I'm almost done. This is the cherry on top.
God,
he's saying there are some standing here that will not taste of death till they see the Son of Adam coming. But all the apostles died. Those he was referring to were not the apostles, but entities that were present.
Okay, that's right. Okay, so now we are at the point of being able to dissect your position even farther, and that is you are eliminating any of the apostles from being the ones that Jesus is talking to when he says, many standing here will not taste death. Okay? So what information do you have besides the fact that in your mind, the apostles are dead after all, because this was 2,500 years ago? What other information do you have that he wasn't talking about those who are actually standing right there in earshot?
Human beings are mortal. We all taste death. All the apostles tasted death. So who could he possibly have been talking about that will not taste of death until he returns? Which is thousands of years later. He still hasn't returned.
Okay, wait. Okay. So, because we know that people don't live forever and they die within 50 to 70 years, so to speak, or whatever. Okay, so then why aren't you comfortable in understanding that Jesus was actually talking about something that was going to happen in the lifetime of his listeners? And he was basically saying, some of you guys are going to see the final events that you've heard about all your life listening to Torah. Why don't you understand that Jesus was talking about something that was going to happen within their lifetime?
Dude, if you read the scripture literally, right? It literally says that some standing here will not taste of death, but they all tasted death before his return.
Okay, listen, that begs the question. Hold on. That begs the question that your concept of whatever was supposed to happen didn't happen. And I'm saying it did happen. So some of them stayed alive until the events that Jesus was talking about happened.
It's a bold claim.
Listen, whatever you believe, it's all right, bro. But I believe that there were entities in the shadows of this cave, in the background. Even one of them even possessed Peter and tried dissuading Messiah from doing what he was about to do. And he spoke to Peter, "Get behind me, Satan." There are literal entities all around you right now that you're not aware of. And he's speaking directly to those entities when he's speaking about this verse. He's not talking about the apostles. They all tasted death, bro. Before his coming.
I disagree. They didn't taste death. You don't taste death till the second death. You go to Sheol. You go to Abraham's bosom. I mean, Jesus even spoke on this about the rich man and Lazarus, no?
Yeah, you got the second death. But you got first death and the second death. But there's still two deaths, bro. You got the first death and the second death.
The first death is not death. The first death is just moving on to your next life, moving on to Sheol, and now you await judgment. And then the tasting of death would be after judgment when you no longer exist.
I mean, that's also a possibility, but I do believe that when it says the first death, it's death, bro. Now you have a bodily death and a spiritual death, but they're both death, bro.
Yeah, but it says a taste of death, meaning like you're gonna really like physically know. Like when you go to Sheol, do you think you're going to know you're dead? Or are you going to go, oh man, now I'm awaiting judgment and I'm still alive?
All men are appointed to death, and then comes judgment. Listen, death is inevitable for all mortals. These entities have never tasted death, and they will never taste death until his return. They're immortal beings. They had to be put to death at his return. And that's who he's talking about, because this area, this location that he's talking like this, bro, this is a Nephilim stronghold, bro. This is Mount Hermon. They literally refer to this place as the gates of hell.
Couldn't there have been non-believers and believers in his sight?
Yeah,
when he was talking. So those non-believers are going to be on the wrong side of Sheol. So when he returns to and has his millennial reign, he'll go ahead and resurrect those people at the end of his millennial reign, and then they will be eliminated from the.
Yeah, you're talking about the spiritual death, and I understand what you're saying, bro. But they still have to go through the first death, bro. We all do. And
yeah,
you're skipping that altogether to try to justify your idea, but that's fine, bro. If you think that the first death isn't actually tasted, because you still have consciousness, then yeah, man, I could see that being a possibility.
Taste is it's a physical thing that you can, I can taste something, so I physically can do it. So when I'm in Sheol, I'm still of the physical or spiritual body, but afterwards, after that, you're out, man. There is no more taste for anyone.
I get you, bro.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to, I like where you're going with that. I will look further into what you're saying, but I feel the timelines is where the Bible gets so confused that people start taking it into a historical account without taking into consideration the heavens being rolled back, the kingdom coming down, Yeshua passing over us while we are resurrected to the kingdom, those that are here on earth being changed in an instant and going up to the kingdom. And then after that millennial reign, then we'll have that judgment, the death, the real death. Because I do understand we're appointed to die, but I mean, Yeshua says after we die, where are we? We're not out of it. We're not just completely gone.
Yeah, I agree.
Anyways, how about we talk about the inconsistencies with telescopes?
What's wrong with telescopes?
When you look through them too long, you get a headache. What's wrong with that? What's up with that?
Did you know, Cora, that Globers believe telescopes were invented in the 1600s, and no one before that had a tube with a lens in it to look at sky objects?
Yeah, I know. It's pretty funny, right?
Yeah, it always blows my mind.
I think it's funny, let's focus in on light to look at a light, and then you almost got to use philosophy to look through a telescope, don't you?
Why? But the glass was so cloudy back then.
Yeah.
There's no experts at glass in the past.
Galileo said the telescope can't be reliable because when he looked, you can see two stars. You could try to zoom in on a light in the sky, and it would look as if there was two. But then he said, but on the earth, man, you want to zoom in on something here, it works perfect. But when you're trying to look up at the metaphysical, the non-physical, the stuff up in the sky, it's inaccurate. Galileo himself said it.
Yeah, I tend to go with current information.
Yeah, binary star systems is where you got from that.
It's still pretty though, right? And it's worth looking through them sometimes. So have a look.
But your eyes, I guess what you're doing is you're giving up on sensationalism. You can't trust your eyes to show you that the Earth is in the center, because the only time they switched to heliocentric model was when they used a telescope and they saw Venus has phases, and then they assumed the same thing as the moon causes the phases, which is shadows, which could be wrong altogether. So you're doing a bunch of philosophizing.
Yeah,
what would be wrong about that?
What would be wrong about doing a bunch of philosophizing and then telling people this is the truth?
No, not philosophizing, but making observations and coming to conclusions based on empirical evidence.
What's the empirical evidence that proves that it's a shadow on Venus?
You could see it. What else would it be?
It could be just like there's a lot of people that believe the moon is charging and recharging, no?
Yeah, but I mean, we know that we can see that the sun's shining on the moon, right?
And I disagree.
If we can see something, that's it. That's how it is.
Yeah, you have to look through your telescope you have to look through your paradigm through the telescope.
Yeah, if we can see something, that's it. That's what it is, Left Lane.
Well, no, I mean, if you can see a light source and something lit, then you can see that light source is shining light on that thing, right?
Well, I think it's the other way around. Like when you see the sun and the moon in the same reference frame from the Earth vantage point, the moon is never as illuminated as it is when the sun's not in the same reference frame. So it's kind of like working against that argument's working against you.
No, I don't. What do you mean when the sun's not in the same reference frame as what?
So, i.e., like the daytime when the moon's still visible during the day, it's not nearly as illuminated as it is when at nighttime when the sun's not visible.
Well, that's natural.
So you're just drawing.
Yeah.
I know, but you're just assuming that the sun is what's doing that, rather than the light being its own light source.
It's not just an assumption, because the men that looked at this and studied it started on a flat Earth. They understand lights and shadows. They made conclusions based on assumptions that they trusted.
Yeah, which is insane, because the shadow of the moon is what determined the shape of the Earth. That was their first determination. So sad to make a presumption about the moon.
And all that's only visible from the Earth reference frame. Like the second you leave Earth and you're in space, none of that's even visible anymore.
Yeah, and the moon, I've never seen it spin once. It doesn't spin. So you can't even prove it's spinning.
No, I wasn't trying to prove the moon is spinning. I was just saying people are allowed to look up and then make conclusions based on logical things like light and shadows. That's kind of normal.
But it's illogical.
To you guys, it's illogical because you don't believe in the pre-assumptions. So the shadows and lights is up in the wind for you because you don't already believe space is up in every direction and balls in space exist. So you've seen lights and shadows in the sky. People have said this is similar to how we shine them down below. This is what we think about it, and then you've made up an alternative.
You can't prove that it's lights and shadows, dude. There's no way you can prove it. Can you take an observation on Earth that's 240,000 miles away?
You could literally see its lights and shadows with a telescope.
What about axial precession? How often does that occur? How fast does the Earth tilt or wobble?
Like every 25,000 years or something like that.
Because like apparently like 2,000 years ago, the North Pole was, according to this guy, Coffee Converter. Have you seen that the star charts made in the 2nd century? He shows Polaris was much farther from the North Pole, and it shows literally like a completely different constellation than we have today, and that's a lot faster than what you're saying. 25,000 years. 25,000 years maybe for a complete wobble, like one complete wobble. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Is there any math? Like, do you guys have any math for the actual precession? Because that's like a vital variable in your model. And if that's off, then your whole model is off, because what you're saying is that the Earth wobbles or is wobbling. And if that's the case, then you have these ancient megalithic structures that are thousands of years old that specifically built them in accordance with the solstices and the equinoxes. And they're still, this is extremely precise. Like you have like a little pinhole or like a little ring that light will radiate through that pinhole at a certain angle on a certain day, perfectly, illuminating a certain structure inside the chamber. And these precisions are still consistent today.
And you got the world's oldest clock in Prague tracking all these celestial bodies with precision, still accurate today.
Say, Lion, the three Great Pyramids, not the three Great Pyramids, the three big ones in Egypt, one of them being the Great Pyramid. Let's say they were copying Orion's belt. So 3 special holy buildings to get to the afterlife based on 3 stars. But they could have still done that if the sky was turned 6,000 years ago, because they would have seen Orion in a different spot. Maybe not exactly the same place we see it now in Egypt, but could have still been in the sky.
The pyramids are on the original axis of evil.
Stuff can be
on
moving
the
around.
latitude line of Earth. Go ahead and draw the line around and see how many things land on it.
Yeah, I've heard Graham Hancock talk. He popularized the idea that the Great Pyramids aligned up with Orion's belt, and it seems like the last time that the pyramids would have aligned with Orion's belt perfectly was like 21,000 years ago. I think he quoted.
Doesn't have to point to them perfectly.
I don't.
They can
Yeah, I
just
don't
be a
believe in
copy-
Graham
a
Hancock's
copy of
work.
3 stars on the ground.
Or it has something to do with the ground where they're aligned, right? Since they're placed on the ground.
Like, if the Jews are being obsessed with Saturn, they would have had to have a telescope to see Saturn, and maybe it was in a different place, but they still could see it from Israel, wherever they were.
On Wikipedia, real quick, it says the Tropic of Cancer is currently shifting southward at a rate of almost half an arc second of latitude, or 15 meters per year, 49 feet. As a result, approximately on average, the tropical circles are drifting towards the equator on the polar circles towards the poles by 15 meters per year. If this is true, and this is a flux that the Earth goes through, on a cyclical cycle, then there's no reason why these structures that we have today still line up. Because it's just everything would be shifted, everything would be off. If the Earth is rotating through space aimlessly, there's no reason why you still have this extreme precision with thousands of year old structures. Like, it makes no sense.
I don't think it's the same precision. You can't prove exactly how the clock was used in the past, or how the alignment was, and how it is now. Because we don't know how they aligned. Whether it's standing behind it 100 meters, or whether it's standing round to the left 200 meters. You don't know how they were aligning. You can guess, obviously, by a study, but it takes a lot of studying.
But the tilt, bro, the tilt is what I'm talking about. The Earth's axial tilt, right? If that tilt shifts, all these things are gonna shift, bro.
Yeah, I'm just saying they could have shifted in a biblical timeline or any timeline. The sky can shift a bit, and people can still see similar things after it's shifted a bit. Because it's 180 degrees of sky in a 360 circle, so it could shift quite far. The celestial sphere could shift quite far, and you'll still see some of the stuff as it progresses through space. Imagine if the globe's true, and in the past, the equator was a completely different line. The North Pole was a completely different place on the sphere. The magnetics were reversed. The field was bubbling up in a different spot. So there's people worshipping the sun rising in the west. Possibly. Like, fuck knows which direction it was going. It was around for millions of years, flying through space. Could have faced any direction.
We're pretty sure when the Sphinx and all these ancient megalithic structures were built, though, that it was rising east. Otherwise, it's just a giant fucking coincidence that all these, almost all these megalithic structures have an east-facing aspect to them.
I agree. I mean, it seems like it's been like that for like 6,000 years, 10,000 years, if you believe mainstream timelines. I was just saying, in the distant past, the Earth could have been flying around, different spin, right? Anything could have been different on the globe model.
No, Earth's not moving, bud.
On your models, it might have stayed perfect forever. I don't know.
I mean, Earth's just not moving. I mean, in your model, you have serious issues with movements.
No, my model is perfect.
Not perfect.
It's perfect and adaptable.
It's not even close to perfect.
It claims what it claims to be. It is. So that makes it perfect. It claims to be quite a good explanation of the universe.
Would you agree that spring has always been spring? That spring hasn't begun in like December? Or do you think that
in my model, everything could have changed. Everything could have been all over the shop. Continents in different spots, seasons in different spots, different stars.
Yeah, that's actually what your model states. That's the axial rotation states that there's a wobble that wobble is completed every 20-something thousand years. But during the precession of the axial rotation, the seasons will shift. Like you won't have winter where we have winter now. It's impossible.
Yeah,
because of the tilt shift. So like, but hold on. Let me just get this out. So like the idea that the solstice, the summer solstice is June 21st right now. It could have shifted up to 50 days, bro.
Listen, I've witnessed winter change from December and November to after Christmas in my lifetime.
Like the Saturnalia, right? What the Druids used to worship, and they used to frolic in the wilderness and have orgies. That's always been December 21st, bro, for thousands of years. But according to your model, the actual rotation would have thrown the winter solstice off by up to 50 days.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've witnessed it changing through my life.
Over a period of 25,000 years. We're not going to see it change in our lifetime, though.
No, 25. No, hold on. 25,000 years is a complete revolution of the wobble, right? So you would see it within 2,000 to 3,000 years. You would see a drastic change. You don't have to complete 25,000 years for the whole Earth to wobble through.
I don't think it'd be that drastic of a change. It would be a gradual change over time. It wouldn't be like snapping your finger and on one day it's this way and the next day it's that. It would just progress.
In 2,000 years, it would be 25. It would be 30 days in 2,000 years, according to your math. And in 4,000 years, it'd be 55 days. I have it pulled up.
Yeah,
I've watched the season shift more than that in my life because of climate change and government weather psyops. I used to argue that because of the precession of the equinox is a 26,000 year cycle, that means the ancient priests must have studied the sky and known it was a globe for 26,000 years. But now I think they worked out that cycle later with lots of different information. But that cycle could have been passed down from the Anunnaki to humans. And that's why some of the ancients knew it. And I'm sure Earth explanation for the precession of the equinox, why the zodiac would wobble slowly over 26,000 years on a flat Earth. Someone could have think about it. Because flat Earth bases itself on making up alternative explanations, any subject can be converted to flat Earth model. And the argument is that doesn't work as well because you've had to make it up.
Do you not understand that if we were given millions in funding over decades, that we would be able to rigorously test the ideas we have?
Yeah, of course, I believe you could do loads of science. I don't think it would make it any more logical.
Yeah, but if your argument wasn't based on logic.
No, it is. My argument for why I don't think Earth's flat is based on it can't make sense logically.
But that wasn't what you just said. You just said that we say that we can't rigorously test it, so and that it was somehow an excuse. But of course, when you don't have,
I said you have to make it up. You have to make it up. I was basing it on.
Didn't finish. Of course, when you don't have the funding, you're not going to be able to do it to the same level. That's very obvious.
I didn't talk about funding at all.
Yeah, but funding is what secures the research, Dawn.
I think what Don's talking about is like tracking the sun across the sky and then pointing to where you think it has to be at midnight and making that logical, or explaining the two celestial poles at 180 degrees from one another on a flat Earth and things like that. That doesn't require research, just a little observation and the question, and make it logical.
Well, no, because that observation is then taken into a worldview and then conceptualized within that worldview, right? And so
no, you don't have to use any worldview. Just make the observation and try to draw a conclusion from it.
Okay, without a worldview, how do you know what you're looking at?
Just use a blank screen. You don't even know. You have no idea. Just make the observations and draw conclusions and see what you come up with.
What are you looking at?
This tracking the sun across the sky.
How do you know what the sun is without a worldview?
Huh?
How do you know what the sun is without a worldview?
You can see it. It's there. I'm looking at it right now.
I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. How do you know what the sun is without knowing what the sun is?
I don't care what the sun is. I could see it. It's right there.
But you need a worldview to conceptualize what the sun is, bro. That's the
point. Maybe you could put your limitations on it to where you can't figure shit out, but I can't.
That's not what I'm saying. Again, you're not understanding my point. You need to have something, some idea of what the sun is, right? In order to then conceptualize. Yes, you do. In order to then conceptualize what you.
I don't care if it's a barrel of monkeys up there that's on fire. I see it and I can track it across the sky. I don't care what it is.
So you think that the sun's a barrel of monkeys?
Doesn't matter.
Lights in the sky. Yeah, that's the worldview, Crypto. Lights in the sky. And what shape do I think the surface I'm standing on is? That's the worldview.
But that's the point, isn't it, Dawn? So you have to have some sort of concept of what's going on to then make that observation within that idea. It can't be a barrel of monkeys. There's no one who thinks that the sun is a barrel of monkeys. That's not a worldview that exists.
Let me go through it with you. We're here. We don't know the shape of the surface. We both want to know. We really go to work for a week thinking about this. Could it be? What could it be? We come up to the table and we say it could be flat, or maybe it's part of a huge curve. Yeah, because we're smart enough to at least consider it's part of a huge curve, and then we go about using the logic.
Okay, so then you have rigorous testing of both ideas, and both come up with equally viable explanations because they were given equal funding. Now what?
I've already answered that. I don't think the flat Earth answer, after thinking about it for 5-6 years, I don't think it will ever be logical to me, even if they had $50 trillion.
But that's based on your worldview.
No, it's based on me looking at both and deciding which one I believed.
Which is based on your worldview.
No, I went back to ground status. That's what flat Earth's for. It taught me to think. How do I know what the surface is without basing it on a worldview? The worldview was what is the shape of the surface?
Your worldview can't be a question.
Yes, it can. That's the point of flat Earth. You go back to basics, aestheticism, and then you use other types of science, whatever you want, to find out what you think.
I don't think you guys understand what worldview means.
I think you got to presuppose something is what you're saying. And I say you don't have to presuppose anything. You can be completely ignorant of it, make the observation, and draw logical conclusions.
We can pre-assume two things, what we both think, and then go and look which one's correct.
Well, first of all, no, I didn't say presuppose, because a presupposition would come from a worldview where a supposition is important, right? So you'd have to understand what the supposition is to even then understand how to apply it, which is part of the worldview. But I'm not making any accusations of presuppositions. That comes next. What you're saying is that you understand what the sun is, and that therefore by making observations you know what it's doing when you observe it.
Of course people do make presuppositions. I'm telling you, technically you wouldn't have to if you were really honest with yourself. But the real way people do it is they do choose one side, then they look at both. Sometimes they'll be biased and hardly look at one side at all.
Sure.
Well, once you establish a foundational idea about something, the foundation of your worldview, and you've made these observations, drawn logical conclusions, then you can build on that and make other observations, presupposing what you've already found to be true, and that would be solid, and move on from there, and get know more and more, build your knowledge base of your worldview.
So when I said that 10 minutes ago and you disagreed with it, are you now disagreeing with yourself when you disagreed with it earlier when I said it?
No, I said establishing the foundations without presupposition. Then once you establish those, then you can suppose those. You can suppose those and take that part for granted because you've already established it in consideration of gaining more knowledge in other aspects of your worldview.
Yeah, I never said presupposition. You put presupposition in my mouth, and I then told you I never said presupposition. You're now bringing it in again when I never said it. You said it, right? My initial wording was worldview, and I then said that any observation you make must be from within a worldview, which is what you've now confirmed to be true, and that you spent 10 minutes disagreeing.
No.
It's just illogical.
Yes, that's exactly what happened, bro.
I gave you that people usually have a worldview while doing this, but technically they don't have to.
Everyone has a worldview, Dawn.
But are you saying that affects the process of looking into it?
Of course it does.
Okay, why would it stop me from figuring out what shape Earth is just because I already thought it might be probably a ball?
Because if you're making an observation, you've already conceptualized what you're seeing.
Okay, would it be possible for me to give up my worldview that it's probably a ball to look into it? Is that possible?
I don't know if it's possible for you.
But
don't
for
think
you,
so.
it was possible for you?
Well, I thought I was on a globe for 31 years.
So
clearly I've proved that that's possible.
You had a rebound relationship with the flat Earth. I get it. but why? How are you more discerning than me? How does that work?
Well, I mean, now you've changed it from you're conceptualizing something from within a worldview, and that affects it, to can you change worldviews, which is fundamentally different. But I have proven that this is possible for me because I thought I was on a globe for 31 years.
I've proven it's possible for me.
Didn't finish. And now I've got to the point where I don't think I'm on a globe. So that question is very easily answered with, yes, that's possible for me. I don't know if it's possible for you because you haven't done it, Dawn. So there's no evidence that you can do that.
Okay. Are you claiming that you have to flip worldviews to be able to look into one or the other worldviews?
Well, this is a different question again.
Because I think that's what you said, basically.
What's the difference? So, I mean, you seem to be asking me, Do you need evidence of a thing in order to have evidence of a thing?
No, don't reword the question.
And the answer to that question is obviously yes.
Why are you rewording my question?
Well, because that's what you're effectively asking me.
I'll ask it again, so you don't have to. Do you think you have to flip worldviews from one to the other to be able to look into which one it is correct?
So you've just asked the same question again.
Yes or no?
You've just asked the same question again, Dawn. Yes, I think that in order to have evidence of a thing, you need to have evidence of the thing.
Is it a yes or no for you right now? I know you can think about it later again.
I've answered the question, Dawn.
Sorry, because you tried to divert by rewording it, I didn't hear your answer.
The answer is, if you want, like, you have to have evidence of a thing in order to have evidence of a thing. That is my answer.
I'm afraid that doesn't answer my question.
Oh, it does.
The answer is yes, you did claim that.
What did I claim?
You claimed that you had to flip worldviews from globe to flat Earth before you could find out that Earth wasn't a globe and it was flat.
No, I didn't claim that.
You accidentally said it then.
No, I didn't accidentally say that either. I was very deliberate with my wording.
You're probably driving, so you're not thinking.
I'm perfectly capable of thought while driving.
Well, why did you say such a retarded thing then?
I didn't say anything retarded. You might be putting words in my mouth like left leg.
So is the answer to my question no? No, you don't have to flip worldviews.
In order to have evidence of a thing, you need to have evidence of a thing. I don't know how that doesn't satisfy your question.
I'll answer it in a third way. Can I look into what shape the Earth is properly and honestly while thinking it's one shape?
I don't know that it's possible for you to do that, Dawn.
Okay, but you seem to claim you could.
Well, clearly I can because I switched worldview.
Yeah, and that's why I asked, does the switching make it easier for you to tell?
Well, the switching proves that it happened.
Yeah, this is terrible reasoning.
Yeah.
I don't know how you're missing this. It's very obvious. Like, clearly, if you are of worldview A and you look at worldview B and then are convinced by worldview B, then clearly you're able to consider worldview B.
Yeah, and you're not sure if I can do this.
But because if you're in worldview A and you didn't change to worldview B, then I don't know whether you actually looked at worldview B or not, or if you just dismissed it for illogical reasons because you never made the switch.
Well, I'm going to inform you now. I'm going to inform you now. You can believe one thing and then prove that thing to yourself. That is possible.
But that's not what I said. It's got nothing to do with what I said.
I'm stating a new statement.
You're asking me an unknowable, and I'm telling you it's not knowable.
Oh, I'm stating a statement now.
And what's that?
Humans can believe something and prove it to themselves while they believe it.
Okay, but that's not what we were just discussing.
That's the whole point. I stayed as a glober and I managed to look into both and prove Earth was a globe to myself without flip-flopping to flat Earth.
Well, it's not flip-flopping, it's whatever.
I call it a rebound relationship.
You asked me if it was possible for you to do that, and I don't know the answer to that question.
I'm telling you it's possible for any human to do that.
I don't think that's true, necessarily. There are some humans who will just stick with whatever they were told for them the entirety of their life.
It's possible.
Well, yeah, but now you're just appealing to probability. I mean, of course, any random human is capable of anything.
So I could have done it.
Well, you haven't evidenced that for you. Because now you've gone from probability of the masses to an individual, and that's a different statement.
You've gone from you're not sure to it's possible. So that's quite a big jump.
No, it isn't. It's the same statement. I don't know. Means, like, implicitly that it's possible.
This is all based on
because if it was
a lie you
impossible,
told yourself.
I
That flat Earthers that you're more discerning than a glober who hasn't flip-flopped.
Bro, if I don't know something, then that is like implying that it's possible, right? Because if it was impossible, I would know that. Obviously.
You can use logic to figure out what shape the Earth is. You don't have to become a flat earther.
Okay, cool. So the initial problem that we had was that you were claiming that you've looked into it properly. I don't know that that's true.
I probably was in this community before you.
What's that got to do with anything?
What do you think I did with my time?
Well, you could have done many things with your time. You could have sat there twiddling your thumbs. You could have come up with sophistry like you're doing right now.
You're accusing me of not looking into flat Earth in 6 years.
I haven't accused you of anything. I don't know if you have.
You should know me, bro, by now.
Okay, well,
Maybe,
you don't
let
seem
me
to
let
make
me
very.
accuse you of the same thing. You haven't looked into globe enough in your
Well,
4 year in your 4 years.
I was a globe earther for 31
Yeah, but
years.
that doesn't mean anything. You haven't looked into it since the happening.
So I didn't know that I was on a globe for 31 years?
Yeah, you didn't know it probably. Same as me. You just
Oh, right.
accepted it. That's the whole argument.
Right, so
You've
so
spent
they
6
went,
years, 4 years, however many, in flat Earth, ignoring globe, not researching.
but now you're just making a baseless accusation.
Exactly.
Clearly I did look into it because then I changed the world for you. But I don't know that that's true of you.
That's your accusation.
No, it isn't. You're just making a different
I've repeated
accusation.
it to you.
You're just comparing apples with oranges and saying that they're the same fruit.
You don't like it when you're accused of your own accusation.
No, you're
no.
comparing
Can't
apples
have happened to me.
and saying they're the same fruit.
Oh, that would never happen to me. I'm wise crypto.
But all of the arguments you've made are illogical. That's why I'm pointing out that they're illogical.
Do you want me to show you a picture of the moon looking like a sphere?
But again, this is now a red herring to compound the other sophistry.
And you'll claim no one can tell, which I find illogical.
And now that's the straw man, because I didn't say that.
You want to see it?
Bro, I mean, the amount of fallacies is absurd right now.
You're scared of the moon pick, I know.
People are flat earthers because of the measurements on the ground, Dawn. What's that got to do with the sky?
Do you show me one, Andy? What measurement of what ground?
Firing a laser 25 miles across water, and 3 different types of lasers with 400 feet of missing curvature. How's that explained?
Show us that.
I'm afraid I
Can you show
explain
us
it with
that?
refraction.
No, yeah, you don't.
It is second-hand knowledge.
Hey, Dawn. Dawn, a question for you. How far is the moon from the flat plane?
I don't believe it's flat. I don't know how far the moon is.
Okay, would you say it's 400 miles or 300?
I don't know.
How far is it then?
Do you want? I can
said you
tell you
don't
how
know.
far the model says.
Well, you must have an idea. If you're saying it's round, you must know. So
No, I can't tell.
okay, you can't tell, but you're saying it's round, so
Yeah,
that
I
makes
can
no
tell
sense.
it's round.
It's not round; it's flat.
Well, that's illogical, bro.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, how far is it then?
So he doesn't know it's round, but to say it's flat is illogical. Cool.
Well, yeah, it is illogical
round.
because it would appear to be an ellipse at some point rather than a
but
round disc all the time.
But that's a red herring to the point that was made, right? So Dawn said.
No, it's not. It's not a red herring. It's directing to the point. I don't know why you keep calling red herrings on direct points.
Well, I call red herrings when they are red herrings. So Dawn made the statement that he doesn't know if it's
No,
round.
I did not. You liar.
Yeah, he did. Did it? Am I the only person?
I know it's round because I saw it looking round.
How?
Why
When
are
did
you
you
saying I
see it
don't
round?
know?
I want to know when. What time and date?
Okay. Well, if you think it's round, then I don't give a shit then, because like you initially said that you don't know.
No, I said that about distance. You're not listening.
I am listening very well.
Why are you getting it so wrong then?
Because you're changing what you're saying, Dawn.
Shut up, you liar.
You're lying.
You're going to hell.
This is just weird. This is just very, very weird.
Ask any question.
Yeah, let's relax.
No,
I don't know. It is weird now.
This is
what do
why
we
he's here.
got?
This is why he's here, just to stir up the pot. No other reason.
Andy, did you hear me say that I don't know if it's round?
Occasionally, you do
I don't know the
say some good
distance?
stuff, Don. But let's face it, most
Andy,
of the
listen.
time, you're just here to wind people up.
You're about to gang up on me, and I'm now going to ask you to see if you can bail crypto out or not.
So when you and Left Lane
Did I say, Andy, that
So
I
when
don't
you
know if
and
it's
Left Lane
round, or did I say I don't know the distance to it?
You're both talking at once.
Yeah. So Dawn, when you and Left
I'm
Lane
trying
were
to
talking
address Andy because he was
when
gaslighting me.
you and Dawn, when you and Left Lane were talking to me, that wasn't ganging up. But when Andy comes in to hold you to task on what you've said, that is ganging up.
I didn't say it wasn't ganging up.
Hey, Dawn, do you think the moon's a hologram or a projection?
Andy, can I address you, Andy, or do you not want to hear it? Andy, you just gaslighted me. Do you want to?
Yeah, go for it. What's up, dude?
Did you hear me say that I don't know that the moon is round?
Did I hear you say you don't know? No, you said it was a sphere, and you were very positive about that.
Did you hear me say I don't know the distance to it?
I did hear you say that, yes.
Yes. So you've now debunked what crypto tried to gaslight and lie about me by saying
But you know,
exactly
you
what.
know roughly.
Hang on. You told me exactly what you heard, which agrees with what I said. But he's trying to say I changed what I said and lied.
This not really productive.
Because he's driving and chatting shit.
No, I heard you say that you don't know the.
Andy, we may disagree and you may get triggered
I
when we're
heard
talking.
you say you didn't know
but
the
thank you
distance.
for backing me up on what I said. Thank you.
Now you're talking at me, desperate for that wrong point to stick in people's minds. But yes, I did hear you say that you don't know the distance. But I also heard you say you don't know if it's round or flat. When the other guy said that he thinks it is flat. That's why I mentioned it.
Andy didn't hear that.
Well, what Andy heard or didn't hear isn't relevant.
It matches what I heard myself say.
So
it's you, isn't it? It's you that's changing things, not me.
That's just an appeal to popularity.
Okay.
It's another fallacy.
Crypto,
You
I'll
just hit
say
to wind
something.
people up, Dawn.
It's good that these round earthers have finally started to admit that the moon is very close, and they're admitting that they don't know what it is. This is good movement. So we're getting somewhere. Did everybody crash, or what's going on? What's so quiet?
No, carry on if you want. What did you want to talk about?
Well, my expertise is the moon.
Okay. So what is the moon?
Yeah. Well, I've always had trouble about this topic, but my strongest belief is it's a man-made gas-filled lighthouse, and there's also a possibility of a hologram or projection. Most likely, it's a lighthouse, which scientifically is the only explanation we can come to. I know you're going to think it's far out there, but it's pretty obvious.
No replies to that.
Wait,
Fuck
are you
no.
trolling or are you serious?
Yeah, who's serious?
No, like for real, like you really think humans made the moon?
Yep, 100%.
I'm not trying to make fun of you. I just really didn't know if you were serious or not. So like,
No,
what made you think
I know
that?
the creation arguments, yes, but once you break it down scientifically and logically, it's the only explanation we have. Right? Because we know that rocks can't fly, yeah? And rocks cannot levitate. And there's no orbit, which we've debunked. So that's leaving not much option unless it's man-made or a hologram or projection. So I have to lean towards man-made. A
But where would,
man-made lighthouse.
do you have any evidence for this at all?
We don't have anything else. We have to break it down scientifically.
So you're saying it's like a logical conclusion you've come to?
It's the only logical conclusions we can have. Because we could go down the creation route, but it's just, it doesn't fit, you know? Because we know that we aren't man-made, we are created, right? But the moon is... What?
That doesn't mean we made the moon.
Why not?
You need evidence.
Oh, okay, yep, I can give evidence. Now, when you see the close-up photographs of the man-made lighthouse, you will see bubbles, right? And people keep calling these bubbles crater impacts, but they're not. They're bubbles from manufacturing processes. And that's it.
Bro,
It's
on,
pretty
man.
much over. I've destroyed it. So
Yeah, you crushed it.
You got it,
absolutely,
man. Shit.
absolutely finished it for, you know,
So is
2,000 years of bullshit.
the sun made too for the same reasons?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. Good call, man. You're crushing.
Oh, see, the so-called sun, which I call the heat lamp, is a bit more of a more in-depth argument. But I think there's a possibility that the so-called lighthouse used to be a heat lamp, which is you know, possible.
Do you actually believe this, or are you just throwing out like speculation?
No, I'm deadly serious. It's in my bio. It's in my about me.
Oh, so it must be a real thought and belief.
Well, it's better than a floating rock, isn't it?
It kind of isn't. It kind of isn't.
Okay, you want to believe in a floating rock that's reflecting sunlight
No,
when there's
but I
no sun in the
wouldn't
sky.
ever call it a lighthouse.
It is a lighthouse. Go have a look at it. It's glowing.
You know what a house is, bro?
It's glowing. It's gas filled and it's man-made.
That's the point I was trying to make earlier. You know, when you said about the craters are like bubbles for the manufacturing process. Now, I don't believe that. You're welcome to believe that if you want. I don't think that's true, but it does come back to what I said earlier about the worldview that you start with and then the observations you make. Because if you already believe that the moon is man-made, then of course a logical conclusion based on that observation would be something like the bubbles are from the manufacturing process, right? And that would be a logical conclusion if your worldview
Exactly.
is that.
That's how I came to the conclusion. It was a process over several months. And then it came to me. It's like, holy shit! When you create something from heat, you get bubbles, right? Say from glass or metal or some molten process, right? So, okay, look, let's find a photograph.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that would be a logical conclusion if I thought that the original worldview had any kind of validity. But I'm sorry, I don't think the moon's man-made. I can't see how that.
Why not? It's the only conclusion we can draw, though, because if you deny creation and you know rocks can't float.
Well, no, but no. Well, now you're conflating the denying creation with denying that a man made something. They're very different statements. I don't deny creation, but I do deny that man makes everything.
Yeah, I think, yeah, I get it. I get it from your perspective, but it's the only conclusion I can logically and practically draw from eliminating everything else.
Okay.
Unless you can come up with a different theory, I'm happy to hear it. So.
Don't need to.
Like, I'm not being mean on purpose, but this is I can't stand because it makes flat Earth seem so stupid.
No, I'm not a flat earther. No, hold up. I'm not a flat earther. I'm an anti-glober. So
it's the same.
There's a difference. So I totally reject the globe because I know the globe doesn't work, right? There's no evidence for it. So the whole flat Earth thing, you've got several million people debating the flat Earth topic, but it's not progressing as well because people are stuck in this whole left right paradigm, right? So therefore they have to, the only evidence they have is to discredit people. So my only object is to just go anti-global because it's more provable. Yeah.
So far out, Bartek. I love it.
Oh no, I got my shit together. Look, just because I have, yeah, but Dawn, you just keep throwing these ridiculous grade school comments out there over and over and over.
I'm saying, I like how you're asserting stuff about the moon because you don't know.
You're going to hell, Dawn. Sorry. If you don't believe that the moon's man-made, you go to hell.
For lying, you go to hell.
Honestly, when you get a full moon, if you've got 20/20 vision, just go have a look, and you can tell it's man-made. It's laughable. It's comical,
Okay,
actually.
let me ask you then: has this lighthouse got an actual physical base structure, or is it floating in the sky somehow?
Well, okay, think about it. If something's helium or hydrogen filled, it's more likely to float around.
So it's not your
We know
average
rocks
lighthouse. What?
Yeah. And when you look at the full moon when it's glowing, you can tell it's an internal light source.
You know how
and it's shining through the external structure.
Protect ships from the rocky coast, right? Why is the moon?
What's that?
Normal lighthouses protect ships from the rocky coast.
No, think about it. Okay. Think about it. The moon goes on a 28-day cycle, yeah? And you get phases. So that tells me the internal light is turning inside the lighthouse.
Yeah, I know.
And that's it. It's
that.
over.
What's it tell? Who's it protecting from what? Like a lighthouse.
Good question. That's actually a really good question. Who is it signaling to?
Because if not, it's just spinning around like a lighthouse. It might not be fulfilling the same duties as a real lighthouse.
And first you said you arrived at this by logic and you eliminated all other possibilities. But just a second ago, you said, just look at it and you can easily tell that it's man-made. It's laughable. So is it like a super apparent truth that you see? Or is it something that you arrived at by eliminating all other possibilities?
Yeah, I eliminated, then I came to the absolute conclusion that it's a lighthouse. Because it's a 28-day cycle. So, look,
like all lighthouses.
Don't even take my word for it. I've been watching the moon for 20 years. Go out there every night and take photographs, videos, and then start comparing it. And eventually start to see it's a lighthouse. Trust me. 100%. It's over. So.
It's hard to ask any questions. You don't care that it's not fulfilling any lighthouse duties. Just the fact that it has phases.
Yes, it is fulfilling a lighthouse.
Lighthouse.
Okay. Think about it. In ancient times, right, we didn't have torches or batteries or gas. So we had gases, but we needed some other type of other type of light source during the night. Yeah. So yes, if I was an ancient person who was super intelligent, I would build a lighthouse too, wouldn't you? Put it in the sky.
Have it spin round slowly so everyone gets a piece of the action.
No, it doesn't spin around. The light is internal. The light inside.
The bit that's shining out spins around, doesn't it?
Yep.
Like dark around the back.
Yeah, because that's when you get like a quarter moon, you can see the light is shining through The lighthouse.
Wait,
So
Blatek,
it's
you're
just
saying the moon is rotating?
the moon's not rotating. The internal light source is, whatever that is.
Yeah. Okay. For flat earthers, they don't like rotation. Nothing is allowed to rotate.
I wonder why they made it rotating like that instead of just shining all the time, so that they could utilize it all the time.
Do you say nothing is allowed to rotate, Dawn? Do you mean apart from the entire
On a flat Earth, they don't like any bodies rotating, do they?
apart from the entire sky?
No, but the moon's not rotating. It's the internal light source that is.
Well, yeah, I know flat Earthers have lights flying around in circles in the sky, but nothing rotates.
What, apart from the sky?
No bodies.
But that's, where do you think the bodies are?
It's mad that
Okay.
mad that you think bodies just fly around in circles above a flat Earth. That's mental.
That's what you think as well.
Never ever explain the mechanics of how they fly around or why. Just do.
Did I just honestly hear a Glober tell me it's mad that you think the bodies float around in the sky when that is literally your entire model?
Yeah, above a flat Earth, I said.
But that's your model. Is bodies floating around in nothingness.
But we've got mechanics for it.
But that's just an explanation for the phenomenon that you said was mad to believe.
Yeah.
So how is the sun staying in the sky around the flat Earth?
No, I'm just
bodies are in the Fred West patio.
How does it work, Crypto? How do the balls go round?
The phenomenon looking can be demonstrated on Earth. You can't demonstrate orbital mechanics on Earth.
Can you demonstrate locking in the sky?
Yeah, that's understood because of the Earth. It's because of the Earth that you can't demonstrate an orbit on Earth.
That makes it unfalsifiable, but we can demonstrate quantum locking at the small scale on Earth, which makes it falsifiable.
We could put a satellite in orbit around the Earth.
But now you're just begging the question.
Or you can see it. The ISS, you can see the ISS.
It's called begging the question, Left Lane.
Begging the question. You're saying, I know that thing X is true because thing X is true. It's just like, but we can actually replicate quantum locking on the small scale on Earth. So when you say, oh, it's bizarre that this orb floats above the flat Earth, that's not believable. Well, we can replicate that in a lab setting. You can't replicate what you think is true.
So what is required to do the quantum locking? What do you have to do to make the quantum locking work?
The first thing of logic, you've got to remove NASA and Star Trek out of your reality. It's all fake. All these satellites are fake. They don't exist. So you start from that point, then you work back. And then you'll start getting truth.
Yeah, we're asking, how do the balls go round?
That's a great question. Why do you start investigating that?
Well, I did, and I found out that it's probably orbital mechanics in a solar system.
More than likely.
You mean a man-made structure rotating these objects? Yeah, well, that's more believable than a floating rock in an orbit.
No, please don't misquote me.
Yeah. But yeah, I think people are starting to realize, guys, we live in a fucking matrix, eh? We are seriously stuck in a computer program, and it's fucked up. Like, okay, it's not bad, because we know we still exist, because we are real, but everything else seems fake, doesn't it?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Great point.
We actually, but the beautiful thing is we exist, eh? We know we're fucking living.
Sometimes it's fun.
I think we're wasting too much time, you know. It's too short.
just got a gif of how the ball's spent.
Yeah, I don't know. That's the point. I don't think the government's ever gonna let us know or explain it to us. You know.
Yeah, it's only a trick question, you know. I mean, I know Flat Earth doesn't know how the balls go round.
Mm.
Well, do you remember what your original statement was? That flat earthers don't like things rotating, right? Well, the sky rotates in our model, right?
I forgot the whole sky goes round, but I think that's mental. And you
But
get my
that's the
point,
sky.
though. They don't like bodies rotating, do they, on an axis?
Dude, even
The
your
body's
own
in the
position.
sky.
Yeah, even your own position states it could be that everything in the sky is just moving and you're stationary. What are you talking about? You know the theory of relativity.
Well, I believe it could be that, like 1% chance it could be the whole sky moving around me, but I don't think so.
No, if you want to do anything on Earth mathematically or whatever, you could just treat the Earth as stationary. It's fine. It works.
Yeah, sure.
It makes more sense to be stationary.
So when it comes to practicality, your model all of a sudden goes out the window. We don't even need to know about it. The only reason it exists is to have this debate today, it seems like.
Exactly. And wouldn't you rather be living on a flat plane than a fucking spinning ball?
No.
I'd rather be on a flat plane, definitely.
I wouldn't, no.
The globe Earth sounds like a bit of a death ride, to be honest.
Yeah. It's like a roller coaster to nowhere. You'd be fucked up every day.
It's lost in space.
More like the worst Scream movie. Like, at any point, an asteroid could just pop out and annihilate everyone.
I mean, I believe that can happen on Flat Earth too.
Okay, I was watching these politicians make speeches today, right? From all over the world: Germany, France, Britain, Australia, America, right? And once you start looking at these actors, these politicians, these actors, they're telling you, right? We're fucking with you. We're stealing your money. We're taxing you. We're killing you, declaring wars. But they're not telling us directly, right? So, you know, they're just mocking us through this system of control. And they're telling us we live on a flat plane, but people can't hear it, you know?
Yeah.
Also, don't forget a vacuum is impossible. Period.
Yeah. Yeah, none of these space stations would exist in a vacuum. They'd just explode or implode or one or the other.
Yeah.
You know how this site is set up so that if there's no argument, there's no conversation, basically. Have small talk and be agreeable. But there's no frequency of hard conversation without argument.
That's because people like you, Don, make it impossible to have conversation like you wish.
That is so unfair.
It's the hard truth, brother.
No, it's not. Why would you try and hang me with that? Like, I'm bad at conversation. We have some good conversations.
Some, but most of the time you just make silly comments that go against logic.
But yeah, but I think that about you too. This is the disagreement I was talking about.
Yeah, fair enough. You asked why, I gave you an answer.
People like you. You racist.
You just did it right there.
There's no conversation. I'm the one talking, trying to make one. Torah for Yah, what happens when sensationalism progresses to the point of observing obstruction at the horizon, sunsets?
We understand how our eyes work, how perspective works when things are over your head.
Because I could follow sensationalism, and I might still end up at the globe.
Yeah, because you wouldn't have looked into how your eyes work and done any experiments at all. You would just place how your eyes are working to the shape of the earth, which is extremely weird. No one would ever do that. To explain what I'm seeing, let me just change the shape of the ground in front of me. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, Torah for you, I don't know if you were here about 15 minutes ago, but that was actually the point I was making earlier, is that Dawn had made the claim that, oh, you just make observations and it's clearly logical that the Earth's a globe. But a lot of those kind of observations come from that worldview and are reverse engineered to fit that worldview anyway, right? So of course that's going to be the logical conclusion. I mean, I don't know how that's difficult to understand, but it's the point you just made as well. Like, if you think that the Earth's a globe, then everything that you see is going to be reverse engineered to fit the Earth being a globe, obviously.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, every time. That's how they made it, right?
There's no engineering involved in observation and drawing conclusions.
No, not at all. 69 degrees per mile when viewing the stars. No reverse engineering there to the ground.
No, not at all. That's just what we see, what we can measure.
So you're
what we
looking
see,
up
what we can measure.
You're looking up at the sky and you're determining what the ground is from what you just seen up in the sky.
Yes.
Because if I have to measure the floor in my house, should I measure the roof pitch first?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
It can help. To measure things around things can definitely help, yes.
Yeah.
So start with the roof pitch to find out how many tiles I need to cover the floor of my house.
It's not analogous, though.
Why not?
Yeah, is 1 degree per 69 miles not a pitch?
No, not a pitch, no.
Oh, no, it's not? 1/4 over 12 isn't a pitch, just like 1 degree per 69 miles is a pitch?
Now you're talking about slope. That's not the same thing as observing the 1 degree per 60 nautical mile.
That doesn't make a slope?
Not a slope, no.
So there's
yours
not
does. You're talking about rise over run, slope, pitch. That's not what the 1 degree per 69 miles gives you.
1 degree per 69 miles doesn't give you a slope of any sort.
No, it doesn't.
What shape does that create?
Well, with the relation of the angular elevation of a celestial body, as you move across the ground and observe the change, measure your distance, that linear function indicates a spherical surface.
Yeah, the spherical surface, you took it off the sky.
No, the sky's sitting still. The star's not moving. You're the one moving across the ground.
Okay.
That's what's causing the change.
You're saying the stars do not move.
No. See, you're twisting it up. If you observe Polaris remains relatively still through the night. And if you start, at 45 degrees and you measure the angle at 45 degrees and you move 69 miles south, you'll see that Polaris has dropped in elevation by 1 degree. And you continue moving south another 69 miles, you measure Polaris, it's dropped another degree. So it's you moving.
It hasn't
you
dropped,
moving
you've
is
moved further away from Polaris. It hasn't dropped.
But it's you moving that causes that change. It's nothing to do with the star moving or whether the sky's a dome or whether it's an egg. It doesn't matter what shape the sky is. Your transit across the ground is what results in that change.
So what you're saying is I can only do this with Polaris.
No, all the stars have that same linear relationship, but of course the sky is rotating, so you have to refer to the almanac, the celestial almanac, and mark your time to get the GP and all that stuff. But that's a linear relationship that works with all of them.
So I have to appeal to authority.
But it has to do with your moving across your position on the ground, not necessarily the position of the body in the sky.
Yeah, I mean, the almanac would be possible with both anyway. But this is really funny because it's like, I was told about 5 minutes ago that your worldview doesn't determine how you conceptualize observations. But here we have the observation of 1 degree per 60 miles, whatever, which if you knew that the Earth was flat, then you would also know that the sky was curving to account for this linear relationship, right?
But it doesn't.
If you know that the Earth's a sphere, then you know that the sky isn't doing that to account for the linear relationship.
It doesn't matter that the celestial sphere. It doesn't matter what shape you want to call the celestial bodies. It's your motion across the ground that produces that change.
What are they called, though?
You don't understand what I said, so it's fine.
Yeah, you said you can blame it on the spherical sky, that same relationship, but that's not true.
I didn't say that. But nice try. You can also say that, bear in mind that both of those interpretations would be within Euclidean geometry as well. So then you've got a further issue with worldview again.
I think you could do it without any presupposition. Make the observation to do 10 transits across the ground, measuring the elevation of Polaris. Write all that stuff down and go to your desk and sit down and using geometry, figure out why that relationship's the way it is, and you'll map out a spherical surface that you're traveling on.
And what does like a person in Australia have to gain from this?
No, I don't know.
Can they perform this experiment you're talking about?
Yeah, you can do it anywhere.
You could see Polaris from Australia?
Nope, you can't see Polaris. You'd have to use the South Celestial Pole, and I think it'd be more difficult down there because I don't think you can see. Was it Sigma Octantis?
With your naked eye.
If you went up high enough, you could see Polaris. Yeah, elevation.
Not in Australia. You can't get.
Yeah.
You'd have to go and get in a rocket to get high enough to see Polaris from Australia.
Rocket
I think
sex
you could
magic.
probably
That's right.
you should be able to work it out by degrees, because you just tried to work it out by degrees by moving away from it. So maybe if you went at 30,000 feet or whatever, you'd be able to see.
What is 30,000 feet up going to tell you about the ground?
That it's flat.
You know what is interesting? I notice on Google Earth, even if I just like put myself as an observer and I go up 7,000 feet, I could see the curve. Why isn't that what I see in reality, though?
No, because that's an algorithm
based off their model, right?
Mm.
No, I've been up 7,000 feet quite often. I don't really see. The only difference I see at 7,000 feet is I can see Nashville from my local airport, which is 80 miles away. So I know I can see a lot further, but the horizon doesn't look curved at 7,000 feet at all.
Yeah, on Google Earth it shows left to right
really?
curvature.
Did you just say that?
Yeah.
So
Why
you're
on
saying
Google?
that now you can't see a curve at 7,000 feet?
That's right.
Why on a model in your computer, though, when we go to 7,000 feet, we can see left to right curvature?
I can't. On mine, I use a simulator in my training. Pretty sophisticated simulator. It's the 2022 Microsoft Flight Simulator. And
So Google Earth's not a good
It is
simulator.
curved. It's curved. It's a globe, but I had to get up to when I can just eyeball the horizon and say, yep, it's curved. It's like 50,000 feet that I have to get up to before I could say it's curved. Without measuring it, I just see it,
So Google Earth isn't an accurate representation of your model, correct?
Yeah, no, it is. It's a very accurate representation.
Okay, well, if you go on Google Earth and you pick an observer and you set the height to 7,000 feet, you could see left to right curvature.
Well, okay.
Well, then how is that an accurate representation of reality? You just said yourself that at 7,000 feet you can't see any curvature.
I don't know. I can't answer that. I've not done that on Google Earth. I'd have to do that to see, but I'll take your word for it. So, if that's the case, I'd say, yeah, that's not really representing reality very well.
Yeah, I know. It's weird. I get confused by Google Earth because so many times people just tell me Google Earth, GPS, it's like, what the heck?
But
It's
why
not
are you
even an accurate
backtracking that claim?
representation.
Good.
I mean, I hope this isn't the first time you guys are hearing that argument. It's not like something I just came up with, it's something I've heard in the past.
What about Google Earth at 7,000 feet, seeing curve?
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got to stop using Google Earth. Just throw that software in the bin. Just use Google Maps.
I would totally stop using it if everyone on the globe side can agree that it's an inaccurate, not a representation of reality model.
They're just fucking with you. Google knows that 95% of the population is retarded. So that's why Google pushes misinformation, lies, propaganda nonstop, just to fuck with you. I'm not lying to you. I'm giving you inside information, that we can find online.
Blatek, you're not telling me anything I don't know, bro.
Yeah. The idea of government. Government is not there to educate you. It's there to distract you. Generation after generation just goes on and on and on. and they'll invent new shit, new day for new generations. And now governments, they so don't give a fuck about everyone. They start saying people are born transgender and shit. You know?
No, well, yeah.
So,
Well, if that point doesn't work or whatever, and we're gonna move on from it, what can we have evidence of the moon spinning? I really want to know what the evidence of that is as well. Again, not something I just came up with, so I'm hoping you guys are prepared.
Mm.
Well, that was confusing to me to think about. The Earth rotates once every orbital cycle, but if you think about it, it makes sense that if it wasn't rotating as it orbited the Earth, it would be changing. The face would be changing as it
but
rotated.
it can't though.
You know?
So what's
Because
the
if
speed
you've
of the
got it,
rotation of the moon? Once every 28 days, and the speed of Earth is once a day, and that just happens to
Yeah.
sync up the face of the moon perfectly to the same position to Earth all the time.
Well, yeah, it's just tidally locked. Tidally locked means that with each orbit equals one rotation, and so you see the same face all the
yeah.
time.
So it's
And
spinning
left
way
brain, we're not
slower
that
than the
retarded to
Earth.
believe that. You can try
So,
it on school kids, but no, we're not that stupid.
so it's spinning way slower than the Earth. Is that correct? Definitely. On axial, like if you're comparing axial rotation between the two.
Yeah, Earth's spinning once a day, and the moon's spinning once every 28 days.
So the moon, where did the moon come from in the model? Isn't it like something hit the Earth, and then it broke a piece of the Earth off into orbit, and then sucked one of those pieces back, kind of, right?
Yeah, it's a pretty fantastic theory.
So,
It really is. The first time I saw it, I was like, it's kind of mind blowing that something. I mean, it's like a massive catastrophe, kind of like crazy, wild looking situation. But I mean, I've given it a lot of thought, and even throughout being in this community, it still makes more sense than anything else.
So is the Earth then at that point, was the Earth spinning before it got hit, or did that put the Earth into a rotation on its axis?
It could have been spinning faster, and it could have been that impact actually slowed it or even changed its direction, and kind of knocked it over on 23 degrees and all that. It would definitely had some effect on the trajectory and the rotation of the Earth.
And then the celestial body we call the moon ended up spinning even slower than that.
Well, from what I understand, and like the orbital situation, like one day, eventually, the Earth will be tidally locked in its orbit around the sun. That's just a tendency of orbiting bodies will eventually over time wind up being tidally locked in their orbit.
So one day the other side of Earth is gonna freeze, basically, huh?
Yeah, it'd be cold as hell on one side and pretty damn hot on the other.
How long until we have to worry about this?
I don't think we do. It's a long time.
Oh, okay,
Right.
so we just come up with these things we don't even have to worry about, huh?
Yeah,
I mean, it's just making a prediction of what might happen. Go ahead, Crip.
Oh yeah, I also think that we don't have to worry about that, but for a very different reason.
I understand.
Do you not understand that this, like, when you're saying it, sounds unbelievable? Literally unbelievable.
Yeah, I'll give you that. I will. I'll give you that a lot of these things that are in the heliocentric model or modern day physics or whatever. A lot of it is. It's like it's mind blowing.
It's like religion, like just saying God created it almost, right?
I mean, mind blowing implies that it's strange but true. What I'm saying is that it's strange but not true, and it's very hard to believe.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe you're in the wrong server, Left Lane. If you want to bullshit people, that's fine. Maybe you should go somewhere else, dude.
that's the thing, though, blah. I'm not bullshitting. I'm just representing my understanding of reality as I know it, and I'm completely honest in my description of what. And I'm wrong a lot of times. I say wrong things a lot because I'm pretty much a layperson, and I say wrong things at times. But I mean, I just representing my reality the way I see it.
Yeah, I
but
appreciate
we're
the
not.
honesty,
Yeah,
Leslie.
okay.
I like it.
As I said, you can bluff. You could probably bluff some school kids and shit. But come on, man, we're fucking adults.
Yeah, that's like
You know,
you didn't hear what I just said, did you?
You know,
It's as if I hadn't said anything, right?
Well, he's representing his side of the argument. I don't know why that's a big deal.
But it's not representative. It's actually just distraction. You know.
Everyone's entitled to their opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's bullshitting. I do think he genuinely believes this. But that doesn't mean that anything that he's saying is like logical or based on evidence. So I would never accuse Left Lane of like being a fake glober. I don't think that's going on.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. And actually, I find it a little bit cringy when people make those kind of statements. Like, I understand that there are fake flat earthers and there are fake globers, and people just like to see
Yeah.
shit show.
Okay. Honestly, I get your point. I could sit here and troll Left Lane with questions and diversions and distractions, but what's the point? You know, I don't see the point. If you just going to go on day after day repeating all this grade school stuff and this hypothetical stuff and delusional science and Star Trek level ridiculous stuff, there's no point because we're not idiots. You know, most of us have IQs above 100, and I'm proud of that. You know, and I feel embarrassed for everybody else who's believing this.
Look, there is a difference, though. There's a difference between like Left Lane having an opinion, which I think is pretty unreasonable to have that opinion because of the evidence presented. But to accuse him of not honestly having that opinion is like it's a different thing. You understand that, right?
You're still being very insulting, Crypto, by saying it's unreasonable for him to think that.
Well, for instance, the idea that a meteor impacted Earth and then became the moon and then just tidally locked. Well, they are. I mean, even Left Lane admitted that they're unlikely. I think they're so unlikely that to believe them is a bit silly, but he doesn't. Okay, that's fine. We can have that difference of opinion. But I'm just addressing the fact that I do think he honestly believes these things. And that's fine. I don't mind if people honestly believe things. I'm not going to accuse them of not honestly believing.
Are you willing to role play as a heliocentrist for a little while, for 1 minute, and tell us how you think the moon got that close to Earth on my model?
Well, I'm aware that the giant impact theory is one of the prevailing theories, but I don't really know what you're asking me.
Yeah, and there's plenty of heliocentrists that believe in God, and he put them there.
Any other prevailing theories about it?
Yeah, God created it, dude.
Aliens made a spacecraft, right, and put it next to us in orbit?
Yeah.
I'm not aware of any, like, obviously I'm aware of other theories, but I don't know anything about them. The giant impact theory is the one that I've actually read about.
So you'd admit that we need to have an explanation if we're scientists and Gnostics and we want to know what that thing is, where it came from. We try to find an explanation.
You need to explain it. Yeah, of course you need to explain it.
It's fair to have one if you can explain why you think it.
I mean, yeah.
Breaking up, Crypto.
Explanation. Let's say I was a glober, but I was a keen advocate of the unicorn theory. Then I could say, well, I know that the moon was created by unicorns, right? Well, that explains it. It fulfills the need for an explanation, but it's an unreasonable explanation, right?
Yeah. So what? That's not a good example, then, is it? If you're comparing Left Lane's good example explanation with your made-up unicorn one, that's not fair.
Well, no, it's not Left Lane's example. He's pointing to a prevailing theory within the globe Earth called giant.
But that makes sense to him and explains where the moon came from, and you're not offering anything except that sounds like unicorns, but it doesn't. Sounds like he's found a good explanation.
You know what's actually funny is that I actually came in to more or less defend Left Lane from an accusation of not honestly believing
while insulting him.
And now I didn't insult Left Lane.
You said it's totally unreasonable to have an explanation for where the moon got there on his model.
No, I didn't.
Oh my God!
I didn't say that. No, I didn't. Why do you just come in and make stuff up constantly, Dawn? This is really frustrating.
Just go back and listen to yourself. What you said in between trying to defend him.
Said that the explanation itself I find unreasonable. Believing it is unreasonable.
Yeah.
I didn't say that it was unreasonable to have an explanation at all.
Passive aggressive insult.
You're just not listening to what I'm saying now. I think you actually have a problem with nuance, Dawn. Like, it's like you don't really understand the nuance between what I'm saying and what you think I've said.
What I do is I pick your brain from what you say and tell you what you're implying. That's what happens.
No. I'm telling you what I'm saying. I don't need you to repackage that and then strawman it and then feed it back.
I don't care if you need it or not. That's what I do.
Yeah, but the room doesn't want to hear that either.
I don't know if that's true.
Does anyone here want to hear Dawn strawman me and then waste my time?
No, I just want to know if Dawn agrees with the whole meteor hit the Earth and now the moon spins slower than the Earth.
Right, because that's
I think there was a huge cosmic event, and the moon came from either meteors, another planet, or Earth, and then over a long time formed into a sphere. And kept going around and tidally locked.
How can you prove that?
I don't prove it. I sort of prove it to myself by just understanding all the explanations and thinking this is the best one so far for me.
Okay, yeah, and if it's unicorns, that works for me. So I don't get what the big deal is.
Does it really? So on your flat Earth, unicorns put the moon. Unicorns made the moon up there, did they? Does that sound reasonable?
No, I'm just saying it's equivalent to your theory. I can't substantiate it. It's just an idea I have.
If I actually use your equivalence and ask you, you said no. No, that doesn't make sense.
It's equal to what you're explaining. It's equal.
No, not if I ask you and you say no. I couldn't have that on my model because it's not unicorns.
Okay, how can you prove a body orbits another body?
You can look. The moons of Jupiter.
No, you can't.
Oh, begging the question. Okay.
What question am I begging?
Oh, man.
Is it the question that things go around things?
Yeah, you're just saying, how do I know? You said, I asked you, how do bodies rotate out others? And you go, just look at the moon.
No, that's a total lie. You said, how do you prove orbits? And I said, you can look at things orbiting around Jupiter.
On Earth? How about here on Earth? I don't even know if your telescope is messing up the lights and causing that. How can I prove that?
What?
Yeah, you don't know. You don't know if the telescope, what the telescope is doing.
How does the telescope mess up lights?
In the sky that are that far away?
Yeah.
I already explained to you. Galileo said even when you look at one light source with your regular eyes and then you look through a telescope, it changes it into two. I already explained that to you. And then you look through your paradigm and go, oh, that's a binary star system.
Have you seen the pictures of Jupiter with its moons?
I've seen the pictures, yes, of course. I don't see that when I look at it with my eyes.
What would you call that if a little ball is going backwards and forwards in front of another ball?
I don't know, multiple reflections of light on the lens of the telescope?
You're in Plato's cave, even though you've designed a great tool to look at heaven. You're still in Plato's cave. You're not sure.
No, it's a great tool to look at things here on Earth. I agree with you 100%. It will definitely zoom in things on Earth, but I can't apply that to looking up at the metaphysical.
Why not?
Just because you want to say there's terra firma in the sky doesn't mean I have to believe you.
Well, that's the proof of orbits. Also, the moon going around Earth and knowing Earth's a globe. That's the other proof of orbits.
Those are called begging the question.
No, there's two reasons to believe.
So what's the Cavendish experiment?
Something that failed miserably. Also,
Really?
not an experiment.
I never heard of it before. That's
Dude, they say that it shows mass attracting mass, and this dude had to like run away and then pull out a telescope to look at it, and it barely changed at all. And he's like, "Okay, now I know the density of the Earth."
What he also talked about was how temperature change caused the movement because he did it in a cold wooden barn.
Cavendish is only invoked as some definitive proof of gravity in this arena, like by globe zealots.
No, that's done in college physics classes every day.
No. So it's well known that the error bar of a Cavendish is greater than what you're trying to measure in the first place, and the p-value is abysmal. So it's just done for proof of concept in a class. And the only people that claim it's definitive proof of gravity are globe zealots on the internet. This is all just effects.
No, it's very accurate. It's not outside of its error bars. I don't know why you say that.
Really, what's the p-value of the Cavendish?
I don't know the numbers exactly, but you know the story goes that it's set up properly and controlled properly. It gives you a very accurate. Is it the gravitational constant? Which number is it? Is big G you get out of it?
That's
right?
what they say, yeah. And the p-value is abysmal, which is like the probability value. Like, it doesn't actually happen very often, and it's known that it can change magnitudes greater than the amount of gravity itself. In like two 10 kilogram sized balls, then it's supposed to be measuring gravity equivalent to the size of a couple human cells. Again, the only place that Cavendish is invoked as some type of definitive proof for gravity is in this arena with people that are like overly zealous about the globe, because it's like trying to measure basically nothing, especially the ones in classrooms, which are way too small. It's used as a proof of concept. It's not even a proof of concept, though. Ironically, it's just to show the idea to children. Yeah, I have papers from like some of the most delicate labs in the world that have done it, and they show the probability value is abysmal.
What, they invalidate the results? Is that what you're saying?
It's not a reliable outcome, so it can't be invoked to demonstrate anything. It fluctuates too much. It fluctuates way more than the amount that's supposed to be read.
I hadn't seen that.
Okay, I've dropped it in here before. You in here?
I don't know. There's so many things dropped and talked about it, and it's hard for me to grab and read when I'm driving. So I have to.
It's all good,
I have to
man.
grab them and set them aside. You know.
Have you ever seen like a laboratory setting with very precise measurements and big weights do this before, or have you only seen like Blue Marble Science and a couple other anti-flat earthers do it? Have you ever seen a university in a laboratory setting or anything like that?
Yeah, we did it. Yeah. Yeah, it was a relatively small apparatus. Yeah, it was a relatively small apparatus. You'd set it off to the side and leave it alone, kind of thing.
So again, with 10 kilogram weights, you would expect the amount of gravity is equivalent to a couple human cells. So, am I supposed to believe that you guys measured a couple human cells worth of gravity?
I think one of the most accurate. I think one of the most accurate ones is set up in a small vacuum chamber, and it uses gold as mass. I think that one came up like maybe 2 years ago or so. That's one of the most accurate readings.
Okay, so again, if you have 10 kilogram weights, right, then look, the classroom demonstrations are nowhere near as rigorous as the one done by Cavendish or Blue Marble Science. The one done by Blue Marble Science, he admitted that electrostatics was messing with his apparatus the whole time. He admitted it on his own live stream. Then tried to control for that variable, and then admits that it's just a rough measurement. It's not even a very precise measurement. It's just a rough estimate. It's relatively close to what I expect.
And I don't think Blue says it's a rough estimate.
He did.
Does he?
Yes. He said when I pressed him on the specifics of how precise the measurement is, he said like that it was close enough. And what's funny is Cavendish's was even worse. You're talking about as precise as what Cavendish did. Cavendish wrote and said that it was erratic, and he had to run across like a large piece of land and pull out a telescope to try to notice if it moved or not. Am I supposed to believe Cavendish made precise measurements across a large body of land with a telescope? And where does Cavendish account for electrostatics?
Blue's he grounded everything and lined the compartment of the small masses with copper foil, like a Faraday cage.
Like a Faraday cage?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, how does the globe, like, for gravity, explain ice and water or whatever? Do they have to go to the metaphysical, to the atom or whatever?
What do you mean metaphysical, and what's wrong with ice and water?
No, like, because I don't know. I know us flat earthers, a lot of times they'll go density, blah, blah, blah. But I never agreed with that because of, ice doesn't sit at the top of water, right? It's like halfway floating in the water. So what I'm asking is, what's the cost?
Cavendish didn't account for electrostatics at all. And I keep on asking ballers if they want to bet money on putting in a Faraday cage and showing I can affect it with electrostatics still, and they'll never take my bet. So, what's up with that?
Yeah, well, you said like some time back that you were fixing to do the Cavendish. I thought.
I do want to do the Cavendish and show that I can manipulate the effect with the Van de Graaff. Yeah, I just haven't done it. I've asked many ballers if they want to bet on the fact that I can change the outcome of Cavendish with electrostatics, even with the Faraday cage, and they won't answer. They won't take the bet.
No, I bet you would be able to affect Cavendish with it. I mean, if you input, an outside force, exterior force on it, you're gonna have affect the experiment.
Even in a Faraday cage.
I don't know about that.
That's what I'm saying. So it should be an easy bet. They're also confident that the Faraday cage completely eliminates electrostatics, so that should be an easy bet.
Yeah.
I know that it doesn't, though, so that's why I'm offering the bet. I know for a fact that it doesn't, especially if you just tried to make one yourself, like makeshift at the house. Because the world's best Faraday cages in the world don't do it.
But how do you know for a fact that it doesn't if you haven't done it?
Because I've actually read up on the world's best Faraday cages, and I know the facts about it, which is that they are still affected by electrostatics.
Okay.
It's just a fact, bro. Anyone that can attain zero with a Faraday cage needs to go get their Nobel Prize and $1 billion.
But if you input an outside influence onto the experiment, it's going to affect it. And so all you're doing is saying, yes, I can affect Cavendish with electrostatics. But you take that away, and then what?
Yeah, I think that we need a new approach. Now that globe Earth is destroyed and all this bullshit is exposed, how are we going to move on from here? You know, what's the next step?
Well, I've always said that, and I mean, I argue with Witsy back and forth. We talk about stuff and I question and stuff. But what you're going to have to do is be able to demonstrate these things in a
We
practical
have.
sense. And no, it hasn't been practically demonstrated. And
Yeah, but okay, look,
that's
left
what's
lane.
lacking.
Look, dude, you're not part of the equation, dude. See, this is what you don't understand. I'm saying, where's the next step from here? Now that all the lies are exposed.
In my
Right?
opinion, you're going to have to demonstrate things.
Demonstrate what?
Everything.
Dude, it's over.
No,
All
I mean,
your
it is to you.
misinformation campaigns, all your
Yeah.
corruption, all your lies have failed, left lane. You can't lie to people constantly and get away with it. You're a fraud. Admit it. I don't care anymore.
Yeah, I understand
You're
your
a total
opinion,
fake.
and your opinion is,
You're a fraud.
about as valuable as
You're
that piece of
exposed.
rock on the side of the road, and whatever.
Yeah, but how are we going to move on from here? What's the next step in?
Well, you keep asking the question,
moving
and I answered
humanity
it twice,
forward?
so I
Because
don't know
we
what
can't have people
I don't
like
know
you
what
holding us
answer you're
back for
wanting.
generation after generation.
I don't know what answer you're looking
Why do we
for.
want you part of our society, left lane? You don't fit in. You're a joke, and you're
Says the
not
man that
achieving anything.
thinks the moon is man-made. You've got a lot of
Hell yeah.
credibility right here.
100%. You're sitting here saying it's made out of rock flying around off the moon or some shit.
Come on, you
What
can't
we
be
It's
see.
serious. You think
idiotic.
it's man-made?
It's literally idiotic.
You can't be serious.
Yeah.
You think the moon is man-made?
Yeah,
Come on, man.
and he is serious.
I
When's the
said
last
it's
time you?
more likely to be man-made than made out of levitating rock. Unless you can prove how rock levitates, you've got no argument.
Yo, when's the last time you looked at the moon? Like really looked at it?
20 minutes ago. It's outside full moon tonight.
You've really looked at the moon and you thought to yourself, this is probably man-made. For real?
Yeah, my whole life I knew it was man-made. 100%.
That's insane.
No, you're
Last time
insane
I looked at the
because you
moon,
can't see truth.
like really looked at it, I was like, what? What are
Yeah,
you? Like, what the heck
without
is this thing?
Go and have a look.
without the mushrooms, latte.
It's bubbled. Bubbling proves a manufacturing process. It's as simple as that. It's over. So my point is, what's the next step? What's the next process? We have to start thinking. We got to get out of this left-right paradigm. You're good, you're bad, you're round, you're flat. This is all bullshit.
Wait, there's bubbles in the ocean. Did we create that too?
I was waiting for someone to say something about that. Like, you guys
What
are
do you
gonna
mean
let it
bubbles in the
slide.
ocean? You mean like gas coming up from underneath wherever?
No, like when a wave hits the shore.
Well, that's obvious. That's just basically nitrogen just reacting, whatever.
Did man create that?
Yeah. Anyway.
Come on, don't anyway.
So I'm looking for intelligent people to speak to. I'm not going to.
No, Bloodsec, that was an actual point. Like you mentioned,
no, but I
bubbles
don't want to talk
is
to
a
low IQ people
manufacturing,
anymore. It's
mechanical,
embarrassing. It's
human
really
process.
humiliating.
What's that?
You know?
I'm a flat earther, dude.
Yeah, but
Like how come
I'm not a
bubbles in
flat earther.
nature?
I'm an anti-glober. All right.
Is that a concave earther?
No, I'm just totally anti-globe. There's no globe. But I'm saying I'm starting up a new topic here. How are we going to move forward? Now
Okay,
we've
just don't
pushed all
start off with
these.
saying I'm sane.
Now we've pushed all these morons out of the situation. Well, we should have, a long time ago. We now have got to think up a new process for a new society, a new way of thinking, a new education system.
You sound like you're just the man in charge for that.
We need to get all these people out of the matrix and pull them into the truth. Because this bullshit can't go on for another generation or 2 generations or even 3 generations. It's just rubbish.
Oh, well, Blatek, would you think that convincing the masses to change the paradigm would be critical to making progress?
Of course you'd say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I knew you'd say something like that because you're the type of person who wants to drag society down, right? Why?
Left lane,
What are you
you're
trying
that
to
type of
shoot?
person, left lane, is
What
that
do you
true?
want?
Yeah, it's not true at all.
Yes, it is.
But, well, I mean, my logic in that statement, if you want to make progress, would you think that convincing the masses that you found the truth and the way, and what do you need to do next? And my suggestion was demonstrate what you're talking about and try to convince them with demonstration.
There's literally
just get rid of the education system, get rid of the government, and get rid of the universities,
No,
and
I
get
think we
rid of the
just need
doctors
to
and the nurses.
commandeer the media
And that's it. As simple as that.
Propagandize them into believing the truth. Brainwash them into believing the truth.
Left lane, can you name one single thing that we could show you that would convince you?
I think I mean, I've looked at everything there is within the community. You know, there.
Yeah, but
I don't
there's
know.
no
I mean,
purpose
maybe
in the future left lane. There's no.
Yeah, I could.
You're not going to fit in.
Bro, I want to hear his answer, dude.
I would have to think about what I could see that would make me change my mind. I would have to think about that with you. Because I want to give the right answer. I want to give the correct answer, right?
Left lane, but you've been in this game for years. You've never thought about that?
Hey, yo, can I follow that up real quick? Like, yo, left lane, would you agree that there's answers out there that if you, like, do you agree that Flat Earth has provided answers to those questions that you would consider to be, like, make or break, yet you refuse those answers or that particular outlook on it?
No, just in all honesty, I've not seen anything compelling to me so far.
Like, would you?
See, that's what I know is a lie, dude.
Well, hold on. You don't see anything like interesting about like electromagnetics, being more of a potent part of our system than the current model allows. You don't see that at all.
Well, in with that, if there was an electricity or electrostatics or electromagnetism in such quantity that, or such energy that would cause things to be held to the surface of the earth, that it wouldn't be in question, and I think that life would have a problem existing in that situation.
Your model doesn't even claim things are held to the earth. Like, that's why this is so weird. But the reason I asked is because every single time I've asked the Globers 2 questions, they can't answer them. First one is like, what could you be provided that would convince you? They can't even articulate one. I can answer the question for a globe easily.
I could.
Yeah, like tangible, verifiable, empirical measurement of Earth curvature. So it's not even complicated. I can easily answer the question. I can answer the question in multiple ways. Yet the Globers can never give me an answer. And then when I ask the Globers what could be done to falsify the globe, they also can't answer that question. And I'm talking about Globers that have been in the conversation for 5 years. What that means is you've never truly even considered the option.
That's the point I'm trying to make, Whitson. We got to move on. There's no point going around this route month after month. We just got to get rid of these people and create a new reality. Because it's
we were actually having this conversation about an hour and a half ago, Witsit, so I don't know if you were listening earlier, but it's exactly the conversation we were having, and I was accused of not really considering the globe, right? Even though I was a glober for 31 years. So it is interesting that they either kind of just deflect or not are or know you. That's really the only defense to that question.
Yeah, I wasn't listening, no, but it is a very interesting part of the whole situation. It's like, you guys, if I keep asking what can falsify, in fact, what I do is I come up with tests. I go out of my way to find one as good faith as possible where both flat earth and globe can agree, okay, this would be a good definitive test. And I can't even get cooperation with that, right? When I use the globe model and I still man it 100% accurate, and I'm like, okay, skip zones, transmissions, this frequency, boom. Microwave line of sight transmissions, this frequency, boom. According to the globe, it can't go here. The official explanation is it bounces off here. Let's go test it. They don't even cooperate. They're just immediately coming up with, they're like, no, there could be some other thing that would maybe explain it. We just don't know yet. So basically, there's nothing. Like in your mind, you've never even stepped back and thought about it. And to say that you've never found anything compelling is not true. You wouldn't be in this room. Okay, we all found out, wow, apparently you can see really far on the earth sometime. And then the globe updated their claim to, okay, well, refraction helps you see infinitely around a ball. So at the least it was compelling, or you wouldn't be in this conversation with a new updated explanation for how things work on the globe to explain away how it looks like a plane. Yeah. Just like those mountains I just showed overlaid between the actual mountains and they match. Like, I know for a fact that when the ballers see that, they're like, that is pretty crazy. That's 700 miles away. And those mountains do match. But what they do is they immediately try to explain, oh, it must be clouds, something else. What can I come up with where they can't really prove me wrong? And then I can consider it like safely protected and move on, the globe, that is. So I'm just saying, there's a fundamental difference.
Yeah, like they can always change the story later as well, so they can go, oh, well, I thought it was that, but actually it's this. So as long as they get that first kind of nut in, then they can rejig the nut with time later on.
Yeah, man, that's why I always use the girlfriend cheating analogy, because it's like, well, her phone may have glitched and showed her location at the club when she really was at her mom's, like she told me. Like, oh, okay. I can't prove that. I can't prove that her phone could have glitched out and said she was at the club, bro. I can't. You got that.
Yeah.
I mean, do all the ballers not agree? This is like, I'm being very good faith. I'm like, what would you suggest? If you're saying we're not going about testing the globe the right way and we're deluded and we've fallen for a deception of flat earth and we believe something that's not true, then I'm asking you, then what would you suggest would be a definitive test? How could we falsify the globe so we can try to go do the test? What could be done to falsify the globe? If the answer is nothing, you have a religion. You don't have any type of truth or anything. Like, if it's unfalsifiable, it means nothing.
Boom. Solipsism debunked.
Weird.
That's why I always felt like the cool part of the conversation was, like the gentleman was kind of suggesting, is like, what's next? But, what is really next? But, and not being bogged down by the mental gymnastics of like some folks.
Well, I actually kind of agree with what you always say when it comes to this. Like, do we really want what's next? Like, due to honor, in my opinion, you should automatically pursue what's next in the situation because it involves like exposing lies, like bringing the truth forth. I think there's never a scenario that you should not do that. Like, you should suppress truth or aid in that at all. So that means we have like an obligation of integrity to bring forth this truth, right? But at the same time, it's like, what would really happen if it got out? Like, I tell everyone I'm scheduled to be on a huge show in 5 days, like a huge show. And me, Jaron, and Dave are about to go on a lot of really big shows. And I was just named on Sam Tripoli. They're going to try to set up a debate with like a really big name,
Fuck
like
yeah,
Neil
dude.
deGrasse Tyson big.
No way,
Yeah.
bro. Big up, man. I love that guy too.
Oh, thank you.
Fuck
he's cool.
yeah, dude. Yo, Witcher, I love watching you make these moves, dude. And I think you're so exquisite. Do not fucking get lost in the weeds with these retards, bro. Stay on
Thank you
point.
for that.
Stay
Thank
on
you for
point,
that.
brother. And I think because here's the thing, like I think when I'm of the left lane, and I don't mean to speak of you or whatever like that, but you're like a barometer for me. Do you know what I mean? For where I see because when you get it, when this penny drops for you, it'll truly be a good time. You know what I mean? Like, because we need all you old timer motherfuckers that know everything about machinery and shit like that to fucking get this. Do you know what I mean? But I think with it, don't fucking worry about that. Just stay on deck and fucking remember you're talking to people who are, beyond the weeds, man. You know what I mean? Don't forget
Well,
that.
that's what I'm saying. That's right. So that's kind of my point too, which is it is inevitably about to blow up. I know this for a fact. Like I know this from like inside. Like there are some really big names that are like just itching to finally say it.
What's it? Look at it like this though. If you convince yourself of this, as I feel as though I've convinced myself of certain things, like you know what I mean. Like I think I myself is a pretty skeptical, analytical person. So if I'm kind of in on it, I feel like I can get behind. You know what I mean? Like I don't think you jump lightly into any of this. And I think when you can convince when you can live up to the standards of yourself, you know what I mean? Fuck everyone else, bro.
Yeah, but I'm saying this. This is what I'm saying. Like like I'm saying, I actually kind of agree with what you say about like I don't know that the world can actually handle this. Like, imagine if we were forced to stand side by side with the anti-flat earthers, meaning that those personalities now were forced to be flat earthers. Like, say the government comes out and says it or something. Like, what would happen? Like, I don't know. It would be a good thing, to be honest.
Well, here's the thing. For me, and something I stress in this is that, and I've talked about this simply, is like the thing is secularism, dude. The beauty of this system that we have now is it provides secularism, and that being because people are so whatever it is, right? That like under a religious doctrine, it becomes murderous, bro. Like you think it's bad under secularism. I think it's even worse under theism to some extent, especially in light of because when this gets out, it's going to be all the people that are saying, oh, well, they were hiding God. And now you're going to get all the people dividing each other back in religious terms and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, just that's what I think is scary.
Yeah.
And
I think
called this, Cathexis called this fucking like years ago. He said the scariest part of flat Earth is going to be the know-it-all biblical literalist. That's the thing that is scary to me because I love flat Earth, but then it gets into biblical realism, like you know what I'm saying, dude. And that's the slippery slope, and that's where the psyop is, because that's such a great mechanism of control to take over.
But that's what governments around the world do. They work together to control narratives, to manipulate.
Right, and that's what I mean, and that's a dangerous. Like this is why secularism is a good premise because it makes us all skeptics. It makes us all skeptics.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Yeah.
So so secular, like the globe is just the secular cosmology of the system, of the public system, and it's not a bad thing because of that. But the problem is that I just think that for me is the real. When you get down to the nuts and bolts of it, and you're under the spotlight of the motherfucking world, bro. That's the burden of the responsibility, bro.
But this is the thing, right? Like, there is inevitably a creator. It doesn't really matter if someone wants to believe there's not.
Oh, bro, I'm a nihilist when it comes to that, dude. Because given the opportunity, I don't know what I might do and what I might say. So I hear you, bro. I hear you, dude. Like, and I trust your instincts. And never forget to pray for God to put the right words in your mouth.
Yeah, for sure. I guess a really crude analogy of this would be like, there's the cool kids lunch table, right? So like you chill with your homies at the lunch table, and then the girls always come sit down to your lunch table. Every day at lunch, you have a couple new girls sitting there. Someone's always making a beat with a pencil. A couple people are rapping. Like everyone's just like, it's just a good vibe. Everyone's chilling. A bunch of different types of people, but it's like the cool kids lunch table. Imagine if you were forced to let everyone sit at your table. It would overnight not be the cool table. Like it would immediately suck. It wouldn't be cool anymore. You would lose all the laughs, all the good times. The pretty girls are gonna like not even want to be there. No one's rapping anymore because now everyone is forced to sit at your cool table. So now it's not the cool table anymore. Like that's what's gonna happen to flat Earth.
Well,
That's
I think that happens with all ideas, though, and I think also though, what I think also can happen is don't don't shit on what hasn't happened, because in the same sense, you could sit at that table and have your crowd of fucking school, you know what I mean, the whole high school rapping your song. Do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't have to be that. It doesn't have to be that way. Is what I'm trying to say, bro. You don't
No,
know
I
the
agree. That's
potential.
why. Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah,
saying. Like,
right
you
on.
should do it anyway. Like, I think you really don't have a choice of when it comes to integrity. Like I would never discover a truth and not say something. Like I don't think you have an option but to invite everyone to the lunch table. But there is a huge possibility that the lunch table is going to suck. I'm just being real. Like, I don't think flat Earth saves anyone, and I don't think flat Earth is the end game, and I don't think that people just stop being moral degenerates because the Earth's flat. I think that it will actually provoke anger in certain degenerates, frankly, right? Like, now they think they're trapped here. Now they think they can't escape. There is no escapism, meaning like they have to acknowledge a
And it's like
creator. Like,
claustrophobia, dude. It's like there'll be
dude,
claustrophobia or something, like freak out.
dude, like you don't want to make an atheist nihilist acknowledge God. Like you don't want to make them do that because then they're gonna go crazy, right? Then they're gonna like not be able to compute their feelings and they're gonna get super mad at God. Right now they can just be like, well, I'm just a rock. There's no God to be mad at. But in the back of their mind, they are mad at God. But once they're forced to consciously realize that there's a God, like it could backfire. I think that, yeah, I don't know. It's because if you look at the history, there was never atheists, and some of the craziest shit happened, dude. Everyone believed in a god or some type of gods, and look at what happened back in the day. Immense amount of murder. Like when people know there's a god but they hate the god, that's way worse than convincing yourself there is no god. And so that's like there's like a deep part of this where I think I don't know. I'm not God though, so it's not up to me to be like I don't want the truth to get out or something like that. I'm just saying I think we should savor the moment is what I'm saying.
Well, I also think like, who are we to like necessarily put the morality on it? Like, you know what I mean? It's like there's, if the truth kills, let them die, man. Do you know what I mean? Like, I've also had that sentiment about me. But at the same stroke, it's also about understanding your audience and the sensitivities of the people around you. And, and catering to that as the good Lord would have us do. Because remember this, manners come first. And use this line. Hey, use this line when you're with these clowns. It's like, dude, if you have no if you have no manners, what possibly could you provide to the conversation?
Yeah, but it's deception. It's all devil deception. They're trying to feed us. Yes, we have the right to call these people out as frauds. There's nothing
Well, I
wrong
mean,
with
like,
that.
the thing is this though, is that like it's not so much like you're dealing with principalities, if you will. So you're wrestling with ideas, and the more you wrestle with the ideas, especially in the spotlight, the more the people see that you're interested in the ideas. And what these clowns do is try to get you to talk about people, and they lower the conversation down to, well, you said this at one time, or somebody said that one time, and now you're arguing about this,
the
that, the other
spell
thing.
casting.
It's irrelevant.
Yeah,
So
the
you remain,
wizards.
so the trick is just remain steadfast on the conversation and talk past the people that you're actually, in the limelight with. Because you're not just talking to them, you're talking to a general audience, and the general audience is craving for this knowledge. I used to always get mad at Cathexis when we kind of pulled back from doing a lot of those live streams and like these talks and all this interesting information. After a while, it just gets boring anyway. But like it's so good that they're having because the people are craving them. They're craving these ideas because they've been fucking constantly kept in the dark as treated like they were little 12-year-olds. I mean, look at all marketing techniques and commercials is directed to like the 12-year-old self. You know what I mean? It's like there's like this psychoanalytical thing they do where they fucking that's what they're trying to talk to in you. And like it's like once there's a broader, better conversation. I mean, even this is why the scientists of old are our allies. Like look to Carl Sagan's quotes to dismantle a glober. And you know what I mean for flat Earth, because Carl Sagan has great quotes. I'm sure Carl Sagan would have been fascinated with the idea of flat Earth. He wouldn't be some fucking nut job with a Discord account trying to get you fucking censored. You know what I mean? Like, and that's what these clowns don't have any clue about. They have no idea that the people that they quote would hate them.
That is the funniest part. That's 100% true. Like what? Like all of them. Like
right, and don't demonize their heroes. Do you know what I mean? Don't demonize their heroes. Don't call them all Satanists and this, that, the other thing, because half of them aren't. They've gotten labeled as Satanists because of whatever reason. You know what I mean? And I just think it's like it's not in good faith to do that. And I don't think you do that. I think you're exquisite, man. I love what you know what I mean? But like also slow down and you know what I mean? Make these points, like, eat your time up, bro. Slow down. You know what I mean? Slow down on them and just stay fucking humble and, slay them, dude. I'm so happy to hear that, man. I love Sam Tripoli. I think he's got Flat Earth's back. I just like that dude. And that's
he
fucking
officially
awesome.
came out as a flat earther in the same episode.
Yeah, man. He's awesome. No shit. I didn't, I got to tune in.
Like he's basically been like tiptoeing around it, and he officially said he's a flat earther. He had Sean Hibbler on, and then Hibbler like plugged me, and he's like, "You got to get someone to come here and debate him. Like, get a big name to come and debate him." So that would be cool.
Yeah, dude. Dude, whoever that was just like, let's feed her. Like, I'm so glad because you're a fucking flat Earth lion, dude. Like, dude, I love it, bro. I hope they feed you some motherfucker. Don't go in the weeds. Don't go in the weeds with these clowns, man. And remember this fucking maxim in debate. Funny wins. Just remember that, dude.
Yeah, for sure. Well, that's another thing too. Is like in these environments, I have to talk super fast, and it gets all toxic, and you have to like repeat yourself 100 times.
No, you don't though. In here. Yeah. I got you.
Yeah, but like in a normal conversation, you can just chill, and especially with someone with a professional reputation. That's why I started in the field, because when I bring these people on with credentials, they can't act like they do in here, and a lot of them are scared to do it now. They saw the first two conversations with the PhD astronomer and with Robertson Genis, and I mean, we're just having this chill back and forth. Each person's letting the other one finish, where like they're terrified of like this chill, respectful, higher level conversation where everyone gets to make their point fully. Like they do not want that. And,
well,
and
you realize, like,
I don't know. It's crazy.
I always think like half the dudes in here support the globe are like in that video of when all like, the space launch people are clapping and pretending that like, they landed on Mars or something. You know what I mean? Like it's all those people with like Discord accounts.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's just fucking a bunch of SpaceX employees like mad that their shit's about to get rocked.
Dude, Flat Earth is spilling everywhere. Have you ever heard of the show Fresh and Fit?
I haven't.
Oh, okay. Really, really, really popular show. They'll get like 20,000, 30,000 live viewers. Yeah, like they're talking about Flat Earth now. They're having John Zerka on, who's a Flat Earther. He did a debate with me on Modern Day Debate. He's like real intense, but I think he's hilarious. But most people are too soft to enjoy his humor, right? Because they get offended. But long story short, like even places like that are talking about Flat Earth. It's just that time in history where it's like the average person is not the person that claps at NASA. It's not the person that said, yeah, he looked like he grabbed something that wasn't there, but it's probably just a coincidence that his hand glitched out and closed and moved over. Like average people don't do that. They're just like, yeah, he clearly just fake grabbed something, bro. That's weird. And they just haven't seen it yet. And so that means that inevitably it's going to boil over where everyone's going to start to see it. And once the whole public sees it, only like I was talking to you about this. I think it's less than 10%. He thinks it could be up to 20%. I'm like, dude, 1% of the population is like the Globers in here. Like, most people are not like that. They're just like, I've never heard of the Antarctic Treaty. That can't be true. And then you show it to them, they're like, that's pretty suspect. I'm not going to lie. They would never, like, gaslight you about the Antarctic Treaty. The average person, really, the ballers in here are minorities, is all I'm saying, which means inevitably it's going to get out. And it's doing that right now.
Yeah, just look at it like this. The average person does not innately side with the government. Like
Yeah,
the
exactly. Yep.
average person, like anytime they're like, damn, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, you know what I mean? Like they might not accept it, but they're like, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised though. Like,
yeah, bro.
Most people aren't siding with, I don't know. I know that's just, I mean, but that's why, to the ballers' credit, like if they were an intelligent person or whatever, and they're gonna, defend what they think to be the truth. That's why we've entertained them for years. But it's like also like there hasn't been much brought to the table.
Well, I mean, we're in a group of people that will defend fluoride in the water. Like the average person would never defend fluoride in the water, dude. Never. And if you show them, look, it's provably a neurotoxin, and they're putting it in water for infants, and it shows that it actually makes you age faster, then they'd be like, that's terrible. That's no normal person supports fluoride in the water, but people in this room literally will defend it.
I mean, to the craziness of the world's credit, I mean, I know people are like, well, it's good for your teeth. You know what I mean? And it's like,
yeah,
oh my
but
God.
they don't know any of the info. That's what I'm saying. He's like it's. I was telling you this. I'm like, when they don't know the information, and even if they've chosen to be willfully ignorant, like that's one thing, right? And it's honestly, that's not honorable either. But like, to know all the details and still defend it, that's a totally different level, right? Like, that's a different thing. And most people are in the first group where they just don't know. They just turn away from it. They're too distracted. They don't care. And that's not the same as knowing every detail and then still defending it. That's like a totally different ballgame. Anyway, you get it. I'm just saying, I can tell it's about to happen, and it's going to be very interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, man.
We may be expediting our demise.
Well, yeah, man. But in the same way, I also think like, I think I have faith in people in a way. You know what I mean? Like, in the sense that like I don't like I think like it's a healthy thing. And I think what's weird, like my whole attitude toward about it is like like let's say I'll go real conspiracy head. It's like the idea that like whoever the Illuminati, the Illuminant ones, whatever the fuck, if there was some group of people running shit, they follow the stars. And the stars dictate that we move into this golden shit next or something. There's some kind of better era or something like that. And in order to get there, you have to shed all of this bullshit. And I think like, this part of this is like, there's some kind of process for people to wake up during, you know what I mean? And it's kind of this overt disclosure in order to almost benefit mankind. And like, it's just weird. It's just weird because like at the same stroke, these people are deemed Luciferians, you know what I mean? It's just like, what is going on? It's like this crazy revelation of the method or something, right? As they say. And like, I think as people become hip to it, they realize that it's not that scary. It's not that whatever. And it's about, this psychoanalytical thing of like, and it's just so weird that we all are kind of being forced to face this thing. I love that the idea that like Pluto represented like the dark side of the psyche or whatever. And it's like, then they removed Pluto. You know what I mean? Like they removed the planet. Like, it's just so weird how they play with this, this like psychological fucking, I don't know, but I think there's something good to come of it. I think for those, like Art. You ever read R.D. Lang? What's it?
Nope.
R.D. Lang. He said, like, he's one of the guys. He said, like, we're all sick, but those of us who choose to look at it will get well. It's something like that. Like, I forget the direct quote, but R.D. Lang, man, you should check him out. And I think, that idea that as we look into the government corruption, as we look into these things, I think the well at the bottom shows that you were in control the whole time. Do you know what I mean? That's why I always get into like that whole birth certificate. It's kind of like weird analogous thing about we're already in control, you know? And it's about how our mind perceives these things. And that's why if you can help people perceive these things without losing their mind, that's more beneficial than destroying them with the truth. Like I used to think, like, you know, just because you know the earth is flat, you know what I mean? If you were to go visit your grandmother on Sunday dinner, you know what I mean? Like, you know, are you going to tell her about the Black Pope and fucking, you know, like, you know, I just think like, you know, your grandma might not want to have that. You know, she does. It's, I don't know. It's not for grandma, maybe, but it's for your conspiracy-minded cousin who's going to think the world of you for telling them this shit. You know, I don't know, man. So, you know, but like, and also like the line, you know, God speaks to the hungry people with bread. You know, so just give the people what they need, bro. Keep on rocking and rolling, man. It's awesome.
Yeah. Do you agree that like a lot of people are actually hungry for the truth though? Like so many people, dude, like so many people don't believe the news at all. They're like the government lies about everything. They're all desensitized to the fact that the government's watching every single step we take, where they're like, well, they're still gonna have to do something about it. You know, like that's how people under 30 have grown up, where they're like, yeah, we're constantly surveilled, but what are they gonna do about it? You know, it's this totally different generation coming up where they don't believe anything, and they're like empty vessels, and that's why I kind of think that they may come in and fill them up because they're not oblivious to that. But all that to say, like, people are thirsty for truth right now. Generally speaking, the vast majority of people, in my opinion, are kind of like, "Damn, bro, we are lied to about everything," and so flat Earth is an inevitable outcome of that. I don't look at like, no disrespect, but like boomers as the litmus, but they don't count. Like, you know, a boomer's going to tell you the moon landing's real until their final breath. They don't care. The moon landing's real and the Federal Reserve is a godsend. So it's really that this younger generation is leading the charge, and that's what determines everything, because that's why they propagandize people in university so much, because they understand that the 18 to 25-year-old going into 30, 35, that's the society. That's who actually leads the society. You see what I'm saying? We're at that time where, and you would be basically talking about the age of Aquarius, but we are like clearly tipping over into this new paradigm where there's a major shift of yearning for truth. In my opinion, that's my experience. So I don't know. At this point, I'm kind of chilling. I'm not like real anxious or like, what are we gonna do to get the truth out? Like, I've had this realization, like it's like in the process of happening, and it really can't be stopped. And we should kind of just kick back, you know, smoke them if you got them, type of thing. You know what I mean? Like, we should just kind of savor the moment.
Yeah, I saw a funny meme where it's like the guy's like, so in this whole Q thing, all I got to do is sit back and do nothing. He's like, yep. He's like, count me in, you know. It's so funny. Yeah, man. I mean, I think it's just something we're watching stuff we really can't control anyway. You know, like it's like you can't control somebody's outlook on life, their philosophy, but you can address your own. And I think, like, you know, and that's where leading by example kind of comes in and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think there is change though, especially in medicine and pharma, because people are moving away from this peer-reviewed mentality and this consensus in science. And also people are moving back towards natural medicine in a huge way, especially the past 12 months.
Yep. That's another good like litmus test, is how many people are like entertaining natural remedies and cleaner food now. So much so that it's spilled over the normies, and like a major thing that they push as a selling point now is like all natural, organic, you know.
Yeah.
Like that's like a normie selling point now. Yeah.
The largest selling product now on Amazon is supplements. just massive.
It does. It's very profound. Like, what this means is that the South is something completely different than people think it is, and there's tons of land. Like, there's just tons of water at the least. There's just way bigger surface area in the South than we thought. Right. So inside the slave circle, there's still like way more than we thought. So like, I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know I mean, something's gonna happen. Then they can't shorten the circle, right? So like, I don't know. It's gonna be very interesting time to be alive. Unless they literally make the circle smaller. I don't know how they would do that.
Yeah, I kind of like to that holistic point of people going to like diet and stuff. I used to kind of think there was like a process to like waking up, and like one of the first steps was, health. So it's like you get from health, then you go outwards to like the school boards. Then you learn about what's her name, like I always mess up her name, but Catherine Iserbite. People learn about like, the school boards being fucked up. And then like, they go out to or, like, they realize the doctors are fucked up, the school board's fucked up, you know what I mean? Then they realize the government's corrupt. Then they realize they can't actually own property because they got to pay property taxes. You know what I mean? Then you learn about like real history versus mythos. Then they get the cosmology. So it's like there's a ways to go.
For the ballers, if we could say that there is no gravity, does that mean there is no curvature as well?
I would say if there is no gravity, there would be no bodies in the universe. It would be a big bunch of dust.
So if there is no gravity, then there would be no curvature at all, right?
There wouldn't be curvature. There wouldn't be anything in the universe. There would be no solid bodies, no planets, no stars, nothing.
So without space-time bending, we like, what are you saying? There wouldn't be any planets?
Yep.
Are you attributing physical properties to these lights in the sky? Is that what you're getting at? Like they have mass and stuff like that?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I guess we could talk about stars having mass. Of course they do.
What's mass made up of?
Stuff.
Dust?
Stuff.
Stuff?
That's not an answer. That's not an answer. You're giving up this early?
No, mass is stuff. It's just mass is stuff.
Like
Matter.
That's not an answer. That's not
Like
an
what stuff?
intelligible answer. You failed to even give an intelligible answer, dude.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know how it goes. And rather than go through all the rigmarole of, yeah, well, the way it normally goes, I just say mass is stuff.
Yeah, well,
that's just giving. That's just a give. That's giving up. It's basically conceding to the other side, refusing to basically defend your
Well,
side. You basically forfeited. You're forfeiting right now. That's
No,
what you're doing.
yeah. Well, because it lacks the detailed scientific definition. Is it wrong?
I could
doesn't
say
seem-
anything is stuff. It's not an answer. Sorry for Tora for y'all. I'll butt out. But this is just not even like material for anything. Like this isn't even a discussion. If someone's just gonna answer you with the answer stuff, like what the fuck?
Yeah, like real stuff?
Yeah, matter. Yeah,
Matter? What's matter composed of?
atoms.
What are have you ever seen an atom before? This real stuff you're talking about?
Yeah, not personally, but yeah, there's imagery. They've actually imaged atoms.
They've imaged atoms. You have real pictures of atoms.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
They've imaged
Yeah,
unicorns.
You could search
They've
it.
literally imaged unicorns onto the fucking heraldry of the fucking British monarchy for like the past 100 years. Doesn't make unicorns real.
So is
You know,
that
my
your
favorite
answer?
picture-
Unicorns? You've
No,
lost.
I've never
Given up.
I've never seen
My favorite
a
picture of the atom.
See,
Can you guys hear
now
me?
he's fucking using a dishonest debate tactic. His one example was that they imaged an atom. I gave an example as to how images don't prove anything at all whatsoever. And instead of giving an actual response, he just fucking repeats to me my exposure of him earlier on how I exposed him when he just said stuff as to what mass is. So not on top of him using dishonest debate tactics and spewing garbage and no fucking value or content twice, he's now fucking mocking me. It's ridiculous, these guys.
No, I just did the same thing you did. I said matter is stuff. Mass matter is just stuff. And you
Nobody said that.
I said you got a picture of atoms, and you said something about unicorns. I wasn't dishonest at all.
Yeah, so stuff is a nondescript fucking it's just nondescript. It's not an answer. There was no value or anything intelligible to your answer to the question,
So I
what is
go.
mass? No. I'm still talking, not
Yeah.
you interrupting.
You're saying a lot.
Okay, so here you go. You're gonna get muted because you can't fucking shut your mouth. Now here's the thing. The question was what is mass? Your answer was what is stuff? A valueless garbage answer. Then later we asked you what's your proof for atoms, and you said images. I then gave the example of how you can have fake mythical creatures in images, thus proving that images aren't evidence of anything. They're just images. I can make an image of Mona Lisa. Does Mona Lisa real? I can draw a stick figure. Are there stick figures in real life? No. Now stop wasting our time with your garbage fucking.
Would a imagery or video get you convicted of murder in a court of law?
Of an actual person, not of like something fake.
Well, I mean, so we can use imagery. We can take pictures and say, "Look, here's I caught a 10-pound bass the other day," and I take a picture of it with it on the scale. That would be evidence if I caught a 10-pound bass, right?
Yeah, but
If
the
we
picture of
can
atoms
trust
you're
their
talking.
images. Sorry,
Yeah.
Tor.
Yeah, I've never seen these pictures of atoms that you're saying. I've seen a lot of cartoons with drawings over them.
Well, they're there. I mean, if you look for them, you find them. I mean, you don't have to accept them, but they're there.
Oh yeah, but the fact of an image existing or not doesn't prove anything. You're talking about if I can get convicted of murder through a video. I don't think I could just get convicted just by a video alone. But we'd have to
So,
see. We'd have to go to court. I would have to murder someone, and I'm not a murderer. So let's not talk about fucking bullshit that's not applicable to the situation itself. We're talking about
well,
right
it
now
is.
is what we're talking about right now is the fact that an image is either fucking considered evidence or not, given the fucking credibility of the source. I don't really find your source really credible, given you have no source. All you've done is make claims. Thank you.
And according to your own model, the way light works, it would be impossible to view an atom.
Well, you do know what an electron scanning microscope is, right?
So now you're going to electrons?
Do
Yeah.
you know what it is?
Well, I mean, you can deny these things exist. I don't
And
know.
you
I
can
mean, you
assert
could. They do exist. They are real things. They actually do these things.
Yeah, you can assert they exist. You can say I deny it exists, and I can say you assert that it exists. Making that one sentence adds no value to the debate or discussion.
Yeah. No, you just denying reality
Oh my
has
God.
no value to the debate or the discussion.
No, when
You asserting
mass
fucking
is.
asserting mythical fucking tales doesn't give any fucking value to anything. And you fucking then just saying that we're denying things doesn't give any value to the conversation. It's not an actual refutation of anything. What I've been doing is refuting every single thing you say, Left Lane. What you've been doing is just spewing nonsense.
So, do electron scanning microscopes exist?
They do, but does that prove that they're looking at an electron? Like you're
Well, I mean,
confirming your bias with that?
well, they produce an image. And I mean, I don't know. You know, they could just be in there flipping switches and wiggling knobs and oh look, electrons. You know, they could be doing that, but that's not very practical, is it?
No, I know. So why are they doing that?
What
Yeah,
mass?
let's not talk about
Bit of a trick question, asking what mass is.
I was just gonna say, let's not talk about electron microscopes, given you have no fucking knowledge on them whatsoever or practical experience with them. If we're gonna be honest, given the fact that you can't even explain what mass is, I think we need to go to a remedial level and not skip
I
to
would.
the fucking most advanced parts of science. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I just made a street level knowledge description of what matter and mass is. I mean, we could go and talk about
Well, that
the
was a nondescript.
innate mass being an innate property of mass, and it can be a measure of how much of something's there, or it can be described as a resistance to inertia, inertial resistance to acceleration, or we could talk about all that and go in depth of it. But
That's all
it always
philosophy. That's all philosophy.
it's no, that's science, Bubba. That's
No,
real deal
there's
physics. Yeah.
philosophy. All of it is philosophy. Yeah, science was called natural philosophy. You're correct. If you want to look through the world through that philosophy, that's okay. But just
Yeah.
know what it is.
Yeah. Like I said, you can deny the reality of it being a real thing, and it doesn't contribute anything practical to the discussion.
And you can assert that it's reality and it doesn't fucking contribute anything to the discussion. So let's just keep it to the brass tacks. Now, you were saying something about mass and inertia. the moment I stopped talking is because you're actually adding value to the conversation. I was listening. So, I mean, what are we going to talk about? An atom?
I don't
Let's
know.
talk about mass and matter, because that seems to be more basic. And I know for a fact you don't have an electron microscope in your basement.
How do you know? I don't even have a
The
basement,
odds.
actually.
Well, there you go. And you can't have one in your basement. You don't have a basement.
I think the original question was, if we didn't have gravity, we would not have curvature. And my statement was, if gravity wasn't a thing, we wouldn't have anything. We wouldn't be here.
The effect, I think he was talking about the cause, probably.
Maybe.
Well, also,
Obviously,
like,
without the effect, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Do you hear how we describe gravity as if it was God? If gravity wasn't here, we wouldn't even be here. That's like a religious statement.
which is weird because on the quantum level, they don't invoke relativity, do they?
We thought you were talking about the effect. But, yeah, they made a mess out of gravity. It's a total mess. It doesn't work with Newton's. F equals ma. It blew Newton's laws of motion out the box, and his law of gravity, obviously.
Yeah, that's why I put forth, if there is no gravity, therefore there is no curvature.
That's not very logical, I'm afraid.
Really? So you can have curvature without gravity?
I don't know. Maybe there's another force by another name that can curve stuff.
Yo, what's the difference between evidence and proof? And is there a difference?
Oh, don't get me started,
Proof
Jeremy.
is a
Like, what
was
would
gonna
you say
say.
the line is for proof and evidence? You know, or do you think they're the
Yeah, I
same
was gonna
thing?
say.
Or
I
Am
can
I
make
coming
my
through?
own definitions up.
Am I coming
my
through?
bad. Go ahead. Yeah,
You
go
guys
ahead.
hear
No.
me? Yeah, I was gonna say proof is a threshold that evidence has to meet. So you either have enough evidence to meet the threshold of proof, or you don't. Whereas evidence would be anything that you could use to support
I like
one
that.
of your statements. Your statement would not actually be proved. Like if I came to you and I said, "Yeah, I know the neighbor murdered so and so, your cat. I know the neighbor murdered your cat," and you said, "Okay, what's your evidence?" And I said, "Well, he kind of looked at the cat mean the other day." You would say, "Well, that is evidence, but it doesn't meet my standard of proof." Whereas if I came and I said, "Oh, here's your dead cat, and here's your neighbor's fucking, I don't know, Swiss Army knife with his fingerprints," you'd be like, "Okay, that's enough evidence to meet my standard of proof." So that's the difference between proof and evidence. Thank you.
And I have a recording of him doing it, and he admitted to doing it, like a whole bunch of shit. Yeah.
Yeah, so like if
I'm
you have
happy with
enough
that.
evidence, it's proved. That's why like different courts have different standards of proof, right? Like
Yeah.
one, you can prove something to one judge in America, and if you go to the Middle East, there's a different standard of proof because they're under a different law. But the evidence will always stay the same, right?
Can I ask you now, who is the authority that decides if the evidence turns into proof? All the evidence turns into proof.
The evidence is just the evidence. It's what is. It doesn't change. The standard of proof depends on who's the judge, right?
Yeah, I'm
So
asking who is the
if
judge?
we're in a rhetorical debate, right, and you're either trying to convince the other side or some third party judge, and so yeah.
So what makes proof? Right, the hand said evidence doesn't make proof. So what do you think it is, right?
Well, I disagree
Yeah,
with
so
right
like
hand.
each person is going to have a different subjective threshold of proof for what's being discussed, right? But the evidence is always going to stay the same in all cases. You can only like there is the body of evidence. Now, if that body meets someone's proof, like if I go to and I'm saying like some person in Discord will have a very different fucking threshold of proof compared to like the U.S. Supreme Court. You know what I mean? Or like, I don't know, like some Chinese court or some shit like that.
I mean, right to hand, it's saying evidence isn't even connected to proof, but he's saying if you saw the guy kill the cat, then that would be proof. I think.
Seeing is believing. Yeah, he's been saying that for years, hasn't he?
That's a witness account, right? So the witness is
But how would
saying,
it prove
I
it
am
to
telling
me,
the
though?
truth.
My bad.
Exactly. Well, it would, yeah.
If
Well, I'm saying like the witness account would be evidence that you would have to consider, and then you, like, if you're gonna be convinced or not, Jeremy, you would be the fucking judge of your own conscience, right? Are we not the own judge of our own conscience? Do we not all fucking like interpret our own lives outside of like some sort of duty as a real judge in a real court, but in your own personal like subjective life, only you can determine what you believe.
Yeah, like what you can get from a sunset. Yeah, see, that's I like what he said. A sunset is the evidence the ground is moving and the sun isn't. You look at a sunset and you see the sun moving, like that's you can't get any proof out of that.
Yeah, it's evidence that something's moving.
Obviously, something's moving. Yeah, but it's just not like that's not proof. And that also wouldn't like if you had that as a piece of one of your evidences. That's not a good. That's never going to lead to proof. I hear what he's saying now, with this evidence leading to proof thing.
Yeah,
Is what you could you use that as a piece of your evidence, a sunset?
He has a point right the hand that a lot of people use vague bits of evidence as a big proof for their model. I do it as well.
Well, I would say it's proof something's moving. You know, definitely proof something's moving. The light is moving.
And you want to work out what, so you look into it. And obviously, in the past, you wouldn't assume Earth rotating as a first assumption.
What's up?
You wouldn't assume Earth rotating backwards as your first assumption, would you? You might come to that later.
Maybe, but you couldn't use that as a piece of evidence for either one.
Well, no, it's just evidence that something's moving, and then you need other evidence.
Something's moving, yeah. Something's definitely moving, no doubt. Were we on a topic and I derailed us? Is that what happened, or I forgot?
No. No. Do you think proof is still subjective at that point because we're all our own judge?
Unless it's fucking, yeah, basically, because there's the truth, which we're all trying to, I guess, well, I don't know if all of us are trying to get to the truth, but there's the truth, which is like the objective fact. And then there's the evidence would be like minor pieces of the major truth, but you can never have the whole truth. So all you have is smaller bits of the truth called evidence, and you have to take all that evidence and basically come to a conclusion and prove something with that evidence. And that's what courts do, is they take evidence and they have like a jury or a judge look at the evidence and say, have we proved this guy is the criminal or not?
Can exist.
I would say proof is objective. There's an objective proof that water exists. That's not even a.
Decides that, don't we?
Well, there's like a reasonable doubt or whatever. If you say that water doesn't exist, you're most likely just an unreasonable person.
Yeah.
I mean, if I splash you in your face with a cup of water and you still say it doesn't exist.
That's what I'm saying. There's people who are unreasonable. They're crazy. There's people who don't have a functioning mind that works like correctly. They're unreasonable. You could give them evidence that would prove it to anyone else, but to them it would not prove it. They're crazy, I guess, or mad.
Would you say me and you can exist simultaneously, having proved different Earths to ourselves, and we're just at the point of trying to prove it to each other.
Yeah, because you can have two different courts. One court can prove someone's a murderer, another court can prove someone's innocent, and if both of them fucking have proved it, then proof has to be subjective. If it's true, then all truths have to agree. Proof cannot be the actual truth, just by the fact of the matter that different courts can have different things proven.
Yep, I think I agree.
Like, oh, it was proved in court that he was a murderer, and then at a different court, oh, it was proved that he was innocent. Okay, so if proof is self-contradictory, then it cannot be the truth.
Yeah, like if you're arguing against something like water existing or something, you're basically a solipsist.
Yes, exactly. That is a telltale sign. Once you start talking to someone and they show signs of solipsism, that means they've gone into the unreasonable realm. It's been like massively discredited.
Like if you say proof, hold on, Don, 1 second. You can go next. If you say proof is only in math, you're basically a solipsist.
My example, Jeremy, would be you would tell me water exists, this is proved, and I'd agree with you, but then you'd say straight lines can't curve, that's proved, and you'd say this is objective, and I'd say no, we disagree now.
Well, if you got a globe and you say straight lines don't curve, and then you show me a great circle route on a globe and say, look, it's a straight line, it's curving.
All right.
I'd be like, dude, you just told me they didn't curve.
Could we agree that straight lines can't curve?
You're just contradicting yourself at that point.
Can you agree with my proof that straight lines can curve on a great circle?
Straight lines can curve?
Yeah.
Is your great circle route, does that curve at all?
Yeah, straight and curved, I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, you're just contradicting yourself. I don't know what to tell you.
Straight lines that curve on one axis but are still straight on another axis is an objective truth that I've proved to myself.
So you have... Go ahead,
See
Noah.
how you get stuck straight in?
I'm not stuck.
We can agree on water, but we can't agree on the line.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
it's proof to you, but it's not proof to us. Therefore, if it's proof to Jeremy that lines are straight, not curved, and it's proved to you, Don, that lines are curved, that are straight, you two have a contradictory thing that's proved to either of you. Therefore, proof cannot be objective. It's subjective, given the fact that you hold two different things proved to each other.
Yeah, my point was that
Hold on, man. My turn, Don. My turn, please. We're not contradicting each other. He's contradicting himself. He's telling me in one sentence straight lines don't curve, and then in the next sentence he's telling me there's a straight line that's curving. So it's not me. It's not like he's contradicting himself. This is dialetheism or some shit.
Hey, man, make a comment. So I was listening, and in a court, you know how you just said a person's, convicted of murder. One court could say it's proof that he didn't do it, and the other court, would say, no, it's proven he did. But in reality, did he or did he not? And that's what the whole problem is. In reality, is it a Earth spinning and wobbling, or is it not? Is it stationary and we don't know the shape? I'm thinking it's pretty obvious that it's stationary and we don't know the shape, but we have a lot of people trying to prove it with all this minutia. It's not what they told us, and that's why we're thriving with the debate.
It doesn't matter that we disagree about lines. I was just pointing out that one of us might be confident enough to claim that it's objective, and the other person can still disagree. That was all I was trying to point out.
Right. But is it, speaking of truth, is it true that it's either a ball or it's not in your paradigm? Because
it could be a concave ball or a simulation or a humped puddle. Right? It could be a few other options.
That's pretty wide and varying when I'm talking about
flat Earth puddle, but it's slightly humped in the middle, so it would be flat Earth but curved.
It just feels uncomfortable, like it's hypothetical or like dreamland or simulation theory, or if we're told it's a ball with a geometric shape and it spins and does all this science. I mean, all the channels that I listen to, people are fighting basically that we were told all this about where we live, and people are like, well, no, it's a deception. That's not where we live. There is no space to go fly into. So it's hard for me to hear you, Don, just because you're like, well, it could be anything. The sky's the limit. Imagine it, and it can be. And I'm like, bro, that's too. I mean, I don't mind you having an opinion. Like, I don't mind you having yeah, I'll let you respond just a second. I don't mind you having an imagination that's awesome of all that could be, but can we agree it's not a ball spinning in space?
No,
Have
I'm
you
not
found that out by
agnostic.
now
I'm
yet?
not agnostic. I'm 99% sure, as in I know it's a ball in space already. I'm saying if we're going to throw that out the window and say, what could it be? And we're going to discuss it philosophically, what could it be? Even though I think it's a globe, then I'm saying it could be
Right.
anything. We're going to go back to phase one. It could be anything. It's just a surface we're on so far. We don't know.
Can I ask you how much pondering you've done from a different angle, saying, well, let me prove this ball. Like, because you said you're 99% sure it's a ball in space.
Yep.
But what if you said, let me see how much proof I can gather that we're spinning and orbiting and moving around the sun, etc. Because then if you can erase the ball, you're like halfway to the goal of finding whatever this place is.
I did this for 6 years, since 2017, and I found out that Flat Earth is making up alternative claims, and the globe still makes more sense.
It's interesting. I'm 14 months into it, so I'm closer to my 40-year belief of the globe, but I'm finding tremendous freedom from oppression and lies, and there's a lot of claims in the globe model that are philosophy and that are just fictitious ramblings of mad scientists using numbers to explain things, and the math makes the sphere, but you can't see it outside. So it's we're in different places. Go ahead.
I also got the full freedom from oppression from Flat Earth. Completely denounced the government and all bad religions. So I got that too, but I didn't turn into a Flat Earther.
But what I'm offering you is, it could be that the globe that you're 99% sure of is the biggest thing that's holding you back from your true self and your true freedom to explore what this place is. Because you do have an exploratory mind. You're saying concave and simulation theory and all that, and that's fun and all. But if you're poisoned, 99% poison, that's pretty sick.
What?
I'm saying that the globe. Well, if the globe model that you're 99% sure we're on is a deception and is a lie and is a trick, you're pretty convinced after 7 years, you said, that that's what it is. And I'm only 14 months on the journey, and the fruits of my walk is freedom and joy and getting back to like
the what if is fine, but what if Christianity and Flat Earth is a deception and poison? What if?
It could be. No, it definitely could be. But before you divert, I'm telling you from my experience, I have felt a rejuvenation of childlike exploration of mind, body, and spirit. It has nothing to do with Christianity. I've come alive again to look at this place with vigor and excitement. And it seems like you've made your mind up that it is a ball 99%. And I'm saying, bro, you've been tricked.
Bro, I spent 6 years on it. You only spent 1.5.
So you're saying that because you've concluded after all this time you've spent that you're sure it's a ball spinning in space, you're confident and that's where you're staying, you're not going to budge.
Yes, unless someone shows me good Flat Earth evidence that isn't made up alternative to explain globe.
Can I bring some evidence then?
You can and just
after he asked for the evidence.
Yeah. Well, hold on just 1 second, then yes, because I got to go shopping. Here's the thing, though. I'm not trying to prove to you flat Earth. I'm not trying to prove to you a shape. I'm trying to tell you my own personal experience. Freedom, peace, joy, contentment, excitement, exploration. All this has come when I was able to let go of the ball deception, right?
All the peace. You've also started to make up things about the sky and
vision, that's true,
and conspiracy.
Are you talking about like perception, like how we see in the world and what the clouds do on the horizon and all that?
It might be great to go against mainstream and feel peaceful and exploratory, but you're also making stuff up to fit your emotions.
Are you talking about like
what the globe does?
Are you talking about like how we see the world? How am I making up
You make
how we
up
see the
stories
world?
To
about
explain flat Earth to
You
yourself
make
as an adult,
stories
you
up
need to
about
make up
Saturn and fucking
alternative
Jupiter and
explanations.
Mars and the moon and fucking
Well,
men on the
yeah,
moon and shit. What are you talking about making up stories?
I'll
Apollo 19.
I'll definitely pass the mic because I'm going shopping, but I'm not making up things to fit the true Earth. I'm exploring what the Earth is, and the truth is it's not a spinning ball in space, but you're convinced it is, and I don't have any problem with that. It's just not correct. Like if someone murdered somebody, but they didn't actually do it, or let's say they were convicted of murder and they didn't do it, and they were put in jail for the rest of their life. I think you're that person that's put in jail for the rest of your life for murder that you didn't commit, but you don't even know that you didn't commit the murder.
An opinion about cosmology is the same as being in prison, put in prison. How absurd.
So let me ask you this.
How absurd.
Let me ask you this. You can go ahead and then I'll ask.
I was just going to say an insult that your religion is a prison.
Well, let's just get off what I believe. My faith. I'm not talking about my faith right now. I'm saying it this way too. So if there's a gambler in the corner and he's been cheating everybody out of money like his whole life long, and you walk into the room and I say, "Hey Don, that guy in the corner, you don't want to mess with him. He's cheating under the table, whatever he's doing. I can't really explain it, but I know he's taking everybody's money wrongfully." And then you
How do
go
you
sit
know?
down at the table. No, I know because I've been watching him for years. He's
Mine's
just doing it.
explosive.
He's a swindler.
I take your advice, and I
Dude,
know the
can you let the
government's a
fucking
lying
guy
psychopath.
talk?
I know they are.
Well, I'm just saying, if you go and sit down at the table and begin to play or remain playing as your money all gets spent out, that's your choice. But I'm saying the gambler at the table is the deception of the ball earth. I know you didn't want me to make some kind of hypothetical what if, but that's what I feel is true. And like, I'm not trying to say, okay, let me tell you this. I'm not trying to say you're stupid. I'm not trying to say you personally are a fool. I think we've all been fooled, and that's just what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to help a brother out. And if you're like, "Hey, bro, I think you've been fooled," then that's okay. I mean, we disagree
That's
here.
my response. That's my response. No, you've been fooled.
Is that guy going shopping now? Or because I wanted to talk about that 600-mile shot from Israel to like Crete or whatever of the oil rig and the literal mountain of the island in the background. That's pretty ridiculous. 600 miles. Fucking absurd.
I don't know. The Globers are saying it's not Crete or some shit. I don't know. They're saying it's not the mountains, it's clouds. We gotta get out there with laser beams and stuff.
They're saying it's not
Infrared,
concrete.
laser beams.
Yeah, the guy that shot at Noah said it could be clouds, but he's not sure.
The problem
Well,
is
they
that's the
also
oil
say
rig.
the other.
That's the
They
oil
also
rig right in front of the fucking. You see the mountains in the background. That's one thing you could claim that's clouds, which already is fucking ridiculous. But let's say they are clouds. That oil rig is right off of Crete, and you can clearly see it in the shot. So, what do you think that the cloud looks like an oil rig now? It has little things sticking out the side, little metal pole. Is that what you're
It
saying?
might
That
still
clouds
be a
just have
long shot.
metal poles and cranes sticking off the side of a cloud? Is that what you're saying?
Might be a long shot of an oil rig still.
Dude, he shows the oil rig and where it's located right off the shore of Crete and fucking shows Crete in the background with the exact sun in the exact position that the fucking sun calc or whatever fucking predicts. And he shows the island and the thing and how far away it is and the angle which he's facing it to. Like sir, if you want to talk about denying, where's fucking Left Lane? You want to talk about denying reality, you better watch that video and go deny it, Left Lane.
Well, also they said that this other one that Taboo put up that was like 700 miles, which is funny. They ran around and said he took it down because he knew he had to because they lie about everything, but really it's because the guy asked him to take it down. And nothing to do with him being like, "Oh, this isn't flat Earth proof. Let me take it down." They just have to lie. But he posted one a little bit after that, and if you look at the video in the chat right there, we actually overlaid the mountains with what was caught in the video, and it matches perfect.
But the thing is,
If you want to be a liar and
think
claim it's
about it. No,
cloud, I hope you go get your next booster. I genuinely don't want you to be a flat earther.
Just think about it, though. What do you think a mountain range looks like from 600 fucking miles away?
But this is 700 miles away, and we just overlaid the mountains on top of what was saw, and the actual mountains match what was seen. And you guys say it was a cloud anyway.
Yo, I
Which
can't wait
just
for him
means
to do it again.
No, we
there's
checked
just
the
no
azimuth.
point. There's
It
no
doesn't
point in
line up.
talking to you guys.
No, we checked the azimuth on it. It doesn't line
No,
up.
you didn't. No, you didn't. You said you went to Google Earth, and you think Google Earth is 100% accurate azimuths when they openly admit that they're not. Okay, so what
Well,
we
it's
did.
okay when y'all use Google Earth.
Hey, buddy, did we lay the mountains on top of what was observed, and they match? Yes or no?
No, and just the statement that you could see a piece of ground 600 miles away is in the realm of absurdity to me, and I mean, it's like not even worth entertaining if you think you can see something 600 miles away.
Yeah, so you're religious.
Right. Yeah, go ahead, keep your head buried in the sand.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually 700 something miles away from a higher elevation, and if you see the video, it's right there. We put the mountains over top of what was seen, and it matches perfectly. So I can't imagine being so religious that I'm like, yeah, the mountains are exactly where they should be, and they matched what we saw exactly. But really, it was just clouds coincidentally sitting right in front of where the mountain should have been, and they formed the same exact ridge lines as the mountains, but it's actually just clouds. So, like, that's you,
Hey,
bro. That's all you.
Can I get we could have a Glover respond, but I just have a couple pictures I want to present on this. All right, well, if no Globers are going to respond to that, then I'm just going to upload my pictures and talk about them real quick. So this is pulled from the video that I was linking on BitChute. There you can see the oil platform, you can see the sun, you can see the two mountain peaks in the background. You have another picture of it directly related to what Google Earth said it would look like. You have the sun calc showing where the sun would be in regard to you and where the guy is actually shooting the thing out from at Crete where the oil rig is. And then you have overhead maps of like the way he's viewing it and shooting it. And so like if you look at the first picture, there's no doubt you can't say that is a cloud. That is most definitely and obviously an oil rig. Like there's no fucking cloud looks like that. And if you're saying that, you're just a liar. We all know you're a liar if you're saying that.
Yeah, I'm saying it at 600 or 700 miles, you wouldn't be able to see an oil rig. You couldn't make it out. It would be a speck.
But we have the picture right here, right?
Wait, I don't think that
that's
oil rig is
description.
claimed to be 600 miles away.
No, it's not.
Well,
But
no,
wait,
it is.
But shouldn't we see across the entire Earth if it's flat? Isn't that what you guys say?
Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean that you would be able to discern a 300 something that's 300 feet by 300 feet at 600 miles away. No, it doesn't say that.
Well, you zoom in, bro. Did you know that we have zoom? Did you know that when you zoom in, you can see stuff better?
So that was supposed to have been taken with a phone, I think.
No.
I think it is.
What? It's a camera with infrared lens.
Okay. It's a different image then.
Yeah.
There was
You need to look in the chat,
things.
man.
Yeah, there were two things posted up. There was one 600 mile and one 700 mile posted by Taboo's Conspiracy, I think.
Okay, the picture of the camera, I'm posting it right in the chat right now for the 600 mile shot. That is the picture of the camera.
Oh. And like the two combined, like they just claim clouds for both. It's super funny. Because we actually overlaid
your camera. So what is the zoom capability of that camera, I wonder?
I don't know. I'm just not religious, so I'm not going to believe that I looked out in the right direction. Is it supposed to be an iPhone? Who said it was an iPhone?
Didn't he post the specs of the camera in the video? was like a custom build he did.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
for
what it
600
is, yeah.
one.
Yo, this guy Fight the Flat Earth last night was saying that Jeranism said that the flat earthers that are thinking that's actually those mountains is bugging and shit. Did you hear that?
Jaren said he thinks that we need to do it more often to know for sure, because it's like insane to see something that far.
Definitely, yeah. We need to get out there with some lasers and shit or something, right? Some drones, lasers, whatever, something. So we like, if you shine a laser from the mountain, and then you're at the other part taking a picture, you know it's the mountain if you can see the laser.
But what about the other observation that shows the mountains from 700 miles away, that we took the mountains, faded them in, and they match perfectly?
Yeah, that's dope. I know. I feel you.
Yeah,
I'm with Jaren.
that's
No, we gotta get out there and do
that's
it more,
pretty
maybe.
convincing. I was like
Just gotta
halfway
do it
doubting
again.
it. Right, and then Gio said maybe he was looking at it a little bit more closely, and then you come up with the mountains matching the clouds. So I think I'm back on with that observation.
The 700-mile one is fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
Just do it again. And then one more time for good measure.
You got to get a
Do you see-
laser
do you
beam
see
at
this
one of the
video?
mountains you're looking at. That way you'll know for sure. You get a red laser beam or some shit over there.
600 miles, dude. Dude, look. Do you see? Do you guys see the video I just posted? Watch it. It literally fades the mountains in, and it matches exactly.
All right, hold on. You posting it right now?
Yep.
Sorry, I overloaded it.
They don't look like they match exactly to me, more like similar shape and size. Generally, but not even the exact same shape.
They are the exact same shape.
No,
Where-
they're not
where
the
was the-
exact same.
Where was the observer?
Where's the
But
shape
they're
difference?
really, really,
What's the
really
shape difference?
close.
What's different about the shape?
Like, check out the Mont Blanc one. Underneath the N from Mont, you could see that there's like a little piece of the cloud that disappears when he fades in the mountain. And same with the Grand Combin one, like at the curve on the left side, like the slope upwards towards the bigger peak. There's like some clouds or whatever on the left that disappear as well.
What? Dude, are you guys not watching the same video? You don't see
I'm watching the exact same video.
You see the dip right there, the dip in the middle to the left of the one on the left. It dips down right where the mountain dips. Yeah.
And then as it rises again towards the right, there's clouds that disappear when he fades in the mountains. There's like, it almost looks like two steps of clouds.
I mean, how hard is it to get a drone with a laser beam on it over there so we can make sure?
Where was the observer for this?
I'm
I
with
don't
you.
care.
He's behind the camera. I'm with you, Jeremy, for sure. I think we need to do it
Yeah, the
over and
camera?
over.
The camera.
That was good. Yeah, laser beams, bro. Let's get some fucking laser. Just a drone and a laser beam. I feel like could get it done. Two guys, one taking a picture, one on the other side with the laser beam.
Hey, ballers! If we do what Jeremy's saying, we'll debunk the globe.
No, but you can compare
Exactly,
heights in
dude.
this.
They can't even
This
answer
image.
that question, dude. They're like children. What can we do to falsify the globe?
Well, you can take this image and you can compare heights of mountaintops and see if they line up with the
That's
given.
not answering his
For a
question.
second, I thought he was going to say you could take
The
this image
question
and
was
shut
very.
up.
The question was very.
Oh,
the
is that
question was
cut him
very
out? I think he
specific.
was answering.
No,
No,
His
he
question
wasn't.
was-
The question,
swimming.
bro, he definitely wasn't. You don't need to always jump in and fucking white knight for everyone, even when they're absolutely lying
Well,
and
you
wrong
just
every
jumped
fucking
in
time.
talking on
And you
top
don't
of
need,
him.
and you don't need, yeah, you don't need to fucking say
Why
anything else
don't
about
you
it while I'm
relax, man?
explaining
Like
what's going on. Nope, I don't need
these
to relax.
conversations, they don't need to
fucking,
be so
yeah, I don't
overly
need to relax. You
confrontational.
need to get alert
Right?
and stop
No.
fucking interrupting people and realize when it's your turn to talk. Maybe you
You
should
actually
be a little less
interrupted
relaxed.
me when
Maybe
I was
you should
speaking.
be a little less. You should be a little less fucking relaxed for a second here and fucking discuss the actual topic at hand. He asked a very, very, very simple question. What could we do to falsify the globe? Then you went to not answer that question. So you're giving a non-answer to a question. You're getting butthurt when someone points it out.
They can't answer the question.
No,
let him try again. Go ahead.
Topic of conversation was these images. You guys were talking about lasers to verify stuff, right?
Yeah, and then what's it put a question up to the Globers? What can we do to falsify the globe?
Yeah.
There's lots of things we've given.
Name one.
One thing would be falsifying images like this.
That would falsify the globe?
Come on, man.
Well, if you were to verify this image as the actual mountains, that would be a good. I'd say. Oh shoot! Hang on, I got a phone call.
Not convenient. So, hey, what can we do to falsify the globe?
I just answered the question, right? You could show that these are actually mountaintops. We
What
shouldn't be
happens
saying.
to the phone call?
It's a spam call. Why?
Yeah.
There's absolutely no reason for you guys to be so overly confrontational. Just relax.
All right, yeah, everyone chill. All right, so if we show that these were the mountains, it would falsify the globe.
Sure, why not?
Oh,
what do you mean, sure?
I take it. He said sure. What do you mean? Yeah.
Unless we actually did it very quickly, it wouldn't falsify the globe. I promise.
Negator, if we could show that these were the mountains, would it falsify the globe?
Sounds pretty reasonable to me.
Yeah, I don't think that refraction would give images quite like this. So yes, I think this would not be possible on a globe. How about that?
Nice.
Great. Great.
Okay.
Great.
You're going to be on our side. If we get a drone and a laser beam out there and we show that it's a mountain, you're going to be on our side then.
Well, no, what you could do is just look at the given heights and say, do those things look the same height? Like,
look the
for instance,
same.
Jeremy, we
do
all
do
know.
another photo. Get another.
We
photo,
all know.
You know, hopefully more clear, less wind. You know, we just do it again and again.
Okay, that I'd accept. Another photo, 100%. I'm 100% confident you won't get the same results.
Someone contact that guy.
Oh,
So
so
yeah,
if I can go back and do it over and over, then it can't just be clouds.
But let's just be brutally honest here. Nobody is going to go take another image like this.
Wait, can you?
Where was it?
It was by a Glober. It was by a Glober. The Glober actually asked Taboo to take the video down.
Where was the video taken? What country?
I don't remember. I'm saying that's why Negator's saying that so confidently, because he knows that the guy asked Taboo to take it down.
No, so the guy took these photos several years ago and put them on Flickr, and this is just me speculating. He has to get it taken, or rather, he has to get it taken down. Number one, for copyright reasons, and the number two, because people are contacting him. Once Taboo Conspiracy.
Doesn't want the Men in Black.
That was a complete non sequitur.
No, he doesn't want flat earthers bothering him about his photo.
Completely non sequitur to the point that the reason you're so confident that you're saying no one will go out and do it again is it wasn't a flat earther that obviously would. It's just some random dude who did it a long time ago. That's not a reason you're saying that. So you agree that if we went out and took the picture and we saw it again, that it would debunk the claim that it's clouds?
No, I'm saying that it won't happen again because your community doesn't have a good track record of following up on things like this.
What country is this? Is this?
I got some respect for that.
This is England.
Why can't you answer the question though? Like, if we went back and did it again, you agree that if we saw it again, it couldn't be clouds?
He did say yes to that.
I did.
This is in England. We got mad people.
He said yes.
Yeah, it's in England.
We got mad peoples in England with drones and laser beams and shit. Like, let's get it popping out there.
I can show you the mountaintop it was actually taken from. It says snowed on, but it wasn't actually snowed on.
Yo, since Taboo took that video down, does anyone have a mirror of it somewhere that I can see?
Yeah, I sent it to you this morning, Shane, with the 616.
No, that's the Crete one. That one's still up. The other one.
Never mind.
So
did he take that one down?
I can't find it.
And,
yeah,
we're just so I know, because I listened for a little bit, I didn't hear. Were there any of the other Globers in here doing a lot of talking before I showed up?
Left Lane and Don were the only two Globers talking before you came in.
That's not a
to my
possible.
knowledge.
Globers don't like to talk at that point.
We like to talk about things. I had to get up early for work today. Yeah,
Working on a Saturday. It's not kosher.
My guys work shifts. They do 8-hour rotating shifts. So
Okay, so all we need to do.
This guy has
go cover 'em.
guys. This
Okay,
guy
so
has
all we need to
guys.
do.
He's a pro.
I got guys. Yeah. So all we need to do is get 2 guys in England. One of them needs a drone with a laser beam on it. Another one's got to be at the other spot taking a picture, and boom, we'll be able to show if that's the mountain or not.
Okay.
All right.
Well,
Need a strong laser, bro.
Yeah, no. Let me point out some things to you that maybe will hopefully tell you, like,
Well, whatever the brightest light we can get is. I don't know.
Okay.
Is a flat? Can you get a flashlight brighter? Do it at nighttime? I don't know.
Foil.
I don't think 700 miles is. I don't think a
Reflecting the
flashlight's
sun,
gonna work,
like
bro.
have like a huge freaking board of aluminum foil, maybe.
Yeah.
Percent. Your mic's low a little bit. Maybe my volume's.
Look, let me point.
I can hear percent pretty good.
Let me
Just go see them again, and it debunks their claim. It's not even complicated.
let me point out something to you in these photos that I think you guys should all consider, and I think will 100% indicate to you. You should probably just give up on this one. If you look at the screenshots that Shane linked, after you scroll up a little ways, he's got 4 screenshots. The first one has all the names, and the second one has a red type.
I see it.
Yeah, so if you look, right, I'd expect that mountain tops that are taller than the others would, if I drew a horizontal line left to right.
Uh-oh, back to this argument?
Yeah, well, it's not an argument. It's just a point of fact. Like, for instance, Point Piercy, 2,700 meters, and La Tournette, 2,300 meters. If I drew a line right now, and I could if you like, I'd put money that La Tournette on the right is actually higher than Point Piercy on the left, yet is 400 meters shorter.
Are they equidistant?
They're 684 miles away and 682 miles away.
No, that's a bad argument, Negator, because they measure those based off of like local sea level or what have you, right? And it might be different when they measured it. You can't automatically assume that these altitudes are accurate.
No, you don't measure off of sea level.
How do they measure
that? You literally do.
Okay, wait. So if can I say
Go ahead,
something real quick? So with these Shane pictures that I'm looking at them right now with the red ones, and then there's the Point Pierre, and then it's the. Could we not get some tinfoil and hike up to the top of one of these? Like if we knew an FE or even a Glober for that chance that just enjoyed hiking and lived in what is this, like France or something? Couldn't we get someone to hike up there and flash, like give us a mirror signal or something like that?
That's what I'm talking about. Some kind of light or something. That way we know it's the mountain. A laser,
Dude, that's
a
why I
light.
said aluminum foil, but I feel like the light from the sun might not be concentrated enough for it to withstand the attenuation. You might have to have like a collimated beam, like a strong laser to do it.
Yeah, dude. I mean, that's still super far because of attenuation.
But the easiest thing is just to do the.
You think attenuation
would
would
again and again and again. You don't have to worry about lasers or anything like that.
You think attenuation would block?
Wait, hold up.
Hold on.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Jeremy. I'll go out.
You think the light attenuation would block any light out that we would?
I think it would be very difficult to see a light that far because of attenuation. Yeah, like definitely the most efficient way to do it is just see if you can make the observation over and over.
I mean, I agree.
I would at least try with it.
Hold up. I kind of disagree with that though, because what we're looking at is reflected light off of a surface, i.e., snow and rock, right? And if we had a mirror, like a really big mirror, and we pointed the exact same light that's getting reflected by rock and snow, reflecting that light with a mirror, the reflection would actually be better, not worse. And
no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Is your mirror going to be bigger than the mountain? Right, because the attenuation.
That's what I'm saying, dude. We get a big.
You have to be a really big mirror because this is the entire mountain range, and it looks like it's like a centimeter.
We get a big piece of tinfoil, like
right.
like a tarp-sized piece of tinfoil that reflects really well, or whatever that thermo shit is that reflects really well, dude. And it could actually work.
Bro, it'd have to be way bigger than a tarp.
It can't work, but if we tried it and it worked, it would be fucking undeniable, dude. Maybe like, why is there something shining on one of the mountains?
So we're just seeing it multiple times. Like if you go see it again, it can't be clouds.
Yes, but look, can I get y'all to consider what I'm saying?
Let's do them both. Let's do it again with like this, tarp-like aluminum foil.
Those aren't clouds.
You'd have, but Noah, to do it that way, it'd have to be a video, because if you just take a photo, then this tarp-like thing reflecting the light, it's just going to be like a pixel that's lit up, and it could just be like, someone could just say it's an artifact or something like that, you know? So you'd have to get a video showing that this dot of light is moving, and it's like, you know, in the frame of the photo, and it's stationary on that peak.
Yeah, that's a good point. How much feet is 1 pixel?
Look,
it would have to be like a whole roll of aluminum foil. Someone's just holding it one end from the other, something like that.
you guys are putting the cart way before the horse. Number one, Woodsit's right. I think if you just take another photo, it will show it's not cloud. Number one, right? I think that would be the simplest. You don't,
same time.
Yeah, just
like you don't got to worry about doing an expedition on top of one of these mountains.
Yeah, just do multiple observations of the same thing.
Yeah, but for sure the ballers would say that they're clouds again. Like, I don't know why we're pretending they wouldn't say that, but either way, yeah, like that's the best.
Well, there's no reason to put forth, you know.
It's a guarantee. I'll bet everything.
Let's keep it
there will be
constructive.
ballers
Let's
that
keep
say
it
it's clouds
constructive.
again.
Okay. Well,
Well,
yeah,
let's keep it.
Let's keep it constructive. Let's tell you what. I just drew a line across that image and linked it in chat. And what that line shows is that a mountaintop at 3,200 meters, a mountaintop at 2,300 meters are somehow at the same height. But a mountaintop at 2,700 meters, which is, of course, taller than 2,300, is below that height. And then the difference between, if you look on the left, a mountain that's 4,300 meters is substantially higher than the mountain that's 3,200 meters, despite it being at the same height as the mountain that's 2,300 meters. It doesn't make sense. This isn't what you guys think.
Bro, you couldn't have just
That's a
cropped
pretty
the
good
photo.
criticism.
Why is there so much white space on this image you posted?
I know, I'm so confused. I'm still walking outside.
Oh,
I'm like,
yeah,
why are you doing that?
Because I'm not a MS Paint, bro. I just pasted it in without stretching it to cover the whole thing.
But the distance from the viewer to those mountains is different, isn't it?
But isn't the angle of view different? Yeah, I mean, I think that there's so many variables.
Well, the 3 mountains that are lower are within 3 miles of each other's distance: 682, 684, 685.
This is back to you guys' misunderstanding of compression and like angular resolution when you argue the 6-foot observer height over that mountain for like 4 hours. You guys remember?
Are you going to argue this, Shane?
That's what I said. Are you going to bring up this argument on this shot? Jesus.
No one's arguing compression. What I'm arguing is that if those were actually mountains, then in this image, the mountain that's 3,200 meters high would be above the line.
Wait, what's the like? Okay, say if the mountain starts at 600 miles away or whatever, how like far does it stretch out? You see what I'm saying? Like, if the peak of the mountain is closer to the center, but the other peak of the mountain is closer to the front, like this changes everything. This changes everything. So how long, like, away from the observer are the mountain ranges? That's the real question. The fact that it hasn't even been input into the equation doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it gets exponential the further.
Like, if I have a mountain and they're all 600 miles away, but they stretch out 100 miles each, but the peak of the mountain, 20 miles on the first one, and then 50 miles on the second one, and then 80 miles. That means the tallest point of that mountain is different distances. Just telling me that when you say that they're different distances, are you going to the highest peak of each distance or each mountain because of that distance, or just seeing how far away the mountain range starts? I don't know.
I presume the distances come from the peak itself.
Presumption is what got us here in the first place.
Does it though? I mean, that's not how I've ever seen it. Like when I go to, it doesn't just like give me the top of the mountain.
What I'm assuming is they use Google Maps and just draw a straight line from peak to observer.
Who is they?
Anybody that does the measurement.
Okay. Well, can you? What are the locations? I'll do it per usual. I have to do it. So what's the?
Okay. Hey, Austin, you don't got to input this per usual. You're doing the right thing bit. Okay, like there's no need for that.
I just over.
Because
what's
I've
the
done
location?
it. I've done it.
You've done what?
I've measured the distances on Google Maps.
To specifically the highest part of the mountain?
Yes, specifically the peak.
Okay.
Shit. This Negator guy's not so bad after all. Kind of witty. Does some shit. Kind of useful.
Don't get
A little bit of.
It looks like it looks like the picture with the red text on it from Shane is about 13.6 pixels per mile.
Oh my god. You guys are counting pixels again?
I love
Wait,
counting
what?
pixels.
Whoa, what?
You should count
Counting
pixels.
pixels is.
Oh my
No,
Jesus
you
Christ.
definitely should not. You most definitely should not do that.
Why don't you just claim, like,
If
you know,
you're gonna
thousands
count
of miles
pixels,
of
you do it off the
refraction?
source footage.
Well,
And just be
no,
done
I
with
mean,
it.
I think the point I made is sums it up entirely. There's no way, there's no getting away from that. Never mind all the, like, there's a lot of other clouds in that image that there aren't arrows pointing to saying, hey, this is this mountain, because they're just clouds.
Can you make your image like something that should be looked at, or?
Or do you want me to, like, expand it? And...
Do you want me to crop it? Or I can take it and crop it right now.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Give me a sec. I'll do that right now.
My phone outside.
Yeah, I got you. What's it? I got it. I'm about to do it. He just added a line, basically, is what it looks like he did. Here. Okay.
Didn't
3, 2.
Didn't you start that
5 minutes
observation,
uploaded.
Negator, with saying that the one on the right would be higher than the one on the left because you know it's lower, and then you did a line and showed that it's lower, just like the height indicates. So, did you pivot and I missed it, or what?
What are you
When you
suggesting I
started
pivoted on?
when you started to draw the line, you're like, I bet the Lobster, whatever the mountain on the right is going to be taller than the one on the left because you saw it was lower, and you were like eyeballing it, and that was the purpose of you drawing the line, right?
Wait, the mountain on the right was taller than the mountain on the left?
Yeah, that was your posit. You were like, I bet you, and then you went to go do it, and then you turned out that it's wrong. So now what's your argument with this then?
Wait, what's wrong?
Yeah, I think I did hear you say that you thought La Tournette was going to be higher than the ones on the left or something like that.
Yes.
You're using the wrong mountain.
What I was talking about was Point Piercy, as far as the one on the left, Shane. Like, come on, dude.
Oh, okay.
And it clearly is. And on top of that, you're asserting you thought I meant La Tournette was higher than Mont Blanc and Grand Combine?
Yeah, which I thought was stupid.
Tim, is that what you think he was saying? Or I think that was Tim that jumped in.
All
I
the
just thought
mountains.
it was one of
What am I missing here?
mountains
So we have the mountain in the we have the mountain in the middle here, and it says what does it say? 3,000 meters, and it's taller than the other one over here. That's 2,700. So we have 3,200, 2,700. Clearly, the 3,200 is higher. Then we have right over here we have 4,000 and 4,800, and the 4,800 is higher. And then we come over here to the right, and we have 2,300, and it's lower. So. You're saying that the one on the right being 2,300 should be lower than the one in the Percy one? Is that your argument?
Well, number one, La Tournette at 2,300 should not be at the same height as Haut Climb on the left at 3,200, but they are. And it should also be lower than Point Piercy, which is taller at 2,700, but it's not. It's higher than Point Piercy. And none of that makes sense.
So you're saying the dark ones are clouds too?
Yeah, they do
think
say that. Yeah, they say the dark ones are clouds. Yep.
Okay.
I mean, Shane, like, you giggle. Like, I don't know. Do you not understand the points that I'm bringing?
No, I understand the point, but you're saying that there's both black and white clouds where these mountain ranges are.
I mean, I giggle because all of your points are stupid, to be honest, Negator, and I find them amusing. Yeah.
Well, what's stupid about comparing relative heights and expecting them to appear at the same height?
Do you think counting pixels in this picture is stupid?
I haven't counted a single pixel.
Well, I'm just asking objectively.
Well, I'm
do
asking
the mountain
too.
ranges. The mountain ranges for La Tournette and Point Percy and do they match? Or are they, is it plausible to think that they're darker clouds?
They could be clouds farther away or closer that are in some kind of shadow. I don't know.
No, I mean, I saw the image where they overlaid the mountain range for Ground Combine and Mont Blanc, the white ones, but If the claim from the Globers is that the dark ones are clouds too, then has no one overlaid the mountain ranges?
I don't know. I've only seen the other one.
Yeah, where did you grab this super detailed overlay one from?
From the Miswits Telegram.
Oh, somebody threw it in there.
Amish.
Amish, of course. Okay, hold on. let's just do it with all of them. I'm sure we can.
Jesse, has anybody done an angular size comparison yet?
You have to know
This
the
one makes
angle of
sense to
view,
me.
man. God, why do you do this? Like, just like with the other one, you guys brought up. Like, I dunked all over Jesse with the angle size comparison, and he just didn't address it. You don't actually account for the angle of view from the actual observer. You just like draw lines out and just say, "Oh, here's how it works." Each place is different based on the angle of view from the observer.
Austin, relax, man.
Well, I just don't like that you guys say such blatantly. It's a waste of time. Well, we're going to talk
It's
for
not
2
like
hours
this.
about this.
This is no. This it's all about discovering what we're looking at, and it sounds like when I say angle, you don't understand what I mean. I think
You mean
Jesse
angular
understands
size?
it.
That's what you said. You said angular size.
Yes, but the implication there isn't the angular size of the mountain. It's whether the angle between the mountains, left to right, lines up with the field of view of the lens that took the camera or took the photograph.
That's relative to observer angle.
What does that mean?
Okay, so if I look at something in the distance from one position or a position over to the right, then the relative angles between what I'm looking at and the distance are going to change based on where I'm viewing it from. What do you mean? What does that mean? If I have
No.
six
Okay.
sticks lined up in front of me and I move to the left, the sticks to the right are going to look like they're getting closer together.
What's it? If I have a camera field of view that's 10 degrees, right? Let's say this lens has a field of view of 10 degrees, right? Then,
Are you just not going to address my point?
well, hang on. If from that viewer's point on the Earth, the distance between the two mountains from left to right is 15 degrees, then they can't possibly fit into the field of view of the lens.
Right, do I actually have to go to my backyard and like make a video? This is super funny.
Look, man, you're
this
talking
is
past me
why-
because you're not you're being overly arrogant. You just don't need to be. Just
Yo,
just talk to me.
I have a more succinct point to make. Okay, so look at the left of this image. You have the Grand Combin and the Keem or Seam or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They're 24 miles apart from each other. And you guys think that you could have this dark cumulonimbus thundercloud right next to this puffy white cloud 24 miles apart? That doesn't make sense to me.
What do you mean? How do you know they're next to each other?
The distance is 685 for one and 709 for the other. That means they're 24 miles apart.
To the supposed mountains, but it sounds like you're tying that distance to the location of clouds.
That's fair. Yeah, I am.
Okay. That doesn't make sense to me. Why are you doing that?
Let's say the storm clouds are close. Right. So, but this is the part that I'm really frustrating. That just keep ignoring. He never acknowledged after mocking me about the angular size over. We then went and did all of it. I came back. I said, "Wait, you're not even accounting observer angle." So if I take my camera out, there's 4 trees right here. Okay. And if I pull out my camera and I'm videotaping the tree, as I to the trees that are on the right side are going to look like they're getting closer together because of my angle of view. The trees aren't actually changing. I couldn't take a view over there from the left and say, oh, you're not really seeing those trees because look, the angle's not right. Well, no, that would be a straw man of the position being directly straight ahead. If I change my angle of view, then it makes the distance between the objects change angularly, correct?
Yeah, but we're not talking about changing your position, the observer position. Yeah, I agree. If the observer position shifts, you'll get a change in angle. But we're not dealing with that. We have a still shot from a single location.
No, that's not what I'm saying. He didn't even account for the actual angular view position in the first place. He didn't. He just like, oh well, if I look over there from over in this direction, if I look straight at him, it'd be like this. But when we went and did it and showed the angle of view based on the depths, so the angle changes based on how far away each thing you're seeing is, then the angle of view is completely different. You have to calculate it, and it's actually very hard to figure out exactly what the angle of view would be based on the distance. So if we just completely ignore that, then we did something. It's super goofy.
I think you're overly interested in engaging in a fight with me because you haven't even told me what it is you're referring to that somebody verified or whatnot.
The Crete observation that it couldn't be the mountains because the angular separation wasn't correct. But when he did his little straw man of the observation, he didn't properly account for observation view angle.
Okay.
So if you guys are gonna go try to do that and you invoke Jesse to do it as if he did it so well this time or something, maybe this time you guys can actually account for the relevant variable.
Okay. What do you think is the observer angle that I should apply? How do I do that?
That's relative to the distances and where the observer is. And the reality of it is it's actually difficult. It's going to require guesswork. You're going to have to try to guess the effect.
How do I do that, Austin?
That's what I'm saying.
You're roboting too much now.
They were matching way closer than what Jesse claimed they did when we actually tried to accurately map out the observer angle. So, I mean, you have to just try to guess. You have to try to take that position, look at the depths, and then change the angles, change the lines based on the depths of the mountains. Okay, and this requires like a lot of work. You're going to have to try to zoom in with the best 3D version of it. You're going to have to try to look at the relative angle based on the distance. When it's this great of a distance, it's super difficult. When it's like hundreds and hundreds of miles, it's very difficult to get the relative angles correctly. So build your refutation upon that is laughable.
Okay. Again, this laughable, like, can we just have a grown conversation once in our in all of our interactions?
As an adult, it's laughable, yeah.
But saying that is not something an adult, professional says to another. Okay.
I don't think anyone here is going to take professional adult advice from you, Negator.
I would wager a bet that never mind, because I don't want to chop to your level.
I'll take the bet.
The way that you measure angular distance between something in the distance is a straight line from the observer to the first, and then a perpendicular line that intersects that straight line to the second. That perpendicular line represents the angular difference between the two objects in your eyes for the viewer. That line also can be assigned a distance, which then you input into your angular size calculation. That's how you do it. There's no guesswork whatsoever.
But hey, how do we determine which thing that we're observing is directly in front of the observer and which part of the mountain is directly in front of them? Where do we put our line, since that's our whole standard?
You put it on the mountain peak.
Yeah, but where? The mountain peak. Okay. Okay. So what you're saying is we know that the person's standing directly in front of the mountain peak.
If the person's facing it, he's directly in front of it.
No. What if he moves 2 miles to the left? Well, what if he moves a fourth of a mile to the left?
Austin, we're talking about a photograph. Well, I don't know why you keep introducing the need for him to move.
No, buddy, listen carefully. When you look at the picture or the video, you can't just baselessly claim this guy standing directly in front of this mountain peak.
Is it possible to determine where he's standing, Austin?
You have to guess.
I have to guess where he's standing.
That's the only way. It's the only way to determine where he is relative to. It's definitely not just to look at Google Earth and be like, it's pretty close. Let's draw a straight line to this peak. And then let's ignore the depths of the other mountains and then just draw lines out from that central point. And then boom, we know the observer angle. It's ridiculous.
It sounds like you don't understand what we're doing.
Okay, whatever. Hey, do you want to bet $5,000 that what Jesse?
Oh my gosh, here we go with the betting. Always with the pissing contest, Austin. Just relax, man.
It's not a pissing contest. It's a way to call out the bullshit, right? Like if I offer the bet, we don't have to talk for an hour with all the sophistry. If you're so confident and you know I'm wrong and I just don't understand it, then you would take the bet. That's why I offer the bet, because you guys are never confident. You never actually know what you're talking about. You're always bullshitting and posturing. So I offer the bet, and then you guys run away. That's why I bring up the bets.
Yeah, okay. I know. Look, Is it possible for us to determine the observer's location that took this photo?
Yeah, we take his word for where he was.
Okay. Well, we can also, get on Google Maps. We can look, because I've done that, and I've looked at the mountain that he was standing on. There's a very small range of places he could be. Right now, what we could do is do angular measurements from that range of positions he could be at.
Oh, did you? Yeah. Okay. There you go.
then
You guys have never done anything like that, for starters.
Look,
so.
again, please, we've done lots. Okay.
Never done that.
Let's not be silly.
Never done that. Jesse did not do that at all.
Okay.
Okay.
So we could take that range and then go far left and go far right and get our angular sizes. And what I would suggest to you is that they'd be extremely similar and probably identical, because the difference in a few hundred feet as far as angle of something that's 700 miles away is non-existent.
We're talking about the relative
acceptable?
angles. No, we're talking about the relative angles of the other stuff in the field of view. So you need to know what's directly ahead of you, and then you have to account for the actual depths.
Okay, how do you do that? How do you account for the actual depth? What does that mean?
What? It's okay. I already told you that it requires guesswork, and at this great of a distance, it's difficult to do it. Which is why I know it's so laughable. That's the word for it. When Jesse came around and laughed and dropped 15 laugh emojis and mocked everyone like he shut it down with his relative angles left and right, but didn't even account for the observer angle at all, and didn't account for the distance difference at all.
You seem like, I think we need to figure out another way to explain it to you. Because Jesse was correct.
Okay, then bet money on it.
This method's correct.
Bet money
You
on it.
haven't told me why it's incorrect.
I already did tell you why it's incorrect.
Okay, then explain to me how you account for observing.
That's why
What do you do?
I came in here and showed exactly why Jesse was wrong with the actual depictions and all the math, and then he just never said anything about it.
No, I was gonna, and someone cut me off.
Did you account for the proper observer angle whenever you did the horizontal angles to Crete?
I took the guy's word for the park he was in.
The park he was in. Okay, so did you account for the different distances and how that will change the relative horizontal angles?
I don't know what you mean, but I did it correctly.
Yeah. So then why didn't you rebut whenever I came in and showed you a more proper depiction of the observer angles and it's distinctly different than yours and gives us a different outcome? Why did you just ignore it?
Ignore what?
See, okay, and I'm not engaging with Jesse because he knows exactly what I'm talking about because he was in the chat for 2 straight days while I was responding to him about it. Now he has no idea what happened. Now he has no clue what I'm talking about.
No, it's your description of what's happening is off.
Both of you should bet.
We're not sure what it is. Well,
Jesse,
I tell you what.
Jesse, you want to bet on it?
Why don't you walk us through how to do it?
Sure,
Can we do it right now live?
You'll bet me on it because it's all in the logs and I have the screenshots.
Hey, the problem with your bets is you're your own judge. Of course you're going to rule in your favor. That's why no one likes your bets.
I'm saying, do you want to bet that I did show you specifically what was wrong with it and how it was different and you didn't respond and you do know what I'm talking about and you're pretending that you don't? Do you want to bet on that?
Why don't you just show me where I was wrong?
Yeah, dude, it's a Scoopy. I'm disengaging from you. Like you're intentionally dishonest, Jesse.
I mean,
that was a clear misunderstanding of you on purpose because he repeated what you said in his response without
Yeah, it's whatever. It's just a waste of time.
Okay.
But
well, Austin, I tell you what. Why don't you make a rebuttal video or observation and correct Jesse on the angle?
No, I'm not.
Show us how to do it correctly.
He has like 100 subs. I'm going to leave him over there making anti-flat earth sophist talking point videos. I don't care. This is the point, though. The point is, if you guys are going to go claim that you're going to debunk this video or this picture based on horizontal angle, you should properly account for observer angle and then the distances of the mountains and exactly where's directly in front of the observer, because if it's a little to the left, then the angles to the right get smaller. If you just pretend he's right in the middle of the mountain, right in the middle of the picture, and you draw right to the center of that peak, and you just draw a horizontal angle left and right, assuming equal distances, then you're not doing anything properly, which means everything that you're going to do doesn't matter. So either do it right or just get ignored.
Then Austin, if you know how to do it correctly, then you should do it with us live.
No, I've already told you that. I know that the difficulty with it. And it's difficult because it requires guessing from this great of a distance. I've said that.
What are we? But you haven't told me what it is that we're guessing.
The actual angle from the observer to the different mountain ranges with different heights and distances. You have to try to guess where to put it.
Let me. Sorry, go ahead, Jesse, and then I think I've got a way that might explain this to you. Go ahead.
Okay, the vertical angle of the observer or the horizontal angle of the observer?
I thought we were talking about horizontal angles.
So in other words, his location along the shoreline was right. Is that what you're asking?
Relative to what he's observing.
Okay, so do you think he was lying about what park he was in?
No, nice straw man.
Okay, because that park wasn't that big.
I'm not talking to Jesse. I'm not talking to him.
Anywhere in that park.
You can laugh, but it's because I told Gio that I'm not talking to him anymore because he comes in here and he talks like this. Well, I don't know why Austin's upset. But he's intentionally dragging me through the mud, and he knows that most people here have no idea the history of this, so he can boldly lie and pretend to be a
he's not
victim.
Austin. You're wrong on all counts about this.
Really? Then I offered him a bet.
You really look, man. Grown men don't walk around just betting people on stuff. Okay, just talk to us, dude.
Jesse,
just like relax and talk.
Jesse, if you're not lying, then why don't you just show me wrong in front of everyone and bet on it?
Are you wrong about what?
That I already showed you the difference in observer angle that you didn't previously account for and how you get a different outcome, and you ignored it.
I don't remember you showing me anything that showed that a different observer angle would have solved it. Or at least I don't remember you showing me an observer angle that would have solved it. Did you?
You don't remember me showing you a difference in the observer angle and specifically calling you out for it, and then you responding to the comment but not addressing it?
About Crete?
Yeah.
Did you provide an observer location that would have caused it to work?
You see, he doesn't ever answer the question because he knows exactly what happened. This is what I'm saying. I think we should seriously contemplate not letting you talk. Like, I'm not even trying.
Austin,
I'm not trying to bully you or something.
Man,
Negator,
like,
stop talking to me like you're my
because
dad.
you're acting like someone.
Negator, you're a grown man that's in the military, and you come to my live streams and spam ad homs, bro. So, like, don't pretend that you're a grown man in the military. You come to my live streams about Flat Earth 7 years in and spam ad homs in the chat.
Okay.
So don't
don't
pretend that you're.
Look, man, let's just have a conversation with this, okay?
Personal, please.
Yeah, let's just.
That's why I'm saying I don't want to talk to him.
Let me.
Possibly account for observer angle. Say yes, I'm going to, or don't. I don't care. My point is that no true earther is going to take it seriously if you don't properly account for observer angle. Do whatever you want.
Okay, great. Let me put this idea in your head, and we'll see if it lines up with what you think should happen. Right? Imagine you have a compass in your hand. All right, and you point. You've got someone. We're on a daggone field. We're in Kansas, flat field. Okay. You put one person in the distance, say he's 300 feet away, you line him up with your 5-degree mark on the compass. All right, he's 5 degrees off north from you. You're looking at the compass, you're looking at him. I've got another friend, not somebody else, who's 5 degrees separated from that first person. He's at the 10-degree mark, right? We all got this image built in our heads?
I'm doing something else at this point. I'm genuinely you can laugh, bro, but I'm just.
You think the point here is
like, dude, I'm disinterested talking.
The point here is that person that's separated by 5 degrees, he could be 100 feet away, he could be 1,000 feet away. He's still separated by 5 degrees. Does that concept make sense to you?
You have to know the proper observer angle to what's in the center of view and then what's in the relative distances.
Does the concept make sense? Yes or no?
I wasn't listening to you.
I know, of course not, because, gosh.
No, it's because I'm doing something. I'm grabbing something out of my office. I don't care. Like, this is what I said to you, okay? We took the mountains and we faded them in and they match. You think that there are white clouds and black clouds and they all just so happen that the thickest clouds that just so happen to be at the surface, both white and black.
Sorry, I'm not listening. Like I'm doing something else with it.
Okay, fine. I don't care. I don't want to talk to you. So I don't
but if you want to make these,
this is a fucking shit show.
It is.
No, you don't say.
I mean, both you guys take a break. Both you guys take a break.
Yeah, I would just stop engaging with each other. You two personally need to stop engaging with each other because it's literally just giving me a headache. Like, fuck.
I agree.
Cool.
Well, I mean, earlier.
Go ahead, Toby.
Earlier, Witsit said, "How much you want to bet? I already showed you." And then the response was, "Why don't you stop betting and just show me?" and it's like, okay, clearly you guys, someone's missing something here.
Well, yeah, but I just don't. I'm like outside. I'm trying to go outside again and chill. I'm not like going back to my computer to find all the stuff that I've already given them because it's
they're not
proof that
listening
it's
to you.
irrelevant. Yeah, exactly. It'd just be a waste of time because
No,
tomorrow
we
they
are.
won't have
He's
any idea.
misrepresenting things and being
Tomorrow,
dishonest.
you weren't even here, so you have no idea what's being misrepresented, right? So like, the point is that I'd come back tomorrow, and all of a sudden the Globers would have amnesia again. They have no idea. I didn't send them anything. It's just like when Ed jumped in and said about Crete, you didn't drop any math, you're lying, blah, 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 blah. I said, okay.
Ed's a
Then
retard.
if I know, but they're the same. They all act the same. They all
No,
pretend that they pretend that
true.
they pretend that I don't provide it so that they can just run me in circles every day. So it's Shabbat, so I'm chilling. I don't have stuff to do. I'm not working. So it's like, whatever, I can chill in here even though you're wasting my time. So I'll just fall back and let someone else talk. But I'm no longer going to feed into it where you guys intentionally run people through in circles through the mud. It's just a waste of time. Jesse knows for a fact.
Not what happened.
Jesse knows for a fact I sent him screenshots of Google Earth. I sent him angles. I sent him the calculator. I sent him the equation. He knows that for a fact. Objectively, he knows it for a fact. Now he doesn't have any idea what I'm talking about.
If that were true, we could discuss it here and now.
What date did you send those?
Would you like to send the screenshots with it so you can be venerated?
I mean, I was going to say, yeah. I mean, is it possible to see instead of like a duel between like you and Jesse or you and Negator or whatever, instead of like a one-on-one duel that could it be more like seen as just offering the information so that everybody else can see what's being discussed, and of course everyone else can come to their own conclusions ultimately, but because like that way we could all get the information and then be able to look further into it on our own or whatever it may be. Is it possible to see it? I'm just saying, instead of a duel, like a one-on-one duel, is it possible to see it more as like presenting everything to everyone else listening?
Yeah, like the audience, maybe.
No, I'm not going back in, going through my computer when I want to sit outside to drop all the stuff I've dropped in here 5 times. Like the only reason I even brought this up was to say, if you're going to do horizontal angles on this observation, this time you should properly account for the observer angle. Okay, that's like, I don't want to go back and forth with Negator and Jesse. I literally don't. I don't care, and I don't want to go back inside in my house where the power's cut off because of my neighborhood's out of power. I'm not going inside and then trying to like boot up my laptop with a portable charger to try to find things from weeks ago. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that.
All right.
Fair enough. Move to the next topic then.
I mean, I was just talking in general. I wasn't necessarily referring to this exact thing, but it just seems like the last half hour has been a lot of just sort of, yeah. It's just not before that there was information being hashed out, and then it seemed like that got lost somehow.
But just to clarify, right? All I did was say, when he asked Jesse if have we done the angles on this yet? I said, well, if you're going to do the angles this time, then you shouldn't do what Jesse did last time and not account for the observer angle. Okay, like that was just a valuable input to, if someone's truly wanting to test the claim of these mountains with horizontal angles, they need to make sure they actually account for all the variables. Right, so that turned into this whole like, Jesse did do it right. What's it? You're lying. Da 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 da. And then I don't have patience for Negator or Jesse, so I'm always going to be combative with them every single time because I don't have patience with them. So that's why I'm offering to just fall back and disengage. I've said it 10 times. I don't see another way for me to engage with them right now.
Back in. I literally said like Negator and Wits just stop at this point because it's not going anywhere. And someone literally came and literally like, as per classic on this server, brought the exact subject we stopped right back up again. So
I do want to say this real fast though, and I'm going to stop talking. The recap of this observation is this: people are claiming that they're clouds. So coincidentally, really thick clouds, the thickest clouds, like all stayed down by the surface, and then some of them were white and some of them were dark, and they line up where you can overlay the mountains, and they look like the mountains. The ridges match. And they're like spaced out the same amount of them as there are mountains. Just coincidentally. Okay. That's their claim.
Yeah, I know. It's a very interesting observation. What about being able to get up there with a P900 and zoom in? Like, how much more data would that give us? Because that was like an iPhone camera. It'd be awesome to get up there with a P900 or P1000, or even with one with infrared. It'd be amazing.
Yeah, like an infrared P1000 or something would be dope.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
Well, that's
any
what we were
other
saying.
photo would be fine too.
That's what we were saying is like doing the observation multiple times. Like if you go back and see it, you can't claim it's clouds. So that right there just debunks the clouds if you just go see it again.
Yeah, just one more shot. Yeah, on a different day. Yeah.
So who's going to do it? Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's my point. Is like nobody's going to go do it.
Yeah. I should totally fly out to France.
Well, yes, that's why no one's going to go do it, because expecting you to fly to England to take the pictures is unreasonable.
Well, there are some flat earthers there though, so maybe they'll do it. We know the ballers won't do it in England. So.
Look, Jesus, guys, it doesn't have to be a pissing contest with every other comment.
Well, I'm just being honest.
We know the ballers won't do it.
They won't.
Okay,
Probably
I'm
wouldn't
sorry.
be a bad idea to look at the weather radar during the observation, make sure there's nothing in between you and there.
I agree. If that were to happen.
Well, we see that there is something because there's some clouds.
I wonder if we could look back at the history, if he knew exactly when he took those images, and maybe we could go back on Noah and see what the weather was between there.
Does no one think it's a bit of a stretch though to be like even the black ones are clouds?
Yeah, that looks odd to me. It does look odd to me.
I can definitely see why you could. I can fully admit that you can look at the white one and be like, that could be a really big white cloud, but like the black ones, it look like land.
Does anybody have the original full frame image, unmodified image?
I think it's right there at the bottom.
The thing I can't get past, though, which it is imagining a mountain range at 600 or 700 miles away. I don't think it would even look bumpy. It would just look like a flat horizon that far away.
Look over to the right, left lane. Look to the right of the picture. The white part to the right, the bigger white part to the right. Isn't that clearly mountains there?
It looks odd. It does look odd. It doesn't.
Like that really looks like snow on mountains.
Yeah, the dark things don't really look like clouds to me, and I don't know what that is.
But I'm saying, like, even look at the part to the right of the video, the picture that Shane just dropped, the one that doesn't have anything on it. If you look to the right, so you go all the way to the right and then go a little to the left where there's a big stretch of white. If you zoom in, that's got white at the top and it's dark at the bottom, just like a mountain with snow on it, right? So, like, that's pretty clearly a mountain there. So the clouds we do know that's what the mountains would look like in the distance. Do all the ballers agree that that's a mountain? I'll circle it.
Hang on. If that's Grand Combine and Mont Blanc in the middle, the two white bumps that are to the left and the right of the mountain peak in the photo, like the main peak he's taking the picture of, does he like? I know there's a bigger picture, but what are all those supposed peaks on the right?
Yeah, there are a lot of white mountains visible, aren't there?
Yeah, because if I had let me bring up Google Earth, I don't think there's any other mountain ranges nearly as tall to the west of those main peaks.
You're saying the other white ones all the way on the left, you mean? Way over there?
No, way right.
Oh, they're more over there on the right, you're saying?
Yeah. Basically everything in like the right third of the image. Right? Like if those two peaks in the middle of the image, there's two peaks that we're calling Grand Combine and Mont Blanc that are like the highest peaks in Europe. I'll have to verify that statement. But there's no other peaks nearly as high off to the right.
Can we agree that where that circle is clearly a mountain? Or are those clouds too? Because those are dark at the bottom and white at the top. So
Okay, well, which mountains are those then?
can we just agree that those are clearly mountains? That's all I'm asking.
No, absolutely not.
So those are clouds?
I don't think they're mountains. I think they're clouds.
The clouds are dark at the bottom but white at the top.
What's it? There's no mountains west of those peaks that could be mountains.
Yeah, wait. It looks kind of dark at the bottom and white at the top. Those are clouds above it. That's clearly snow, the white stuff. You can tell because there's clouds literally right above it that are a different shade of white. And then you can see the bright white off of the snow. It's very clearly that is snow.
It could be clouds or like a fog over it too.
Well, there could be. Yeah, it's hard. I mean, I would agree that like the white does
the clouds. You could literally see the clouds get cut off by the whiter snow of the mountain versus the more bluish white of the clouds. You could literally see the difference between clouds and snow in this picture, and they're claiming these are clouds. That's ridiculous.
No, I agree. I'm saying like it could be the snow on the mountain, or sometimes you'll get like a fog on the mountain tops, that it's just like right on the mountain itself.
Whatever it is, it's clearly different than the clouds in the sky because you could clearly see the clouds in the sky right next to it. And you could clearly see that they're
Dude, these can't be clouds, right? Because
they're not. No, they're mountains.
Because it's dark on the bottom. If I'm supposed to believe that there's a cloud that's white on the top and dark on the bottom just to make it look like it's a mountain, you can get on somewhere with that, bro. Like, I don't.
That's a pretty poor excuse, but I mean,
Mountainous nimbus.
that shouldn't be the defense though. There should be like a different defense, like that's a different mountain. If the defense is that they're clouds, then that's kind of laughable because they're clearly not. Like that's a very poor defense. If your defense is these things are clouds, I'm sorry to say it's not looking good for you.
Well, I think it is if we were to, number one, consider the relative heights of the peaks, which we've already concluded don't make sense. And then compare angles, which apparently we haven't agreed on how to do.
So you would rather say that they're clouds than maybe a different mountain?
Well, which mountain could it be?
You're gonna stick with your first explanation that you kind of just pulled out of the air.
Well, no, let's be real here. I didn't pull the explanation out of the air. I detailed it very clearly, and I don't know why you would characterize it like that.
Because I'm looking at clouds, and then I'm looking at clouds ending, and then I'm seeing that the clouds end, and there's a different shade of much brighter white that is not the clouds, and I hear you telling me that these are clouds, and I don't feel as though you're giving a legitimate explanation, and I feel like if I were like a glober and I was trying to explain this away, I might say that it might be a different mountain, but if I was a glober, I would never make the claim that those are clouds. That's a fucking ridiculous.
Hey, does anyone have the full resolution? In other words, the unscaled version of this picture? The one Shane had has been scaled down to a fraction of its original resolution.
It's an iPhone.
Yeah, but it's still more than 2 megapixels. Originally.
Yeah, I'm confused. Like, is the higher resolution going to somehow make a cloud be white at the top and dark at the bottom, just like the mountains?
No, I'm just trying to do some analysis and
then make the actual clouds a different shade right next to it.
Here, I'll post this one. This like Ruhif had posted this one. You can see if this one. He said this was the original, so I'm reposting it. It's 14 megs.
People turn the resolution down so they can save space.
Ooh, there it is.
Thinking
Nice.
8
I was looking for
megapixels.
that.
Yeah, this one's like 15 megabytes.
Can we crop that little bit that is circled? See this. I'm going to open it and crop this real quick. Okay.
That was an interesting video.
Oh my god!
I don't know.
Dude, it's pretty.
I don't know who
grainy
watched
when you
it.
crop it, but
did anybody watch the video? because he's took it down now, and I have to wonder if the person who took the picture is responsible for that. I don't know, but it was worth watching.
Yeah, I just
Yeah,
found
he
it.
asked him to take it down.
Yeah, I found it and snagged it and put it up. So I don't know. Maybe he'll ask everyone.
I can't believe that was. I didn't understand what they were saying about the clouds. I can't believe that is how they're explaining it away. Like, that's.
It just sucks because you would want a way better camera to take this picture. That's what you really want. So this is very
Well, it
unfortunate.
also just seems like someone looked at it and they just frantically panicked and said, "Oh, how can we explain this away?" And then the first thing that came to their mind was, "Oh, it's clouds." And
well, it was on the hills of the other
that's
one,
all they
right?
did. That is the entirety of the fucking the
Yeah.
entirety of the refutation is it's white, looks like clouds.
Just to clarify, it was right on the hills of the Crete observation, right? And then when they looked at the Crete, they were like, "Oh, it must be clouds." So this came out just a few days later. So they were ready to say it again. Like it was.
You know, we're right here. You can just talk to us instead of talking
You were
about
ready to
us.
say clouds again because you just came up with it for Crete a few days before this.
Well, no. In fact, I detailed why I think it's clouds, and I guess Noah just ignored all that.
Well, the thing is, there could be a couple things. Even if it is clouds, what if like the dark land masses that might be the land, even if the white ones aren't, maybe the clouds are just covering up the other dark land masses, meaning, you know what I mean? Like it might be clouds in front of the actual peaks as well. It's just another option is what it could be. So like there could be clouds in front of the peaks, and it could still be that the dark ones could be the peaks, and then the white ones could be clouds in front of. And if it went on a different day when those clouds weren't there, then we would see all of them.
Yeah, like I have to agree that you can definitely look at the white and say that it does kind of look like clouds. Like if it was snow on a mountain or clouds, and you took a picture with the, you're not really gonna be able to tell. My headphone died, but
If it is clouds, it looks like clouds that are like being held up by a landmass.
Exactly. Yeah.
Are they at the exact same layer? Yeah, it's like they're right there. I mean, getting a P1000 up there with like infrared and non-infrared, that would be very awesome to see that, because that would dispel a lot of these questions.
It's a beautiful picture in general, just for an iPhone.
Oh, is that where he did it on? I didn't realize. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's why it's like if you go back and see this again, I mean, with a better camera, globe debunked.
Like the clouds make sense, but the dark parts amongst the clouds are what doesn't make sense.
Exactly, I agree.
And those all line up, right? Those all line up with these peaks. Yeah, exactly.
Well, they don't though, Gio.
Yeah, that's the thing. They don't. The azimuth's off on them.
He seemed to line it up on the video, though. If you watch the video, he seemed to, I don't know, he got Google Earth out and he did the whole thing. I don't know if you watched the same thing I did, but it weren't just Mont Blanc, it was all of them. They all lined
I
up.
don't think any of them watched the video, to be honest.
Oh, of course. Right.
Yeah.
Gotta throw that barb in there.
Did you say you found the video? Did you mirror it?
Yeah, all that. And did you say you did see it, Negator, before you started openly commenting and debating on it, or what? Just to be clear.
Yeah, I saw parts of it. Yeah.
Okay.
Parts of it.
Yeah, here, I'll put it in here. I put it up on everywhere else I could. Once I heard the story, I felt like I was comfortable with taking that risk. The dude can hate me.
Yeah. So Left Lane, why are you saying that they don't line up? Did you watch the video and analyze it yourself, or are you just going off what someone said, just kind of rhetoric or whatever? You're just kind of repeating stuff just to have this perspective. Yeah.
Just
'Cause, I
fucking
mean-
repeating shit to fucking fill void.
Right.
Fill the void of silence.
And earlier we even talked about 7,000 feet up, and he was telling me how far you could see from 7,000 feet up.
Turns out he's right. Go figure.
Because I was saying, like, on Google Earth it shows a curve at 7,000 feet up, but in reality we're not seeing that. Left to right,
Well,
you know.
Well, dude, I went to go find Amish for the other videos, and he doesn't have it, but he did come with an awesome comment. He's like, the curved horizon from the ISS is something like 450 miles from 250 miles up, yet we see 700 miles from a hill.
Jeez, yeah, holy cow.
Yeah, question on that point. Looking at that globe chart that's that guy put together in AutoCAD based on the 3959 claimed radius on a 500-mile distance, wouldn't there be a 31.7 mile drop over that distance?
Yeah, there's a lot. I don't remember what it was, but it might even be more than that.
I think it looks something as like this goofy picture.
So, Negator, are you going to go on the record and say that if these are, mountain peaks are validated with, P1000, infrared, non-infrared, even the idea of having some kind of laser or light or a signal, beacon on the mountain to be able to validate that that's it? Are you going to go on record saying that you would not just kind of go with some bizarre extreme refraction, and that you would actually say that it's not possible on the globe, therefore globe falsified?
Sure, but what will you agree to as far as flat Earth falsifying?
Wait, so you will agree?
Whoa! Sorry, I thought Gio was talking.
Wait. You finished your sentence, and it was a question, and now I'm saying something, so you couldn't possibly have been kept on talking because you literally ended what you were saying. But yeah, so he did. Someone should soundbite clip that because he just said that it would not be possible on a globe, therefore not globe. That's a sound clip. Someone should grab that.
And then what if it's the opposite? And what if any of the observations, but do you understand the question, right, Gio? Like, should every single time we have a dispute, I ask you, are you going on a record that it's impossible?
Well, I'm asking you not as a way to like roast you or something. I'm just actually asking like where you're at with it. And I do think what you said is very intellectually honest. That's awesome that you're, can say that. So, there's also the situation that this whole sort of quote unquote mainstream thing, the Earth's a globe, your name is Negator. You're here kind of defending it in a sense. So, this is what's on trial. What the Earth actually is not really on trial. That's more of an exploration, an expansion, paradigm shift, whatever it is. That what the Earth actually is not on trial the way that the globe is. So that's why I brought it up like that.
Okay. Will you go on record as saying
hold on real quick. Some of the Globers don't think that that this would falsify it though. Like, I don't know. Negate. Everyone else was saying no, I thought.
Will you go on record saying that Earth is a globe if this isn't it?
Well, no, but if these are not able to be validated, then of course it would be a non-long distance observation that would be fitting a planar surface. If that's the case, it doesn't mean the Earth is a globe. It just means that it would be invalid as a long distance observation, seeing over a planar surface at these distances, if it's not able to be validated further.
Okay, so only if it's validated, you'll agree that Earth's a globe?
No, this doesn't make Earth a globe.
Oh, so why does it make Earth flat if?
Because it can't happen.
Wait.
Because it can't happen on a globe. It can't happen on the globe. That's the difference. There are other reasons as to why you couldn't see across the plane in terms of a lot of long distances, atmospheric conditions and attenuation. There's a lot of other reasons. So it doesn't really falsify a planar surface Earth, but it does falsify a globe.
I mean, even you had reasons why it would.
What falsifies a planar surface Earth?
Wait, okay, wait.
Negator,
Hold up.
even
What
you
what
had.
falsifies a
Can I
planar
fuck with
surface
him
Earth?
real
My
quick?
Jeremy's trying
Maybe
to
after
talk,
Jeremy.
guys.
I'm actually trying to respond to Geo. So
Okay.
Geo, what falsifies a planar surface Earth?
All right. Well, he doesn't seem to be responding. I'm gonna fucking say something real quick.
Well, I feel like a bunch of other people want to get in. I mean, that's a whole nother topic, but I mean, curvature, let's say, would falsify that, would falsify a planar surface. That's one thing. Curving water, a bunch of things, but it's a whole different topic. Jeremy was going to say something, and then Noah, we let some other people get into.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know why you're asking Geo why it would falsify a globe. You yourself said it would falsify a globe a minute ago, so why would it falsify it for you?
I mean, I'm happy saying that. I'm happy saying that, that would be a problem. Okay. I guess what I'm pointing out is this need to like, man, we're gonna get you, Negator. Gonna get you to admit to this. Oh man, we're gonna hold it over your head, but not agree to absolutely anything at all as far as falsification of their own model.
Well, this doesn't like falsify flat in any way. There's other various things that would falsify flat, like Geo said, curving water or what have you. But this just isn't one of them.
Yeah,
but
you're
you'll
basically
never
trying to run
agree.
away- You're basically trying to run away from the topic at
No,
hand, and
no.
you're basically trying to.
I'm literally trying to respond to Jeremy.
Okay,
If that's
wait,
okay.
hold up. I said I was after Jeremy. You're
Okay.
basically running away from the topic at hand, and you don't fucking regulate shit, so you don't fucking tell who goes when. You're basically running away from our fucking point and trying to point at us and call us hypocrites and saying we have a problem when we're pointing out that if we have a falsifiability and we can go and do that, and you admitted that you would say it's not possible for us to live on a globe. We've established that already.
Okay. Since we've established it, there's no need for you to jump back in and say I'm running away. Right, Noah?
No,
Do you recognize?
you're literally deflecting from the point and trying to point the finger at us instead of at yourself. It's exactly what you're doing. You're running away.
I don't think it's about trying to trap you. Like, haha, we got Negator on record. We got Negator on record saying it. Go ahead.
Sorry, it is, but it's a silly point because I've already said it. You want to hold me to that? That's fine. You got me. Okay.
Well, I just think if for one of the most hardcore globers on Earth, and there's only a handful of you guys, most people don't know shit. But if that would be enough to convince one of you guys, that's pretty big.
But I tell you what, since I can't get you to agree to the opposite, falsifying a flat surface, can I get you to agree that you were easily duped with very little evidence?
That's a lie,
dude. I mean,
there's ways. Go ahead, Jeff.
No, you go ahead.
Dude, there's ways to falsify flat. This just isn't one of them, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
You missed what I said. I'm not talking about
you blatantly lie. We didn't.
I'm not. No. Again, this doesn't got to be a pissing contest, okay?
No one was pissing or making any contest of anything.
Well,
you're very aggressively responding to me, man. Just relax.
Yeah, well, you can get used to a man with aggression, can you? Or are you used to fucking fruitcakes and women only?
Fucking hell, man.
Hey, Gio, are you going to moderate this? Or
yeah, I don't think there needs to be the contention. I mean, I think it was pretty awesome that Negator admitted, like, yeah, this would falsify a globe. And then he did ask very quickly, like, what would falsify, another idea. But so I don't know. He didn't really want to marinate in that very long, but that's all right. And I'm not saying it to like roast
running
you.
out of the marinade.
No, well, dude, and I'm not saying, okay, all I could say, Negator, I can only speak for myself. I'm not trying to like roast you or point fingers or laugh or any of that stuff. I think that's all immature. It's all not productive and karmically problematic to treat people that way. So I don't do that. So I'm not suggesting that. I more see it as like if we like bringing our minds to the table, like bringing our minds, and sort of like intellectually sparring in that sense, to where, someone has an idea, someone else has an idea, and then putting our minds to the table and, sort of like fencing. So it's like, you're not really like stabbing the person, but, let the better man win in a healthy competition way is one way to see it. So, I mean, this is a huge situation of the shape of the Earth. Like Jeremy said, there's very few that really are kind of defending the globe. I mean, it's really like, what is there, about 10 or 15 like in total that are, I mean, there's maybe a little more, it's like 20, but it's like there's really not that many that are actually like actively trying to, you know, have YouTube channels and do all this. And it's a huge situation that a lot of the, you know, larger world at hand hasn't even confronted this stuff. So, you know, you are one that's been in this for quite some time, and you've obviously asserted the globe perspective. And so as time moves forward here, day by day, you know, if you want to look at it like someone's right and someone's wrong, and it doesn't mean it has to be a roasting or pointing fingers, but, you know, I think there's so sorry, I've gone on probably too long here, but so yeah, I think it's cool that you said that. And in terms of what would falsify something else, yeah, it's a separate topic, but we're just talking about this one at the moment.
It's awesome because if we go do this and when we show that it is that mountain and then you're on our side now, it's going to be great. I can't wait.
Yeah, you want someone as smart as me on your side, right?
Sure.
But no, that's not what that means. I think there are ways to falsify this without going there, and I've detailed some of them. I brought up one of the biggest points is the relative heights of the supposed peaks. There are also other mountain ranges to the south of where this guy was that are in England that maybe could account for some of that you see in the image.
All right, that's another good point. How many miles are those away?
That's the point that I think is the most reasonable for the Globers, to be honest.
Yeah, that's what Tim was bringing up. I'm still doing some research on it, but yeah, they're in Wales apparently. But part of my one of the not counters. One of the responses I said a few minutes ago, was that if you're asking me to agree to something regarding what we see, I'd like to ask you to agree to something as well, and that's that maybe you guys you're so quick to take what you think is evident and run with it without to verify it that
Without vetting it.
Yeah, without vetting it. I don't think the stuff has been vetted well at all. And I think, you know, as soon as it came out, all the flat earthers around here were posting stuff about it. And there's people right now that are adamant that that's what this depicts. And I think that's a problem.
I haven't stated myself that I haven't said that I've concluded. Oh, I haven't stated that I think it's very interesting. And I definitely was posting Taboo's video and I was saying, like, because I saw his analysis of it and looking at the photo, but I'm just saying I haven't personally claimed that like this absolutely are these peaks. I think there's definitely a lot more looking into this that needs to be done and more observations. I would say that the white things that look like clouds when I've zoomed in the video, it does look to me like those are at a closer layer of the video. Like they're a little more defined. So I would actually be surprised if that's snow on the top of mountains. To me, I think it's actually likely that those are clouds. But that doesn't mean that the darker ones are not the actual mountain peaks. So that's the thing. It might be those the peaks that he's pointing at might not be like the actual white, but they might be behind those clouds. You know, it might be the darker land masses like we see the other ones where there's not the white. You know what I mean? It's behind those. So it might just be like hiding those. If it is those peaks.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing because I posted it a few times in different servers, and I thought I should have probably put the caveat on it, just saying that this needs to looking at again. So that's a fair comment. Because if you post it, it's like you're backing it, right? It's like you're saying, "Look, this is it."
Yeah.
I think La Tournette is actually probably buried ditches. If you look at my screen share.
It's probably what?
Buried ditches.
Okay, there's a closer mountain range you're saying?
Yeah, it's 75 miles. It's a hill that's 1,200 feet high, and it's exactly in the line of sight to La Tournette.
See, that seems like a reasonable, to me, that seems like a reasonable response. The whole clouds thing, I'll be honest, guys, clouds, there's no two different types of clouds. It's all the same shit. It's not this cloud is dark and this cloud is white. And no, bro, those aren't. If there were clouds, they would all be the same shade because they're in the same sunlight, they're in the same angle, they're all in the same area. There's no reason clouds would be different fucking colors.
But they're not in the same area. That's the point. We don't know that what area they're in.
They quite literally are. There's literally the clouds end, and then you see bright white. That there is no gap between them. There's nothing in between them. It literally goes from cloud to then what you're considering to be a second type of cloud that's just much more bright.
And here's
That's
the thing.
That's what you're telling me, right? Because I'm looking at the photo right now at 35 minutes after the hour that Andy Hold My Beer posted, and you can see right above the bright white ones, the background is white as well with a kind of blueness to it. Those are clouds right above it. There's nothing between those clouds and what you're claiming to be clouds in the bottom. So I don't understand how they wouldn't be the same color.
So the fact is, at about 72 miles from the observer, which is where the horizon would be if the Earth is a ball, there's a bunch of little hills and stuff, a few hundred, 1,000, 1,200 feet all along there. And I don't know if how many of you have done a lot of long distance photography, but the air is not perfectly transparent. The farther something is, the fainter it gets. And even in mountains at 100 miles, the contrast ratio between the bright white snow and the dark blue sky is not very good because the snow is faded looking and the sky is kind of glowing because of the great distance, because of scattering. So the idea that you could get such a high contrast ratio at that distance should raise some questions. So I think it makes more sense to say that the black bumps are little hills at the horizon distance, around 72 miles, and the white ones are probably clouds. Also in about that distance, probably.
And so the clouds right next to them are just so happen to be a different shade?
No, I'm saying all the clouds are white and all the white is clouds.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Okay, look at the photo. I'm gonna repost the photo for you, Jesse.
Let's make sure we're looking at the same photo.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm gonna repost it 51 minutes after the hour. When you
Hey
look
Jesse. Jesse, you know what's good about the globe?
What's that?
That doesn't exist.
Ah, ha, ha. Do you know what's good about flat Earth? It isn't.
All right. Noah's
All
an
right,
Noah.
back to the fucking point.
Yeah.
I'm
back
just
to the goddamn
joking.
point. I don't know what that was about. Okay, Jesse, as you can see, what I posted 51 minutes after the hour, there is bright white right on top, sitting on top of some hills on the horizon. Right above the bright white, there is a more blue, grayish shade of white right above it. That blue, gray shade of white is most definitely a cloud, as we can see it stretch towards us in the image. That bright white, this first white I fucking talked about, is not the same shade, and it only appears right above where we know mountains or what you would call hills are, whatever you want to call them. So I don't understand how you could have one shade of cloud right next to another shade of cloud and have them look completely different from each other.
Are you talking about the bright white cloud and then the more gray cloud that's more of a fills in the sky area?
That's what I'm saying, dude. That bright white is not a cloud. It's snow.
You can see those little hills in the photo in front of you, Jesse.
Yeah, the other thing, if you're going to claim that, there's several peaks. That's the thing, though, and the way that Taboo laid it out, like he showed on Google Maps, and the azimuthal angles to all of them, they all line up with those peaks. So that's the thing. I hear what you're saying, that there might be some closer ranges or something else that's closer, but they do match. Like it's like 8 different peaks, so it would be a lot to try to match up on a different.
Dude, you can literally see all kinds of little hills in the foreground.
Well, can you see buried ditches though?
Probably.
I mean,
How would you know? You're just saying you just think it's over there.
But to be a little bit incredulous, I mean, isn't the world record longest distance photography like Canigou 273 miles, which like the sun has to set at an exact location to like light the back of the mountain, and that's the world record. So this would be like more than twice that distance. So this would be a profound. I mean, this would be the world record longest photo if this is it, and this would blow that one out of the water.
Right, and
This would. Oh, go ahead, Jess.
no, I'm just agreeing. This contrast ratio is phenomenal if this is what we're seeing, really.
Jesse, if we could show that this, in fact, is definitely those mountains, would this debunk at least the radius that they say Earth is by a long shot?
It would be the first thing that I considered legitimate flat Earth evidence. It wouldn't be the whole preponderance of the evidence, but at least it would be legitimate.
Well, how would you feel about the radius of the globe after this?
Well, I've done a lot of my own optical measurements, and they have a much, much, much smaller radius. So, I can't just take one outlier and throw away all my hundreds of consistent observations. I got to look at the preponderance of the evidence, right?
Like a black
Jesse's the only
swan?
person ever in the history of mankind to go out there and every single time it matches the globe. He's the only person ever.
Can you?
He got concave Earth once.
That's not true.
He gets.
He says very consistent every single time. He just said that.
Well, no, my shots above.
Except when he gets concave Earth.
No, all my shots at or above 181 foot observer height have been very consistent.
So again, Jesse's the only person that ever gone out, quote unquote, hundreds of times, and every single time the observation matches the globe.
Do you have evidence of somebody who had a line of sight greater than 180 feet above the surface of the Earth?
Dude, I went to Lookout Mountain. I have a video on infrared where I saw like an immense amount of mountains. Way too far.
Yeah, we got to get up on this mountain. We got to get up on this mountain with some infrared, some regular shit. The other mountain with laser beams or something. I don't know. You don't think the laser beam could cut through that though, or? I mean, we're seeing the mountain. So what are we seeing? A silhouette of the mountain or the mountains themselves?
We've completely shifted over to now they're just hills, even though we see the hills in the foreground, and then the direct line of sight of the mountains in the back. So I guess, can you find some more hills between us and the hill you're claiming that would explain the miles and miles of little hills we see before we see these peaks? Are there a whole bunch more hills between us and then the 70-mile away hill that you're bringing up?
Yeah, there's a lot of hills.
Regarding La Tournette, there should, if you can see it, and it's not what you're seeing, then it should be exactly in line. Buried ditches should be exactly in line with La Tournette, right? And I don't see any hill between Observer and La Tournette that is in line.
I'm literally sitting here staring. Well, which one is La Tourette?
Let me get you a. Let's see here.
Because what you would have to actually do is you would show, okay, well then I think that this mountain here is this other mountain which is 30 miles away, and this one's 50 miles away. But in reality, I can guarantee you that when you look at these, some of those mountains we're seeing are going to be further away, which means you can't say that there's only just basically claiming that you think it's a hill doesn't mean anything.
Well, okay, I just tagged you with an image.
Also, that video at 56 after, just 2 minutes ago that Amish posted, the video showing the contrast of the one that that white peak and then, contrasting it with the actual outline of that mountain. It's remarkable how it matches. I mean, if that's just a coincidence that the cloud just happened to match precisely the layout of that mountain, I mean, he contrasted in that video. It's very striking.
Yep.
It's like the
So-
exact same shape. It even has a little part on the right. Like it's incredible.
They claim it doesn't look the same.
Which peak is that?
Common and Black.
Well, Fight the Flat Earth last night was claiming that some of the mountains are getting farther away from each other or something throughout the video.
I thought this was just a picture.
I mean, if this can be validated, then somebody has the new world record photo. Getting the Guinness.
Geo, do you think there's a light bright enough or a laser beam or anything we get up on the other mountain with and shine it and be able to see it?
Yeah, that's the question. 700-mile, a laser that can go 700 miles. Well, yeah, well, that'd be interesting. Depends on the cost of the laser to be able to do that.
I mean, you're not trying to make like a level line with the laser and shit. We just want something we can see, you know?
Yeah, just like what did Bev used to call it, laser waving? Just
yeah, we got to do some laser waving up in this bitch. I hear you. Shout out to Bev.
Hey, Winston.
What about fireworks?
Yeah, something like that too. Yeah, some kind of that's a good idea. Fireworks.
It's Ireland. The Observer was in Ireland. Some places don't allow fireworks in parks.
How about just a missile? I'm just kidding.
You want an ICBM now, or we're definitely gonna get this validated.
We'll put the gator right up on the mountain, put a target, and shoot it right at him. I'm just kidding.
No. We'll give me some heads up. I'll have an ICBM hit the top of the mountain. You can tell me if you see it.
Yeah,
we got people.
Military guys.
I'll get my guys.
Yeah, sneak into the control room after hours and just program in the coordinates. Tell us to all look at that time and.
Oh God.
I mean, don't we got dudes in the UK with laser beams and drones and P9000s and shit?
If the FBI is listening, I didn't mean any of that.
P9000s.
Your NDA.
Whatever you got.
Dude, P9000 sounds
I
badass,
didn't mean
bro.
any of it. You heard him, Kosho. He didn't mean any of it.
Negator's an insurrectionist.
Yeah, Jeremy's gone wild with the thousands. He's up to P9. He's up to P9000 at this point.
Yeah. Where do I get
your
that on
P9
back order?
We got P9 millions out this bitch. But yeah, but we got dudes in the UK that got all that shit. Laser beams, fucking drones, P900s.
So if that's the real mountains, why can I not see China from New York?
Damn, you got me.
You know what? You're right. You're
Yeah.
right, Prof. Clay. We should all just go back to the globe. This was dumb.
Well, the thing
Exactly,
is, over
because-
a planar surface, there would be quite a bit of variation of visibility, on different conditions. So, like the Canigou one is a unique one because the sun sets behind Mount Canigou, and that's the current world record, like the Guinness Book of World Records. It's that 273-mile Canigou, and it is like a unique scenario to be able to see that. So, I mean, if this one's even more unique, so I'm just saying, over a planar surface, in my thoughts, it would not just be, universally, you would just see Mount Everest from everywhere. It wouldn't be that, but depending on the conditions, there will be certain areas that you would get an exceptionally longer distance of visibility versus others.
Wait,
And
you're
if-
telling me that some days I can see things clearer than others? That's insane.
I mean, seriously, how hard was this place to get to take that picture? Like, we got who's our UK peeps?
Yeah, that one's easy.
Didn't it? You have to take a train.
Yeah.
Up, right?
It's a train ride. That's it.
It's a train ride. Yeah. Like I
We
don't.
gotta get to the other one though. We gotta get to the other one.
We have somebody in France, right, guys?
It's in.
I thought this was
England.
Ireland.
They need to be in England.
Wasn't that one you're talking about in France?
The mountains they're looking at are in France.
Oh, they're looking at France. Okay, because we
We
got
need a
somebody
guy in France. So we need a guy in France and a guy to take that train ride. And boom.
We got a guy in France.
Yeah,
Gadget
but how hard is
inspector.
it? Yeah, but how?
Yeah.
How hard is it? How hard is it to get up to that mountain?
Here, I on the wiki.
No clue.
It's called Snowdon, or it's also called YD.
Yeah.
Widfa.
One sec.
WYDDFA. Anyways, it's the other. It does say
nobody can do the Welsh.
Yeah, it's looking like this is fake. I don't know.
But how hard is it to get up to
I think
that
it might
other
be
mountain that he's
photoshopped.
looking at?
Well, that's what I was going to say. It says on the Wikipedia page, the summit can be reached by a number of paths. There are 6 main paths, and by the Snowdon Mountain Railway. A rack railway opened in 1896, which carries passengers 4 3/4 miles from Liamberries to the summit station, the summit building, etc. So yeah, I mean, it looks like it's possible to get up there. I mean, the way this guy did. I mean, if this is a Guinness, if there's a potential Guinness Book of World Record, like, you know, to be the newest, you know, the longest record photography, I mean, it's worth really anyone's time to go look into it more to try to get up there. I mean, it depends on how much one cares about being in the Guinness Book of World Records, or if one even wants to do that. But I'm just saying, like, if this is what it is, and it's potentially on the table.
Hey, so I think hang on.
That would be funny if the guy didn't want the photo put up and everything, and then he wins a Guinness World Record for it.
So I do have a quick debunk of one aspect of this for you that I think you guys should agree on. If you scroll up to the overlay of Mont Blanc that Amish provided from the video, you know, where he fades in and out, and it says it looks just like it. Right, we're all familiar.
Yeah, it's just refraction.
Where it doesn't fade all the way out.
Okay, but we all know the video that Amish linked. That comes
Yes.
from the original video, where it's the cloud and then it's the mountain. It says, "Oh, it looks exactly like it." Well, and Jesse, let's play a game here. I'm going to give you 2 guesses, Jesse, as to how I'm going to debunk this. Do you think you can guess how?
Probably not.
Oh, okay.
I
That wasn't very
guess if
entertaining.
you want to.
Go ahead.
Okay, you're gonna tell us that probably just clouds.
Nope. No, what
I was gonna guess that he was gonna show us the picture, and then he was gonna show us what the mountains are supposed to look like, and then there's gonna be some sort of major difference. Is that what you're gonna try and do?
Yeah, the problem is the angle. The photo he's comparing Mont Blanc to, he's comparing it in and out, was taken directly due west of Mont Blanc. And I could show you right now what Mont Blanc looks like from due west. It looks identical to that. And obviously the observer in England is northwest.
Oh, which its observer angle has come back to bite us. Was looking at it from a little bit the wrong side.
Yeah, exactly. The Earth is a ball.
Hey, you want to take a screenshot and
not
show
what
us
I
what
said.
makes it look? Show us what it looks like from west and northwest. Show us the difference.
Okay, hang on. I'll let me take the shot that looks like the still this guy used.
Because I just now look at this. Look at this one I just posted. It is so clearly the same. Even the dark portion to the left.
Clearly.
Yes, that's the one I'm referring to. Hang on.
It's probably a coincidence.
That's where I was just thinking, Loggy. There, if he has moved it because it is photoshopped, but he
Like,
could
it
have
just-
moved. When I watched that video, right, I looked underneath, and the guy who took the picture, he was in the comments allegedly. I read his comment. I can't remember what it said, but he was clearly complaining. So that's why I thought he'd taken the video down.
That is what happened. Yeah, the guy
Right.
who took it asked Tabby to take it down.
And it's Wales, not England.
And
Next
it's a
time you see
picture.
England, do.
Okay, this is Google Earth from the west. And you know what, let me take a better snip with compass in there.
Looks snowy up there, huh?
Sometimes coincidences look like clouds or snow.
That doesn't even look the same.
It's not, because the guy, and this is me postulating, the guy got so annoyed with people trying to contact him, he actually made that photo private and called it adult content, and then photoshopped from people on top of it.
What?
Wait,
Alright,
you're
so-
saying the guy who posted this, because I see Logren is posting some other, like, it does look like some Photoshop thing. Are you saying somebody he tried to hack it up and change it up or something?
No,
No,
I'm saying
that
he
whoever
did it
took
himself
the
because
original picture is trolling because I've just literally gone onto Andrew Bailey's Flickr account and I've just screen capped it, and you can see how somebody has taken the foreground in one and the background in another and stitched them together. So I'm on Flickr right now live. Okay, I'm gonna take a copy and I'm gonna send it. So this is the one that shows the foreground. This is another picture on another day that shows the background. And yeah, unfortunately, somebody's playing silly buggers and tricking people. So this is the background. And as you can see, with those two shots together, you've got the other shot. The white mountains in the background is actually Snowdonia, according to Kilimanjaro. So, yeah, sorry guys.
It's a trap, is what you're saying, huh?
Trap.
It's a trap.
It's a trap. And
It's
you
happened
fuckers
last
thought it
time.
was clouds. I fucking knew those weren't clouds. It's a trap.
Sorry, bro.
I don't even
Sorry,
see
what?
what he's saying.
You fuckers thought it was clouds.
I don't even see any white mountains in the second picture you posted at all. There's like a bar in the way.
Yeah, sorry about the bar. Hold on. Let me grab it again because the fucking screenshot moves. Hold on. I'll just grab the mountains for you.
So what? Look at the image. What he did was he photoshopped the whole top half of the image over the original mountain, like Lewid or whatever it's called.
Playing silly buggers. Whoever sent that screenshot to Taboo Conspiracy is messing around. And there's the entirety of the image. So yeah, you can see the white mountains. You can see the foreground is different.
No,
So,
I think Andrew, the guy that took the photo, like I said, I think he's annoyed that so many people started contacting him about it. Because for me, when I
That
went to go
doesn't make
look
any
at it,
sense, Negator. This would have been beforehand. This would
Look-
have been Photoshop before he got it, before Taboo got it.
look at the date on it. But what I'm telling you is that I got on his account, his Flickr account. I saw the original image a week ago when someone mentioned it to me. I went on yesterday to go look at it again, and he had made the photo private, labeled it as adult content, and then applied that photoshopped image.
Okay. Wait, what? So, no, this photo was shown before he changed it on his website, which means if what Loggers is saying is true, then someone photoshopped it and sent it to Taboo before he changed his website, before the video was taken down.
No, you're missing what I'm saying. I'm saying the original image that Taboo Conspiracy used, that was the original image he had up.
Okay.
He photoshopped it sometime in the last couple of days.
Would photo forensic software be able to tell what's what here?
Well, just look at it. Look at the image. He's
Well, wouldn't this
taken.
be easily wouldn't we just be able to compare what Taboo posted and then what he showed and see the difference?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you look at the mountain itself, he traced the mountain that's in the middle of the image and slapped that on top of image of his friend there, by that field behind it.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. So you're just saying that the original photo, he was so concerned about Taboo and other people looking at it and whatever his concerns of what it shows that he just hacked it up and reposted it with some bizarre other background cut into it to remove this whole. Is that what you're saying?
Concerned? No. Annoyed.
But this means that we should see Taboo's picture be different than the Photoshop picture.
You're not.
I mean, I'm
You're
not.
getting me.
This is just objective. If what you guys are saying is true, which I don't care if it is or isn't, then that means whatever Taboo had should be different than the Photoshopped one.
It is.
Okay, so can we get a side-by-side of those two?
It's literally the one we've been posting all day.
Wait, that's the Photoshop one or Taboo's?
The one that
Yeah.
Taboo posted.
I'm
is
confused
the
on this too,
non-Photoshop version.
because the way Loggers was saying it, he was saying that the photo, the
Exactly.
end result, the one that Taboo had, is photoshopped, and then he posted the real photo after. Is what I thought.
Exactly. Like
That's incorrect.
Loggers was saying it as if what Taboo was given was photoshopped and a trick.
No, that's
Okay.
not true.
That is what
photo-
he said, though.
It looks
but
like
he's wrong.
it seems like it's vice versa. Like the one he just posted there on the left is the original one. This is the Taboo one, etc. Does not look photoshopped, at least not on a cursory look at. I mean, it looks like a consistent, And then the one on the right definitely does look like he took that whatever that's the Snowden Mountain thing in the foreground, and then totally hacked in an absurd Photoshop here. I mean, you can see it's just that's
Yes,
obvious. So
that's what I'm saying.
So he just did that because he was freaking out that people were doing this, and he just was like, "Screw this! I'm just gonna eliminate the original photo. I'm gonna slap some other background on it, and hope to God that the Earth's still a globe."
Okay, Gio, you didn't have to add in the hope there's the globe part. I would get annoyed too is if I take some photo and slap it on Flickr and forget about it, and then like 2.5 years later, I start getting I don't know how many dozens and dozens of messages from conspiracy theorists asking questions.
At this point, if you're American, you're a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, why would that annoy you? Wouldn't you want to know why they're asking questions?
No, I'd be annoyed.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you probably are annoyed when people weren't all about the jab.
I mean,
Now we got
that right
respect for
there.
people.
Don't you think it's healthy to have some skepticism in your life? You really, if just because someone has a conspiracy theory, you already outright don't even want to know the origin?
Yeah, I think most people are like that and don't give a shit.
Well, there's a lot of reasons he may have been. Yeah, I mean, the guy has a photo up there. All of a sudden, it's getting out there, and it's on all these videos, and everybody's talking. Now how much knowledge he has about what this even means and what the implications are. I guess I don't know those details, obviously, but yeah, it does make sense. There could be a bunch of reasons why he was freaking out. Like he doesn't want to be on the radar. He doesn't want to challenge the mainstream model. There's a whole bunch of reasons.
But Gio, the Photoshop image is uploaded in 2021, not recent.
No, look, I'm telling you guys, I'm telling you right now, I went and looked at that image just a week ago, and then I went back in my history to look at it yesterday with the exact same image, and it's got this new version in there. And if you look, there's no the original image under additional info on the Flickr website. You could look at all the photo data, and all that's restricted now. I know it says uploaded on. I don't know how that works.
Well, maybe can you like if he had originally uploaded it on whatever, and then maybe you can edit it, and it still keeps that upload date. Like if you change it,
Yeah, that makes sense.
Could be that. I don't know how. What is this Flickr? I don't know exactly how their platform works.
Hey, can I say a little
Can we
something
not use
about?
the Wayback? Hold on, real quick. Can we not use the Wayback machine and just go see what it looked like before, when he first uploaded it, before everything started?
Well, I don't think it's even matters. Like the fact the guy got upset and got in his feelings and changed it. No one cared. Who cares?
Yeah, we have the original, so
Yeah, so who cares?
and we know the. I mean, there needs to be more work done on this. Obviously, this guy's photo is not the end all be all at all because it was done with an iPhone. So, but this as an observation point and as we're talking about. Because I think atmospheric conditions, it has a lot to do with like the moisture. There's a lot of factors. So if this is like even more visible than Canigou, I mean, if this is what it potentially could be, like I said, it's a huge, I mean, more than doubles, like I said, the world record's longest photo. So I'm just saying this guy doing this either way, it's going to cause a cascade effect of additional research and work being done on this.
Does this dude actually think he must not know much about flat earthers if he thought that he could just change it and it would go away? Like,
just hack in another backdrop and be like, problem solved.
they're talking about a group of people that save everything because they know everything gets deleted.
Are we ready to go back to why I think that overlay is incorrect of Mont Blanc?
Which one?
Yeah, well, I'm asking you to show. Well, when I asked you, I said the thing you showed that was the view from the west doesn't even look like the picture. You immediately just diverted into Photoshop land.
Bro, look, I don't know why every other comment's gotta be turned into a pissing contest. Austin, relax.
I'm just saying. Do you remember that's where
I
the
didn't divert
Photoshop
to anything. Everybody started talking about it, so I went with it because I had comments on it because I felt like I was one of the
No.
first person to see that, but
No,
neither
no,
here nor there.
you brought up the Photoshop, dude.
Awesome.
I was like,
I want to talk about the thing that you're telling me I was trying to divert from. Is that okay?
But if this guy was
sure. So
pressured
we'll
to
go
like
back.
take his stuff, if the guy
We'll
was
go
pressured
back
to
to
take
what I
his stuff
said
down,
when you ran away from it, which was what you're saying.
Nobody is running away. Jesus fucking
Okay, fine,
Christ.
fine. You didn't run away. Okay, it was just a coincidence. You diverted away. So
That's
whenever we look,
It's not a coincidence. I want to talk about it. I wanted to talk about it then. Somebody else started talking about the Photoshop
no,
thing.
you did, bro. What happened?
Okay,
It doesn't matter.
okay, fine.
I know it is fine.
Whatever.
Like my
Okay,
response was, look, you're saying that this is from a different angle. The guy took to blend it in and show that it matches. The photo he took that blends it in is actually from a different angle. It's west, not northwest.
Mm-hmm.
Then you showed the view from west, and that doesn't even match the picture.
Okay, but it let's you want me to like I can crop out the western image if you like so it lines up better.
Yeah, whatever you want to do. It doesn't look like it matches at all to me.
Okay, so if you look at the image that I linked, you can see the and I actually might have to make it even more west to make it more precise. Hang on, I'll do it for you.
but then your narrative is still going to be just like that. It's conspiracy theorists that make the guys that take stuff down, not like people like you bugging him.
No, I can't change
It's not-
topics, otherwise I'll look like I'm running away from something.
Actually, I bet that is what happened. Like a bunch of anti-flat earthers started spamming him, and he's just like, "Oh my god, dude, get me out of here!"
Way more likely. Way more likely.
Yeah,
It couldn't be the
But
actual
flat
flat
earthers would
earthers.
just be like, "Bro, this is a beautiful picture." They'd be like tactical about how they're going to get more info about what time it was and stuff. And the flat earthers would be like, "You have no idea what's going on." You know? So that's my opinion.
That's for sure the case. 100.
Oh yeah. Slap each other on the back.
Because like whenever there was another picture this guy took, the same one that took the picture of Kenny, I reached out to him. I sent him a couple bucks on PayPal, had a dope conversation with him, gave me all kinds of information about the picture. You know, but an anti-flat earther wouldn't approach it like that.
Of course not.
You have no idea. Flat earthers are using your image. You know what I'm saying? So, who knows? Who cares?
All right, so I took a screenshot from the little GIF or GIF, and I took a screenshot from Google Maps, and I think the telling portions for me are the peak itself, and then you can see the saddle to the right that leads to those two little peaks, and then to the left it goes down to an area that sort of has a flat face to it on the smaller inset. It's very dark.
No, this looks more like this looks like the top picture you took is more to the left than the bottom one.
So I should
So
rotate to my right.
Yeah.
Okay, and if I do that, it makes it even more off. But I'll see if I can do that.
Well, that doesn't make sense to me. It looks like if I tilt to the right, it's going to line up more with the bottom picture.
Yeah, that's what I'm agreeing with you. I'm just pointing out that the more
But is
right I go, the
right-
further away I get from the
So
angle of the
right is west.
I am rotating around the mountain counterclockwise. I'm moving in a southward direction, I guess. So yeah, more west.
Oh, okay.
Let me include the compass in the screenshot.
I'm just asking where you got the picture.
Yeah, I tried Googling around. I couldn't figure out where it came from either.
Yeah, it's just kind of hard to tell because you have so much more detail. But
Yeah, I think there's some, like if you look at if you start on the left and it's got that sort of flat face, and on the little picture the Amish got, it's very dark, and there's sort of a point to it on the right side, like where there's no snow, and you can sort of line that up with a ridge that runs up on the left as well. And then the non-snowy parts on Mont Blanc itself going down the side, and then on the right side, how it has that sort of curve down to it. I can like, hang on, I'll do this.
Dude, we need to take this photo more because this is detrimental.
So,
I mean, if
you
anyone
guys hear me?
lives there, like just a P9000 or I mean a P9. I'm like Jeremy now. P900 or a P1000, getting up there.
P9 million.
T9 million, yeah. I mean that alone, just taking a little day trip up there,
Just
getting
for
up
the
there.
one mountain at least, yeah, with a good
Just-
camera, I feel that.
Yeah, get up there, take a bunch of video shots, zoom in, zoom out. I mean, depends on the day, obviously, like whether this observation is dependent on the conditions, though. Because if you went up there and it's all just cloudy and you can't see anything, then But I mean, if someone lives near there, that seems like the first lowest hanging fruit thing to
2
do.
hours away. I have a good camera.
We'd have Negator on our side after that. Booyah. Now what? What's up now?
So I sort of prettied up that image a little bit in MS Paint with some comparisons of features with what Amish posted.
I'm putting a picture in the chat that I took with my iPhone in Telluride, super high up, and you could see if you zoom in, that is a mountain range, and it almost looks exactly like the other photo, like it's clouds.
I mean, I could see where they could be confused for clouds, but
It's a good point, actually, because it does look very similar. Yeah.
That's just me going through old photos, so,
It does have that similar look to it with the land, like the land that correlates with it, like the dark colored under it that correlates with the white.
Yeah, so I feel like this observation might be able to be done there as well. Colorado has all those high peaks.
Yeah.
Clear air.
I agree. I've done the same. But yeah, I know that it looks like Amish maybe still trying to figure out where he got that image from. So I think at least that image that he got is definitely not what it should be seen at from this angle.
Wonder how powerful of a laser you would need to have that be visible.
I think you'd be like burning up the atmosphere.
Yeah, I don't know how. If you do it at night, Would that matter?
I think
Well,
we should
it's
just
like,
we should just
yeah, the night would probably be a lot. I would imagine a lot better. I'm not just talking about this observation, but other ones too. Like, an ability, like even those Jay Tolan ones that he's claiming, 1,500 miles and so on. And obviously, a lot of the Globe guys are like, no, they're all false, and they have all the reasons why they're very upset about those claims that he makes. But if there was some way to validate this, to have some kind of a signal or a light or something on that landmass to be able to actually validate that is what you're looking at, that would put it to rest that is actually what we're seeing.
Well, isn't Amish's little GIF? Did that come from Taboo's video?
I don't know.
Can we just
You know
ask
what's super
Taboo
fun?
like where it came from?
What's super funny, bro, is like the Glovers have been saying if the Earth was flat, you'd be able to see across the entire Earth, right, for so long. And now they're like, even on a flat Earth, you shouldn't be able to see this from 700 miles away. It's like, which one is it?
Yeah, that is a contradiction. Yeah, on the one hand, we should see Everest from everywhere. On the other hand, there's these. Yeah, you guys are suggesting we wouldn't be able to see this somehow.
Well, can we agree that cloud wasn't Mont Blanc, at least based on the?
We can definitely agree that every baller that says you should be able to see across the entire Earth if the Earth was flat is ignorant. Yes.
Come on, dude! Like we were doing so well. We were just doing so well.
Point, dude. You just avoid the point, man.
I'm sitting here hard at work on my MS Paint skills, trying to establish that that's not Mont Blanc.
Well, have you seen their new meme that links to that? What's it like? Where it's the worst meme I think I've ever seen in all of my years. It's the worst. It's like I saw Peyton Hassett Show posting it. I don't know who made it, but it's just got like the Egyptian pyramids and Mount Everest, and it says something like "What a flat earther sees every day on the Earth," and it's just showing like, yeah, it's by far the worst. It's the biggest straw man, most absurd kind of meme.
Yeah, but I think what's weird is they just say both things. That's what's always weird to me. It's like they'll just say both things, depending on whatever argument it is. Like what the? I don't know. Where was this observer location again? It was on some like observer tower or something. Where was that?
You talking about? Yeah, there's like where the original photo was taken from.
Yeah.
There is I got it on Google Maps. Pulled up right now. Hafat. Here, I'll just type it. Now, Lewid is the mountain in the image.
Oh, that's been fun. In the foreground.
Yeah.
Oh, my power's on your computer.
So I just linked the mountain that it's from, and there's a summit station on it.
All right, just so I'll help you out, man. I'll go get my computer. Show you how it's done. Yeah, I'm just kidding.
Oh, I appreciate it.
In the meantime, can I make a quick comment about seeking truth?
You have my utmost permission.
All right, thanks, Jesse. So a tiny bit of my story is I believe in the true Earth. I don't know the shape of it. I think it's a topographical stationary plane. Anyway, my wife and I have been married a decade, and for 9 years, we just thought the same way. We were just two peas in the pod. We both are followers of the Messiah, so we believe in the God of the Bible. Some people think that's like a weakness, but it's been a strength for us. When I found out about not only true Earth, or the fact that I needed to look into, is it a ball or is it something different? It was really strange for my wife. She thought I had lost my mind. She was like, "Why are you trying to be so conspiratorial?" And I was telling her, "I'm not trying to just be a conspiracy theorist. A person told me it's not a ball, and I want to look into it to, figure it out." And the reason I'm speaking is because she is a physician. She's a physician, so she's been trained medically. He also was in the Air Force for 8 years, and there was a lot of pushback. Just the fact that I wanted to explore, ask questions, look, seek to find was almost against her programming, because in the medical establishment and in the military, you're trained to not bow down to the authorities, but respect and not push back against the authorities. So sometimes there is a problem if you're highly educated or in the military, where it's not your knee-jerk reaction to seek the truth no matter what. And so what ended up helping my wife was, I said, "Babe, I'm not trying to be a crazy person. I'm just thinking about it like this. If the infinite creator of this place, like the wisdom behind and the love behind and the power behind what made this realm, this place we call home, if he made something out of his artistic expression and infinite power, it wasn't a ball spinning through space, but man made that story up. I wanted to know what the creator made, so I told her, let's look into this." And she now believes that we're on a stationary topographical plane as well. She hadn't lost her mind. She's seen many scriptures that talk about an earth that's created by a loving God that shall not be moved. And I just wanted to bring up the point that sometimes it's hard to explore if you're programmed not to go against the mainstream, authorities.
Great job, man.
We just gotta get this shot taken with a P9 million. I mean, the sooner we get this done, the sooner we got Negator on our side. I'm pumped. Get excited, guys.
I'm glad that entertained you so much.
I appreciate everything you guys have been saying. It's been pretty cordial, and I'm learning a lot. I'm pretty new to the game, but you guys are all class acts. Appreciate it.
Much love, man.
Can I ask what's that question? What's it?
I think he's getting his computer out.
Okay, let me know if he comes back.
Hey, Negator, I just tagged you with a picture. It's just also on my screen share. So, Grand Combine and La Tournette would be 1.72 degrees apart. That's just the arctan of 21 miles over 700 miles.
Mm-hmm.
But these other two landmarks I found, it's a pond and a clear-cut area, are 44 degrees apart.
It doesn't add up at all. Could we also do relative, like we could take the peaks they think they are and do relative, we should be able to do relative measurements as well, right?
I'm not sure
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do.
But yeah, the pond, I see the pond in the clear cut area. Can you?
Hold on real quick. Kosho, if this is the mountains, if we are seeing the mountains, would that debunk the globe for you?
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, if this,
So we'll have Kosho and Negator. Woo. Let's see if we get Xanakin on this.
let me ask you though, if this was Mount or Olympus Mund, I think it's called. Would that can confirm the globe for you?
This doesn't confirm any kind of globe stuff. No.
Okay. I think it was Olympus Mund.
Negator tried the same shtick already.
Okay. Well, I don't mean the globe Earth, though. I mean globe Mars. Because wouldn't that be isn't that a mountain on Mars?
There's no globe Mars.
Coach, what are you rambling about, bro? Say something
Does
coherent.
Mars have a curvature, or is it a flat? Is it a flat circle?
Yeah, but would I think with Negator, what you were saying about the relative peaks or whatever, that's what I was curious to find out is like depending on what peaks these are being claimed to be, yeah, you could sort of make like a line. If you also know the point, the location that it's taken from, that you can kind of make like a line that would, so you could determine like what distance you would need to be at to make that to make those relative azimuths, those relative angles,
Well, I'm irritated the guy took the photo down because he took all the data with it. Like I actually spent some time trying to research how to convert FOV and pixels, this and vertical and all that bullshit to determine angle because it had like, what's the word for like the distance between the camera sensor and the lens?
Do you think you're in the Mick West?
The
length.
The focal, yeah.
Yeah, he had the focal length and everything was in there, and I kind of spent like 30 minutes messing with it, and then didn't really come back to it until yesterday, and he'd already taken the shit down.
But we can easily determine the field of view from Google Earth just by getting in the same spot and looking at the same view and then matching up landmarks.
I must say, Jesse, that all the time I have the feeling that the mountain in the foreground doesn't look like a telelens or zoom in effect that you would have when that is the case. So
Yeah, it's a wide angle. It's just a full wide angle.
or 50 millimeter, but it looks more like a 50 millimeter observation. I agree with that. So
this is really a world record because not only did someone take a picture clearly showing mountains at 700 miles, they did so with a cell phone.
That's right, and they did it at a 25% altitude as the last long distance. Because this is what 2,000 feet, and they were over 9,000 feet at Mount Conagu, I think.
Was it? It was an iPhone. Yeah, that. I think that's pretty telling.
Right. So
yeah, that's why we're using the P9000.
Yeah, so I matched up the clearing and the pond, and that's 44 degrees of field of view, and that's not even the full width of the picture. The 1.72 degrees of the mountains, 25 of them should fit between the clear cut and the pond, and clearly about 10 fit. So it's not even close.
I mean, shit like this, absolutely confirmed. Absolutely would, I'd just go back to bed, wake up the next day, and start over. Start trying to learn.
Trying to learn flat Earth.
About.
Enroll in Flat Earth
right?
University.
That's right.
At least you're honest, man. That's cool. I've never even heard a Glober say that. Like if they had never made one observation or one experiment or one facet of anything that would do that. They're not even willing to say it as a joke.
It would confuse me deeply if everything I understand would have to unravel basically because this doesn't I can't cope with this and the globe Earth. That is kind of crazy. You don't really see, like, as far as evidences go, for the flat Earth. Like, people do all sorts of different stuff now, which is cool. But in what's his name? What's the dude's name with the 200 proofs? Eric DeBay's 200 proofs. A lot of those were long-distance shots, and BB's evidence when he was like on Twitter and shit. A lot of those were long-distance shots. and you just don't see a lot of obviously Jake Tolman, but you don't see like a lot of long distance shots, use as evidence anymore. So it'd be cool to try to take more observations like that.
It's just cool to have a long distance shot that you guys just don't.
We were
instantly
talking the other
claim
night.
refraction
They
on.
asked what I would change, what it would do if I discovered flat Earth, and as far as physics, I told them I'd just have to erase the chalkboard and start over with everything.
Yeah, I heard a conversation. People were giving you a hard time, but you basically said the physics as you understand it, which makes sense because the physics as you understand it would have been wrong. It doesn't mean physics is wrong. It just means the way that you understood it was wrong, or
But y'all don't
what you understand about it.
Your side admittedly doesn't understand the physics of the globe, though. I don't even know what part of physics would change other than like gravity, which is admittedly not understood.
Well, that's the point of what I'm saying. What Leftlin was saying the other day was he's talking about the physics as he understands it. Like if he found out he was wrong about this, or that, then it would obviously be the physics as he understands it. It might be in line with the physics as the mainstream understands it. Like his idea of physics may be in line with the mainstream physics, but even still, it's only the physics as he understands it that would.
Yeah, but I'm saying but using the word physics, I don't understand. That's what I'm asking. Like, what physics would change other than gravity as you don't understand it?
The way light works.
Okay.
I mean,
we'd have to come up with an explanation for tonight's moon. The full moon is in about 6 hours.
Are you guys going to miss photons?
Like this is what's funny, right? Like the two examples, because obviously what he just said is just not even relevant. Like light and gravity, right? Like refraction and gravity are admittedly not fully understood in your own paradigm. Like Andrew Thomas Young, like openly admits there's tons of stuff that doesn't work within his current understanding of refraction. He doesn't fully know how to explain certain things. They're unaccounted for. The refraction is a very difficult thing to figure out. That's what Andrew Thomas Young says, for example. And then everyone knows that gravity is not understood. Like everyone knows that. Actually, only people in here would ever pretend it is understood, right?
Well, I think those are hyperbolic statements, but I know. Matthew was trying to say something. I don't want to disregard his.
Oh, sorry. I was just
talking about the full moon.
What type of physics would have to change? So astronomy would have to change because tonight the full moon is going to be the same apparent size all night.
So you're not actually talking about physics, right? That's why I said what he said was irrelevant. I just rudely dismiss it. It's like we're talking about what physics would change, and then you said astronomy. Like you just named a full vague idea.
Yeah, the physics of the physics of perspective and astronomy. That's another example.
The physics of astronomy. What does that mean?
The way the three-dimensional models we have for how the heavenly bodies move.
So you mean gravity?
So you mean no, just the models of the motion.
Like the sun and the moon,
that's
right?
Kinematics,
that was
not
going to
physics.
change too.
Right.
That's not physics. Kinematics is not physics.
Kinematics is part of physics.
How so?
It's a chapter in the physics book. What are you talking about? How so?
It's just how bodies move in relation to each other, but that doesn't explain physically what's happening at all. It doesn't physically explain how they're doing that.
No, it doesn't explain it. It describes it. It's a description, not an explanation.
Yeah. So is math. Is math physics?
No, math is used in physics.
Well, kinematics is literally geometric.
Right. It's that part of physics that describes things.
No, it just says that it just describes how things move, right? Like it just like this goes over here. That's not physics.
Well, then why do they have a kinematics chapter in a physics book?
Because it's what the physics is built upon. Like when it comes to gravity.
See, okay, so you concede that kinematics is in the physics book.
No, okay, but
Sorry, I'm trying to use the Witsit form of arguing where you like
this is no good.
And say you concede.
It's just no good though, because like
it's your physics or it's bookkeeping.
It's funny, right? Because the only time physics gets brought in is to explain the kinematics. It's like, oh, this moves in relation to this. So what's physically causing that? What's the physical mechanism? Like, what's the physics for that happening? The kinematic geometric description is not physics anyway. So and like if you were to try to say it is, which would be like how the bodies in the sky move in relation to each other, that's gravity, right? So that's what I'm saying. The only physics that would change is gravity, as your paradigm doesn't understand it, and I guess you could say refraction, but not really. I mean, not at all, because it's not even like we would have to change our understanding of refraction. We haven't even taken the step yet where they went out and measured all the variables and showed it matches the actual equation that predicts how far you can see on the Earth with refraction. That's never happened. So, I don't know. I mean, like the reason I jumped in and asked that though is because I've actually thought specifically about that in depth, right? So it's like, yeah, well, I wouldn't have to ignore that there could be an ether. I have no scientific reason to not accept that there is an ether, right? Like gravity as is not even understood, but any of the layman terms, current theories, anything is just completely wrong. Everything's intrinsically electromagnetic and there's an ether. If the Earth is flat, you don't need to be making up all kinds of claims about physics. Is really all that happens. When you say that you have to rethink how you interpret physics, sure, because you've come to believe a bunch of theories that aren't physically accurate based on questions that don't actually need to be answered.
No, they didn't say. They said that physics is wrong. Instead of them saying, wait a minute, let's take a step back here and let me re-examine my understanding. They said physics is wrong. That's what they do all the time.
Dude,
right?
again,
It's not them that made the mistake. Physics must be wrong.
dude, it's like you weren't listening, man, or maybe you just showed up. But we were clarifying what I understood Left Lane to be saying the other day, which was, and I heard him say it clearly, was his understanding of physics was wrong. So it's the opposite of what you're saying, Essie. I know, but I'm addressing what Essie just said.
Came in late, and I'm my bad.
Yeah, that was specified, right? Which is why I just said that. Well, I guess you did jump in to correct me ironically, because it is what we're talking about is even their interpretation, whatever. Like, it is this like real subtle, like flex. That's what it is. It's like, oh, well, I don't even know, because all of physics would have to change for any way that I understand it. Everything.
Yeah, like gravity,
that's
right?
not even true, though. That's not even true. That's why I'm like, okay, articulate what part of physics, as you understand it, would have to change, other than gravity, which is admittedly not even understood.
Well, to me, it's interesting because they've been doing this for so long. And when I hear statements like that, to me, it sounds like they haven't even done the thought experiment yet. Like they're barely doing the thought experiment. Like if you haven't even really exercised the thought experiment of actually trying to change the paradigm in your head and actually build something in your head of how the paradigm would look, like what are you doing here? How have you been here for this long? And you just now oh yeah, everything would have to change. Like, well, not really. Like, you should know specifically what would have to change. You've been arguing about this for years.
Well, Matthew brought up a good point about astronomical bodies and their movement and stuff. Because, even if you just take only the sun, like my idea of what the sun is and our relationship to it would have to be drastically wrong. Because I understand it in the way it corresponds to how it looks like on Earth and where the subsolar point moves on Earth and the shadows and all that stuff. That only works on a sphere from the way I understand it. So I would have to revisit that to find out, why it is that, even though my understanding got me to what we observe, how that's wrong. I'd have to, explore how that's wrong, because I'd obviously be wrong about that if it were a flat plane with the local sun overhead or whatever the sun was.
Yeah. So, like, are you guys saying that for you, it makes so much sense how planets move around each other with a theory that's not agreed upon or even explained yet? Like, not even fundamentally explained.
Yes, we do, but we wouldn't say that it's not agreed upon.
But it's not, though. Like everyone knows this. Everyone knows that if gravity, even if relativity is true, it's grossly incomplete.
Yeah, you're describing the explanation of why gravity exists, but nobody disagrees about a description of how gravity acts on the planets.
Okay. I never said anything about why gravity exists.
Yeah, I'm clarifying what we disagree on and what we agree on.
I don't make a claim as to why gravity exists. Like the answer to a question like that would be God or something. So it's how how. That's not
Don't
a
forget
pedantic
to conflate
point
two
either,
things.
because you're trying to a sleight of hand where you can pretend to know how, but then not make the specific how claim by putting the why on me as a diversion.
It's worse than that. They claim two things. They claim little g because they see something fall, and then from that they extrapolate it while looking out. Well, that's the way it works everywhere. It's like no connection whatsoever. You're just guessing.
That was Isaac
Yes, you
Newton's
see something
greatest
fall.
achievement,
Yeah.
was making that connection.
Yeah, before
Well,
Isaac
that's what you
Newton,
say.
we had
That's what you
Galileo's
say.
equations for falling objects, and we had Kepler's equations for the motion of the planets. But due to Newton's genius, he said, "Hey, look, this one rule to rule them all." And
He said he didn't
had-
understand fundamentally what it is, which is why I use my words very particularly, and I said fundamentally.
Sure.
You guys can't even explain what gravity is fundamentally.
Fine, but we know how it works.
And you know
Or you
what?
don't. Hold on. You mean the ancient Greeks that made the Antikythera mechanism? They knew about Newton and his laws and whatever Newton had in his brain? Is that what you're telling me? They had no clue about Newton, right? But yet they figured
no
out how
clue.
the 5 planets that they could see at the time worked, right? Without even having the clue of Newton. 2,000 years before Newton was even born, right?
Right.
So,
I mean, Newton said it had to be a
there goes
direct
your
act
Newton.
of God or something.
Yeah. He ascribed it to an act of God.
Because
And
he
then
knew
What do you
that
guys
that
think?
mathematical equation didn't explain how it happened at all. I mean, he said that point blank multiple times.
Do you think the Egyptians that put 2 million bricks and stacked them up on top of each other knew about Newton and his laws of gravity? Come
That
on.
would have been impossible. But this conversation is getting jumbled because Witsit, you're making responses to what we're saying, but the response that both me and Matthew made were in response to what SC had said, which was that we're naively or arrogantly connecting these two things, little g and big G, with what's going on out in space, and we only brought up Newton to describe that that's not an arrogant thing to bring together. He brought it together with reason. So
he said there was no logical way to reason it out.
Yeah, the opposite. The complete opposite of what you said.
He said attributing the cause. He said that was the thing he was talking about being foolish, like this imaginary force, and connecting these things at great distance. He wasn't giving that he wasn't giving that a description. He was describing, though, instead what was happening, like how this would happen.
No, he didn't explain. No, he didn't explain how it would happen, bro. Like all he explained, quote unquote, explained was there had to be a force.
No, I'm saying when I say how it happened, I'm talking specifically about the equation. Like, I mean, what I'm saying is he described what is happening. He described what's happening as far as the relationship between the bodies, their masses, their distances, and what follows. But the force that causes that is what he was staying away with, because he didn't have any way to describe that.
No, he did. He admittedly didn't figure it
knew
out,
about?
man. No. This is why it's so frustrating, man. So he admittedly didn't figure it out. He said he just thought, okay, of an idea of a force, and he couldn't even understand how it could work. But if there were another force or equal and opposite reaction akin to gravitation, the Earth would be in the center. And he just assumed that space was fixed and everything moved within it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is he described. So what he did was he saw the orbits of the planets, and he saw they matched Kepler's laws, and he saw that he had a formula to describe an object going around another object and how to calculate what that force is, and that was the centripetal formula. And so he just plugged in Kepler's law to the centripetal formula, and then he got the relationship of the masses and the effect they have on each other. But that's what I'm saying is that's what he described, and he described that he never moved away from that. What he moved away from was describing what that force actually was. like what is causing that centripetal force. But he did describe how it the equation for how it's happening.
So do you think the people that made the Antikythera mechanism, they probably use kinematic motion? Do you think their formulas and calculations would work as well, independent of Newton?
They just studied the cycles. You watch a cycle long enough, you can describe how the cycles, when things are going to happen again, because they happen at the same intervals.
Exactly. So we should never say the word heliocentric prediction out loud, because that's an oxymoron.
Yeah, anybody witnessing the motion of these objects could have made their own kinematic equations as to how they work based on viewing them over and over again and witnessing a pattern.
Yeah.
And maybe make a machine called the Antikythera mechanism 2,000 years ago with gears, predicting their exact motion.
Yeah. And so, is there anything about the sky that's exclusive to a globe?
Yes.
That's the question. That's what you would have to. That's what you would have to establish, because it can all be done on a geocentric with the sky, a geocentric Earth with the sky above. Doesn't even matter.
Exactly. A planar Earth, because you're saying a globe, but then you're saying geocentric. But
geocentric doesn't necessarily mean globe. I'm not. I don't allow them to just jack that word into a globe idea. It means It means Earth centered. So it doesn't.
I'm saying you asked just now in two different ways. That's why I'm just trying to make clear. Because at first you said exclusive to a globe, but then you said the heliocentric and geocentric. So I'm just trying to make sure which one you're talking about, because I can talk about each of those individually or together or whatever. But because the globe can be confirmed by the celestial sphere and its relationship to the surface, and the geocentric heliocentric thing. What did I say before? If you use Kepler's third law and describe the relationship between the semi-major axes and the period of the orbit, there's a ratio between the cube of the semi-major axis and the square of the orbit, the period. So if you take that same ratio and you apply it to all the other planets and their relationship to the sun, you get a value. And if you apply it to the Earth's relationship with the sun, you get the exact same value. So that would be my example of an exclusive evidence that shows that the Earth is actually orbiting around a heliocentric, model of the solar system.
The fact of the matter is, it's been done before by many civilizations, one of which made an analog computer 2,000 years ago. So there's nothing that you can claim as exclusivity of your model. It's been done before, way, way before these Kepler and Newton people, way before. Like, been there, done that with togas and stuff.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, SC, except for like a more crude version of that would be a calendar, which we have today or whatever. But a calendar in itself is not going to, like, you don't have to know about the physicality of the Earth and Sun and all that type of stuff to be able to make a calendar for the future, future years or whatever. It's just it's a repeating cycle. So you just record what that cycle is, and you can make an intricate clock or intricate mechanism that is describing it, but it's not going to be nearly as precise as understanding the actual physics behind what's happening. Like, you can't make predictions using the Antikythera mechanism that would describe, I don't know, like that would describe like the size of Venus, depending on what part of its orbit it's at, right? Like, it's just describing where it's going to be in the sky.
What's the practical application for us here on Earth with that information?
Understanding creation better to glorify God better.
That helps you glorify God by knowing that?
Yeah, understanding the creation gives us information about understanding the Creator. So the heavens declare the glory of God, for example.
Gotcha. So when God said, "My people will die from their lack of knowledge," he was talking about because they don't know what Venus is?
No, he was talking about lack of knowledge about him and his laws and commandments.
Okay, so that's like first and foremost.
Probably.
Because I just want to know the practical application. We're spending a lot of money on this. I'm just hoping it has like something.
It sounds like a rhetorical question. You've already decided there is no good reason to study this.
If you're saying heliocentrism breeds, godliness or whatever, Matthew, you were just hinting at, why is there so much atheism connected to, in fact, all of atheism seems to be connected to heliocentrism?
Because if you're an atheist, you are required to find a naturalistic explanation, and that's only available in the heliocentric model, and the flat Earth model provides no natural explanation.
Okay, then the flat Earth one is the actual one that connects you with the Creator, not the heliocentric.
Yeah. If you believe the Earth is flat, then you are required to believe that there is a Creator. Yes.
Yeah, that doesn't glorify the Creator, right? Like, what are we talking about here?
How can you say that atheists are required to find a natural explanation? Where is the record?
Because in the absence of a creator, you have evolution.
No, I see what you're saying. Maybe atheists assume a naturalistic explanation. Maybe that'd be
An open-minded atheist would accept any evidence that came along to prove whatever was out there.
Well, what would an atheist believe, for
Including
example?
spiritual evidence.
Like what? What would be an evidence for an atheist? I'm curious. I really am. What would an atheist believe creation?
That's a boundary. That's a tough boundary to describe. It's interesting that you bring that up because when you're trying to convince an atheist a spiritual or a religious explanation for a phenomenon, all the atheist is asking is any evidence supporting your explanation, not just either a book wrote it or someone said it in church or whatever. There has to be something tangible for them to grab onto. And they're willing to do that if there is evidence. But to make it a requirement that they have to find a natural explanation is actually completely incorrect.
Well, they don't have to, but what would they use as an explanation?
Then I guess the
if they would
argument's over because you specifically said, or you or someone in here said that it was a requirement for atheists to find a natural explanation, and I'm just saying no, it is not a requirement.
Well, originally
I would tend to agree with you on that. It's not a requirement, but
thank you.
Let's say as an option, what would an atheist? How would an atheist go about pondering creation? I'm just curious.
Well, we don't ponder creation. We look for, as scientists that happen to be atheists, they obviously are looking for any physical or natural evidence and experimental evidence that they can repeat in order to support an ongoing theory, and an ongoing hypothesis. But the problem lies in we're dealing with something that happened either a long time ago or as in Christians believe 6,000 years ago. We need to have something a little more tangible as far as supporting evidence to support the 6,000-year-old Earth than just a book says so. And right now, the only evidence for a 6,000-year-old Earth, scientific evidence aside, is what, at least for creationists, is a 6,000-year-old Earth, and I just don't buy
I'm with you, bro. I'm with you. I'm 100% agreeing with you on that. But my question to you is, we know how a religious person would go about this question. I'm saying an atheist, what would he look for? Would he go for evolution? Would he go for multi-worlds? Like what like?
Well, now you're asking,
get what I'm saying?
Pick a particular theory or idea that I support. Now, obviously, I support evolution because evolution has nothing to do with how the world or universe was created. It has nothing to do with that. That's an after effect of the actual universe existing. So to argue that evolution is an argument for creation is wrong, and I wouldn't even attempt to say
Actually, that's not true.
Proof. Hang on, evolution is
the
not
timeline.
For that. No, it's not the timeline. The timeline, the description that evolutionists talk about for the millions and billions of years that it took for life to evolve to what its current state now, again, has nothing to do with describing how the universe came to be, the original creation of the universe, which came first. And
The
all
problem
the
is
evidence seems to
the
support that.
timeline. You have to account
Yeah.
for the fact that the temperatures would have had to have been at a certain condition, and the surface would have had time to cool down, which would have taken millions and millions of years, which throws off your whole evolutionary
No, it
timeline.
doesn't, because there were three things happening at the time of the coolings. Besides the bombardment, the early bombardment of mostly heavy elements and heavy metals, which formed the Earth itself. And then there was a later bombardment of the lighter elements and water coming in from comets, which gave us our oceans. All of that helped cool the surface enough to begin the process of possibly an early process of some form of life. The question is, in fact, just recently a study was done that showed plenty of examples of single-celled animals, single-celled organisms turning into multicellular organisms in the laboratory over 600 days. And I will try to find the YouTube video that I saw it on, and this is not complete evidence. I can go get the proofs as far as the papers if you want. But getting back to topic here, that timeline, irrelevant, and I realize it's a huge, long timeline. It's hard to fathom for even scientists to really, wrap their heads around a billion years when you think about it. But knowing that the conditions on the Earth were apparently correct for this to possibly happen at an early stage, we estimate around 3.5 billion years ago was when the very first life probably formed. And another billion years before we had even single-celled organisms. All we had was replicating DNA and other things that were causing, even viruses are believed to be that old. So that's a long timeline and has, again, nothing to do with the creation.
Okay,
and this is where I want to walk to. I want to walk
Let's
over
say
to
we
that.
give you. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I don't mean to cut you off, but you can go on and on about this. Let's say we give you a biogenesis on a silver platter. Here you go. We have life now, right? If you're a proponent of evolution, right? I ask you, what evidence can you show me? If I give you a biogenesis, there it is, the first cell. Can you show me any evidence of that cell transforming into something else and becoming a fish and then eventually crawling out of the water?
Abiogenesis is not cellular, it's chemical. You have to understand that when we're talking about abiogenesis, we're not talking about cell structures and walls. That's beyond that. That's already past that point. Life has already evolved to the point where it's developing cell walls and so forth, which means it has succeeded in finding a way to reproduce itself and continue on adapting and changing to where it creates structures that help support that life. That's far beyond. It's probably almost a billion years beyond the first abiogenesis.
Okay, call it whatever you want, right?
Give me one more thing.
Hold on.
I promise I'll be short. Real quick. Abiogenesis occurred not just in one place on the planet, most likely occurred in every place where it was possible for it to happen. And along any shoreline or anywhere where there's a pool or where water can support it, that's where most likely abiogenesis, if it's possible, happened. It certainly happened somewhere, or we were seeded. Those are the two ongoing theories right now.
Okay, fine. Granted. Call it whatever you want. Call the beginning of life whatever you want. I'm giving that to you, right? First cell, boom, it's yours. Okay? Now, granted, having that, right? Can you show any evidence, fossil-wise, experimental-wise, anything that one creature turned into another creature, then turned into a fish, and then that fish went into the land, like your evolutionary theory says? Can you show any proof of that?
The fossil evidence is pretty extensive as far as the evolution of, say, vertebrates and so forth, and all of them pointing towards becoming fish, the early vertebrates and so forth. But you're also forgetting a huge section of life here on the planet that has a huge fossil record, and that's the arthropods. And if you look at the arthropods, the first land-dwelling and certainly sea-going multicellular life that had full structures and full organs, there is tons of records of intermediate species that changed into other species or evolved through over time. This change takes a long time. It doesn't happen instantly. It's the most, I should say, it doesn't make any sense at all to think that something changed overnight into something else.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that. These
It took
anthropods.
adaptations. It took
Bro, you
adaptations.
can't keep going on and on like you're teaching us stuff, bro. We can't have a conversation like this, bro. We've heard what you've said before. We're not dumb. Try to keep it
Why
short,
would you
bro.
ask a question? Why would you ask a question that requires an educated answer, an answer that requires teaching you something? Because if you're asking the question, I'm assuming you don't know what the answer is or what the reason behind the answer is. So don't tell me that I'm, not to teach you something when you're asking me to teach you something.
Yeah, but you have to allow, during your explanation, right, somebody to tell you, like me, did an anthropod, was it always, these changes that you're saying, does an anthropod change into something else?
Okay.
Or does it always stay into an anthropod?
Millions of years ago.
Okay, well, first, to get to arthropods, you had even more primitive forms of early annelids and so forth. The worms were essentially the ones that were thought that eventually evolved into arthropods and developed these harder shells. So those are the changes. Hang on one second. Either my phone is talking to me or something. Give me a second.
Like, this is what always happens. You ask, there's one creature turn into another, and then they go on and on. Perhaps maybe he's not doing it and I'm overreacting. They're going to explain how an anthropod changes, but still, after all that, is still an anthropod. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking one creature.
It was my neighbor. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Like I'm saying, don't get me wrong, and I'm not accusing you of anything. Like, don't get me wrong.
I'm not upset about it. I have to be very calm. I have orders from my doctors to stay calm right now. I have some issues with blood pressure.
I hear you, bro. But look, let me be clear, right? I want evidence of one creature turning into another. I don't want to know like an evolutionary chain of anthropods or birds or beetles or lizards. You get what I'm saying?
There
We're familiar with those
not
little
a
changes.
single evolutionary biologist, not a single one that will say one creature definitely turned into another one. One creature's evolutionary changes and changes in the way it adapted eventually became so different that it became a new species while there was still an extant population of the original species. That's how the change happens, and it takes a long time. It literally, another species comes from an early ancestor through small changes, and eventually so many changes happen that it can no longer reproduce with its original population. That is true speciation, and that's how it happens. The evidence is there showing the after effects, with some changes being in more extant and more recent fossil. The more recent fossil record, we clearly see that. Certainly in the hominids, you see all the changes of how we developed as human beings from one species to another, and the intermediate species. We call them subspecies in between the two. So it's there. There's plenty of evidence in the fossil record, but you will never see, and no biologist who's worth his salt ever claims it, that one species immediately turns into another. We will say common ancestor. And if you want to go back, the common ancestor is the original cell. However, there are plenty of common ancestors in between that we can all identify to. All the mammals come from a common ancestor. All the reptiles come from a common ancestor. The mammals and reptiles together came from a common ancestor.
Oh my God.
That's the reason
this is why I didn't want to be the one to
Jesus,
do it, but
Jesus Christ.
I'm really sorry that I bored you to death. I'm 66
no,
years
you didn't
old and
bore
I
us,
get
bro.
that
But,
way.
bro, listen. You started off with, maybe you didn't realize what you did, right? You started off with, no biologist worth his salt, blah, 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 would say that one animal would switch into another animal. Then you proceeded in saying exactly that in a different way, bro. Maybe you don't realize it.
No, I
but
didn't. A common ancestor is not a change from one species to another. It is just what the original ancestors we came from.
I know how it works.
Man, it's really easy to escape cognitive dissonance if you don't let the conclusion get said.
Yep, that's what they do. Yep.
Hey, can I say something about the
Don't
fossil
lump me in
record?
with other guys.
Can I say something about the fossil record?
Absolutely.
I have to say I think it's problematic. For one, Okay. If things are in water, I'm just thinking about this. Is just thought came to my head while I was listening, and I'm not an evolutionist, but this is just the thought that came to me. Most shellfish exist where in the ocean or any water? Where do they exist?
Mostly near the bottom.
Okay. And wouldn't you also agree that because the decay, that a lot of the bacteria and microorganisms will also live at the bottom?
Absolutely. Most of them get eaten up and are gone long before they have a chance to fossilize.
Okay, so that would mean that, for them to fossilize, that means it'd have to be a pretty rapid event that would cause them to be fossilized, correct?
No, just the opposite. It's a long event, and that's the reason why we don't see so many, because most of them, either through tectonic movements of the plates and so forth, they get crushed in rocks and so forth. The fossils are no longer, viable for us to see.
Well, what I'm saying is, because I've seen things decay. It happens all the time. I mean, I saw a dog one day get killed, hit on the side of the road, and it laid on the side of the road. And of course, I didn't do anything with it. Nobody did anything with it. And I watched this dog over the course of, I don't know, months, go from a fully formed big dog down to virtually nothing. Even the bones seemed to collapse down to nothing. Now, there's probably birds and other animals came and ate on it, probably more than likely.
That's mostly what happened. Carrion beetles.
So, which means, again, that says indicates that fossilization would be, if you want to preserve the bones of an animal, you'd have to rapidly cover it up. Or there'd be no other animal or any other. I mean, that's why you can bury somebody in the dirt and come back 20 years later and there's still bones there, right? Okay, now they may not be fully fossilized, but there are bones there. Now, I'm not done yet. Hang on. Now, okay, so so the microbiome will be on the bottom of the ocean, or microorganisms. And then you have the shellfish on the bottom. Where do the vertebrates live in the water? Where do they live?
It's not where they live. It's how they died and what happens to their bodies afterwards. I know what you're asking, and you're telling me, why if a fish is out in the middle of the water, when he dies, he doesn't make it to the bottom and get covered with silt, and then enough silt covers that he becomes fossilized.
You're assuming a lot in that.
Well, the answer is they swim in the water. Some of them are bottom feeders. They're all over the place.
Right. Okay. So that's right. But I mean, so in a sense, if some kind of catastrophe would occur, maybe, or sedimentation would occur, or like something sloshed up the water, buried all the shellfish, and then because of the pollution of the water at some level, killed all the vertebrates, and then they settled down to the bottom. And in a sense, you started getting some kind of stratification or indicator of some kind of layer.
Yes,
right?
there is that.
Okay, so now you say you have layers in the fossil record of saying, oh, we go back so many million years, and there's an assumption in that saying, well, this is proof of evolution, right? And also, you would have to say the fossil record is not a reeled video; it's more of a snapshot, right? It's not actually like I'm watching a video, or like we're about to watch a movie later. Videos or individual snapshots, but they're one sequence after another, but they're so close together that you can see the progression or movement, right? Well, the fossil record doesn't seem to be that way. It's a snapshot. We have so many million years here, so many millions here, so many millions here. So it's snapshot. And everything you just described is trying to fill in the gaps between the millions of years. That's what it seems like. But there could be a completely different explanation. Hold on. Well, that could, in your explanation, the fossil record completely different, and I just laid it out, a possibility. But yes, you can answer.
Thank you. First place, the fossil record is not proof of evolution. The process of the changing of the animals within the fossil record, the visual identification of changes within the animals, is the evidence that we look for. Yes, fossil record is one place we get it from. Genetics is another place we get information from to establish evolution. There are lots of places. So let's, and I'll focus on the fossil record because that's where you want to go to. A lot of the stuff that happened in the ocean happened because of upheavals. Tidal waves from earthquakes across the entire ocean could have swept across and literally devastated all of the marine life that was on the shore or on the shelf, continental shelf, on the other side of the ocean, and easily could have killed off at any time. And these animals would be buried in that sediment. And that sediment, again, gets covered over time just through natural processes, and there's your layering. On land, the same thing happens. Now, there are times when you will find a fossil buried in the wrong place, and the question to all evolutionary biologists is, why in the world is a fossil in this place, way out of its time place where you normally find them? And when you dig further out in each direction, you find some tectonic event that had occurred that caused this mixing. That's a rare event. It's very rare. Most of the time, all of the fossils are found exactly where they're supposed to be, within the timeline where they're supposed to be, and most of the rare events were caused through either something that, like a catastrophic event, like a meteor strike. Anything could have caused it. Just an earthquake or a volcano erupting could have moved something.
What about a deluge, like like very heavy rains or flooding? You know, that type of event.
No, yes and no. Flooding will kill off a bunch of animals and drop them into the silt and so forth, but creating layers, no. Now, long-term cutting of a long-term melting, like the glacial meltings and so forth, certainly cut into the rock and exposed a lot of layers that were done millions of years ago. Most of those events are too short in time to cause any catastrophic worldwide layering that you're trying to get.
Okay, so what even so like hydro mining won't even do that.
No, it's not, only in that area, not on a global scale. What you're talking about is a global scale, right, and that's impossible.
Okay.
So back to the fossil record. Any evidence of one animal turning into another animal?
Okay.
None, right?
If you keep repeating that, no one is telling you there's evidence of animals being ancestors of other animals and other species and were the original species. Yes, there's plenty of evidence for that. To see an actual transition from species to species, I will tell you, I have observed this happening in the Amazon as an entomologist working out there. And this happens a lot with insects because insects, they have a much more rapid reproductive cycle than anything else on the planet. So any gene changes and so forth happen literally on a weekly basis. And these changes over time have shown new species because of pressure within the environment, especially with the encroachment of human beings. And the ants that I studied literally are adapting to humans encroaching into the jungle. So that does happen. But again, you're dealing with an animal. Fruit flies are probably the best example. You could literally, and of course, breeding dogs are examples where you could breed dogs right out of the species if you wanted to. But
okay, slow down. Let's take them one at a time. The ants. What did the ant turn into? The one that you witnessed in the forest.
It turned into a secondary species. It's a subspecies right now, and a transition species. We know that eventually, if the pressure continues, it's still okay. You have to understand. There's over 3,000 different species of the formicids, which are the ants. Okay, they are their ancestors were wasps originally, a type of wasp in the sphecoid wasp. So they will still be ants in that general superfamily, but that doesn't
they're
make
still wasps too.
calling it by its common name doesn't make it a new species. Okay, I'm not going to call it an uncle all of a sudden. In other words,
okay, the ant. What was the next one? We established that the ant is still an ant. What's your next example?
Okay, that's a lie. Because it's
what do
not
you mean it's
the
a
same
lie?
kind of ant.
You said it yourself, sir.
It's not the same species of ant. What you're trying to do is generalize. You're trying to generalize like all dogs. Dogs are dogs. What's the difference between, say, like a husky and a wolf? What is the genetic difference? It's very little. They both belong to the same genus, in fact.
That's my point. It's still a dog. It's still a wolf.
No, it's not. Okay. A dog is an entirely different species. It is not a wolf.
Did you ever see an ant turn into another animal in the forest? Yes or no?
Okay, the answer is no, and no
Okay.
evolutionary biologist would say that, and that is not debunking evolution. That's simply honestly describing what evolution is. You want me to simplify the term and say all ants are going to turn into something else. Now, maybe in 1,000,000 years or 100,000,000 years, ants as social insects will change into an entirely different family, separate from what they are today, and they will be entirely renamed by the scientists of that period, saying, "Hey, you know what? These are no longer ants. They are now a different form of." By the way, they'll still be in the order Hymenoptera. They'll still be insects. How many different kinds of insects do we have? Do we say have they evolved into something other than an insect? Yeah, they have.
You're
They
making
originally
bro,
were not.
keep your answers short, bro.
The insects were
Please.
actually arthropods that had more than 6 segments or more than 3 segments. They literally had much more than that, and 3 body parts. And now we have insects that literally have 3 segments in each, 3 body parts, and in each body part is 3 segments.
Can I ask because what's the six segment bodied animal? We don't see those anymore.
Yes, you do.
They're gone. Okay. What are they?
I can name 2 ant species that have 3 abdominal segments and 3 thoracic segments. The head doesn't count. The head is part of is just another body part.
Yeah,
There's
but
your
they're
3.
all ants, right?
Okay, the point that I'm getting at is no. Okay, it's a different species of ant. And that's
But
where
it's
you're
still an
wrong.
ant.
It's not
It's still
honest
an
for
ant.
you. It is totally dishonest for you to say that without knowing the systematic procedures that all science uses for describing different species of animals.
So you
You're
think
trying to
termites
simplify it by saying
definition?
ants are ants, bees are bees, bumblebees are bumblebees, even though they're very closely related.
And giraffes are
Wasps
giraffes,
wasps,
yes.
and giraffes are giraffes. And that's you're correct in calling a giraffe a giraffe. There isn't any intermediate species because nothing's really closely related to a giraffe enough that we can say that its
Okay, let me stop
ancestors
you there.
still
Let's see if
alive.
we can have a civil discourse, right? Let me stop you there. A
Sure.
giraffe. You said a giraffe. There's no other species for the giraffe. So are you saying the
Well,
giraffe?
there are relatives, but there are no relatives.
Why
that
can you
come-
not let me finish a sentence, bro? What is the issue with you? Why?
Because you're saying something wrong, and
Yelling
I'm
at you? Am I
clarifying.
being rude with you? Why can you not let a person finish a sentence?
Thanks, Phil.
Yeah, relax, man. Let's all relax. What's this guy's screen name? Let's let SE finish, please.
I don't get it, bro. So tell me, I'm gonna be very short, bro. I never talk more than 30 seconds, right?
Oh, that's horseshit. The
Please.
last time you talked for 2.5 and almost 3 minutes.
That's not helping, is it?
Come on.
Okay.
He doesn't talk long.
Let's
Just let
start.
him
Let's
finish.
refresh, right?
Go ahead.
Are you saying a giraffe does not have any descendants that it started off as a giraffe? Look how quick and to the point I was.
Okay, giraffe doesn't have any extant relatives right now. Extant meaning living now, that are part of its common ancestor. They do have relatives. They're in a clade of animals that are literally similar. All of the antelope and all of the deer. Everybody in that group belongs to the same one that the giraffes belong to.
Wait, what's the one with the stripes?
I don't know. Mammals aren't my specialty. You're asking me to go way out of my specialty. But zebras? They're
No.
horse.
It looks like a horse, but it looks like a giraffe kind of. It's got stripes on its ass. It's not fully striped, but I was at the Sacramento Zoo and they said it was a living relative, closest relative to the giraffe.
It's possible. Yeah, it would be in the same clade then.
Was it a hairy ass giraffe?
That's a good name for it.
Yeah, I don't really know enough about it. I don't know. It just seems a bit far fetched to me. But again, it's a bit of an ignorant position. So I just think, well, that's that family. That's dog, wolf. They're all in that family. That's the way I look at it. And I mean, you say they change from one thing to another. I disagree, but like I said, I mean, what do you think about this? I don't want to change topics necessarily, but the old Eric Dubay thing with the guys looking into the bone wars, those 2 guys with the dinosaurs and all that. Because I remember watching that like many years ago and being like, oh shit, dinosaurs too. Do you know what I mean? So, way I look at it is, I've got no problem whatsoever with woolly mammoths and saber-toothed tigers and things like that. They make sense to me, but I don't know. There's a lot of money in that stuff, isn't there? There's a lot of deal. They always follow it up with a movie as well, don't they? You know. So I don't know. Personally,
Got toys.
yeah.
The one thing I steer away from is TV shows on the Discovery Channel and so forth that are trying to sell, to their advertisers and so forth. So they sensationalize a lot. They don't necessarily be accurate, but usually during the show, sometime they tongue-in-cheek say what they're up to. So in that sense, but as far as because I like Bigfoot shows on Bigfoot, and then they never find Bigfoot, but they have these callings that they hear out in the forest and all that, and they can't seem to establish how they're done and stuff. And I laugh and say, well, it's probably somebody just down the street calling out, just to knowing that there's a television crew nearby, just to have some fun with them. But they have to make money and they have to get people to watch them, and people
They need
do.
paleontologists to help them.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Story.
That relative of the draft is called an okapi.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I always think
but
that
again, mammals aren't my
Nessie,
specialty.
Nestie's good for tourism, right? That's the way I see it.
Yeah.
So,
I was just thinking about this Bigfoot stuff and like other things that come up on, say, like the Discovery Channel or the History Channel. They've really tried to bring out these kinds of things to make people believe in them, because if they see it, then they believe it, even though it's like just a mockumentary, like that mermaid mockumentary. That was completely ridiculous.
Well, I have a theory on Bigfoot.
If anyone,
I have a very interesting
anyone
theory on
wants it.
if you don't mind. My theory on Bigfoot is just simply this: in order for a population to sustain itself, especially one that's anthropological, humanoid of some kind, it has to have at least 100 individuals. That's been very well established. The problem with that is then there's going to be plenty of evidence of 100 individuals in any group in order to be identified. There's going to be feces. There's going to be something left behind. No matter how intelligent this creature is, in order for it to mate with somebody else and keep its population going, it needs 100 individuals. That's not there.
Well, anyone interested in Bigfoot should go check out Lloyd Pye, Everything You Know Is Wrong. It's like a 2-hour lecture. He presents some great fucking evidence for Bigfoot.
Strange Days.
But you see the double standards here?
SE. Can you pop yourself on mute, Strange Days, because you're causing all kinds of audio chaos.
Yes, I can. Thank
Thanks,
you.
dude.
Thanks for letting me know.
All right, dude. Go SE.
We're just going to say, you see the double standard here? He demands all this evidence for Bigfoot, right? But yet, when I ask for evidence in the evolutionary tree that is billions of years old, according to them, he brings me water from 100 different wells. He has nothing.
Not really. Actually, what I do is I tell you that you're misinterpreting the evidence. You're misidentifying. You're basically expecting an ant turning into a frog. And you want to see that transition happen from one day it was an ant, it had babies, and they were all frogs. That doesn't happen.
No.
Well, hold on. That doesn't happen in evolution. And ants, and for that matter, any insect that changes into another insect species, usually looks a lot like the original species and has small minor changes and can't reproduce with the other species because it's been so far away from it. Its genes have changed too much.
That's a straw man. You straw man my argument.
Really a straw man, because I'm basically describing to you a process that doesn't happen instantly. And the way you phrase your question is, does an ant turn into something else? Does a fish turn into a human being eventually? Where is there an example of a fish that suddenly becomes something that walks on land? And there are examples of transition fish that their fins are more adapted for moving on land than they are for swimming, although they're still usable for swimming. Those transition species had to have an intermediate species in between it. And likely in the fossil record, that intermediate species is there, and their original ancestor was a fish. And that's what I'm trying to describe.
That's what I'm asking for. Sir,
Well,
that's
that
what I'm
is
asking you for.
that's in the
It
fossil
doesn't.
record. There's plenty of
It,
examples of the transition from one species
where?
to another.
No,
Throughout
there
the
isn't.
look
No.
at the okay. So you're telling me none of the human ancestors that we have, none of the fossils from the human ancestry, none of them work. You're telling me they don't work. They don't show a transition from, say, originally an early hominid to a current Homo sapiens.
It's still a hominid, bro. We're talking a different language, man. Like it's
now you
deliberately.
you're going to
It's either
claim.
you're deliberately being like dishonest, or you don't understand my question. One
No,
of the
I
two
understand
things.
what your question is. You want now a transition from the hominids to their early ancestor. Okay, I got to remember what the hominid original ancestors were. They're all the Australopithecus, and all of those originated from the first, not upright, but they walked on all fours. They were similar to the same ancestor that the chimpanzees came from. So that was our original pre-hominid ancestor, and there are transition species between that and the first hominids, and eventually the hominids became a clade of their own.
Dude,
Because
this
we have
sounds
a
like
rich,
religion, doesn't
it,
it?
Yeah,
Doesn't
this
it
is
sound like a
religion.
religious
not really,
story?
but it's. I'm trying to be honest with you and tell you that you need to understand what you're describing. You're trying to make something not something complex simple. You're not trying to do that. You're just simplifying what you want to believe is how things change and how they should change in your mind. And I'm telling you, they don't change like that. It takes a lot of
No.
time. It's slow.
Can I speak, please?
Now you can.
Thank you. What I'm doing is I'm explaining to you what your evolutionary theory says, and I'm merely asking you. You say there's fossil records of these things, and I'm telling you, I've been asking people for years, and in the billion years of these fossil records, there's been no shown transitional species. I'm not asking you an ant to human. I'm telling you, any creature in the billions of years of fossil records where it shows a transition species from one to the other, anything, a bug, an ant, a cockroach, anything. There isn't any, as far as I know.
According
Do you
to
have
your
anything?
description and your way of thinking, I would say you're absolutely correct, because no scientist goes and thinks that way, and they certainly don't describe systematics, which is the science of classifying and identifying animals. And that is something that just isn't done because it doesn't occur in nature like that. And so, according to your description, you are 100% correct, but your description is wrong and not scientific.
So how did the first cell evolve into all the creatures we have now? The protocell.
Take a biology class.
No. Oh, what a cop out, bro.
No, I just don't have the time. You're asking me. You guys
How
don't
did
want
the
me to
first
lecture.
protocell-
Wait a minute, SE. You don't want me to lecture, but yet you ask me questions that require me to lecture.
I'm giving you full lecture powers here. Go on, explain it to us. I'll shut up. I'll go on mute.
Wait, can I just ask? Can I just ask the evolution man if he would consider that all of these creatures existed in their form at the
Yeah,
beginning?
but hold, bro. Why are you giving him a way out here? Why I just have him at a crescendo here? Why are you giving him a way out? Let him answer this, please, Snacks. Then you can go after, bro.
That wasn't me.
Oh, sorry, whoever it was, my apologies. Can you please answer that question? How did the first cell become all the diversity we have now if my explanation or my understanding of your evolution is incorrect? Please, sir, explain it to us.
Well, okay. First, the cell had to evolve. It had to come from something. But let's go beyond this, just from the cell beyond. The first thing that happens in cell biology, as far as turning into multicellular animals, is it has to have cell aggregation, a cooperation with other cells, and since all these other cells have the same genetic material from the same parent, if they start cooperating and bundling together, you start getting an aggregation of cells. And that technically could be called an animal. No one's, we've seen it in the laboratory. We haven't seen it out in the wild in any examples of species, because right now there are only the all varieties of multicellular animals out there. And
Can I interrupt you for 1 second for clarity, please?
You asked. Okay, go ahead.
Because we started off with one cell, and then you said a collection of cells formed together.
Yeah, I've got a bunch to tell you about.
How did these collection? How did the one cell become a collection of cells?
Well, it can be driven. It can be driven by benefits such as increased protection, improved nutrient available nutrients and so forth. Certainly helps with reproductive capabilities and so forth. Then cell specialization had to happen. Once cells began to form colonies, hang on, they formed colonies, and then once they started forming colonies,
how did one become many?
Come on. You're asking. Okay, the reason why they came together, I just pointed it out. I said this could have been driven, and this is how all evolution works. Nature helps drive these animals to the best choice for survival. And if the best choice for survival for some of these cells were to aggregate into colonies, then because
Sir, I'm not letting you get
So are you saying that like
No,
a bunch
I'm
of
not letting
amoebas,
you
a bunch of
get past
single-celled
it.
organisms came together, they just decided to combine and like transform into something
one
else?
One variety definitely did. It
That's
doesn't
some
have to be
Power
an
Rangers.
amoeba, but a
That's some
single-celled
bullshit.
animal.
You got Megazord.
Okay, well,
That's
if you
what it
don't
is,
want the
some
lecture,
Power Rangers.
guys, listen to me. I was told to give a lecture on the evolution of cells changing into multicellular animals.
No,
and
I
I
said
started giving it.
one cell, and you failed miserably. You went from one cell to a
You're
collection
not
of
going to
cells.
believe anything
You're
I
not
say.
going to get away with
It's
this here,
okay,
bro. I'm
Essie. Look,
sorry.
like for my blood pressure, let's not argue. And I'm just going to tell you right
That's a
now, I'm not going to
Megazord.
continue because you don't want the answer no matter what I give you. It doesn't matter. You won't believe me, and you will also accuse me of not answering your question, even though I'm flat out answering your question, and that's dishonest, and I can't do that.
Bro, sir, you're not. You're going from one cell to a collection of cells.
I don't care what you think.
have the answers,
what
man.
do you
Can I
think my
answer the
answer
question?
is? You never
Can I
let me
answer the
answer the
question?
question. Hold on. You never let me answer the question. You told me as a start that I could go ahead and give you a lecture. You said you have the open mic and all the time you
I
need,
won't talk.
and you
Okay,
lied.
I'm going on mute.
You didn't explain it well at all. It's very easy. One cell. There was several single-celled organisms, and one cell actually attacked one of the other cell. But instead of killing it,
No, there
merged
was no
together.
No, that didn't happen.
But the thing
Then
is,
you
what
have
they
two different
can't
types of
explain,
cells.
SC, what they can't explain is where it comes from. From the beginning, they just don't want to admit that there's a God. They can't explain that, but that's exactly how.
I'm not getting into the religion of it. If you want to get
that-
into
but
the
that-
religion
that-
of it, you're going to have to prove to me God exists.
Where'd the single-cell organism come from then? The first one.
From God.
No, let him answer.
Oh, if it was God and abiogenesis, you're talking about a creation, and I told you evolution has nothing to do with
God and
creation.
abiogenesis.
Creation is something that happened before that. Even if it was
just
a
for argument's
Please
6,000
answer the question. Where the
right
first
now,
single-cell organism come from?
even with a 6,000-year-old Earth, God didn't create the animals on the first day. What did he do on that
we
first
gave
day?
him the first cell, so we don't go into this argument. We
Yeah.
gave it to him as a present.
You did. You gave
That's
it.
very generous.
You gave
I
it
know.
to him. That's season
Okay,
7.
I'm arguing
episode
with
24,
zealots, and that's
Star
okay.
Trek Next
You guys
Generation.
can believe whatever you like, but I'm not going to continue on with this lecture because you're not giving me a fair chance to give it.
You're Jean-Luc Picard. There's Q. He's like, this is the primordial ooze, Jean-Luc. This is where humans come from. And then you explain it from there. Primordial ooze. We'll give you it. You
Look,
just
I
have to come up
promise
with-
you I won't say a word. Go on. I promise you I won't say a word. Go on.
I'm having a pill. Hang on. It's a lozenge.
People choose to believe
right, the
the
second
official
step-
story, even as illogical as it is, because it's never been proven in a laboratory. A single-celled organism has never mutated into a multi-celled organism. There's
Really?
not one example.
Would you like one?
I'd like to see one example, yeah.
Give me 1 minute.
But he's going to go from primordial ooze to single and multicellular life.
You already gave me primordial ooze. Remember, we have a single-celled organism, and the question was, how did it evolve into a multicellular organism?
Wait, is primordial ooze already? Isn't that just ooze? That doesn't
Abiogenesis has already been established as a fact, according to, or
I'm giving you the
conceded for
chemical-
now for the argument.
Hey, blood pressure. I'm just giving you we're giving you the chemical cocktail factory to make the things, but like you still have
Correct.
to get us to like how do these patterns and organelles develop?
I actually talked about it.
These
I
systems
talked about that.
synchronize themselves?
I said they had to.
How do they pattern themselves in some kind of like? Oh, I'm sorry. Just maybe just a couple more seconds.
I did talk about it. I did talk about it. If
But
you
I
were
just
here,
talk
if
about
you were listening
how that
earlier, but give me
encoded
1
itself
second. I
into
want to
some
give
kind
you.
of
I want to give this person this
self-replicating
video you
DNA
wanted.
structure. Did you talk about how that evolved into something that can rewrite itself and make copies?
Is that like cell division? Is that like how we're able to grow? Like, I mean, is that how cell division? Like, what causes cell division?
Yeah, well, like to say like maybe there's a copier machine, a really small one somewhere, but like what's making the toner and like how do we get all those things going on there? Like there's all these precursors to how anything could work, even if you could explain the smallest part of it. Yeah, there's still smaller parts to explain. Anyway. I'm just saying, like, if we just provide the amino acids and things like that, like, where is the impetus for life?
Hey,
Where is
Snack.
this self-organizing stuff?
I posted the video first for the experimental evidence that shows that life, multicellular life done in a laboratory, basically.
Now, wait, was this one man's claim, or is this? Can you replicate this experiment?
Well, and hang on a second. I got to shut off Anton. He's talking in the background. Hold on. Okay, Anton generally posts pretty credible YouTube videos. He has sources cited in his video. You can look at it, and I haven't had a chance to review the sources, but I have a feeling that this research is done correctly.
But is it more than one example? Have multiple people confirmed that the experiment works?
I'm only giving you this example on this one, and whether it's been repeated or not will be described in his notes, I'm sure.
Here's my problem with something like this. It's just if you can't repeat something, like if I could repeat the same experiment and get the same result, then it's something credible. But for me to just trust somebody, yeah, I did it, trust me, that's a leap too far for most people.
I'm trying to find a link for you to go to so you can see the papers on that research.
Like, but I mean, for me personally, if there's any time to talk about something, like, what about the link between ants and termites? Like, where do you get that? Are they evolved from each other, or not at all? But they're very similar.
I heard they're
Didn't
from
you know
wasps.
that a termite is just 3 ants that came together?
No, they're not.
Like
Termites
standing on
aren't
each other's
even,
toes?
termites aren't even related to ants. They're an entirely different order. They're not only that, they're hemimetabolic rather than holometabolic. Totally different.
Prokaryotic cells aren't related,
They're related
to eukaryotic cells.
they're related
But you're
to
saying that
cockroaches.
they came together.
I heard they're related to a wasp, but who knows?
No, ants are related to wasps.
That's what I'm saying. An ant is related to a wasp.
How did complete
I did
body
my
systems?
thesis on Ponera, which
So
is an
you're gonna
entire
say
primitive.
like ants and bees are much different than each other? Yeah, I mean they are like in behavior, but I mean
family.
body style, like
These aren't that close to
Different
wasps.
family of Hymenoptera, entirely different.
oh yeah, whatever your hymen situation. But but termites live in a hill, ants live in a hill. It's just interesting that they do kind of similar shit.
Really?
They also
Do ants have bacteria in their gut to digest wood? No.
Do they fucking grow wings? Do you grow wings? I don't
Ants
know.
only
you
the
could.
aelids grow wings.
What's a carpenter ant?
Termites grow wings. Those fuckers, they'll get up.
Only the
and
aelids. Only the aelids. Only the aelids when they're reproducing.
Hey, you guys,
It's
there's a lot of
carpenter
over talking. Can we maybe try to let the convo breathe a little? Let everyone say their full statement because there's all kinds of people talking at the same time.
I can't breathe.
It's hard to follow.
I got a question real quick, Great Angelo. If body systems are like complete systems, right? Like take the circulatory system, and you have the lungs, the heart working together with all the veins and arteries. How did blood ever come to be if one animal at some point developed 10% of his venous system, right? Like, how did that evolve into eventually 100%? And when did the heart start beating without blood? When did the heart form? You know what I mean? How did this happen?
Transport
just by
systems
accident.
transport systems within organisms, especially multicellular organisms, probably evolved very early on, and they're different because, like for instance, in all the arthropods, they don't transport oxygen in their blood. They transport only nutrients at the cellular level, and the
Well, that's
oxygen
exactly my point, though.
carried.
So
But hold
how
on,
did it just all of a sudden happen? Oh, my bad. Sorry.
it didn't suddenly happen. It literally evolved from different organisms in different ways. The early vertebrates definitely evolved a circulatory system of some kind that was structured around getting oxygen from the gills and moving it into the tissues, because that was the biggest problem. Once an animal got large enough that oxygen couldn't just move through the structure itself of the animal to the cells, it had to be helped along the way. That's why a circulatory system became efficient.
So one just mutated one time with a full heart.
No. It took a lot. First, probably started out with cilia, hairs along the cell structures themselves, moving the oxygen in the direction of other cells, things like that, causing currents within it. Then maybe a structure of a tube within a tube, other than the digestive tube, in other words. So there's a lot of ways that the circulatory system could have evolved. It's again, speculative.
This is speculatory. Very at best, but you take these observations from animals that exist currently, right? And then you try to apply these to fossils that have been found, but we don't have like an actual body to examine or an actual live creature to examine.
Can I get in for a second?
Best. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. They always say the devil's in the details, right? I said this a couple days ago. Now, the only way to get oxygen into a cell is diffusion. Would you agree?
Yep.
Okay.
That's
So
the first
now,
step, actually.
what's that?
That's the first step in the evolution of the circulatory system. First was diffusion.
Right. So the more cells you have, and they're all clumping together, but you need oxygen in the center of the cell. That means the cells on the outside are going to they're going to be overly saturated, but they're going to consume some of the oxygen because they need it. So as it goes deeper and deeper into the cell, that means the cells in the middle are going to be almost oxygen deprived because, especially as the organism gets larger. Now, vertebrates or red-blooded animals, what's this key component that's in the cell that carries oxygen?
Well, if you're talking about hemoglobin, we'll get to that in a second. Let's go back to your diffusion problem. The one thing that you have to understand is all the oxygen is dissolved into the water, the fluid of the animal.
Yes, I don't disagree with that.
So
I didn't agree.
The first evolutionary process that probably came along was some form of transport system to get the fluids within that multicellular organelle or organism to move in between all the different cells. Because the simplest single-celled animals didn't have to rely, diffusion was the only way. So a tubular system was developed, or cilia and so forth moved all that fluid. An open circulatory system, such as you find in invertebrates and arthropods, the ones that are in the water have hemocytes and use hemoglobin to move the oxygen around. But it is not it's again pushed by the heart through towards the brain. It dumps out where the brain is at. It gets the first amount of oxygen and then transports along the bottom of the organism for all the other cells. That's the aquatic version, and they have gills to increase the amount of oxygen. So all the cells that really need it are the ones in the brain and nervous system. The rest of the cells can be oxygen starved. This happens in insects, but it's a little different in insects. They use the open circulatory system for nutrients, and then they use a bellows system with trachea that go down to the cellular level to get the oxygen to the cells. The closed circulatory system that vertebrates have, I'm getting that.
Okay, you're monologuing now. I hate to say it, but you're monologuing.
Yes, I am.
So you're going from one thing to the next.
Question, and you wanted the evolution of the circulatory system, and I'm giving it to you. I'm on the last
Well,
one. If you can beg to be a little more patient, let me finish the description of the closed circulatory system, which was the final evolutionary advance on all the larger animals, such as vertebrates, and of course all the way to humans. It evolved from an open circulatory system, but in a closed system, all the blood is carried through a network of vessels all the way down to the cellular level, to even the most smallest of micro vessels that make sure that this oxygen gets to the
okay,
system.
I get it. I get it. I mean, honestly, a lot of this I've heard before. I've been to anatomy class. I've been to
Right, but there are other people in the
biology
room that
class.
may not have heard it.
Well, I would say a lot of them probably heard it. I could be wrong, but I'm assuming that some of them have heard it. We've had this discussion here quite a bit. Not necessarily about this specifically, but things in general. Now, we'll go back to something the other guy said, which is interesting. You are classifying how this organism gets oxygen without this organism gets oxygen, how this organism gets oxygen, and how this organism gets oxygen, right? And how they get it, right? But see, the thing is, you've got to talk about the transition period. Like, okay, like the guy brought up a good point, right? You have red blood cells and hemoglobin, all this stuff. You got to have a heart to pump or something to move it, somehow to move it. Okay, and also to even move it in a certain direction, you got to have valves in place, right? So it moves in the right direction. Like in your own body, there's valves through your whole circulatory system. So the blood doesn't go in the opposite direction, because it can. That's why there's valves in your heart, there's valves in your veins, there's valves in your arteries. So you got to have something that keeps like if you want to oxygenate the blood, you've got to have it where it's highly oxygenized on one side, and then as it gets less oxygen inside, it's on the other end. And you got to have a return system, right? You got to have a circulatory system as the body is designed. But you're saying you can go from this diffusion into the cell. This is the argument. You're saying the early organism just diffused it into the cell, and then somehow these other ones started creating ways and tunnels and tubes and some kind of fluid. So hold on. You monologue, I'm monologuing. Fair enough?
Go ahead, finish up.
Okay. So then you say another organism came along. It created some kind of vesicle or something with some kind of liquid in it, some substance or some cell in it that can move this oxygen through the cell, right? And then it goes on to another way where all of a sudden another one came up with this system and ability. You know what? It's a little bit more efficient. Instead of it just trying to let us moving this fluid like a tree actually helps move water in the tree just by movement, part of it. And even your own human anatomy, your movement actually is part of pumping the blood back towards the heart, right? In the veins, not in the arteries, but in the veins. So, I mean, you have all these steps in between. No, well, I'm just saying you have all these steps.
Can I answer you?
I know you're just going to classify things and say because I can classify things.
I'm going to ask you a very simple question. What did you leave out in your entire monologue? What was the one thing you left out that's so very important?
You tell me. Go ahead. Tell me.
The size of the animals. As the organisms became more complex and larger, they needed to adapt new systems to transport that oxygen. And we're talking from single cell all the way up to the size of a human being is quite a stretch. That's a lot of evolution and a lot of change. You don't expect that a single cell organism is going to, it didn't evolve into a human being overnight. It evolved into all these transition animals that developed different ways of getting their oxygen throughout their body. And that's what you're missing when you're firing back what you said to me.
I said it not in the way you liked it, but I first said the same thing. These over time develop these different means by which to be able to move the blood. But again, the devil's in the details, right?
There's no details to involve.
Yes, there is. There is details. Where did the first hemoglobin come from?
Again, that's a far later animal that's much larger than a single cell.
How did the hemoglobin learn to adapt iron to carry oxygen?
Actually, cyanide also carries oxygen.
I'm not talking about cyanide. I'm talking about where did the first hemoglobin come from?
Some animals are cyanotic. That's why they're blue. Why did the first hemoglobin come from? Hang on, I'm answering your question. Okay. Some animals like squids and so forth, I think there are some squids that use cyanide to move their oxygen through their system. Now, cyanide is a much harder bond of oxygen than iron, and it's harder for that animal to extract the oxygen off the cyanide, hence the blue color of it. But it seems to do just fine with that. Now,
Oh, well,
the
that's fine. Okay, now
the
think about this. Hold on. That's
hold
fine.
on.
Okay, just
Can
stop.
I
Let's
answer?
stop for a second.
You asked me to let you monologue, and you did a good job of it. So I'd like to finish. So the rest
Okay.
of the rest of the hemoglobin came from, again, more complex animals that required, and again, over time, developed a way to move that oxygen out of the water, that, in other words, that was dissolved into the water and onto something that they could tangibly move it much faster, because again, they most likely had some kind of system that required a lot of oxygen, usually a network of nerves and so forth to help them, get their food or whatever, process vision, anything that may have been developed. That's going to require more oxygen, and as a result of that, they evolved structures to do that.
So you don't know.
Can I ask you something about the
okay,
most
hold on, hold on.
You guys, let's let strange days get in, and ideally, just like we could try to maybe not do the monologue, so we can keep it going back and forth a bit more.
Sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, I just want to. Thank you. I appreciate it. The octopus. What is it about the octopus? So it needs a lot of oxygen. It does a lot of different things, but the octopus is fucking smart. That guy is fucking smart.
Yeah, some kinds, some are.
Did you know the
can-
octopus
I mean-
has got 8 brains? It's got like 8 brains and 5 hearts. So it must be really smart.
Right. So it needs a lot of oxygen. Why would it use this medium that is hard to extract oxygen from? What kind of evolutionary process is that?
Well,
it needs a lot of oxygen.
Whatever
Power,
pressure.
five
You're right. You're making a very good point, Strange. You basically are talking about an animal that lives in an environment that's very difficult in the water to get oxygen out of, but it seems to do it best by using a chemical, cyanide, that attracts oxygen much faster than hemoglobin, and hence that's why you get more oxygen to the brain of say, an octopus. Now, it doesn't just use it for the brain, especially the ones that change color and adapt to their environment almost instantly. That's a lot of processing, of their neurons in order to figure out exactly what colors to choose from and so forth. Requires a lot of energy. What's in the water and what they feed on has a lot of energy. Octopuses are pretty much omnivores, will eat anything that gets underneath their tentacles, including from fish all the way down to just scraps of decaying matter. So they get plenty of food and plenty of oxygen, and hence they're well adapted for an ocean environment, and they would not do any, and again, because of their body structure, cannot do well outside the ocean.
I've seen octopus crawl over dry land. Sorry. But they don't live there, I know.
Yeah, they sure. Migrate, maybe.
But can I get back in now? See, the thing is, when I said the devil's in the details, and I said, where did the hemoglobin come from? And all you gave me a very generic, broad overview of what you think hemoglobin came from. But you never gave me the details on how we got hemoglobin. Second, if we know iron is more efficient, and that would be better for survival, so why did even cyanide be in play in this? And also, wouldn't it be the protein that carries cyanide be very different than the protein that are in the hemoglobin? Wouldn't that be a very different type of protein?
I don't know the chemical structure.
Where did the information come from that tells the genes inside the octopus to create this protein to use cyanide, and for every other vertebrate that's red-blooded that carries iron, for it to develop hemoglobin to carry, where did this all come from?
Well, a proper answer to all those questions is going to require 30 minutes of monologue. Why do you ask so complicated things?
Or it could just be summed up as the creator.
You either got random. We either got random chemical processes or creator. There's only 2 options.
Creator.
The level of intricacy in nature is just absolutely profound. the level of interconnectedness and the subtle balance between just minerals and cellular function, and it's so complicated.
So fine tuned, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It'd be crazy
Well,
to
yeah.
say it's random.
I mean, yeah, you can have heavy metal toxicity. You can even iron. Too much iron can be toxic. Too much gold can be toxic. But you need a little bit of both. You need both in the system. You know what I mean? So how did this miraculous thing of evolution? It just went out in the world. This chemical processes went out and figured out how to do all this. Just figured it out. Actually, it did figure it out. It just kind of let the environment tell me what to do. The environment told it what to do.
Obviously, bro, it's all random. It's all random.
Well, if there's no intelligent agent involved, it has to be. What other option is there?
Of course, there's no God, bro. Of course not. Come on, bro. Don't be silly.
I don't even see how it could. Yeah, how it could even be that? For example, if somebody gives you a video game system and you plug it in, you put the game in, you turn it on, you got the TV and all that. Like, is there any way that anyone could come up with a reason that video game it just came out of nowhere? Like, like it wasn't designed and created and programmed, and like, is there any explanation that could be like, oh yeah, just random cells bounced together and somehow designed this whole thing? Now it's
Are you saying God is Japanese? Because that game came from some Japanese.
No, I'm just using the analogy. I mean, just how complex like the world is. That how
That's the thing. That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. They're just saying that. Well, some chemicals, some chemicals in the sea and the soup somehow came together, and boom, poof, magically, life came together.
I have to correct myself. I made a mistake. I went ahead and looked it up because I wanted to figure out what was wrong with my cyanide argument, because there is a squid out there that uses cyanide, but it uses it as part of its neurotoxin, and it is transported in its blood system to get to where it needs to go, and that's why the squid has that blue color. But it actually uses hemoglobin to carry its oxygen.
Well, it's interesting because, like, you know how like apple seeds have a very small amount of cyanide and also B17. So I wonder if the cyanide in that is used to transport the B17 and the other nutrients within the seeds like that.
I don't think so. I think it's
Can be
just
used to kill insects as well. Can be used to kill insects.
Yeah,
So
most of the apples we have today don't look like any of the ancestral apples.
Do you know that we have 60% similar DNA to a banana? Humans and bananas have 60% DNA in common.
Can I talk about speciation for a second? They brought that up, and that's the typical argument. Somehow the environment isolates a certain group of a species of animal, and then now because they've been isolated long enough, and they can't reproduce with another of its kind or similar kind. Now the question comes: is that truly evolution, or is it a loss of information?
My Discord cut out earlier, and are you talking about like the reason why we don't have apples that look like the original apples that we?
Either way, whether the original apples or the apples we have today, and how they're different.
Okay.
And could the difference be not that information was gained and they changed, or that information was lost and they changed?
Yeah, it's either way. I mean. It's selective.
Go ahead.
It's basically there's artificial selection and natural selection, and the irony is that Charles Darwin coined both of those phrases. When he was talking about artificial selection, he was talking about just that, how we genetically interfere with the selection of apples and with selection of dogs and so forth, and animals, domesticated animals that don't look like their original, the original animal they came from. That was done artificially. In nature, natural selection, the only reason why an animal becomes different is because it's pressured by the environment or the condition that it lives in. Those are the two differences. Yes, information is both gained and lost in both processes.
Okay, now if we apply that things tend towards decay, tend towards entropy, but see, evolution said things in living systems, they don't tend toward decay. They actually tend towards more complexity, And so, and that description of entropy is from, of increase in entropy is from complex to or chaos. So organized system to less organized system. Wouldn't it make more sense to say, hold on, wouldn't it make more sense to say that the changes you see is not an increase in information, but a degradation in information?
Well,
that would make more logical sense, and that would fit within thermodynamics, increase in entropy, all that would
forget about the thermodynamics for a minute. Let's take a look at what evolution and what life is in general. Life itself is probably could be considered or described as a closed system, because everything. Well, in a sense, because it's a closed system, it would generally evolve towards complexity as it branches out into the environment and more things challenge its existence. Every time there's more things challenge, because everything wants to kill life off. Literally, life struggles to survive, and whatever it struggles to survive, it has to adapt to. In some cases, you have some animals that don't need to become more complex and have lasted a long time. Insects are not complex on a scale like human beings are, and have lasted for 400 million years. But on the other hand, there are some insects that have devolved, became even simpler. Fleas used to have wings and fly, but because of the environment of being parasites and being on human beings and other animals and not having to worry about flying from one animal to another, just hopping, they got rid of their wings, and that's a form of becoming less complex. So again, whatever pressures are put on the animal causes the animal to, and the adaptations that the animal makes only works if the animal is able to reproduce, and that's the bottom line. All adaptations, all changes, only the successful ones go on to make offspring, and they are the ones who eventually change and evolve into other species.
Well, it's funny how, most for things to replicate or to reproduce, that means the genetic code has to be reproduced, right?
Yeah. Do you know how?
Okay, go ahead. Hold on, bear with me. Yeah, when I look at information transfer, for example, I can print out something from my printer, perfect copy. I take that copy and I put it back, and then I start copying. I make copies and I make copies and I make copies and I make copies of something. That actually gets worse over time. It doesn't get better, right? Because there's imperfections that creep in along the way that cause a degradation in the system. And you can even see that within computer systems, because you can take the original copy of something and then transfer it from one computer to the next, and eventually that information will degrade over time. But see, the argument you're making is,
what is your percentage of degradation? What is the percentage of your degradation? Well, I can tell you right now.
If I do this over a million years, if I start copying the first photograph over a million years in different computer systems along the way,
it won't look the same.
You probably won't be able to tell you probably won't be able to see that it's the same photo anymore.
That's the point.
A million years.
Yeah,
that's the point.
It's an interesting point, and you just said a key word there. Over millions of years. Every animal has to reproduce, and every animal has to go through a replication process down at the cellular level. Mm-hmm. And during the DNA replication, it checks itself. And in most cases, there are no mutations. Mutations happen when the checking system fails, something along the line, or a cosmic ray goes through and changes the code in some way or another. And if it's a failure in the change of the code, it'll also be a failure for the animal. In other words, any adaptation as a resulting of that gene change, if it's not successful, in other words, the environment kills it off, it's not going to be a plus as a genetic change. However, pressures on an animal through all the mutations that animal makes, it's a hit or miss. They hit right, they survive. Okay. They hit wrong, they die.
Well, here's the question. In most cases, statistically, are mutations beneficial or harmful?
Oh, they're always again, it depends on the environment the mutation's occurring in. And if it's a stress that the mutation is successful against that stress, then it survives. And therefore, that mutation is a good mutation. We used to have, human beings have wisdom teeth. what do we use them for? I had mine yanked out when I was in the Air Force, all 4 of them, and I didn't need to have them yanked out. All of my relatives have straight wisdom teeth. None of their teeth got bent when they came in. But
same here.
because of the change in our jaw structure and our jaws getting smaller compared to what we used to have, those wisdom teeth are getting in the way for other people, and they get pushed forward, which is the reason why the Air Force used for pulling them out. But that's an evolutionary change that's happening. We're going to lose our wisdom teeth over time, not because dentists keep pulling them out, but because we won't be able to use them. Our other teeth become more prominent and useful. The wisdom teeth don't. Anybody who passes on to their offspring no wisdom teeth is going to be much more successful at surviving than someone who does have the wisdom teeth, and it's blocking their teeth and causing them to not be able to chew their food properly or get enough energy, whatever the pressure may be. That's a small change over a long, long time. But that's one example where a mutation would be beneficial.
I mean, I just think there's problem. I mean, you always find a reason. Evolutionists always find a reason to say, well, mutation is always beneficial, but statistically, it's always not usually.
Actually, I don't know any. I do not know any evolutionist who says that. I want to clear that up right now. I don't know any evolutionist who says that all mutations are beneficial.
Well, they have to be to evolve to gain function. They have to be beneficial to gain function, right?
Right. All successful mutations are good
Successful means beneficial, good mutation.
That's how evolution happens. It has to be successful.
That's your assumption. That's your assumption.
But in order for an adaptation to be useful has to survive. If the animal can't survive with the adaptation, then the adaptation is no good, and the mutation is no good, and therefore there's an example of a bad mutation. Not all mutations are good. Sickle cell, I believe, is a mutation. It's not good.
I mean, it's just it doesn't make sense to me still. I mean, I've heard these arguments before. I've been in here even beforehand. I've taken anatomy, I've taken biology, and I've heard all these arguments before. But if you want to think that random mutation through and life overcoming entropy and the increase in entropy, gaining information instead of it's more apt to gain information, so that way it can advance and carry on the genetic mutation. If you want to believe that, have at, but it's problematic to me. The deeper I look at it, the harder I look at it. Where'd you get that genetic code to begin with? How'd you get it? Where'd it come from? To even have mutations, where'd it come from?
Well, again, that's part of the abiogenesis equation. When were the first molecules that were able to replicate, and then did they adapt? Did they adapt by adding code to the replication? And there's where you get your genes.
Code. So they adapted by adding code. So how does code get added through adaptation? Like the environmental pressure, I need a different type of protein to do this specific function, but I need this protein to do it. So how does evolution, how does it get it?
I'm going to give you a link to follow.
Now, I'm asking you, obviously you're the evolutionist defending it. You can send me a link, but that's just like elephant hurling fallacy. You just throw something at me.
Elephant hurling. Wow, who came up with that one?
Look it up. It's actually it's when you've asked a specific question and they just throw something at you, or throw a bunch
of all things. Yeah,
elephant hurling fallacy. So it's like it's the lawyer. Like he knows he hasn't got a strong case, and the defense needs that data he has, and that'll help the defense. So what he does, he just throws all this stuff at you at the defense attorney. So the information is there, and he gave it to me as it's supposed to, but it's lost in all the other data.
I get it. But I mean, elephant. I found that funny. Like of all things, he hurled an elephant. Yeah.
Why is it too much trouble for you to read?
No, I'll read it.
I'll just give it to you. Okay. The first step is the formation of genes. You want to know where the genes came from. Okay. The first emergence or the first step was chemical evolution itself, which formed either RNA or DNA, most likely RNA. And it's the RNA world hypothesis that everybody follows right now. And then eventually RNA found a way to replicate the other half, making DNA, basically deoxyribonucleic acid. Now, the emergence of genetic information over time was a natural selection of chemical interactions. In other words, beneficial chemical interactions that included information that the organism was using, either the DNA string was using or the RNA string was using. If it was beneficial and allowed it to reproduce better, it hung on to that information, and that's the first genetic information. All those genes that we have today are a result of that very first gene that was that first information that helped DNA evolve beyond the stage of just being a strand, maybe using other chemicals to cloud around itself to support itself so it doesn't get destroyed by its environment. Protection of some kind, either better protection or preservation of genetic information. All of that is stuff that it evolved over time. So that's where it came from.
Well, a couple of things on that. Okay. When you protect something from the environment, okay, like if I wanted to protect my house from an intruder, I lock the doors, right? I was like, nope, you're not coming in. But guess what it also does? It also locks me in, right? So, but if I want certain things in the cell, but not all things in the cell, and I also want certain things out of the cell, you got to have what?
Well, you're making a jump. Okay, what you're doing is what I'm
No,
telling you
if
right now. 1 second, I'll give it to you. I'll let you finish.
Okay.
So you have DNA that suddenly now is producing gene information in its process of reproducing itself. It's also reproducing the gene information. The changes in the genes themselves through mutations and so forth is the first evolution of genes once they've been established, and they undergo this process through mutation, natural selection, genetic drift, recombination. All these things happen to genes as they go. In fact, horizontal gene transfer happens. All right, these processes contribute to the evolution and diversification over time of not only the DNA, but how it reacted to its environment. If something happened to change the environment where most of the DNA is getting wiped out, but the ones that had a mutation for a cloud covering over it, a chemical, being able to gather up a particular chemical for whatever, and it caused it to survive, it will continue on in this new environment and continue on reproducing, and DNA continues. Life had to have had a hell of a time starting out. It probably happened in many places, and most likely, as a result of it, failed in many places also.
Well, let's see. This is the thing: the devil's in the details. And see, I've heard all this before. You're just basically regurgitating. And I have to say, it does seem like a religion when you go through the.
You can call it a religion if you like. I won't deny that.
Well, I'm just saying this. Well, because it's pretty much the same rhetoric, it's the same thing over and over and over again. Like when I give you. Well, I'm just saying is you kind of believe it blindly because that's typically what people. Well, hang on.
Is that your definition of religion? Is that your definition of religion? You believe it blindly?
No, I don't. I'm stealing from what people say religion is. My definition is different, but I'm using the secular definition of religion.
I would like yours.
It's something you believe in. My belief is worship of a creator, but in a different, more specific term, you believe something without evidence.
Okay.
Right. That's really. Okay, so now I asked you. I gave you a very specific thing about cellular membranes, right? Now, the devil's in the details, right? You need to build proteins. You need amino acids, amino acids. You need those things, right? So they've got to be. The cell membrane has got to be large enough to allow. Because if it isn't producing them, which they've already shown that you can get these things, they can form naturally in the environment, right? You can either get them through space rocks or you can get them somehow formed in the environment. Now, you've got to get this amino acid into the cell and also keep ample supply of those to build proteins, right? But if that's probably pretty darn big compared to some other things. So if it doesn't have a means to either get it in and keep it in, because if it can get in, that means it can also get out, right? Because if it doesn't have a mechanism controlling that in place, the very thing you're trying to keep in will also work its way out. Because there's a thing called the
You're breaking up. You're breaking up all over the place.
Sorry, I'm driving, so it's probably part of the